Warning. The brain depository has been occupied by a mutant. Warning. The mutant has devoured your brain. Blue star. Huaxia. In the suburban outskirts of Xinhai City, deep into the night beneath a torrential downpour, a girl sprints frantically through the rain. Behind her, a humanoid creature bounds rapidly along the ground, closing in on her with terrifying speed. The roar of the rain blends with the monster's guttural growls, making one's scalp crawl. Feeling the creature drawing ever closer, panic flickers across the girl's eyes. At last, the monster once again leaps high into the air, its twin claws stretching toward the girl's back. A metallic chime rings out as the girl whirls around and swings a long blade, intercepting the strike. At the same time, the tremendous force knocks the long blade from the girl's hand. The monster lunges at her again, foul wind gusting from its maw packed with jagged fangs. Faced with such a situation, the girl can no longer defend herself. Filled with unwillingness and frustration, she closes her eyes. A heavy thud echoes through the rain, followed by the wet, piercing sound of metal driving into flesh. A deafening crash resounds, then the distinct noise of steel entering flesh. A furious, agonized roar rises, and only then does the girl slowly open her eyes. The first thing that meets her gaze is a tall, straight back. As her line of sight lowers, she sees the mutant that had been chasing her now pinned beneath this figure's foot. The mutant's 4 limbs all bear sharp claws, its muscles knotted and bulging, resembling an enormous sloth flayed of its fur. Though gravely wounded, it still thrashes ceaselessly. With a crisp crack, the figure cleaves off the mutant's head in a single stroke. The body that had been struggling so desperately shudders a few more times in unwillingness, then finally lies still. Thank you. The girl's heart is still racing, her breathing unsteady. The figure does not respond, merely reaches into the mutant's skull to extract a crystalline core, then sheathes the long blade and prepares to depart. My name is Chu Yao. Could you tell me your name? Chu Yao quickly calls out. No need, the figure replies casually, without looking back from the voice. He sounds like a teenage boy. He stands there in silence, his entire body shrouded beneath a black raincoat, his silhouette merging perfectly with the night. In such darkness, if not for the raindrops striking his form, he would be almost impossible to detect while standing still. I just want to know who saved me, otherwise my heart will never be at ease, Chu Yao persists. The figure lifts his foot to leave, pauses for a brief moment, and speaks again. Just call me Lei Feng. With that, he waves a hand behind him toward Chu Yao and vanishes into the rainy night. Chu Yao is left standing alone in the downpour, dazed and disoriented for a long time. Before long, a black Maybach speeds toward her, then gradually slows and comes to a steady halt at Chu Yao's side. The driver opens the door, steps out, and raises an umbrella to shield her from the rain. Forgive me, miss, I have failed in my duty. It's not your fault. How is Uncle Lu? Chu Yao's composure gradually returns. Old Lu is gravely injured and has already been sent to the hospital. Hearing this, a hint of regret flashes through Chu Yao's eyes. I was too reckless. I never imagined a level 4 mutant would appear near the city outskirts. If not for Uncle Lu risking his life to protect me, miss, you need not blame yourself. Protecting you is our duty. The driver's expression softens slightly as he continues, miss, we should head back now, or madam will grow worried. All right, Chu Yao nods and gets into the car. As the vehicle's taillights slowly fade into the distance, a lone figure once more emerges from the darkness. He glances at the car disappearing far away, then bends down to pick up the long blade Chu Yao had dropped earlier. Such a fine blade, and she doesn't even care enough to keep it. What a waste. He flicks his finger lightly against the blade, eliciting a clear, resonant hum. Well, then it's my gain, he remarks as he stows the long knife away and lets his figure melt into the night once more. The next morning, Lin Che is roused from sleep by the sound of knocking on his door. Who is it? Lin Che rubs his drowsy eyes and gets up to open the door. Outside stands a middle-aged man neatly dressed with a polite, gentle countenance. Seeing Lin Che open the door, the middle-aged man asks, excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Che? Lin Che frowns slightly, thinking to himself, that shouldn't be possible. Yesterday, I never showed my face nor revealed my name. How could this person have found me here? And you are? Lin Che asks. Well, I am Li Mingrue, the current steward of the Lin family of Xinhai. You may call me Steward Li, or Old Li, the man replies. I am here today to escort you home, young master, Li Mingrue declares solemnly. Young master? You must have the wrong person, Lin Che responds. With that, Lin Che casually moves to close the door. Since childhood, he has grown up under the care of an old scavenger, and for 17 years, he has never known who his parents were. The scavenger was named Lin Yuan. He always said he found Lin Che in a trash bin by the roadside. Seeing clarity in the child's eyes, he gave him the name Lin Che, clear amid the refuse. People often joke that children are picked up from trash cans, but Lin Che truly had been taken from one by Lin Yuan, a stark reminder of life's cruel caprice. 3 years ago, Lin Yuan succumbed to a severe illness, leaving Lin Che to live alone. Losing his only family left Lin Che profoundly dispirited. Late at night, when the city falls silent, he would wander the streets alone, and it was during one such night that he encountered the second life-or-death crisis of his life. A mutant blocked his path. At birth he had been thrown into a trash bin and saved by Lin Yuan. This time, facing a mutant alone, there was no one left who could help him. A 14-year-old boy barehanded stood alone against a mutant. Though it was only a level 1 mutant, fortunately heaven did not completely abandon him. On the brink of death, Lin Che awakened an ability. After a desperate life-and-death struggle, he succeeded in killing the level 1 mutant. Moreover, at the instant the mutant died, Lin Che clearly felt a surge of power flood into his body, granting him comprehensive enhancement. From then on, through repeated trials, he discovered that each time he slew a mutant his body would be strengthened. Thus he realized that his ability was born for slaughter, and so he named it Slaughter. It was undeniably. He also discovered that at the center of a mutant's brow would form a crystalline core, an exquisitely regular rhombic polyhedron. These cores could be sold on the black market, where a level 1 mutant core fetched 500 huaxia coins. The buyers never asked about the source of the cores. As long as you brought the goods, you received cash. Lin Che had no idea why these people were collecting the cores. So far as he knew, they had not yet been developed for any practical use. They could not be absorbed by the human body, nor used as biobatteries. There was not even any precedent on the market for purchasing such cores. Perhaps some rich scions serving in the military used purchased cores to offset their required merits. Or perhaps certain special organizations collected them for some kind of research. Whatever the reason, it had nothing to do with Lin Che. He cared only that the money was genuine. From that night onward, Lin Che survived by hunting mutants to pay his living expenses, barely scraping by. Of course, mutants did not appear at will. Thanks to high walls and the city defense army, the urban interior remained relatively safe. It might be several days, or more than 10, before one encountered a mutant. The level 4 mutant from yesterday had been the first Lin Che had ever seen. A level 4 mutant core was worth 10,000 huaxia coins, enough to cover Lin Che's expenses for several months. Originally, he had been in quite a good mood. If not for the presence of Steward Li standing at his door, things might have been better. There is no mistake, young master. You are the Lin family's son who has been missing for 17 years, Li Mingrui insists firmly. This is absurd. What kind of Lin family is this randomly claiming sons just because someone shares their surname? Lin Che mutters, unable to hide his exasperation. I bear the surname Lin because my grandfather did. It has nothing whatsoever to do with your Lin family, Lin Che adds, feeling rather speechless. Li Mingrui's face shows a hint of helplessness as he says, if you do not believe me, young master, simply come home with me once, and you will understand. In Li Mingrui's eyes, Lin Che so strongly resembles the head of the Lin family that it would be strange if they were not father and son. Ah yes, here is a photograph of the master. You may take a look, young master. Li Mingrui produces his phone, opens a photo, and hands it to Lin Che. At this moment, Li Mingrui is more certain than ever that Lin Che is the Lin family's young master. Judging by their resemblance, if the two stood side by side, one could practically dispense with any paternity test. Lin Che takes the phone, his brows knitting tighter and tighter, until at last he exhales a long breath. Fine, I'll go back with you and take a look. But let me be clear up front, just because we look alike doesn't mean it's certain. Even if it is, I may not acknowledge it. Although Lin Che believes 7 parts of what he has seen, he still maintains a measure of vigilance. After all, in a vast forest, all kinds of birds exist. Who knows what the Lin family is playing at? A child lost for 17 years only to be sought out now. There is something inherently strange about it. They live in the same Shanghai city. If the Lin family had truly wished to search earnestly, it would not have been difficult. The vehicle speeds along, and an hour later they arrive at the Lin family villa. Lin Che follows Li Mingrui into the living room. Master, madam, the young master has returned, Li Mingrui announces. At his words, several gazes turn toward them at once. No sooner has Lin Che stepped inside the doorway than a young man hurries forward to greet him. Brother, you're back. Though his voice sounds sincere, Lin Che detects a trace of hostility in the other's eyes. It's all my fault for taking brother's place. I've made you suffer all these years, the youth says. At this, Lin Che's brows twitch upward. To come in with such intensity right from the start. This so-called younger brother seems a bit too eager. Zishuan, don't say that. This cannot be blamed on you, comes a gentle voice as a dignified woman seated on the sofa slowly rises to her feet. Oh, then I suppose the blame lies with me. Lin Che stops walking and turns his gaze toward the woman who may well be his birth mother. No, that's not a cheer, mom, didn't mean that. The woman sounded slightly embarrassed. Hearing her call him cheer, Lin Che could not help but feel a visceral sense of repulsion rise within him. Stop calling me that. Things are far from clear yet. I'm not about to randomly acknowledge anyone. Years of living alone had left Lin Che shrouded in a cold aura that warned strangers to keep their distance. What kind of attitude is that? A stern man sitting on the sofa spoke in a deep voice. This was Lin Hai, head of the Lin family, and the biological father Lin Che had never met before. As a prominent figure in Xian High City, Lin Hai carried a certain weight of authority. You step into this house and immediately show your mother that attitude. Are you blaming us? Though Lin Che himself did not particularly care, he was not one to indulge others. He answered back, without setting aside whether I have anything to do with any of you, even if I truly am the son you lost out there, am I not entitled to some resentment? He had originally intended to ask why he had been abandoned, but now it seemed there was scarcely any need. Cheer. Little Che, it's not wrong, I really am your mother. Su Qianqian grew visibly agitated and took 2 quick steps forward, wanting to touch Lin Che, but he sidestepped to avoid her. Her expression faltered for an instant before she spoke again. Mom knows you harbor resentment in your heart. Mom will definitely make it up to you from now on. That won't be necessary. If there's nothing else, will be on my way. This place may not be very suitable for me. With that, Lin Che turned around and headed straight for the door. Stop right there. Who gave you permission to leave? Lin Hai's face darkened. In his eyes, Lin Che not only lacked the slightest respect for his birth parents, but his temperament was cutting and vindictive, a petty character who repaid every slight. In such a situation, he could not help feeling disappointed in this son who had grown up outside. As Lin Che was about to walk out of the living room, Lin Zishuan was secretly gloating. Seeing how easily Lin Che was being driven away, he naturally took delight in it. Yet before he could savor the moment, Lin Hai spoke up to stop him. With that, Lin Zishuan had no choice but to speak again. Brother, don't do this. I'm the one who should be leaving. Lin Che had not intended to pay Lin Hai any heed, but hearing Lin Zishuan say this, he halted at once. Do you really think you're the one who should leave? A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Lin Chi's mouth. Since Lin Zishuan was so fond of acting, he might as well let him perform to the end and see whether he truly had the heart to go. He'll pack up and leave right away and give the place and this family back to my brother. As he spoke, Lin Zishuan made a show of turning toward his room to pack his things. Enough. This is exactly what comes of a lack of discipline. Zishuan steps forward to protect you and has been tolerant in every way, yet you are forcing him to leave the Lin family. Where do you get the nerve? That single phrase, lack of discipline, stabbed straight into Lin Chi's old wounds, for he had indeed spent years as an orphan. These were his own children, yet Lin Hai uttered such words, without sensing how inappropriate they were, revealing clearly what he truly thought in his heart. Fortunately, Lin Chi's heart was strong. He did not care much, and instead let out a cold laugh. Indeed, I'm nothing but a stray child. Oh, I certainly can't compare with your young master of the Lin family. No, that's not it, Xiao Che, your dad didn't mean it that way. Su Qianqian's face was filled with anxiety. Seeing Lin Hai and Lin Che on the verge of a complete father-and-son rupture, Lin Zishuan could not allow her to smooth things over and immediately added fuel to the fire. Brother, please don't argue with Dad. As long as you don't clash with him, he'll leave right away. Just then a clear female voice rang out. You don't need to go anywhere. If he doesn't want to come back, let him be. No one has the right to drive you away. Eldest sister, don't take it out on me because I'm arguing with brother. I never belonged to this family to begin with. It's all my fault for stealing the life that was supposed to be his. Seizing the moment, Lin Zishuan continued his performance. Don't talk such nonsense. You were only an infant back then. How could any of this be your fault? Lin Wanting descended slowly from the upper floor, followed by the Lin family's second young lady, Lin Euro. That's right, Zishuan, don't think that way. He has no right to drive you away either. Lin Euro cast a glance at Lin Che, carrying a faint trace of disdain. Eldest sister, second sister. Zexuan's eyes grew slightly red as he struggled to speak. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Che applauded as he spoke. What a touching display of sibling affection, truly enviable to outsiders. Though he voiced envy, his eyes were filled with undisguised disdain. Stop with the sarcastic remarks. The Lin family owes you nothing. Dad and Mom went through great trouble to find you, and it was not so you could come back here and cause trouble. To Lin Wanting, Lin Che was merely a stranger who happened to share their blood. By contrast, Lin Zishuan had grown up with her and her younger sister and felt far more like true family. If she had to choose between the two, she would, without the slightest hesitation, side with Lin Zishuan. Oh, you went through great trouble to find me. And for what? So I could come back and watch your family put on a display of loving harmony. Insolent. Lin Hai roared, utterly enraged. If you admit your mistake now, I can still allow you to stay in the Lin family. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in this household. Admit my mistake. What mistake? Your entire family is utterly baffling. You go to all this trouble to find me only to demand that I apologize. As a martial artist at the Shifan realm, Lin Che carried his own proud arrogance in his chest. Not only did he see no fault in himself, even if he had erred, he owed no apology to people who in truth were strangers to him. If he could endure, he would. If he could not, he would simply walk away. No one would force him to indulge them. You are, after all, my son, Lin Hai's son. Appearing like this will only disgrace the Lin family. Lin Hai rose and stepped forward. I must give you a proper lesson so you understand the hierarchy between elder and junior. Kneel before me. Heh, and why should I? Danger flickered in Lin Chi's eyes. Because I'm your father, Lin Hai replied as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Though he had never fulfilled a single day of a father's duties, he still claimed the title without the slightest sense of guilt. Lin Che grew even more contemptuous. You think you're worthy of that title? You? Lin Hai raised his hand, intending to slap Lin Che. Yet his arm had barely lifted before Lin Che blocked it with ease. TSK. Master Lin, times have changed. Don't try to play the feudal patriarch with me. Lin Che did not retreat, but instead stepped forward, his eyes narrowing slightly, as a faint curve lifted the corner of his mouth. If you dare raise your hand again, I won't mind giving you a demonstration of lawful self-defense. Hearing this, Lin Hai felt his confidence waver. He had never actually hit his children before. If he truly ended up being beaten by Lin Che, instead his dignity would be utterly shattered. Self-defense. That would clearly be outright rebellion. Seeing Lin Hai hesitate, Lin Zishuan once again began to fan the flames. Brother, don't make Dad angry. All these years I've never once seen Dad raise a hand against anyone. This time you've truly infuriated him. To Lin Hai, these words painted Lin Che as a rebellious son. To Lin Che, however, they said something else entirely. That Lin Hai did not truly care for his biological son. For over a decade, he had never once struck any of the children at home, yet the moment Lin Che returned, he was ready to raise his hand. The implication could not be more obvious. Such clumsy attempts at sowing discord were transparent to Lin Che at a glance. Yet the entire Lin family seemed blind and deaf, unable to hear the undertones in Lin Zexuan's words. Xiao Che, just apologize to your dad and calm him down. Mom will definitely make it up to you in the future. Su Qianqian also began pressing Lin Che, offering so-called compensation as the condition. Little did she know that Lin Che cared nothing for such compensation. He only found the entire scene absurd. This is truly baffling. You keep insisting I apologize. I would like to ask, what exactly have I done wrong? As for any so-called compensation, that is entirely unnecessary. I only hope that you will never come to disturb me again. Lin Chi's stance was firm without the slightest hesitation. In a family like this, he would rather live alone in unrestrained freedom. It was not that Lin Che had never longed for a family. Having never tasted parental affection since childhood, he inevitably harbored a few fragile dreams in the depths of his heart. Yet if he had to bow his head and submit in exchange for so-called kinship, that was absolutely impossible. Hearing Lin Chi's words, Lin Hai and Su Qianqian were both taken aback, momentarily stunned. How had things come to this point? Where had it all gone wrong? No, you mustn't leave. This is your home. Su Qianqian spoke first. I know you have suffered much hardship and swallowed countless grievances out there all these years. You must carry resentment in your heart, and I do not blame you for it. As she spoke, Su Qianqian stepped forward, reaching to take Lin Chi's hand, but he easily evaded her touch. Su Qianqian paused, momentarily frozen, and seeing this, Lin Zishuan immediately began to speak up on her behalf. Back then, Mom didn't lose you on purpose. She has suffered all these years too. Can't you be magnanimous and forgive a grieving mother? Perhaps realizing his tone was too forceful, Lin Zishuan quickly adjusted his manner of speaking. If you must blame someone, then blame me. If not for my existence, you would never have endured so much suffering. Lin Che looked utterly baffled, silently thinking that this fellow was putting on quite a show. What suffering have I endured exactly? Why am I unaware of it? Although Lin Yuan had raised him by scavenging, supporting him until the age of 14, the old man had never shortchanged him in the slightest. He had never enjoyed fine clothes or lavish meals, yet being able to eat his fill was already a source of contentment. The only grievance he had ever felt was the pitying gaze in others' eyes whenever they learned he had no parents. But over time, even that became something he grew accustomed to. Had the Lin family never come to intrude upon his life, he might still be living carefree and untroubled. 17 years ago, the year Lin Che was born, a meteor descended, and heaven and earth underwent a drastic transformation. On Blue Star, all species entered a frenzied era of evolution, humans included. Among these changes were normal evolutions as well as grotesque aberrations. The humanoid mutant Lin Che slew yesterday had originally been a human being. Because the evolutionary genes had slipped beyond control, its body became twisted and malformed, turning into a monster. Such distortions occurred mostly in adults, while human children were far more likely to undergo positive evolution. Perhaps it was because adults had fully developed bodies that were difficult to reshape, whereas children's bodies not yet formed possessed greater plasticity. Thus only a very small number of adults could successfully evolve. Of course, not everyone mutated or evolved. The majority of the world's population remained ordinary humans. Lin Hai and his wife, as well as the common citizens of the city, were all such ordinary folk. As for what hardships Lin Che had truly endured, the Lin family had little understanding and could not explain anything in detail. In the eyes of these affluent families, hardship was nothing more than eating poorer food, wearing cheaper clothing, and living in a more cramped dwelling. Raised from childhood by an elderly scavenger living in a tiny rented room only a few square meters wide and barely having enough to eat, and where Lin Chi's life was, in their judgment, the very definition of suffering. Living in a few square meters of rented space and picking up trash every day just to survive. Do you seriously consider that enjoyable? Lin Hai spoke with no restraint at all, bluntly tearing away Lin Che's facade. In his view, Lin Che was merely saving face, stubbornly refusing to admit the truth. Enjoyable is too strong a word, but I truly don't feel that I have suffered. Lin Che swept his gaze around the Lin family's living room, the genuine leather sofa, rosewood furniture, oil paintings, and exquisite ornaments, all radiating opulence and taste. Crystal chandeliers and floor-to-ceiling windows made the entire room appear spacious and bright. It was indeed far more comfortable than his tiny rental room of a few square meters. Yet Lin Che cared little for such things. With his current abilities, though he could not yet afford a villa, he could at least move out of that cramped rental building. The reason he had continued living there was first that residing in the suburbs made it easier for him to hone his own strength. Second, he felt that tiny rental room gave him the feeling of home. Meeting Lin Hai's gaze, Lin Che spoke calmly. You may not believe it, but I am actually quite happy in that rental room. I do not need anyone's pity. Hearing this, Su Qianqian's eyes reddened, and she said hoarsely, How can you call it pity? You are our son. It is only right that we cherish and love you. For no clear reason, a surge of irritation rose within Lin Che, and he spoke directly. Enough. There is no need to keep acting. Whatever purpose you had in bringing me back, just say it plainly, so we don't waste everyone's time. Su Qianqian froze again, then turned her gaze toward Lin Hai. What purpose could we possibly have? Bringing you home is naturally to let you acknowledge your ancestors and return to the family. Lin Hai's eyes flickered evasively, his confidence clearly lacking. Since you don't intend to tell me the truth, I have no patience left. Goodbye. With that, Lin Che headed for the exit. After a few steps, he looked back and added, Oh, and by the way, let's make it a farewell forever. There is really no need to meet again. Do you want to attend Xinhai Academy? Lin Hai finally produced his bargaining chip. Upon hearing this, Lin Che's attitude shifted, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Now you're talking. Go on. What do you want me to do? Xinhai Academy, fully named Xinhai City Martial Arts Academy. After Blue Star's great upheaval, humanity established martial academies specifically to combat mutants, teaching martial techniques and guidance arts and cultivating talents of the martial path. From primary school to junior high, children received 9 years of compulsory education. After high school, they began screening for martial talent graded from the lowest F level to the highest SSS level. Different talents signified different future achievements on the martial path. Xinhai City Martial Arts Academy's minimum admission standard was C level because only clever talents had a chance to awaken powerful abilities. Moreover, those with clever talent could at least grow into martial artists of the shedding mortal realm, the backbone in humanity's defense against mutants. At present, the known realms of martial artists were divided into 7 tiers: body, tempering, aperture, unlocking, shedding, mortal, innate, transcendent, god communing, and martial saint. Lin Che was currently a martial artist of the shedding mortal realm. It was by relying on this level of strength that he could slay a level 4 mutant. One step further into the innate realm, and one would be hailed as a grandmaster of martial arts. Before the world's transformation, the highest cultivation in Blue Star's martial circles reached only the grandmaster level. The latter 3 realms had emerged gradually over the past decade. The principal of Xinhai City Martial Arts Academy was himself a grandmaster held in great esteem throughout all of Xinhai. Lin Hai did not know whether Lin Che possessed martial talent, yet he still asked outright if he wished to attend Xinhai Academy. Though ordinary people could also learn martial techniques under normal circumstances, Xinhai Academy would not admit them. For Lin Hai to be so certain he could secure Lin Che a place there clearly meant he had gone to considerable lengths. Evidently, he intended to use a spot at the academy as a bargaining chip to exchange for something from Lin Che. The Lin family has a marriage contract with the Chu family. As long as you agree to fulfill this contract, they'll send you into Xinhai Academy. Seeing that Lin Che was impervious to all persuasion, Lin Hai spoke frankly at last. At those words, Lin Zexuan's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. He had previously been fretting over this marriage contract, never expecting Lin Hai to have already devised a plan. As for why Lin Zexuan rejected this marriage contract, the reason was simple. The young lady of the Chu family was said to have a dreadful reputation. Indeed, one might call it notorious. She was about 1.50 meters in height, weighed 180 kgs, suffered from mental instability, had a fiery temper, and a violent streak, often injuring her own bodyguards. Even though Lin Zexuan himself was hardly a model of propriety, he still did not wish to take such a woman as his wife. Of course, all of this was hearsay. No one in the Lin family had yet met the Chu family's young lady in person. The reason was that Miss Chu's mental state was poor and she never met outsiders. Yet with rumors outside spread so far, and with no public clarification from her, the truth was likely close to what was being said. Don't you have another son? Why not let him fulfill the marriage contract? Lin Che did not believe that such a convenient benefit would fall into his lap. There was clearly a significant problem hidden within this contract. You don't need to worry about the reason. As long as you agree, I can send you into Xinhai Academy. Lin Hai was unwilling to explain further, afraid that if Lin Che learned the truth, he might shrink back. His concern, however, was somewhat unnecessary, for Lin Che intended to accept, yet had no intention of honoring the marriage agreement. After all, that matter would not be decided until at least after he graduated from the martial academy. For now, he could agree, without caring what kind of person the young lady of the Chu family might be. When the time came, if he did not wish to fulfill the engagement, he could simply turn his back and walk away. The knowledge once lodged in his mind could never be taken back. What could Lin Hai possibly do to him then? Putting on an air of serious contemplation, Lin Che pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. Fine, we'll do as you said. If there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Let me know once the enrollment procedures are done. With that, Lin Che turned and walked toward the door. Wait. From now on, you'll have to live at home. The Chu family might come to see you here any day. Lin Hai raised another demand. This time Lin Zishuan did not stir up trouble again. Perhaps he felt that with Lin Che taking on the engagement, he had escaped a calamity himself, and so he temporarily changed his mind. Yes, Che, since you've come home, how could we possibly let you continue living outside? Su Qianxin stepped forward a few paces, reaching out to take Lin Che's arm, only for him to dodge her touch once more. Do I really have to live here? Lin Che frowned slightly, revealing a touch of impatience. Of course. Besides, the house is close to the school. You can't possibly commute from the suburbs every single day. Lin Hai nodded, his tone firm. That does make sense. In that case, help me prepare a room. Lin Che arched a brow, the corner of his mouth curling into a playful smile as he turned back into the living room and sprawled casually onto the sofa. His slaughter talent allowed him to elevate his martial cultivation with ease, but that alone pertained only to realm advancement. A martial artist who wished to go further had to develop both cultivation realm and martial skills in tandem. Lin Che needed cultivation methods and martial techniques, yet he had no money, so he truly required an admission quota. In fact, if he were willing to reveal his innate talent, he could obtain entry to the academy through other avenues. However, years of living as an orphan and being forced to mingle in the black market had exposed him to countless schemes and betrayals, and had taught him to always keep several trump cards hidden. To expose his talent and cultivation before others would strip away his sense of security. Now that a ready-made admission quota had been handed to him, it spared him considerable trouble. After Blue Star underwent its mutation, most gifted youths awakened between the ages of 16 and 18. Under normal circumstances, one who awakened at 16 would at most reach the Tongxiao realm within 2 years. Only the scions of major clans who received meticulous nurturing and guidance had the possibility of awakening before 16. Among them, anyone who could advance to the Tuifan realm before 18 would be hailed as a true genius. Beyond the type of ability, the grade of one's talent determined future achievement even more. Among fire-type abilities, some were rated a grade, some Scrade, and some merely Fgrade. And Scrade could unleash flames fierce enough to burn the heavens, while Fgrade could scarcely light a match for someone else. Lin Che's slaughter talent was at least Scrade, perhaps even SS Scrade. Thus Lin Che held great confidence in his own talent. What was more, a 17-year-old in the Tuifan realm was already exceedingly rare. Even among the major clans, the martial academy would have no reason to reject him. The reason he agreed to Lin Hai's condition was that he understood well the saying, a tree that stands out in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. Revealing one's talent inevitably brought risk. A single misstep could lead to eternal damnation. Even an SS-grade genius had to survive and grow before they could truly be called a genius. Those who perished halfway along the path were no different from trash. For this reason, Lin Che was determined to play the hidden card, revealing nothing. He could conceal staying prone whenever he could avoid standing tall. All right, Mom will help you tidy up a room, Su Qianxin said. Her worry turned into joy, and the concern in her eyes did not seem entirely feigned. Oh, Mom, just have Aunt Zhang prepare a room for him. There's no need for you to do it yourself, Lin Yuro said, tugging Su Qianxin back to the sofa and calling for the housemaid. Aunt Zhang, get a room ready for the new young master of our family. Yes, second miss, Aunt Zhang replied casually and started toward the second floor. Hey, Aunt Zhang, why are you going upstairs? Lin Yuro pointed toward the storage room. Isn't the room next to it good enough? This? Aunt Zhang looked to Su Qianxin. Madam, what do you think? Before Su Qianxin could answer, Lin Yuro continued in a coy tone, Mom, Big Sis and I aren't used to sleeping too close to a stranger. Otherwise we won't sleep well at night. As she spoke, Lin Yuro winked at Lin Wanting. Right, Big Sis? Lin Wanting nodded. Yes, Mom, little sis is right. It really wouldn't be convenient. The two sisters clearly disliked Lin Che's attitude and were planning to target him together. Su Qianxin hesitated again and again, then looked toward Lin Che. Che, how about you put up with it for a few days first? Once you're more familiar with Yuro and the others, you can move to the second floor. All right. No. Why should I be the one to put up with it? Did I come here just to be wronged? Lin Che refused immediately. In truth, he cared little about where he lived if he could endure a few square meters in a rented room. A storage side room in a villa was hardly worse. However, he would never indulge anyone's whims, not even once. Su Qianqian was momentarily speechless, and Lin Hai assumed the posture of the family patriarch again, launching into a lecture. Isn't it just a place to live? As a man, you're really going to fuss over this with 2 girls? Lin Che let out a soft chuckle. In fact, I also feel it's quite inconvenient to live with strangers. He paused, briefly sweeping his gaze over everyone. The Lin sisters thought he was backing down, a hint of smugness appearing at the corners of their mouths. Then they heard Lin Che continue, "How about you 2 move into the storage side room and leave the 2nd floor to me?" At his words, the sisters' expressions changed instantly. "Why should we? Mom, look at him." Lin Che seemed not to hear them speaking on his own. "Do not impose on others what you yourself do not desire. I had thought a young lady of the Lin family would possess some refinement." He let out a cold, mirthless chuckle. At these words, the faces of everyone in the Lin family, including Su Qianqian, turned extremely unpleasant. "Who are you calling ill-bred?" Lin Wanting demanded sharply. Lin Yuro was not to be outdone and immediately retorted, "You're the one with no upbringing. Growing up outside without parents to discipline you, you're like a savage." At the same time, Lin Zishuan seized the chance to make his presence felt again. "Bro, how could you talk to big sis and second sis like that? Even though I feel terribly sorry for you, I absolutely won't allow you to treat them this way." Lin Che sneered. "I need your permission to say what I wish." "And who exactly are you?" He shrugged, then feigning helplessness. "It seems I'm not very welcome here after all. Perhaps I should just go back." As he spoke, he made to stand up. "The Lin family still has one more son. Let my dear younger brother fulfill the marriage agreement. Instead, it would be the same." Lin Che deliberately stressed the words, "younger brother," a playful note coloring his tone. Since he had already guessed there was something wrong with the engagement, he could be certain that Lin Zishuan had no desire to fulfill it. The Lin family's attempt to use a Xinhai Martial Academy admission quota to keep him in check might not be very effective. But if he in turn used the engagement to hold the Lin family hostage, it would be a weapon of unmatched efficacy. Otherwise, they would never have deliberately brought him back because of a mere engagement. "Enough. Sister Zhang, prepare a bedroom on the 2nd floor. This matter ends here," Lin Hai ordered. Lin Hai had finally seen through it. This boy feared nothing and bristled with thorns. So long as Lin Che agreed to honor the engagement, everything else was irrelevant. It was only a room. There was no need for such pointless conflict. Yet while Lin Hai wished to let the matter rest, Lin Che had no intention of stopping there. "Wait." Lin Che spoke up again. "I think big sis and second sis have a point. Since you don't like living too close to a stranger, why not consider moving yourselves down to the 1st floor? Of course, if eldest sister and second sister really refuse to live on the 1st floor, I can just move back to my rented room in the suburbs." Lin Che spread his hands, looking at the Lin sisters, a mocking curve at the corner of his lips. "After all, this is a civilized society that values human rights and freedom, isn't that so? Don't push your luck." Lin Wanting gnashed her teeth. In her eyes, letting Lin Che live on the 2nd floor was already their sister's concession. To her surprise, Lin Che continued to argue, utterly lacking in grace. "Not at all, eldest sister, you misunderstand. I'm not a greedy man, and I never push my advantage." As he spoke, the smile on Lin Che's face gradually chilled. "But I'm not a patient man, and I dislike carrying today's grudges over into tomorrow." Seeing the stalemate, Lin Zishuan seized the opening and spoke at just the right moment. "Brother, eldest sister, second sister, please stop arguing. I'll move into the storage room." By now his stance had shifted. He was still hoping Lin Che would fulfill the marriage agreement, and naturally no longer wanted him driven out. Moreover, his offer would make him look sincerely protective of the 2 sisters, while at the same time lowering Lin Che's image in the eyes of the Lin family. Before the Lin family could feel moved, Lin Che cut in again, firmly opposing. "How could that work? Eldest sister and second sister simply aren't used to strangers living too close. It's not about you. How would you moving into a storage room solve anything?" Lin Che refused to yield in the slightest. Having already offended this entire family, he no longer cared about offending them further. Although the admission quota was fairly important to him, he did not necessarily have to obtain it from the Lin family. At worst, he would shoulder some risk, reveal a bit of his hidden strength, then find a way to earn tuition. Troublesome as it would be, he could still manage to enroll. If the Lin family wanted him to honor that marriage contract, they would have to comply with his terms, otherwise there would be nothing to discuss. Lin Hai took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, and spoke again. "Stop arguing. None of you need to live in the storage room. Zhang, go tidy up the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, and move my wife's and my belongings down to the 2nd floor. Then he turned to Lin Che. "From now on you'll live in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. You have no objections this time, I trust." How could I possibly accept such a favor? Lin Che's expression reverted to smug delight as he looked toward the housekeeper. "Aunt Zhang, please go ahead. I'll go up later to inspect the room." "Dad, how can you indulge him like this? Lin Euro protested in a wounded tone. Lin Hai waved his hand. Enough, say no more. Zhang, go and get things ready. The others found Lin Hai's indulgence hard to fathom, Su Qianqian included. Though she too wished to make amends to Lin Che, she had never imagined doing so in this manner. He had barely returned, yet was already occupying his parents' bedroom. Rather than bringing home a son, it felt more like inviting back an ancestor to be worshipped. Still, since Lin Hai had already decided, Su Qianqian chose not to argue. She reminded herself that Lin Che was after all not a child she had raised. For now, she would simply make some concessions, and later, she could slowly work on changing his temperament. Once the matter was settled, the Lin family members began preparing to go out. Lin Hai and his eldest daughter Lin Wanning were heading to work at the Lin Group, while Lin Zishuan and Lin Euro were going to attend classes at Xinhai Academy. Su Qianqian had no other business and did not intend to go out. It seemed this Madame Lin usually stayed alone at home. I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Lin Che asked offhandedly. When Li Mingrui came to fetch him, he had still been making up for lost sleep. After washing up, he had gone straight to the Lin residence, without even eating breakfast. Lin Hai and Su Qianqian kept speaking of compensating him, yet they had dragged him back early in the morning, without even providing breakfast. That was hardly compensation, it bordered on mistreatment. That was your mother's oversight. I completely forgot to ask whether you'd eaten this morning. I'll cook for you myself right away. Su Qianqian hurried to her feet, an apologetic look on her face. So far among this family, only Su Qianqian treated Lin Che with any real kindness. No need to trouble yourself, just grab anything edible, and that will do. Usually Lin Che cared only about filling his stomach, and was not picky. However, Su Qianqian insisted on cooking personally. After a dozen minutes, she returned to the living room, carrying a bowl of noodles. Come have a taste. See if it suits your palate. Though a woman over 40, she now resembled a child awaiting praise. Lin Che did not stand on ceremony. He picked up the chopsticks and began to eat. Yet after just 2 mouthfuls, Lin Che's expression changed dramatically, and he almost spat the noodles out. How could one even describe these noodles? It was hard to imagine what combination of seasonings could produce such a flavor. Calling it merely bad would be far too generous. It was almost inedible. Still, at his poorest, Lin Che had eaten all manner of horrid things. This level had not yet exceeded his threshold of tolerance. Seeing the hopeful look on Su Qianqian's face, Lin Che could not bring himself to crush her. He simply set the chopsticks aside. I've lost my appetite. I'm going out for a bit. Without waiting for her response, Lin Che rose and walked out. Left without the praise she craved, Su Qianqian felt a trace of disappointment and could not resist picking up the chopsticks herself to taste a bite. She vomited on the spot. She did not know how Lin Che had managed not to spit it out, but she realized he had spared. Perhaps the child was not entirely bad, Su Qianqian thought. In truth, Lin Che was like a hedgehog. The moment he sensed hostility, his spines would bristle all over his body. Once the danger passed, those spines would smooth down again. Beneath them, he was just another body of flesh and blood, capable of joy, anger, sorrow, and desire, never truly lacking in feeling. After graduating from junior high, Lin Che had not continued on to senior high. At that time, he could barely support himself, and there was no way he could afford his own schooling. At night, he hunted aberrant creatures to strengthen himself, and during the day, he needed to make up for lost sleep. There was no possibility of taking on other part-time work. Originally, he had planned to reveal part of his strength and enter Xinhai Martial Academy through a special recruitment route. Now that the Lin family was offering him an admission slot, he was happy to simply lie back and accept it. For convenience in attending school, Lin Che would temporarily live with the Lin family, but he still intended to keep renting his small room. Compared to the Lin household, that few square meter rental felt far more like home to him. Thus Lin Che sought out butler Li and had him drive him back to the outskirts of the city. Entering the rental room, Lin Che packed several changes of clothes, took up 2 long blades, cast one last look around the room, and stepped out the door. He found his landlord, an older uncle, and handed over the last 5,000 yuan he had, paying a full year's rent in advance. Life on the outskirts was cheap. That tiny rental cost only 500 a month, and paying a year up front came with a discount totaling just 5,000. Killing a single level 1 aberrant creature each month was enough to cover his rent, hardly any pressure at all. However, Lin Che could not count on encountering aberrant creatures every night. Such things depended on luck. Most aberrant creatures roaming the city's fringes were just level 1 or level 2. Level 3 was extremely rare. Thus hunting them and selling their crystal cores on the black market only barely allowed him to scrape by. Lin Che, have you struck it rich? The landlord uncle asked in puzzlement. Not at all. I just happen to have some money on hand right now, so I'm paying the rent in advance. Otherwise, I'd probably end up spending it. Lin Che did not embrace his identity as the Lin family's young master, and thus never took the initiative to mention it. As for daring to hand over all his cash to the landlord, it was not because he trusted the Lin family so deeply. It was mainly because he still held a level 4 crystal core worth over 10,000. He could sell it at any time if he needed money and would not starve. Planning to travel far, The landlord asked, seeing Lin Che with a backpack and 2 long blades. Yes, I'll be away for a while. But my rent is already paid, so you mustn't lease the room out to someone else while I'm gone. Lin Che deliberately joked, while also explaining why he had paid a year's rent in advance. Go on, what do you take Uncle Zhao for? Ask around. Within several kilometers, everyone knows Zhao Dafu for his righteousness. Ha ha ha. Yes, Uncle Zhao is always so righteous. He'll head off now. When I come back, I'll listen to you brag again. Lin Che turned around and left, ignoring Zhao Dafu, who was fuming indignantly behind him. You brat, who's bragging at you? Watching Lin Che walk farther and farther away, Zhao Dafu simply laughed and shook his head. Lin Che returned to the Lin family residence and went straight up to the 3rd floor. He stepped into the master bedroom, casually tossed his backpack onto the bed, and began to survey the surroundings. The nearly 50 square meter room was expansive. The entire feature wall was clad in solid wood veneer with a grand landscape painting embedded in the center and unified decorative patterns extending around it. On the left side of the 3-meter-wide bed stretched a full-length floor-to-ceiling window, while on the right stood a floating-style water bar. The bathroom was separated, and beside it lay an independent walk-in closet, though at the moment it held almost no clothing. Compared to the cramped few square meter rental room he used to live in, this bedroom was unquestionably luxurious. Lin Che let his gaze sweep around once more, then sprawled casually onto the bed, eyes fixed on the ceiling as his thoughts surged and scattered. With the Lin family's level of wealth, it seemed unlikely that they would willingly abandon their own child. Even if some members of the Lin family did not welcome him, that should have nothing to do with the circumstances of his abandonment back then. Otherwise they would never have taken in an adopted son. Moreover, they had always lived in the same city of Xinhai, so how could the Lin family have failed to find a lost child for 17 years? Unless they had never truly tried to search for him at all, or someone had intervened from the shadows, placing obstacles in their path. Lin Yuan had said he picked him up from a trash bin, and he most likely had not lied. The old man had always treated him as his own grandson. Their bond was deep, and Lin Che trusted that the elder would never fabricate something like that. Yet that made everything all the more complicated. Why had he appeared in a trash bin in the first place? And who was the one that had thrown him into it? Logically, if the person who acted did not intend to kill him, they could have simply chosen any welfare home and left the baby at its doorstep. Yet if that person wanted him dead, why not just end his life outright, instead of tossing him into a trash bin? From any reasonable standpoint, an infant would hardly survive a freezing winter night in a trash bin. Perhaps the person simply did not wish to stain their own hands with blood and believed that discarding him there was tantamount to pronouncing his death. If that was the case, it could only be said that Lin Che's life was incredibly tenacious. For now there were no clues, and he could not uncover the mastermind behind it. Nor could he be certain whether his presence in the Lin family would provoke another attempt on his life. In any event, there existed such a person, someone who had tried to kill him over 10 years ago and had been ruthless enough to lay hands on a newborn child. A person like that likely had no bottom line whatsoever. For the sake of his own safety, Lin Che naturally had to remain vigilant, never allowing himself the slightest negligence. Just then a knocking sound came from the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door isn't locked, Lin Che replied offhandedly. Su Qianqian pushed the door open and stepped inside. She glanced at Lin Che and asked, "So Xiao Che, are you satisfied with the room?" "It's fine. Did you need something?" Lin Che sat up and looked at Su Qianqian. "Your mother didn't do it on purpose this morning. She just hasn't cooked for a very long time, so she was a bit rusty." Su Qianqian set a trace of embarrassment on her face. Normally all 3 meals at the Lin household were prepared by the housekeeper, so Su Qianqian truly had not set foot in the kitchen for a long time. She had originally wanted to personally cook a bowl of noodles for Lin Che, hoping to draw their mother-and-son relationship closer a little faster. She had not expected her effort to backfire, instead of leaving a good impression. Fortunately, Lin Che had not exposed the truth to her face, or she would have felt unbearably humiliated. "It doesn't matter. I've eaten far worse things before. Was there anything else?" Lin Che remained as indifferent as ever. "And about what happened this morning, your mother wants to apologize to you on behalf of your eldest and second sister," she added. "They're just closer to Sichuan, so they naturally took his side. Once you become more familiar with one another, I believe they'll treat you just as well," she said. Su Qianqian's gaze once again held a glimmer of expectation. "Can you forgive them?" Lin Che's brows knitted slightly, revealing a trace of impatience. "I'm afraid apologies aren't something others can deliver in someone else's stead," he said. "Besides, even if I accept your apology, those 2 sisters may not acknowledge it." Lin Che spread his hands. "So you don't need to force yourself into playing the good person." As for the Lin sisters, Lin Che hardly cared at all. In his eyes, they were merely 2 fools being used as someone else's tools. Yet Su Qianqian wished to resolve the conflict as a parent, choosing instead to speak to Lin Che privately, an approach that was in itself a form of partiality. Perhaps Su Qianqian herself had not realized it, but in the end she still favored her 2 daughters more. If she truly intended to mend the rift, She should have spoken openly with all three present, laying everything bare. Instead, she chose to apologize on her daughter's behalf in private, making Lin Che seem like an outsider. The ironic part was that Su Qianqian was already the person in this household who treated Lin Che the best. If not for the fact that he could obtain a free admission quota, Lin Che would not have stayed in the Lin family for even a second longer. And although living in a villa was undeniably comfortable, it meant he could not go out to hunt whenever he wished, making it inconvenient for him to improve his strength. Even if the Lin family did not care that he went out every night, there was no way he could commute dozens of kilometers daily just to hunt. Seeing Su Qianqian rendered speechless, Lin Che spoke again. When can the admission procedures be arranged? Well, I'll call your father and ask him for you, Su Qianqian said, taking out her phone and preparing to dial. Forget it, we'll talk about it when he comes back, Lin Che interrupted. If there's nothing else, I'd like to get some sleep. Lin Che effectively issued a dismissal. Oh, all right, you rest first. I'll come call you at noon for lunch, Su Qianqian replied. Su Qianqian rose and left the room, gently closing the door behind her. In truth, the matter of admission was quite simple. Even if Xinhai Academy had its thresholds, they were hardly enough to bar the children of wealthy families. Running a school required considerable funding, and if the Lin family were to donate a building to Xinhai Academy, the institution would naturally have no objection to admitting an excellent student. Regardless of whether that student was truly outstanding, they would have to be labeled as such. At dinner, Lin Hai informed Lin Che of the arrangements regarding the school. Tomorrow you'll go to school together with Zishuan, Lin Hai said. You'll be directly placed into his class, so the two of you can look out for each other. As he spoke, Lin Hai turned his gaze toward Lin Zishuan. Zishuan awakened a spiritual type ability this year, and has been rated in grade talent specially recruited into the academy, he added. His tone carried unmistakable pride. I'll take good care of my older brother, Lin Zishuan replied sincerely. Zishuan is really impressive, unlike some people who even need the family to spend money just to get into school, Lin Yuro chimed in, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Once again, Lin Yuro's tone turned snide as she ridiculed Lin Che. Hence, great talent. So remarkable, is it? Lin Che could only find it absurd. What, you're still not convinced? Lin Yuro's expression grew even more contemptuous. Big sister and I both awakened elemental abilities and were rated a grade talents. By rights, since you're also of Lin blood, you ought to at least have a grade talent as well. Even if you fell a bit short with a grade, or even grade talent, it wouldn't have been necessary for the family to spend so much money just to exchange for an admission quota for you, she continued. Seeing Lin Yuro's arrogant posture, Lin Che merely shrugged. What a pity. I actually do have a grade talent. Physical enhancement type, extreme speed, he said. As he spoke, Lin Che rose and went to the kitchen to fetch a bottle of drinking water, then in an instant returned to his seat at the table. The entire process taking less than 2 seconds. Only after he had settled back into his seat did the sound of the refrigerator door closing echo from the kitchen. Witnessing this, Lin Yuro opened her mouth, but for a moment she could find no words. You had a grade talent, so why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Hai asked, his tone faintly displeased. In the name of a donation, he had transferred 10 million to Xinhai Martial Academy. Although 10 million was not much to the Lin family, if he could have enrolled through normal channels, there would have been no reason to waste that money. Lin Che, however, remained indifferent. Even if that money were saved, it would hardly end up in his own pocket, so why should he help the Lin family save it? Did any of you ask? After all, a grade talent isn't exactly something to flaunt, so why would I go out of my way to announce it, right? He said. Lin Che looked toward Lin Yuro. While conveniently shifting the responsibility away from himself, he did not forget to pointedly mock her ostentatious display of talent. Lin Che possessed the cultivation of the transcendence realm at the age of 17, even before his slaughter talent had been fully developed. If provided with a sufficient number of mutated beings for him to hunt at will, he might have already become a martial arts master by now. Even the legendary SS level would not necessarily achieve such a rapid advancement. The reason he falsely claimed to have a clever talent was merely because he deemed the Lin family untrustworthy. Such an important matter should at least be brought up by you. Lin Hai felt a surge of frustration, his chest heavy with discomfort. Is it that important? I thought having a clever talent was quite poor, so there was no need to mention it. Lin Che continued to mock Lin Yuro. Can you speak properly? Lin Wanting's expression turned unfriendly. She could not tolerate Lin Che's sarcasm towards Lin Yuro, even though Lin Yuro had also mocked Lin Che previously. I am the best at speaking appropriately to whoever I meet, whether human or ghost, Lin Che said nonchalantly. The Lin sisters showed him no kindness, and Lin Che naturally would not humble himself. Repaying grievances with virtue would only embolden them, making them bolder. Brother, don't say that eldest sister and second sister mean no harm towards you. Lin Zishuan seized the opportunity to interject. The bad news was that Lin Che actually had talent. The good news was that he only had clever talent. Although he possessed level talent himself, he was ultimately not of the Lin bloodline. Until his potential translated into strength, he still needed the Lin family's resources. If Lin Che had good talent, even if it were only a level, it would pose a significant threat to him. Currently, Lin Che had just arrived at the Lin family and was temporarily not favored by them. However, the Lin family needed Lin Che to fulfill his marriage contract, which would take at least 4 years until he graduated from Nusi Academy. 4 years is enough time for many changes to occur. What if Lin Che changed his demeanor or his relationship with the Lin family improved? That was something Lin Zishuan did not want to see. It would be better if Lin Che's talent were somewhat lacking. After all, the Lin family needed an outstanding junior to uphold their reputation, which would stabilize his position. If Lin Che's talent were comparable to his, it was uncertain whether the Lin family would abandon their biological son in favor of him, their adopted son. Lin Che's clever talent posed some threat to him. Having no talent at all would be better. I don't know whether they have ill intentions, but your malice is quite deep. What? Do you think my talent is not low enough to affect your status in the Lin family? Lin Che directly exposed Lin Zexuan's ulterior motives, causing his face to flush instantly. Brother, how could you think that? It seems I am an eyesore in this family. Maybe I should just move out. Lin Zishuan did not want to dwell too much on this topic and could only choose to retreat. Nonsense, we already agreed on this in the morning. Why bring it up again now? Lin Hai feigned anger. On the surface, he was reprimanding Lin Zishuan, but in reality, he was reminding Lin Che not to harbor illusions about driving Lin Zishuan away. Yes, Xiao Xian, don't think too much. Whether or not you find your brother, you will always be a child of the Lin family, Su Qianqian hurriedly reassured. That's right. Eldest sister, and I both consider you our dear brother. Lin Yuru said, then looked at Lin wanting, right, eldest sister? Yes. Xiao Xian, don't worry, no one can replace you in this family. As the three began their performance again, Lin Che tossed his chopsticks onto the table, surveying the crowd. I've really had enough. Are you done? Just eat without all this nonsense. Lin Hai exchanged glances with Su Qianqian, who understood and hurriedly tried to mediate. Yes, eat first, we can discuss other matters after dinner. Lin Yuru, however, was unwilling to give up, showing disdain. Haven't you ever eaten before? Oh, I get it. You haven't eaten before, just not such a lavish meal. Lin Yuru continued to ridicule. Indeed, I'm just an orphan. How could I have eaten these things? Upon hearing this, the Lin family's expressions turned quite awkward. While saying this, Lin Che picked up his chopsticks again and began to sample the numerous dishes on the table. This one is good, this one is okay, home. This dish doesn't quite suit my taste, it's too sweet. I prefer bitter flavors and don't like sweets. Lin Che spoke while eating, making the Lin family increasingly restless. Brother, don't be angry, second sister didn't mean those words. Lin Zishuan spoke up again. Who cares? I'm full, you all eat slowly. Lin Che stood up and left. Although he didn't care, he didn't want the Lin family to have it too easy. Seeing their grim faces made him feel much more pleased. As Lin Che rounded the corner of the stairs, Lin Yuru could not help but murmur softly, I didn't say anything wrong. The next morning, Lin Hai had Li Mingrui take Lin Che to school, introducing him to the martial arts class instructor Bai Yining. After that, Bai Yining arranged for Lin Che's enrollment. Bai Yining was a graduate of Nusi Academy and had stayed on as an instructor this year. In her prime at 20, with a graceful demeanor and the aura of a senior, the students in the martial arts class were quite obedient in front of her. First, she led Lin Che to complete his registration, then brought him to the classroom. Everyone quiet down. Today we have a new classmate joining us. Let him introduce himself to everyone. Clap, clap, clap. The students in the class clapped in unison. 17 years old Lin Che, clever talent, rapid ability. I hope to be taken care of by everyone from now on. Lin Che awkwardly introduced himself, not forgetting to disguise his true talent. Normally, students' talents would be uniformly tested upon enrollment, and classes would be divided based on talent. The martial arts class was the elite class of Nusi Martial Arts Academy. Upon hearing Lin Che's claim of having only a clever talent, the students in the class immediately erupted in heated discussion. No way a clever talent can join this class. The worst among us should at least be level talent, right? Who is this guy? He can't be someone who got in through connections, can he? Getting in through connections is also a type of strength. You have superpowers and others have money power. No one should look down on anyone. Because Lin Che was a transfer student, it was evident that he had some connections to enter the martial arts class. So saying he had clever talent did not raise any suspicion among others. Since he was likely from a privileged background, whether or not he had talent, he could probably enter the martial arts class, so there was no need to falsely report his talent. In the corner of the class, a girl cast a scrutinizing glance at Lin Che. She vaguely felt that Lin Che seemed familiar, yet she could not recall when she had seen him. Seeing that Lin Che had no intention of continuing, Bai Yining spoke again. Feel free to choose a seat. Okay, thank you. Lin Che replied politely. Nusi Academy had no strict rules regarding student seating. Students were generally free to choose. If you want to sit in the front row today, arrive early to select a front row seat. If you want to sit in the back row tomorrow, you can arrive early to choose a back row seat. If you don't mind where you sit, there's no need to arrive early. Of course, there were some exceptions where certain seats were reserved for specific individuals regardless of when one arrived. At this moment, Lin Zixuan stood up and waved to Lin Che. "Brother, come sit over here." He pointed to the empty seat beside him, indicating that Lin Che could sit next to him. I knew it. He is from the Lin family. No wonder a clever talent can enter the martial arts class. It really is money power. When did the Lin family gain another son? From the discussions of these people, Lin Che reached a conclusion that all the top students in New Sea City were in this martial arts class. In this case, it was clear that this class of over 30 students was indeed filled with talented individuals. However, none of that concerned Lin Che. He ignored the discussions and did not pay attention to Lin Zixuan heading straight for an empty spot in the corner. Wow, this guy is quite bold, daring to approach that girl. Alas, the path of lust is a dangerous one. This student is likely to face bloodshed. By the way, is he not on good terms with Lin Zixuan? How come he ignores him? Amid the discussions, Lin Che settled down, took out his books, and began to read earnestly. The Martial Arts Academy's core curriculum comprises 3 mandatory courses: martial techniques, kickwoodance arts, and practical combat drills. Additional elective courses include mutant biology, tactical literacy, genetic pharmaceutical synthesis, and standard liberal arts. Students may select 2. Graduation is granted upon fulfilling all 5 proficiency benchmarks within 3 years. Alternatively, exceptional mastery in any single discipline suffices for graduation. Typically, an average student attains late chi permeation realm or early mortal transcendence realm by year's end. Should one ascend to the nascent realm within that span, all other academic progress becomes irrelevant. Indeed, even if every other course were abysmally failed, no authority could bar a grandmaster from graduation. Likewise, a student who makes groundbreaking contributions to genetic research, even with mediocre personal cultivation, cannot be denied graduation. Yet today on Blue Star, martial supremacy reigns absolute. Even elite scientists serve only as vassals to martial titans. "Brother, please sit beside me," Lin Zixuan offered with feigned concern. Classmate Chu Yao dislikes proximity. "Is that so?" Lin Che turned toward Chu Yao. "May I sit here, Miss Chu?" "By all means." Though Chu Yao wore an aura of icy aloofness, she offered no outright refusal. Lin Che then glanced at Lin Zixuan, a faint sardonic curl lifting his lips. "Since classmate Chu Yao has no objection, dear brother need not fret." Instantly, murmurs rippled across the classroom. She didn't even reprimand him. Truly extraordinary. Does handsomeness now license impunity? I suspect it's wealth, not looks, that opens doors. Impossible. Even Lin Zixuan and Qin Ming met swift rebuke. Qin Ming, also bearing steer aptitude, wielded lightning-based abilities and mastered his family's legendary technique, the 5-strike lightning whip, a flamboyant prodigy who consistently overshadowed Lin Zixuan in class. Hearing the chatter, Lin Zixuan's eyes darkened with quiet malice. He shifted his scheming toward Qin Ming. Unable to strike Lin Che directly, he would instead incite Qin Ming to do so. Chu Yao remained an enigma in class, her ability and aptitude undisclosed. Yet based on her performance during training, peers surmised she too possessed at least steer potential. Both Lin Zixuan and Qin Ming had once sought her favor, and steer talent wrapped in breathtaking beauty stirred desire in any heart. Alas, this beauty was an iceberg, frigid, unyielding, and sharp-edged. Every male who approached Chu Yao was swiftly subdued. Even Lin Zixuan and Qin Ming, both steer talents, could not land 3 clean strikes against her. Aptitude alone does not dictate combat prowess. A tire talent at chi permeation realm would easily overpower and steer cultivators still entrenched in body forging realm, unless elemental affinities conferred advantage. Thus Lin Zixuan and Qin Ming, steer body forgers, stood no chance against Chu Yao, who had already attained chi permeation realm. After their humiliating defeat, no one in martial arts class 1 dared approach her again. Her ruthless efficiency earned her the moniker, "that woman," among classmates. Yet neither her cold detachment nor her austerity dimmed her peerless beauty or transcendent talent. Lin Zixuan and Qin Ming refused to accept defeat. Mornings in Class 1 were devoted to theory, foundational kickwoodance instruction, and mutant identification. Lin Che listened intently. The morning passed without incident. During lunch, he attempted the foundational kickwoodance art for the first time, and to his astonishment, his cultivation regressed rather than advanced. Having previously neared mid-mortal transcendence realm, he now felt as though he'd just stepped into its early stage. Though his cultivation appeared diminished, his vital energy grew denser, more cohesive. Under the guidance of the art, his meridians widened further, allowing chi to flow with newfound fluidity and grace. Perhaps because Lin Che had never practiced formal cultivation, his advancement stemming solely from slaying mutants. His prior foundation resembled haphazardly stacked bricks, structurally unsound, his realm inherently unstable. Now under the kickwoodance art, those scattered bricks were aligned with precision and bound by reinforced mortar, solid, integrated, unshakable. Ultimately, enhanced strength was unequivocally beneficial, and for Lin Che, whose innate talent lay in slaughter, ascending realms came effortlessly. In the afternoon's sparring arena before the instructor arrived, someone confronted Lin Che. "You're quite bold, aren't you?" Qin Ming's swaggered forward voice, laced with theatrical arrogance. As he spoke, two underlings flanked Lin Che. "Me." Lin Che pointed at himself, his nonchalant reply catching Qin Ming off guard, stirring irritation. "Don't play dumb with me. Tomorrow vacate this seat, or I'll shatter your legs for lingering near Chu Yao." Lin Che swept his gaze across the room and called out, "Miss Chu Yao, do you know this gentleman well?" Chu Yao frowned faintly, then replied, "Not at all." At this, Qin Ming's face flushed crimson. He glared at Lin Che, teeth clenched. "You're courting death. This classmate oversteps egregiously." And with that, Lin Che's fist blurred forward. Thud. Qin Ming flew backward 3 meters. He continued, voice calm, yet edged with steel. "I dislike hearing others refer to themselves as old man before me, so kindly refrain next time." Then he fixed his gaze upon the two flanking figures, eyes chillingly still. They recoiled instinctively, as if cornered by a predatory beast. Lin Che sought discretion, but to yield under such provocation would not be humility, it would be folly, and many witnessed it all, especially since Lin Che had deliberately summoned Chu Yao's name, drawing countless eyes. Damn, isn't he only tire? How can a speed-based ability generate such force? Impossible. He doesn't even resemble a bodyforger. Has he ever claimed to be one? He only declared his tire aptitude, not his awakening date. If awakened years earlier, even tire talent could reach Chi Permeation Realm. So another Chi Permeation Realm cultivator emerges. Perhaps that woman finally has a rival. No wonder she didn't intervene. True masters recognize each other. Nonsense. She clearly has no interest in him. Amidst the buzz, Qin Ming slowly rose from the floor. "You wait until I break through to Chi Permeation Realm. I'll repay this humiliation tenfold." Lin Che laughed aloud at the threat. "Humph. Powerless yet posturing. Did I strike too gently?" Stepping forward twice, Lin Che advanced as Qin Ming retreated, just as his lackeys had moments before. "Stop! Don't come closer!" Qin Ming shouted desperately, but Lin Che ignored him, advancing steadily. Had he never faced Chu Yao's wrath, he might have challenged Lin Che outright. But having witnessed the chasm between body forging and Chi Permeation realms confronting Lin Che, a Chi Permeation cultivator, evoked no defiance, only dread. With Lin Che closing and Qin Ming fled. "Don't think Chi Permeation realm makes you untouchable. I'll surpass you soon," he shouted over his shoulder, clinging to dignity as he ran. Lin Che halted and tossed back. "Not my concern." Qin Ming opened his mouth to retort, then fearing pursuit swallowed his words and slunk away. In truth, Lin Che had restrained 90% of his force and employed precise deflective momentum, ensuring no injury. Otherwise, with his early mortal transcendence realm strength, a single blow might have left Qin Ming mangled beyond recognition, turning the training arena into a crime scene. Lin Che spared Qin Ming not out of mercy, but because he saw no guile in him. Unlike Lin Zishuan, whose honeyed words and solicitous demeanor masked a serpent's mind ever plotting treachery. With that thought, Lin Che turned to Lin Zishuan and said, "Brother, when others challenge your elder sibling, won't you lend a hand?" "Brother, I saw you take down Qin Ming effortlessly, so I didn't intervene." Lin Zishuan fabricated a reason that sounded plausible. "Oh, so you're saying that if I hadn't dealt with Qin Ming, you would have stepped in to handle him?" Lin Che feigned suspicion. "Of course. If you were being bullied, I would definitely help you." Lin Zishuan immediately replied, resolute, no matter what he had to maintain appearances. "Good." Lin Che turned to shout at Qin Ming. "Qin Ming, once you break through to the Chi opening realm, just come directly to my brother for revenge. No matter how you want to settle scores, he will take it from me." While speaking, Lin Che looked back at Lin Zishuan. "Right, my d-" With Lin Che's instigation, Qin Ming's fury boiled over. "Damn it, you dog. You secretly incite me to act yet play the good guy. What a joke." Qin Ming glared at Lin Zishuan, teeth clenched. Lin Zishuan felt utterly wronged, and before he could explain, Lin Che preemptively rebutted. "Impossible. I don't believe you. You want managed to sow discord between us brothers." Upon hearing this, Lin Zishuan and Qin Ming both wore expressions as if they had eaten something foul. Lin Zishuan realized he had been set up by Lin Che, yet he could do nothing about it. He couldn't confront Lin Che, or else his own image would be ruined. To Qin Ming, it was clear that the two brothers were conspiring against him, and at that moment, he felt like a clown. All right. So that's how you want to play? Just wait. Once I break through to the Chi opening realm, I will make both of you pay." Qin Ming stood at a distance, issuing threats to Lin Che and Lin Zishuan. Lin Zishuan opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He had thoroughly offended Qin Ming this time, and there seemed to be no way to mend things. Lin Che, however, pretended to be arrogant, continuing to stoke the flames. "Are you afraid? You are Shrank, and my brother is also Shrank. Once you break through to the Chi opening realm, my brother won't be far behind. With this, he effectively set up a future confrontation between Qin Ming and Lin Zixuan. Once both broke through to the Chi opening realm with Qin Ming's temperament, he would surely want to fight Lin Zixuan. The entire class buzzed with discussions until the practical class teacher arrived, restoring quiet. Is there a new student in class? Lin Che, right. What realm are you at now? The practical class teacher looked at Lin Che. Yes, teacher, I'm currently at the early stage of the Chi opening realm. Lin Che had just exhibited his skills and repelled Qin Ming with a single punch, so he could not claim to be at the body refinement realm. Naturally, he wouldn't directly reveal that he was at the transcendence realm to keep his secrets. Since someone guessed he was at the Chi opening realm, he might as well admit it, saving himself much trouble. My name is Yang Xian. I will be your practical training teacher from now on. You can call me Teacher Yang. Yang Xian nodded at Lin Che, clearly pleased with his early Chi opening realm cultivation. All right, Teacher Yang, Lin Che responded casually. Today everyone will practice the basic boxing techniques. New students can follow along to learn. Yang Xian gestured for everyone to line up and begin practicing the basic boxing techniques. Then as Lin Che practiced with everyone, he realized that the basic boxing techniques were indeed basic. Having battled mutated beings for a long time, he had already forged a set of deadly techniques in life and death crises that were far more practical than these basics. In comparison, while the basic guiding techniques were also quite ordinary, they seemed remarkably effective for Lin Che, who had never encountered guiding arts before. After all, Lin Che had regressed a small realm with each practice session. It couldn't be more evident. Lin Che, why are you zoning out on your first day of class? If you can't learn the basic boxing techniques, how will you progress to more advanced martial arts? Before everyone had retracted their fists, Yang Xian noticed that Lin Che had already spaced out, unable to hold back from reprimanding him. He had thought that since Lin Che had just enrolled and was already at the Chi opening realm, he should be an ambitious student. To his surprise, this guy was so nonchalant on his first practical class. Sorry, teacher, I will pay attention next time. Lin Che knew that the teacher meant well, so he responded properly. You don't need to apologize to me. If you don't study seriously, it will ultimately be your own loss. Yang Xian shook his head. All right, next is the weighted training. Everyone go to the equipment room to get a 50-kilogram weighted backpack. Hurry up, move. Thus, everyone followed the teacher's instructions and began an hour of weighted training. Although all students in martial arts generally had a talent above B rank on the surface, the person with the lowest talent was still Lin Che. Yet talent was merely talent. A group of body refinement realm warriors, regardless of gender, carried 50-kilogram weights and trained for an hour, resulting in everyone sweating profusely. Some weaker individuals had already collapsed to the ground, unwilling to move an inch. Even Xu Yao, who was at the Chi opening realm, was panting heavily and utterly exhausted. Among all the students, only Lin Che was an exception. After an hour, he remained steady on his feet, breathing evenly. Though he tried his best to feign fatigue, he still stood out clearly from the rest. Yang Xian scanned the group and nodded slightly. Good warm-up is done. Next is the virtual drill. Everyone put on the holographic suits. We will enter the drill scene in 10 minutes. The holographic suit includes a holographic helmet and motion capture suit, which integrates tactile feedback devices, temperature regulation devices, and core computing devices. Once the scene is loaded, all of the students' actions and reactions will be completely captured and interact with the virtual scene. If hit by a virtual monster during the drill, the holographic suit will send feedback throughout the body, creating electrical currents based on the severity of the damage. Light injuries might cause slight tingling, whereas severe injuries could knock one down with powerful currents, rendering them incapable of action. This creates an immersive experience, allowing students to feel the pressure of survival and develop their potential. After everyone changed, they quickly returned to the training area and stood in line. Remember, your only task is to survive. After saying this, Yang Xian activated the virtual scene, and the scenery rapidly changed before the students. The streets were in ruins with occasional screams and cries echoing. The 13 students in the class appeared in the center of the street, quickly attracting a horde of mutated beings. Lin Che's mind shifted, and he quickly broke away from the group, rushing into a convenience store to search for a few watermelon knives. Hey Lin, don't stray from the group. Qin Ming shouted deliberately loud. What are you standing together for? Waiting to be surrounded and killed by mutated beings? Lin Che responded casually, gripping a watermelon knife, trying to swing it as if it were real. However, these watermelon knives were relatively short, and the feel was ultimately inferior to a metal longsword. As he spoke, several mutated beings had already dashed close, and everyone began to search for tools or use their abilities to attack the monsters. Seeing Lin Che casually swing the knife and take down a mutated being, Lin Zixuan had another idea. Brother, there should be plenty of knives left in the convenience store. Could you throw some over for everyone to use? No way. Lin Che refused without hesitation. If you want them, go get them yourself. Having lived alone for a long time, Lin Che was used to being independent and hadn't considered others. Of course, if others asked him for them, he would likely agree, as it would be effortless. But since it was Lin Zixuan asking, he was reluctant to comply. Seeing Lin Che's attitude, Lin Zixuan felt more delighted than angry. Yet he still feigned a look of grievance, continuing to shout, "Brother, you can't be like this. We're all part of the same group. You can't just think of yourself. Moreover, we aren't as fast as you and can't rush over. Please help everyone out." That sounds reasonable enough, but I'm not interested. Lin Che refused once more, even as he swung his blade to slay another mutant. Having perused the illustrated guide to mutants, that morning Lin Che could now roughly distinguish various common mutants. For instance, the humanoid mutants currently besieging the group were called predators. This type of mutant's instinct was to prey on all normal animals, including humans. They were also the most common kind among humanoid mutants. Previously, Lin Che often encountered them while hunting on the outskirts of the city. These mutants were still in the early stages of mutation, retaining a human appearance. However, mutants typically ran on all fours, and their upper limbs were generally stronger than those of humans. Moreover, whenever a creature mutated, its bonus regenerative abilities would greatly increase. The recovery rate of a mutant of the same level usually surpassed that of a physique-enhancing superhuman. Therefore, without weapons, these students naturally couldn't handle too many mutants. Fortunately, this was just a virtual drill with no kill missions. The students only needed to protect themselves. Aren't you being too selfish? If you ever go to the battlefield, who would trust you to have their back? Exactly, you won't even lend a hand. Who would want to be your teammate? Both from the Lin family, yet such a vast difference. Hearing the crowd's remarks, Lin Zixuan felt increasingly smug. Everyone, please don't blame my brother. He's been away from home all these years, so he's a bit withdrawn and not good with people. It's not that he's selfish. As a psychic-type superhuman, Lin Zixuan had a distinct advantage in this virtual drill. Physique-enhancing or elemental superhumans needed to use their abilities to be captured and calculated by the scenario. Since calculation was required, motion capture would inevitably have a delay, albeit slight, but it always existed. Psychic mental power, however, didn't require motion capture. Where the mind went, the psychic force followed. Psychic force could directly affect the target itself without issues like missed attacks, and could essentially achieve synchronization. Facing these level 1 mutants, Lin Zixuan could easily clear a path using his psychic manipulation. Even if his psychic power was insufficient to kill the mutants, repelling or restricting their movements shouldn't be. The convenience store was less than 100 meters away. If he had just mustered the courage to rush in, he could have solved the weapon problem for everyone. Yet he deliberately hid behind the crowd, pitting them against Lin Che. For him, making Lin Che a target of public criticism seemed more important than passing a virtual drill. How could a young master of the Lin family become an orphan? What young master of the Lin family? He's probably adopted. No wonder he has such a bad attitude. He must not have been taught. Don't say that, he's already pitiful enough. Sometimes with just a little provocation, humans easily develop groundless malice. Especially in a collective environment, this malice is amplified infinitely. Lin Zixuan was undoubtedly skilled at instigating others. In just a few words, half the class had developed hostility towards Lin Che. Some showed contempt, some disdain, and even disgust. Of course, a few clear-headed individuals saw through Lin Zixuan's tactics. But under the crowd's coercion, even the clear-headed had to go along. Fortunately, Lin Che didn't care much and continued clearing the mutants at the convenience store entrance on his own. Although he was disguised as a meridian opening martial artist and couldn't use strength or speed beyond that level, it was enough to deal with these level 1 mutants. However, a cleaver was ultimately inferior to an alloy long blade. Sometimes one strike wasn't fatal and a follow-up was needed. Unfortunately, this was just a virtual drill. Killing virtual data didn't boost Lin Che's vitality. Seeing that casualties had begun among the students, with some falling and disappearing from the virtual scene, class monitor Fong Haochen started organizing everyone to break through towards the convenience store. Fong Haochen possessed a rank strength talent and was at the late body forging stage. A single punch could send a level 1 mutant flying. Among the 3 strength students in the class, only Chu Yao, a meridian opening martial artist, could surpass Fong Haochen. Even with their special ability advantages, Qin Ming and Lin Zixuan at their current stage couldn't withstand a single punch from Fong Haochen. Of course, this was only temporary. Once they reached higher realms and further developed their abilities, Fong Haochen would likely no longer match them. After a fierce struggle, the group finally crossed the 100-meter distance and reached the convenience store entrance. However, several more students fell during the charge. Just over 10 minutes into the virtual drill, the group of 39 had dwindled to 27. Lin Che were going in to find some weapons. You don't mind, do you? Fong Haochen proactively negotiated with Lin Che. In reality, within this virtual scenario, everything was unowned, so Fong Haochen didn't need to ask Lin Che at all. Yet he still asked, which prompted Lin Che to give him an extra glance. Go ahead. Lin Che stepped aside, allowing the group to enter the convenience store. The crowd rushed in, rummaging haphazardly. Unfortunately, the convenience store didn't have many knives to choose from. just cleavers or kitchen knives, all rather short and inconvenient for swinging. As the crowd flooded into the store, the pressure on Lin Che, who remained outside, skyrocketed. If it weren't for his speed, anyone else would have been ejected from the virtual scene by now. The door behind him suddenly shut. Lin Che frowned slightly, then revealed a disdainful smile. He didn't need to guess, this was another one of Lin Zexuan's tricks. Even in a mere virtual drill, he had to resort to such petty schemes. If they ever encountered real mutants, how could Lin Che ever trust someone like that to watch his back? Lin Che kept slashing at the mutants while glancing around. To his right was a beef noodle shop, and to his left was a milk tea store. Considering the cramped space of the milk tea shop wouldn't be favorable for fighting, Lin Che moved along the wall and broke through to the right. Who closed the door? Chu Yao was the first to notice the anomaly, frowning slightly. Although she didn't particularly like Lin Che's way of doing things, the fact that they all rushed into the convenience store and left him alone outside felt somewhat like burning a bridge. The others looked at each other. Seemingly, no one had actively closed the door. It's fine, my brother is already a meridian opening martial artist. Dealing with these level 1 mutants is a piece of cake for him. Lin Zexuan quickly reassured everyone, mainly hoping they wouldn't dig deeper. Because the door had been closed using his psychic power, he had only intended to annoy Lin Che, as the glass door couldn't actually block anyone. But he hadn't expected Lin Che, upon finding the door shut, wouldn't even try to enter, and instead chose to leave directly. Once Lin Che entered the neighboring beef noodle shop, the convenience store became the mutants' primary focus again. The glass door was soon shattered, and the students resumed their fight against the mutants. With weapons in hand, now the students' combat effectiveness had increased somewhat. However, the convenience store itself was small, and with over 20 people crammed inside, it was hard to fight at full capacity. Instead, those on the outside bore the brunt of the pressure. We need to rotate and take the front line, or well, all be eliminated. Fong Haochen, as the class monitor, had some leadership qualities. As soon as he spoke, someone stepped up to relieve the students at the front. After several such rotations, just as everyone thought the drill was about to end smoothly, a sudden change occurred. A level 2 mutant emerged from among the predators. This level 2 mutant was even larger than the predators, standing over 2.5 meters tall. It walked upright, had a ferocious face, and dragged a massive battle axe. With a casual swing, several students fell, then dissolved into data fragments and vanished from the scene. The Arbiter. How could this be? Humph, rather than complaining, we should think about how to respond. The virtual drill will gradually increase in difficulty, but when it comes to the battlefield, there's no distinction between levels. Everyone will rush in together. Some people are already ready to give up, while others still want to struggle. Fong Haochen's mind raced as he spoke. Everyone, let's use the shelves to hold back this guy's giant axe. With that, he seized a shelf and lifted it with all his might, charging toward the Arbiter. Crack! The entire shelf split in two, and Fong Haochen almost followed the same fate. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. The plan to use the shelf to block the giant axe was declared a failure. Let me give it a try. Lin Zexuan retrieved a few small bone knives, channeling his mental energy to control them as he shot them toward the Arbiter's eyes. Uff, uff. The sound of the blades piercing flesh rang out, but unfortunately the knives failed to enter the Arbiter's eyes and were instead blocked by its arm. Roar! The Arbiter became enraged, swinging its giant axe with increasing ferocity. Even the predators that rushed in from the sides were swept away, indiscriminately cut down. As the Arbiter continued its harvest, the number of people dwindled from 26 to 19, then to 13, and they were on the brink of total annihilation. Let's try again. Fong Haochen once again lifted a shelf. Qin Ming, use all your strength to try to paralyze it, and Lin Zexuan continue controlling the flying knives to create a distraction. They'll provide cover, while Chu Yao flanks from behind. Alright. Qin Ming responded casually. Lin Zexuan and Chu Yao also raised no objections, while the others had no say in the matter. Facing the Arbiter, the remaining few had become non-combatants, only able to cheer from the sidelines or rush in to let the Arbiter swing its axe once more. Moreover, Fong Haochen's arrangement was quite reasonable. As the only Kaipan martial artist present, Chu Yao should indeed take the lead. Unfortunately, plans often differ from reality. Although Qin Ming and Lin Zexuan did their best, they couldn't create much disruption for the Arbiter. When Chu Yao leaped behind the Arbiter, raising her sharp blade to stab at its nape, the Arbiter slightly turned, evading the critical area of the cervical spine. Although the blade pierced the Arbiter's neck, it failed to damage its central nervous system. With the recovery speed of a level 2 mutated entity, this strike clearly wouldn't have much impact. Roar! The Arbiter raised its hand to pull out the blade from its neck, and then turned to swing the giant axe at Chu Yao. Just as she landed, her balance was unstable, and she couldn't dodge in time, getting swept away by the giant axe, exiting the virtual scene. Then the remaining few were also successively killed by the Arbiter. On the other side, in the beef noodle shop, Lin Che was still desperately chopping away. Since entering the scene, he had already slain over 100 level 1 mutated entities. If this were in reality, such a massacre would have allowed him to elevate his cultivation to the mid-stage of the transcendence realm. Unfortunately, killing a bunch of data had no effect on his martial arts realm. At most, it would just increase his experience against enemies and help him unlock mastery over the watermelon knife. In the past, Lin Che's hunting targets were always individual mutated entities. He had never encountered such a siege scenario, so today was also a way to improve his group combat experience. The Arbiter walked out of the convenience store dragging its giant axe and stormed into the beef noodle shop. Lin Che saw this and felt quite helpless. He still needed to disguise himself as a beginner Kaipan martial artist, and he didn't have a suitable weapon on hand. Facing such a hulking figure was indeed somewhat tricky. If he had a metal-long knife in his hand facing a mere level 2 mutated entity, Lin Che wouldn't dare say he could kill it in one blow. At most, it wouldn't take more than 2. Given the current situation, trying to behead the Arbiter with a watermelon knife was clearly unrealistic. However, he couldn't easily give up. After all, as a Kaipan martial artist, he shouldn't be unable to deal with a level 2 mutated entity, right? If Chu Yao knew about Lin Che's thoughts, she would definitely give him a piece of her mind. Facing the roaring giant axe, Lin Che's mind stirred. Students participating in the virtual drill would instantly disappear from the scene once declared dead. However, the mutated entities that were killed would continue to exist for 3 minutes before slowly dissipating. If he could knock the giant axe out of the Arbiter's hands, it shouldn't disappear immediately. Then he could pick up the axe and strike back at this big guy. Wouldn't that be very nice? Lin Che had always acted on his thoughts. He immediately ducked to avoid a strike and swung his knife toward the Arbiter's wrist. Crack! A watermelon knife lodged itself against the Arbiter's wrist, but the power of a Kaipan martial artist was unable to sever it. Roar! Every time it was injured, the Arbiter would let out a roar in dissatisfaction. The giant axe fell toward Lin Che's head, but fortunately Lin Che considered himself a speed-type awakened and could easily dodge this blow without anyone suspecting. As a predator lunged at him from behind, Lin Che dodged again, then drew out a spare watermelon knife. He swung the knife down, beheading the predator before looking again at the Arbiter. Since I can't cut through the wrist, I'll have to chop the fingers instead. The watermelon knife was ultimately a bit short, and its striking power was limited. If he aimed for the fingers, it should be easier. Rolling, leaping, and waiting for the right moment, Lin Che sliced off 4 of the Arbiter's fingers. Clang! The giant axe fell to the ground with a loud noise. Roar! The Arbiter reached out with its left hand to grab the axe handle, but Lin Che was quicker, seizing it first. Crack! Lin Che swung the giant axe toward the Arbiter, but it was blocked by the Arbiter's right arm. Under normal circumstances, this swing could have severed the Arbiter's arm along with its neck. However, Lin Che had to control his strength, otherwise he would expose his own realm right there. However, the Arbiter had already lost its weapon. Even if he couldn't kill it in one blow, it would just take a few more strikes. As Lin Che worked hard to behead the Arbiter, a scene suddenly flashed in his mind. In a magnificent palace, a burly man wielding an axe in one hand and a shield in the other swung the giant axe at his enemies. A flash of golden sword light passed by, and the giant man's head rolled away, but his body remained standing. Then the headless giant continued to wield the giant axe, striking toward the figure on the throne, who was glowing with golden light. The momentum was fierce and unrelenting. The scene abruptly halted and Lin Che returned to the real combat training ground. Lin Che, Yang Xian called out, noticing that Lin Che hadn't moved for a long time. Hearing the call, Lin Che snapped back to reality. Oh, I'm fine. The earlier scene was quite jarring, and he wasn't sure whether it was a hallucination of his own or a cutscene after winning the virtual training. However, that scene felt familiar. He must have heard or seen it before. In this virtual drill, Lin Che performed exceptionally well, showing intelligence and courage with outstanding combat talent. But Yang Xian paused briefly before continuing. You can't be too solitary. There are classmates now, and there will be teammates in the future. When facing mutated entities, you need to learn to cooperate with others. What you need to learn now is not only martial skills, but also to enhance your combat acumen, including cooperative combat abilities. Next time, I hope you can work together and strive for a higher survival rate. Yang Xian surveyed the crowd and asked loudly, do you understand? Understood. The students responded in unison. I can't hear you, say it louder. Yang Xin's expression was solemn. Understood. The students replied loudly. Yang Xian nodded. Very good, full of spirit. Next, take a 10-minute break before entering the highly anticipated real combat training session. With 39 students in the class, one person would be left out during practice. Lin Che longed to be that person, but someone was determined to thwart his wish. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Chu Yao took the initiative to invite Lin Che for a practice duel. Lin Che, would you be interested in sparring a bit? Chu Yao maintained her calm demeanor. How could I possibly not be interested? Lin Che replied somewhat helplessly. He felt like a firefly in the dark, desperately trying to hide, yet finding it exceedingly difficult. This statement triggered a wave of discussions among those around. Wow, how arrogant. daring to refuse face-to-face. Oh, I respect you for being a man. Are you afraid of losing to Chu Yao? Impossible. During the earlier virtual practice, he was far superior to that woman. Despite the crowd's doubts about Lin Che's character, they had to admit that he was indeed very strong. Chu Yao frowned slightly. There are only 2 of us in the class at the Chi opening stage, so we are the most suitable to spar together. Lin Che wanted to refuse again, but upon seeing Yang Xin's gaze, he could only awkwardly smile and nod in agreement. Well, I suppose I'll spar with Chu Yao then. The 2 moved to the center of the arena and cupped their fists in greeting. Chu Yao struck first, her figure flashing like a ghost, as she lunged forward, throwing a punch towards Lin Che's chest. Lin Che sidestepped skillfully, avoiding the punch. Taking advantage of his speed, he quickly circled behind Chu Yao and delivered a knife hand strike toward her neck. Chu Yao reacted swiftly, spinning around and raising her arm to block Lin Che's attack. The 2 exchanged blows, and for a moment it was hard to determine a victor. To ensure a good performance, Lin Che was very careful, fearing that he might strike too hard and reveal any flaws. Good. Impressive. The surrounding students couldn't help but cheer as the 2 continued their duel. Some looked on with astonishment, seemingly shocked that Chi opening stage martial artists could be so formidable. Qin Ming and Lin Zixuan looked grim, especially Lin Zixuan. He had been plotting against Lin Che, and seeing Lin Che's strength far surpass his own made him seethe with jealousy. However, Lin Zixuan quickly concealed his emotions and joined the other students in applauding the 2 in the arena. In contrast, Qin Ming wore a dark expression, making it obvious to everyone that he was displeased. In Chu Yao's fighting style, one could see traces of basic boxing techniques, while Lin Che's strikes were entirely unpredictable, leaving everyone baffled. Just when everyone thought this would turn into a protracted battle, Lin Che suddenly changed his attacking rhythm, intentionally exposing a flaw. Chu Yao fell for the trap, launching a full-force attack. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Che executed a grappling technique, instantly subduing Chu Yao. The audience fell silent for a moment before erupting into enthusiastic applause. Good. No wonder he's so arrogant. If I had that ability, I'd be arrogant too. The top seat in our class has officially changed hands today. It's a pity his character is lacking. Chu Yao broke free from Lin Che's grip, a complex look flashing in her eyes. You are strong, but I will definitely win next time. Just luck, just luck. Lin Che waved his hand dismissively. The 2 had set a good precedent, and soon other students began to take their turns. At first, Lin Che paid some attention, but he soon lost all interest. These students had never experienced life and death battles. All their moves were predictable, akin to chickens pecking at each other, utterly lacking in spectacle. After everyone had had their unknown matches, Fang Haochen sat out, while Yang Xian specifically had a guidance match with the class leader. The teacher's strikes still had some weight, but not much. Lin Che placed himself in Fang Haochen's position and managed to spot over a dozen flaws in Yang Xin's technique. Of course, this could also be attributed to Yang Xian, merely demonstrating rather than using his full strength. After school, Lin Zixuan and Lin Yuru left together, not taking Lin Che along. The Lin family had arranged a special car and driver for Lin Zixuan, and Lin Yuru originally intending to pick up Lin Che as well. However, after getting into the car, Lin Yuru insisted that the driver leave immediately. Even though Lin Zixuan pretended to persuade her, he couldn't change Lin Yuru's decision. Second sister, isn't it a bit unfair to leave brother behind? Mom and dad will surely be angry. After the vehicle started, Lin Zixuan continued to feign concern, trying to persuade Lin Yuru. Lin Yuru dismissed his concerns. Humph, he came out late. Who can he blame? We have no obligation to wait. But this morning Mom and Dad asked us to look out for each other. Brother is new to school and doesn't know the way. Before Lin Zixuan could finish, Lin Yuru interrupted. So what if he doesn't know the way? At his age, how could he possibly get lost? Watching the vehicle slowly leave, Lin Che narrowed his eyes slightly. The Lin family wasn't far from Xinhai Academy, just a few kilometers, which would take him only a few minutes. However, Lin Che didn't rush back. Instead, he strolled back to the Lin family home at a leisurely pace. By the time Lin Che arrived home, half an hour had passed. As soon as he entered, he was confronted by Lin Hai's questioning. What's going on? Why are you so late? Why didn't you come back with your second sister? Lin Che didn't answer immediately, but surveyed Lin Zixuan and Lin Yuru. Seeing their slightly evasive expressions, Lin Che sneered. Shouldn't this question be directed at those who returned first? Lin Hai was momentarily taken aback, opening his mouth, but unsure what to say. Who knows what you were doing? Zixuan and I waited at the door for several minutes without seeing you come out. We can't just keep waiting for you. Lin Yuru also spoke, carelessly attempting to shift the blame onto Lin Che. In reality, she and Lin Zixuan had ordered the driver to start the vehicle as soon as they got in, not waiting even a minute. Lin Che didn't argue, but walked over to the sofa, casually tossing his backpack aside, leaning back on the sofa and looking at Lin Yuru. Is that so? Should I thank you then? If you want to come home together next time, just come out earlier and wait. I won't wait for you. Lin Yuru, who had never waited for Lin Che, felt embarrassed to allow him to thank her and could only forcefully maintain her pride. No need, I'm not used to sharing a vehicle with strangers. Lin Che once again returned her words to her. Before coming to the Lin family, Lin Che had frequently taken public transport. As for not being used to riding with strangers, that was pure fabrication, merely alluding to the earlier room selection incident. Brother, don't be angry. Second sister didn't mean it. It's just a small matter, it's not worth it. Hearing this, Lin Che turned his gaze to Lin Zixuan, revealing a playful smile. Hee, do I look like you came back so late, and the family was waiting here for you? Did we inconvenience you? Lin Wanting couldn't help but interject. Oh, is that so? I kept you waiting. Lin Che did not back down, confronting Lin Wanting with sharp words. Dad, look at him. Lin Yuru gently shook Lin Hai's arm. Lin Hai wanted to scold Lin Che a few more times, but felt that if he spoke he would surely be retorted. As the head of the family, he wanted to keep at least some face, and couldn't let his son keep rebutting him. Alright, let's all say a little less. Zhang Jia has already prepared dinner. Let's eat first. Su Qianqian timely intervened to ease the tension. No, let's first discuss the issue of me not being used to riding with strangers. Lin Che surveyed the Lin family members. Provide me with a separate vehicle, or I'll move to the school dormitory. In truth, whether or not he had a vehicle was of little concern. Lin Che simply didn't want Lin Zixuan and Lin Yuru to feel too comfortable. No way. You must stay at home. Lin Hai immediately rejected him like a reflex. Lin Hai summoned someone to bring Lin Che back to fulfill the marriage contract. If Lin Che were to escape the control of the Lin family, who could say whether this young man would continue to honor the engagement? One car and one driver, this expense is negligible for the Lin family. Isn't it just arranging a car? They'll have it set up for you by tomorrow. You only need to focus on your studies. If it weren't for the marriage contract, Lin Hai's words would truly sound like those of a qualified father. Hee, I feel quite embarrassed, but if you insist on arranging a car for me, I can only respectfully comply. Lin Che, having gained an advantage, ceased to linger and immediately walked towards the restaurant. In the deep of night, Lin Che fell into a dream. Amidst the chaotic mist, a fierce wind howled past. In the verdant forest, a towering figure as massive as a mountain appeared before Lin Che. Bring me my head. With breasts for eyes and a navel for a mouth, wielding a great axe in one hand and a massive shield in the other. Lin Che finally recalled who this figure was: the war god Xing Tian, a man who refused to die even after losing his head. Bring me my head. Xing Tian repeatedly uttered the same phrase. Lin Che felt utterly perplexed. No, you've got the wrong person, right? I don't even know where your head is. According to the records of the Classic of Mountains and Seas, Xing Tian fought the Heavenly Emperor for divine authority, lost his head to the Emperor, and had it sealed in Chanyang Mountain. Due to the deceit used by the Heavenly Emperor during their duel, Xing Tian's resentment surged, and he remained alive despite his decapitation. Later, he forcibly sent the Heavenly Emperor into reincarnation with his headless body. This great deity suddenly invaded Lin Che's dream, demanding his head, leaving Lin Che feeling helpless. Not to mention that Lin Che didn't even know where this so-called Chanyang Mountain was. Even if he did, he wouldn't have the ability to break the Heavenly Emperor's seal. Chanyang Mountain, break it with an axe, bring me my head. Xing Tian spoke again. Lin Che was increasingly bewildered. He had never imagined that this great deity could communicate normally. After a moment's thought, Lin Che attempted to ask, where exactly is Chanyang Mountain, and what kind of axe is needed to break it? In the southwest, at the corner of the great wilderness. The axe in my hand is sufficient. Xing Tian spoke in a calm tone, yet with great confidence. Lin Che had initially thought that to break the Heavenly Emperor's seal one would at least need a legendary axe. For instance, Yang Jian had to go through many hardships to find the legendary axe from Kunlun Mountain to rescue his mother. Yet here with Xing Tian, the step of finding the axe was completely omitted. However, despite this, Lin Che still didn't know where this so-called corner of the great wilderness was. It's not that I don't want to help you, but it's just that I'm not very familiar with the geographical location you mentioned. Why not ask someone else? Upon hearing this, Xing Tian fell silent for a moment, then unexpectedly began demonstrating martial techniques, shattering mountains and rivers. Xing Tian leaped high, spinning in the air, and thrust his shield forward with great force. Boom! The nearby forest was struck by the shield, shattering rocks and turning vegetation into powder. Reverse breaking of the vastness. Xing Tian suddenly stepped forward, swinging the giant axe, revealing a massive axe shadow that carried the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, slicing towards the distance. Rumble. As the axe fell, a towering mountain split open, instantly the surface as smooth as a mirror. Thousand blades breaking the sky. Xing Tian rapidly swung the giant axe, unleashing countless air blades that sliced through the surroundings in an unending barrage. Whoosh whoosh. Sizzle. Sizzle. Various ear-piercing sounds of the air being cut filled the air, and then Lin Che witnessed a shocking scene. The sky collapsed. Literally. Thousands of air blades swept through the area, creating spatial rifts in the sky above Xing Tian's head. As Xing Tian retracted the giant axe, the entire sky shattered into nothingness. What kind of principle is this? Lin Che exclaimed, I don't understand. These three techniques are from the Guanxi breaking sky technique. Xing Tian gazed directly at Lin Che, speaking earnestly, bring me my head, and I will pass on to you the eternal soul destruction technique. As soon as he finished speaking, Xing Tian's figure gradually began to dissipate. When Lin Che woke up, he thought he had merely had a vivid dream. The next day, he continued to attend school normally. January 19, 2189, a meteor fell, causing a mutation on Blue Star. This day is referred to as the Day of Revelation. The teacher spoke eloquently from the podium. Listening to the teacher's account, Lin Che casually flipped through his books. He was quite familiar with January 19, 2189. That was the date of his birth, the date he was abandoned, and also the date his grandfather Lin Yuan picked him up from the trap. As disaster struck, he was reborn, making it hard to forget. Sometimes Lin Che would feel a sense of emotion. Surviving in that trash bin on that cold winter night 17 years ago was truly a stroke of luck. Thus, ever since he could remember, his personality had always been very cautious. After all, his life was hard-won. Every additional day he lived was a gain. Given that he certainly wanted to gain more and couldn't afford to die easily. During the afternoon's free training, Lin Che took a training saber and found a secluded corner to practice his cuts. He wasn't familiar with his classmates, and no one spoke to him, which he enjoyed. While continually chopping, Lin Che inadvertently executed a move he learned in the dream, reverse breaking of the vastness. A horrifying scene unfolded before his eyes. He had actually unleashed an airblade with his early-stage chi opening strength. The dream had manifested in reality, and the martial technique seemed to be directly imprinted in his mind. Using it for the first time, it felt so effortless. Although the airblade only flew out 3 meters before dissipating into nothingness, it made Lin Che realize that the Xing Tian he encountered in his dream was indeed that war god Xing Tian, the one who refused to die despite being decapitated and fought back against the heavenly emperor. Releasing true energy externally should typically be achievable only at the innate realm. Yet Lin Che had always suppressed his realm to the chi opening stage, and with just the martial technique he gained from the dream, he had achieved a master-level feat. Clearly, this Guanxi breaking sky technique was no ordinary martial skill. Consequently, Lin Che developed a strong interest in the so-called eternal soul destruction technique. Such a powerful martial skill should have a complementary technique that wouldn't disappoint. Lin Che gathered his thoughts, surveyed his surroundings, and confirmed that no one had noticed his actions before he fell. It seems that I need to be more cautious during practical training from now on. If I accidentally use the Guanxi breaking sky technique, it would be hard to explain. Lin Che pondered to himself. Perhaps I should go out to the suburbs at night to practice. Showing off his martial skills in front of others wasn't convenient, and ordinary training seemed rather meaningless. Lin Che suddenly realized that being at the martial arts academy actually constrained him, and the training methods at the academy couldn't satisfy his need to enhance his strength freely. For now, only virtual drills and guiding techniques had some use for him. Other courses couldn't be said to be completely meaningless, but they were like a side dish. Although virtual drills could improve combat experience, they couldn't enhance his vitality, and he had already mastered the basic guiding techniques, not knowing when he could learn the more advanced ones. In this case, rather than wasting time at school, it would be better to go out and try his luck at night. However, just as Lin Che was hesitating about whether to take a long leave or suspend his studies, a turn of events occurred. The practical training instructor Yang Xian announced that there would be a field trial at the end of the month. Upon hearing this news, Lin Che's previously tangled thoughts instantly settled. He knew that hunting mutated beings in the city could never compare to the wilderness. Since the last wave of mutations 3 years ago, the frequency of mutated beings appearing in the city had drastically declined. In the city, trying to enhance strength through hunting mutated beings was already very slow. According to regulations, he couldn't leave the city without permission until he turned 18. Now, having the opportunity to join the school's team for the field trial was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for him. The wilderness would surely have many mutated beings, providing a perfect chance for him to refine the Guanxi breaking sky technique and enhance his strength. Thus, Lin Che no longer lingered on thoughts of dropping out, attending school with peace of mind every day in preparation for the field trial at the end of the month. In addition to completing the basic courses at the academy, Lin Che began to train diligently every night. In the stillness of the night, he would secretly slip out of the villa and practice the Gan Chi Pa Qiong Ju in the corners of the city. As time passed, he became increasingly proficient in these 3 martial techniques, employing them with greater finesse. Though Zhun Pashan, he is a giant shield technique, it can also be utilized as a form of boxing. With each punch Lin Che threw, he could feel a surge of mighty power coursing through his body. As his techniques became more refined, the potency of his fist energy also continued to grow. Ni Duan Song Ming and Qian Rin Pa Qiong as giant axe techniques can also be used as long sword skills. Although the long sword lacks the immense power of the giant axe, it does not hinder Lin Che from unleashing a blade of air. Ni Duan Song Ming as a single target killing move perhaps requires greater strength, giving the giant axe an advantage. On the other hand, Qian Rin Pa Qiong is inherently a group attack technique, and when paired with a long sword it becomes even more agile than the giant axe. It is understandable that Xing Tian as the god of war is publicly known for wielding an axe, but secretly may also be adept with a sword. With the Ganshi Pa Qiongju Lin Che paid little attention to martial arts techniques at school, instead putting more effort into physical training. In high-intensity physical training, such as weighted training, extreme long-distance running, and obstacle climbing, Lin Che always strived to be first. As an A-grade strength talent, Fong Haochen could only feel inferior watching Lin Che's performance. Through day-to-day training, Lin Che became increasingly strong, with significant improvements in speed and endurance. Naturally, being able to withstand such training was also thanks to the good food provided by the Lin family. Eating well has a huge impact on one's martial arts improvement. In the past, relying on hunting to sustain himself, he could not afford to exhaust his physical strength like this. If one day he encountered a tough opponent while his strength was depleted, it would be quite comical. Meanwhile, Lin Che began to gather information about Changyang Mountain. Through the internet libraries and consulting teachers, Lin Che ultimately pinpointed 3 coordinates. One is Cheongnan's Chochi Mountain, another is Shinong Town's Changyang Mountain, and the third is Huitong's Changyang Mountain. Chochi Mountain is surrounded by water on 3 sides, and its geography aligns well with the descriptions in the Shanhai Jing. Meanwhile, Shinong Town's Changyang Mountain and Huitong's Changyang Mountain share the same name. Moreover, both locations are associated with the Flame Emperor Shinong. Huitong is the origin of the Flame Emperor, while Shinong Town's Flame Emperor's tomb is where Shinong was buried. It is not impossible that Xing Tian, as the foremost general under Shinong, could have had his head severed by the Heavenly Emperor and buried in a location connected to Shinong. Lin Che plans to wait until the end of this semester and the Spring Festival before finding a way to explore these 3 sites. By then he will have just turned 18, and with a certificate from the school confirming his Qi condensation realm status, he should be able to freely enter and exit the city. A busy month quickly passed, and the time for the outdoor trial arrived. Yang Xian, as the leader of the martial arts class, solemnly instructed all the students once more before departure. This outdoor trial is a test of your learning progress during this time, as well as a great opportunity for you to improve yourselves. The mutated creatures in the wild are not only diverse in species and abilities, but may also include those of level 3 or above, so everyone must be extra cautious. Furthermore, the wild environment is complex. In addition to threats from mutated creatures, you may also encounter harsh weather and various unexpected situations. So during the trial, all students must pay attention to safety and follow instructions. Yang Xian scanned the crowd and asked, "Do you understand?" "Understood," everyone responded in unison. "Very well, now everyone, let's go." Yang Xian waved his hand and led the students towards the school gate. Since this is an outdoor trial, walking out of the city is the first lesson. Everyone must carry camping equipment and trek 50 kilometers on foot to enter the nearby mountains. Then in the mountains they would engage in a week-long survival trial. Of course, as a student trial location, the nearby mountains of Shanhai City are often monitored by the city defense guard. High-level mutated creatures are usually cleared away, promptly leaving only some level 1 or 2 mutated creatures for the student's trial. As a transcending realm warrior, Lin Che feels no pressure facing level 4 mutated creatures. This trial might well be more like a hunting feast for him. After a month of silence, his killing abilities could finally be put to use again, and Lin Che was already feeling a bit impatient. Under the watchful eyes of the city defense forces, the students of the Martial Arts Academy lined up neatly, the atmosphere slightly tense. The soldiers of the city defense forces were serious, meticulously verifying the identity of each student. Once the verification was completed, the massive alloy gate finally activated, producing a deep rumble as it slowly opened. Once you pass through this gate, you will no longer be under the protection of the city defense forces. Everything will depend on you. The major of the city defense forces spoke solemnly, his gaze sweeping over the students. When his gaze landed on Lin Che, he paused slightly, as if assessing something. Lin Che felt a bit puzzled. Could it be that his martial arts realm was exposed? Luckily, the major only scrutinized him for a moment without noticing anything unusual, then stepped aside, indicating that the students could exit the city. For ordinary mutated creatures, this 10-meter-high wall indeed provides significant protection. Since the day of revelation, humans have built high walls on the edges of cities to survive. Even though these walls cannot defend against all mutated creatures, they at least effectively slow down the pace at which mutated creatures can assault the city, buying humans time to respond. The students streamed out of the city gate, each class heading in different directions. Some appeared nervous while others showed excitement. Their expressions varied. Lin Che closely followed the group, a complex emotion surging within him. On one hand, he felt excited about the opportunity to enhance his strength. On the other hand, the unknown dangers beyond the wall made him feel a faint sense of worry. Being cautious by nature, he did not enjoy this feeling of being out of control. As the high wall gradually disappeared behind him, the distant jungle slowly came into view. Inside and outside the city seemed like two different worlds. The once wide roads were now overgrown with wild grass and vines, and an air of decay intertwined with new life permeated the surroundings. The outline of the mountains loomed amidst the mist, resembling a giant beast opening its gaping maw towards the crowd, revealing its fearsome fangs. The group proceeded slowly along a relatively clear path, with their mentor Yang Xian leading the way, constantly vigilant of their surroundings. The sounds of conversation among the students grew quieter, seemingly afraid to make too much noise lest they attract the mutated creatures lurking in the jungle. Trees flanked them, casting shadows overhead, with nearly every tree trunk measuring at least a meter in diameter. It was hard to imagine that these coniferous trees had grown to such a size in just over a decade. As Lin Che moved forward, he surveyed the surrounding environment. Occasionally, he spotted enormous claw marks on certain trunks, as if some large creature had deliberately left warnings within its territory. Suddenly, a student at the front of the group exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" Everyone turned to follow his pointing finger and saw a pair of ghostly green eyes staring intently at them from a patch of grass not far ahead. It seemed that this low cry had signaled the creatures before anyone could react. A pack of canine, mutated beasts suddenly burst forth from the grass. These mutated creatures had nearly lost all their fur, their mottled and rough skin oozing streams of viscous liquid. Blood-red eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light, and sharp fangs protruded from their mouths, with drool continually dripping. Caught off guard by such a situation, the first few students could not evade in time, and were on the verge of becoming the prey of the mutated beasts. The mutated forest wolf, a level 1 mutated creature, has traces found in various mountain forests, second only to predators in prevalence. In a critical situation before the mentor could intervene, Fang Haochen and Chu Yao had already rushed forward to confront the mutated forest wolf. Seeing this, Lin Che naturally could not let such a great opportunity slip by. With a sudden push from his feet, he surged ahead. While a few classmates in the front were still in a daze, Lin Che had already beheaded a forest wolf. "What are you waiting for? Get moving!" Fang Haochen shouted loudly as he passed by several people. Upon hearing his words, the others finally awakened and hastily drew their weapons. Soon the few forest wolves in front were slain by the group. Some students, seemingly unaccustomed to such a bloody scene, immediately turned to the side and vomited. However, many students displayed excitement upon witnessing this scene. Behind the pack of wolves, a robust white wolf with intact fur tilted its head and howled. "Awoo!" As if responding to a command, the wolf pack ceased their chaotic attacks and began to slowly encircle the group of students. A level 2 mutated creature, the Wolf King, possesses basic intelligence and can lead the wolf pack. Yang Xian spoke calmly, not forgetting to educate the students even in such a tense environment. As he spoke, more mutated forest wolves gathered from all directions. "Do not panic, maintain formation. Group into threes and cooperate with each other." With Yang Zin's command, the students quickly formed a triangular defensive formation alongside their classmates. Dozens of level 1 mutated wolves posed a threat, and any lapse in attention could lead to casualties. Although going out to train inherently included a quota for injuries, as a teacher, Yang Xian naturally hoped all students would return to school intact. Moreover, the martial arts class of Xinhai Academy encompassed all the elite students of Xinhai City, making its importance far exceed that of other classes. Except for one student who falsely claimed to have a clever talent, every student here has the potential to stand on their own in the future. Students with level talent have opportunities to advance to the rank of master, while those with a level talent will undoubtedly become extraordinary given no accidents. With effort, they might even reach the divine realm. Students with level talent can confidently attain the divine realm, and should they encounter fortunate opportunities, they could very well become a martial saint. Among the entire martial arts class, only Lin Che possesses clever talent, while the rest are at least level. In other words, among the 30 or so individuals present, everyone except Lin Che has the potential to become a powerful figure above the rank of master in the future. Of course, as a peak practitioner of the Transcendence realm, these forest wolves are merely minor skirmishes for Yang Xian. The focus remains on protecting the students while allowing everyone to gain experience. Fortunately, these students are not ordinary individuals. After the initial chaos, they gradually regained composure once they formed their formation. Crack! Crack! Just as everyone stood ready, Lin Che began chopping at the already dead wolf corpses. To be precise, he was hacking at the wolf heads. Having previously rushed forward to confront a few mutated wolves, Lin Che had only managed to claim 2, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. He still hoped to slay the mutated creatures to enhance his cultivation, yet this situation left him with a sense of too many wolves, not enough meat. The students were the wolves while the wolf pack represented the feast in Lin Che's eyes. As he extracted crystal nuclei, Fang Haochen could not help but inquire. We don't need to calculate scores based on crystal nuclei during our training together. What are you collecting these for? I just like collecting these things, Lin Che replied nonchalantly. Most of these students are from the elite class of society and have never been exposed to the black market, so they naturally do not know that a level 1 crystal nucleus can be exchanged for 500 huaxia coins. Lin Che also could not disclose the existence of the black market to a group of students, as the black market itself is not a legal market. Moreover, based on these students' family situations, they likely would not care about those 500 huaxia coins. Even if all the mutated forest wolves around were killed, the total value of all the crystal nuclei would barely amount to a few thousand huaxia coins. It might not even equal some students' weekly living expenses. Awoo. Seeing Lin Che's actions, the Wolf King seemed provoked and immediately commanded the wolf pack to launch an attack. Lin Che glanced at Fang Haochen and Chu Yao beside him and quietly said, "They'll take the main offense, you two focus on defense." "How about that?" "Sure." Fang Haochen readily agreed. "No way." Chu Yao firmly rejected. With the mutated forest wolves already charging forward, Lin Che no longer spoke further and directly broke from the formation, plunging into the wolf pack. With Chu Yao unwilling to yield, he had to take the initiative, trying to slay a few more mutated wolves. "That bastard," Chu Yao muttered under her breath upon witnessing this. Fang Haochen did not hear clearly and asked, "What?" "Nothing, since Lin Che has left the formation, let's fight individually," Chu Yao suggested. Chu Yao turned to Fang Haochen. "I believe this level 1 mutated creature shouldn't be a challenge for the class leader." "All right." Fang Haochen nodded in agreement. The Wolf King observed everything from a distance. Seeing Lin Che slaughtering the wolves, it immediately mobilized more mutated wolves to attack him. While others faced 3 opponents, Lin Che found himself against 3 or even 5. Fortunately, Lin Che had a speed advantage and managed to cope effortlessly. More than 10 mutated wolves fell, with half of them credited to Lin Che's prowess. As everyone continued to adapt, the advantages of their formation gradually became evident, and the mutated wolves no longer posed a threat. The Wolf King also realized that these humans were growing stronger, and the wolf pack was unable to secure victory. Thus it issued a retreat signal. "Awoo! Awoo! Awoo!" The surrounding wolf pack responded. The wolf pack quickly withdrew, and as the Wolf King vanished into the forest, Lin Che vaguely noticed that it cast a glance at him before leaving. He initially wanted to chase after and slay a few more mutated wolves. However, after running a few steps, he was halted by Yang Xian. "Lin Che, come back. No one is allowed to leave the team." Upon hearing this, Lin Che could only reluctantly give up. He watched as the wolf pack disappeared into the forest, feeling a hint of regret. Then he shifted his focus and began chopping at the wolf heads to collect the crystal nuclei. While everyone else was preparing to leave, Lin Che continued to chop at the wolves' corpses. Lin Zishuan, seeing this, feigned a kind demeanor. "Brother, let's hurry up. Everyone is waiting for you. It only takes a minute to finish this. Why should I wait?" Lin Che retorted sarcastically. His movements were already swift, taking less than 3 seconds to extract a crystal nucleus with each strike. The group had just gone through a battle and hadn't had a chance to rest, so they initially did not intend to urge Lin Che. However, Lin Zexuan's remark led many to feel that Lin Che was slowing down everyone's progress. "Lin Che, your individuality is detrimental to group activities." Qin Ming could not help but interject. Once someone spoke, others quickly chimed in. "Exactly what use is a bunch of worthless crystal nuclei? Why waste time on them? You don't think these crystal nuclei look like gems and can be collected as such, do you, eh? Ha, stop talking nonsense. Lin Che is the young master of the Lin family. How could he care about gems? I heard he was lost outside since childhood and just recently returned. He probably hasn't seen many gems before." Lin Zishuan continued to stoke the flames. "Don't say such things about my brother. He was lost since childhood and did not receive a good education, which is quite pitiful." At this moment, Lin Che had finished collecting all the crystal nuclei and looked up at Lin Zishuan, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Do you think that if I beat you up at school you could go home and complain, making the Lin family hate me even more?" Lin Zexuan's pupils constricted as he shook his head repeatedly. "Brother, how could you think that? I'm just defending you. How should I thank you then?" Lin Che slowly approached Lin Zishuan. "If you're looking for a beating, feel free to say so. I don't mind accommodating you." "No, brother, I didn't mean that." Seeing this, Yang Xian immediately spoke up. "All right, everyone, pack up and leave here as soon as possible." Lin Che glanced at Lin Zishuan again and walked ahead of the group. Upon hearing this, Lin Zishuan seemed to feel a sense of relief, albeit with some regret. The students followed the instructions and continued to move forward. As the team moved deeper, the surrounding environment grew increasingly tranquil. Approaching dusk, thick fog rose in the mountains, reducing visibility. Roar! Suddenly a deep growl came from the side. The students present felt a strong sense of oppression from the sound. Yang Xin's expression changed, and he shouted, "Not good. A level 3 mutated creature is approaching, everyone be careful." The students immediately tensed up, gripping their weapons tightly, ready for action. Lin Che couldn't help but feel grateful. It was indeed easier to improve cultivation outside the city. In the 3 years within the city, he had seen no more than a handful of level 3 mutated creatures. Now, just after leaving the city, they first encountered a pack of level 1 mutated wolves, followed by a level 2 mutated wolf king, and now a level 3 mutated bear. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could advance to the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Roar! Under the cover of thick fog, the growls grew closer, causing the students' hearts to race. In the virtual training, encountering a level 2 mutated creature had led to the annihilation of the group, leaving only Lin Che alive. Now facing a level 3 mutated creature in reality, even with complete weaponry, he felt little confidence. Fortunately, having previously battled the pack of mutated forest wolves, the group had gained some combat experience, and their mental state was not too fragile. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes, attempting to see through the fog to discern the attacker, but could only catch a glimpse of a large blurry figure. As the mutated creature drew nearer, they finally got a clearer view. This creature stood over 2 men in height, exhibiting clear bear-like features, with its body covered in a layer of black scales that allowed it to conceal itself in the fog. Its eyes burned like 2 blazing flames, radiating an overwhelming killing intent. Roar! The creature let out another earth-shattering roar, creating a gust of wind that dispersed some of the surrounding fog. "Not good, it's a mutated armored bear," Yang Xian shouted. "This creature is very strong. Everyone gather your formation, I'll deal with it." At the same time, he leaped forward, swinging his knife at the mutated armored bear. Clang! The blade struck, producing a sound of metal clashing. The power of a transformation realm warrior's strike was equivalent to that of a large-caliber armor-piercing round. Even so, Yang Xian was unable to penetrate the armored bear's scales. After the day of revelation, ordinary firearms were gradually phased out. The reason was simple: mutated creatures like the level 3 armored bear, covered in scales, could withstand bullets. For example, the maximum penetration power of an AK bullet is around 350 kilograms, which is even less than the casual strike of a transformation realm warrior. Moreover, most mutated creatures possess explosive speed, making it difficult for firearms to lock on. In the face of a beast tide, dealing with low-level mutated creatures could still benefit from wide-area firepower coverage. However, for high-level mutated creatures, one could only rely on higher-level warriors wielding long knives to find and exploit weaknesses. Of course, for a master-level warrior, cutting through the scales of a level 3 mutated creature would be easy. But currently, the highest martial cultivation level in the team was Yang Xian, the leading teacher. The armored bear was struck by the long knife, suddenly turning to look at Yang Xian with fierce eyes. It then raised its massive paw and swiped at Yang Xian. Bang! Yang Xian raised his fist to block and was knocked back several meters. Seeing an opportunity to enhance his cultivation, Lin Che shouted, "Teacher, I'll help you." Other students were immediately stirred. "No way, is this guy crazy? The teacher already said this armored bear is very strong. Does he really want to be reckless? Doesn't he know his own abilities? He's just going to be a burden to the teacher. I really hate this kind of person. If he drags the teacher down, we'll all suffer." Lin Zishuan also didn't forget to assert himself. "Bro, don't be reckless. The teacher needs to focus on dealing with the armored bear and can't spare attention for you." Yang Xian also spoke up to stop him. "Don't come over. You can't help." At this point, Lin Che would not heed the arrangements. He leaped high and stabbed the armored bear in the eye. Thud! Roar! The sound of the weapon piercing flesh was accompanied by a furious roar as the armored bear swiped at Lin Che. Fortunately, utilizing his speed advantage, Lin Che kicked hard at the armored bear, pulled out his long knife, and retreated several meters. Thud! Roar! The sound of the weapon piercing flesh was accompanied by a furious roar as the armored bear swiped at Lin Che. Fortunately, utilizing his speed, Lin Che pretended to evade, but aimed his long knife once more at the wounded eye of the armored bear. Creak! Taking advantage of the bear's momentum, the knife pierced directly into its brain. Thud! Finally, after several meters of running, the armored bear collapsed lifeless. Yang Xian stepped forward to check the corpse of the armored bear, his expression turning quite complicated. "How did you do that?" Yang Xian looked at Lin Che, his gaze scrutinizing. Lin Che shook his head. "I just acted in haste and stabbed at its wound. I didn't expect it to be so strong, directly driving my knife into its brain. In the future, don't be so reckless. It's too dangerous." Yang Xian couldn't fathom Lin Che's modesty and could only temporarily accept his words. This armored bear's corpse still has some value. Its gallbladder, paw, and scales can be exchanged for huaxia currency, probably worth around 50,000. Since you personally killed this armored bear, you can collect these items yourself. Hearing this, Lin Che couldn't help but ask, can't we eat the bear meat? It clearly belongs to positive evolution. Unlike those previous mutated forest wolves, it should not be harmful to the body if eaten. It's not that you can't eat it, but the taste will definitely be poor, so I don't recommend it, Yang Xian replied, shaking his head slightly. Moreover, we still have some distance to our destination, so we probably can't carry the entire giant bear. Lin Che looked at the giant bear's corpse, feeling a bit regretful. The surrounding students gathered around, revealing envious expressions towards Lin Che. As a student, killing a level 3 mutated armored bear would certainly bring prestige. At least within the entire Xinhai Academy, it could be considered a prominent figure. TSK. What good luck? Sometimes luck is also a form of strength. Haha, that's right. Being reborn is also a form of strength. Ignoring the discussions of the crowd, Lin Che quickly skinned the bear, chopped off its paw, and extracted the gallbladder and crystal core, placing them into a sealed bag. After some hesitation, Lin Che cut a piece of meat from the bear's leg, intending to taste the flavor. After 2 battles, the students felt somewhat mentally exhausted. Although many had not actively participated during the face of danger, adrenaline would quickly secrete, unleashing human potential. Thus, during the subsequent journey, everyone was somewhat silent due to fatigue. Late at night, they finally reached the designated location, taking out portable tents from their backpacks and assembling them. From today onwards, we will spend the next week here. Yang Xian looked at the students, revealing a playful smile. Now hand over all food and water. Starting tomorrow, you must solve basic survival issues through hunting and gathering. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of discussions erupted among the crowd. No way. Teacher, you must be joking with us, right? Hunting and gathering, is this a life for primitive people, eh? I might not get a chance to die at the hands of mutated creatures, because I'll probably die of thirst or hunger first. Listening to the discussions, Lin Che had a flash of inspiration. Teacher, the bear's paw and bear meat should count as hunting spoils, right? We don't have to hand them over. Yang Xian nodded, sure. Oh no, I've been tricked. The teacher just said the bear meat isn't good to eat. Teacher, don't you feel guilty for doing this? A bear this big, even if I just cut off a leg, it would be enough for me to eat for a week. The students collectively complained, regretting not having tried the bear meat earlier. Cough, cough. In outdoor training, how can one cut corners? Yang Xian awkwardly covered his embarrassment and then feigned a sorrowful expression. If you slack off now, you will face death later. The teacher is only doing this for your own good. However, despite their complaints, this group of students was already quite fatigued from their journey through the mountains and forests. Even if Yang Xian had not misled them, it was highly unlikely they would have deliberately chosen to split a giant bear to increase their burden. Remember, during these 7 days, each of you must work hard to obtain every meal and every sip of water. Yang Xian emphasized again. This is not only a test of your own strength, but also to ensure that you acquire the most basic survival skills. No matter what, the students could only follow his instructions, adjusting their mindsets and preparing for the upcoming survival. Subsequently, Fang Haochen arranged the night watch schedule with 3 people in each group, dividing them into the first half of the night and the second half, perfectly forming 13 groups from 39 individuals. Starting from the second half of tonight and continuing for 7 days, the order was established based on their groupings. No one had any objections, and they all dispersed. Lin Che returned to the tent, organized his weapons, and pondered the issue of water sources. Food was not particularly difficult for him to obtain. In fact, the 4 bear paws he had, along with a piece of bear meat, were already sufficient to sustain him for 5 days. However, the issue of water sources became an urgent matter. Since the school had organized the students to camp here, it implied that there must be a water source nearby, though it could be far or near obvious or hidden. He still had to stand guard tonight and would wait until tomorrow to explore. The first group consisted of Fang Haochen, Chu Yao, and Lin Che, primarily because both Lin Che and Chu Yao had no friends in class. While others grouped with classmates they were closer to, the two could only team up with the class monitor to endure this tiring first night. Lin Che, with only a clever talent, reached the Tongxiao realm at 17. He must have awakened quite early, right? The surroundings were quiet as Fang Haochen tried to strike up a conversation. 14. Lin Che casually replied. So early. Fang Haochen was slightly surprised. On the other side of the campfire, Chu Yao couldn't help but glance at Lin Che. Lin Che nodded. It was indeed quite early, caught me off guard. When Lin Che was just 14, he encountered a mutated creature on the outskirts of the city, which truly brought him close to death. If it were not for the extreme environment pressing down on him, perhaps he wouldn't have awakened his powers at such an early age. What about you, Chu Yao? It seems like no one in class knows what talent you possess. Fang Haochen turned to Chu Yao. Space type. Chu Yao replied casually. Upon hearing this, Lin Che suddenly became interested. Is it the kind that can store supplies? Chu Yao showed a puzzled expression. I don't know what you're talking about, isn't it? Lin Che chuckled awkwardly. Chu Yao fell silent, seemingly losing interest in the conversation. For a moment the atmosphere became slightly awkward, and Fang Haochen had to explain to Lin Che. Lin Che misunderstood. Space-type talents are currently known to include spatial transmission and spatial compression, both of which are S-level talents. Spatial transmission allows for instant movement and long-distance teleportation, while spatial compression can create spatial blades or cause space collapse. Both of these abilities are incredibly powerful. Awakening either one would mean starting at least at S-level talent, possibly even higher. Fang Haochen looked at Chu Yao. I wonder which type of spatial talent Chu Yao has awakened. Spatial compression type. Its current development level is low and lacks lethality. Chu Yao replied calmly. Such a powerful ability, why does it lack lethality? Lin Che asked in confusion. Chu Yao frowned slightly. My current spatial compression ability is insufficient to create spatial blades. If applied to an object, it can at most only crush a soda can. This point clearly represented the dilemma Chu Yao was currently facing, causing her much distress. Although spatial compression abilities are good, they are relatively harder to enhance. Some physical enhancement abilities can receive a second boost at the early stage of the Tongxiao realm. Most elemental abilities will also enter their second stage before reaching the late stage of the Tongxiao realm. According to documented evidence, spatial compression abilities can only enter their second stage once the practitioner's cultivation reaches the transformation realm. Crushing a soda can. That sounds somewhat similar to psychic power, Lin Che murmured. It is somewhat similar, but the method of application is different. Psychic power acts directly upon the object itself, while spatial compression capabilities rely on external spatial pressure to achieve effect. Chu Yao seemed to be intrigued by the topic. Once I can master the spatial blade, there will be a clear distinction from psychic. In the initial stage, psychic power can control objects through mental force, such as manipulating flying knives to harm others or push them away, etc. When elevated to the second stage, the weight and volume of the objects that can be controlled will greatly increase, allowing one to easily send a person flying. In contrast, spatial compression at the initial stage is roughly equivalent to the strength of an ordinary person's punch, which has almost no effect against mutated creatures. Only upon reaching the second stage, when one can compress space into a blade, will it possess a certain lethality, and the display will also show a clear distinction from psychic abilities. Lin Che grew more curious. Try giving me a punch. What? Chu Yao thought she heard wrong. What I mean is use your ability on me, so I can experience it. In Lin Che's view, while talent does not equate to strength, it at least provides an advantage in the same realm. If an S-level spatial compression ability is inferior to an A-level power ability in its awakening early stage, how can it be classified as S-level? His awakened slaughter ability allows for an extremely high rate of improvement unmatched by any other ability. In the same realm, others might need several years to improve, while he could complete his ascension in just a few days provided he has enough targets to hunt. Therefore, S-level abilities must hold certain advantages over A-level, at least they should not be completely ineffective. Are you serious? Chu Yao found Lin Che somewhat perplexing. Lin Che nodded slightly. Of course, I am very interested in S-level abilities. Alright. Chu Yao decisively threw a punch, and indeed a wave of air surged forth, striking Lin Che's chest. Bang! Lin Che was caught off guard. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing this, Fang Haochen asked, Is Lin Che okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I just wasn't prepared. Lin Che forced a smile. Should I give you another punch to try? Chu Yao seemed eager to try again. Lin Che waved his hand. No need, I've already experienced this so-called punch strength. Oh. Chu Yao appeared somewhat disappointed for not being able to give Lin Che another punch. After a moment of silence, Lin Che pondered briefly and spoke again. For this spatial compression ability, must you throw a punch when exerting force? Not necessarily, it's just that I'm used to the punching motion. As she spoke, Chu Yao snapped her fingers, and a compressed air shot into the campfire, immediately causing sparks to fly. She deliberately controlled the force, which was roughly equivalent to lightly tossing a pebble. Seeing this, Lin Che shook his head and continued to inquire. What I mean is, if you don't perform any of these physical actions, can you still use the spatial compression ability? Of course, but it feels a bit strange if you don't do any movements at all. Chu Yao looked at the campfire, and again demonstrated air compression, stirring up another round of sparks. Lin Che nodded. In that case, when you swing a knife, if you apply spatial compression to the entire back of the blade, would it enhance the strength of your strike? You are currently at the early stage of the Tongxiao realm, and your knife strength is at least equivalent to 3 times that of an adult's strength. If you apply spatial compression to the back of the knife, could it become 4 times the strength? Moreover, if you apply spatial compression consecutively on the back of the knife with a single swing, could you potentially exert 5 or 6 times the strength? Before the progress of your ability awakening reaches the second stage, this method of application should still provide you with significant assistance. Lin Che said earnestly. The strength of an adult's punch is approximately 75 kilograms. while an awakened strength-type individual can initially unleash a force of 150 kilograms. A later-stage body refinement practitioner like Fong Haochen can already achieve a punch strength of 300 kilograms. As for Chu Yao, as a beginner in the Qi opening realm, her punch strength is only about 200 kilograms. In terms of sheer strength, Fong Haochen indeed holds a certain advantage. However, when considering overall capabilities, including body speed, reaction sensitivity, and resilience to strikes, Chu Yao still has the upper hand. However, if both are practitioners of the Qi opening realm, Chu Yao possessing class talent is obviously weaker than Fong Haochen with a class talent. As Chu Yao mentioned, the awakening of talent abilities typically occurs between the initial stage of the Qi opening realm and the initial stage of the transformation realm, marking the beginning of the second stage. Different talents have different awakening points. A class strength talent enters the second stage at the initial Qi opening realm, causing strength to surge from 300 kilograms to 500 kilograms. When comparing 500 kilograms to 200 kilograms at the same Qi opening stage, it can be considered a complete crushing victory. In contrast, class space compression talent can only enter the second stage at the initial transformation realm, thereby mastering the space blade. This means that a space ability holder like Chu Yao must at least reach the initial transformation realm to have a chance of surpassing a class strength-type practitioner. This of course seems quite unreasonable. However, if following Lin Che's suggested method of continuously applying space compression to weapons, theoretically speaking, as long as the weapon does not slip from her grip, the cutting force could increase indefinitely. Of course, keeping the weapon from slipping is itself a significant challenge. Moreover, since a single cut occurs in the blink of an eye, applying space compression multiple times is not easy. Therefore, Lin Che conservatively estimated that if Chu Yao applies space compression 4 times within a single strike, she would likely reach the limit of her gripping strength. Even so, with a base strength of 200 kilograms, applying space compression 4 times could reach 500 kilograms, at least equal to that of strength-type practitioners. Through constant practice, it could be possible to apply space compression 5, 6, or even more times as long as you can grip the handle tightly, the force can stack upon itself, and you definitely have the chance to surpass strength-type practitioners. Seeing that Chu Yao did not respond, Lin Che continued, of course, this is just one method of application and does not mean it can only be done this way. Perhaps in terms of increasing speed, space compression could also be used to propel oneself forward, enhancing. At this moment, Chu Yao and Fong Haochen stared at Lin Che as if he were a monster. What's wrong? Is what I said incorrect? The gaze of the two made Lin Che feel somewhat uncomfortable. Yes, absolutely correct. How did your mind come up with such a method? I could never think of that even if you beat me to death. Fong Haochen praised without reservation. A hint of gratitude flashed in Chu Yao's eyes. Thank you. I admit you are also very talented, but I will still cancel the engagement. I hope you can understand. Engagement? Lin Che said, slightly surprised, not caring about being given the good person card, but instead asked himself, are you the young lady of the Chu family? Fong Haochen seemed to have heard something incredible, his eyes wide as saucers. Chu Yao nodded slightly. Rumor has it that you are only 1.5 meters tall and weigh, cough cough cough. Lin Che immediately stopped his words. Out of curiosity, he had previously inquired about this young lady of the Chu family, and the answer was exactly as he expected. The reason the Lin family wanted him back to fulfill the engagement was simply because the engagement partner was too unworthy. Height of 1.5 meters, weight of 180 kilograms, mental instability, fiery temper, and a tendency towards violence, often injuring her bodyguards. Right? Chu Yao seemed indifferent and spoke on her own. Because I wanted to force the Lin family to actively cancel the engagement, I deliberately let out the news. I didn't expect they would ultimately refuse to give up, and specially brought you back to fulfill the engagement. As for Lin Zixuan, I originally planned to keep it a secret. But you are different from him, you deserve my sincerity. Chu Yao looked earnest, so I hope Lin Che can understand I cannot possibly fulfill the so-called engagement. Lin Che quietly digested the information Chu Yao provided. This young lady of the Chu family was also dissatisfied with the engagement, deliberately tarnishing herself to make the Lin family back off. He did not expect that the Lin family would bring him the scapegoat in order to continue fulfilling the engagement. Initially, Lin Che thought it was the Chu family that was forcing them, making the Lin family have no choice. But now it seems it is evidently not the Chu family pressuring, but rather the Lin family acting intentionally. From Lin Heist's various behaviors, he clearly attaches great importance to this engagement. Lin Che even suspected that if the Lin family had not managed to find him back, even if the Chu family's young lady had a bad reputation, Lin Hai would still insist that Lin Zixuan fulfill the engagement. What exactly did Lin Hai want from the Chu family? I want to know what interests tie the Lin family and the Chu family together. Lin Che casually voiced his confusion. Upon hearing this, Chu Yao also showed confusion. What interests? Isn't it because the two family elders made an agreement back in the day? Oh, maybe I'm overthinking it. If that's the case, let's part on good terms. Lin Che spoke offhandedly. It seems Chu Yao also doesn't know the inside story. Perhaps he needs to go through Lin Hai to uncover the truth. What good terms? We never even gathered. Chu Yao frowned slightly. Since you have no objections, let's consider the engagement matter settled. After I return, I will have my family personally visit to cancel the engagement. Lin Che nodded. No problem, you are always welcome. Finally unable to hold back, Fong Haochen interjected. So keen on maintaining appearances and suffering in silence, how could you cancel such a good engagement? Though he didn't specify, it was clear he was speaking about Lin Che. After all, Chu Yao possesses class talent, is the eldest daughter of the Chu family, and is top tier in both looks and figure, a true beauty. Missing out on such a golden opportunity, where else would Lin Che find such a fairy as a wife? In his eyes, Lin Che currently, although having Qi opening realm cultivation, is slightly stronger than Chu Yao. But ultimately, he only has class talent with his potential already locked, and breaking through to the master realm is a low probability event. How could he compare to Chu Yao? That's not the case. Love is ultimately about fate. Since Chu Yao has no interest in me, I cannot force it. Lin Che had never intended to fulfill the engagement in the first place. Saying this now would appear as if he was being benevolent while benefiting himself. Of course, such a statement seemed to make Lin Che appear somewhat helpless, which would also make it easier for Fong Haochen and Chu Yao to believe. Fong Haochen nodded. Makes sense. A brother should be able to take and let go, has great spirit. From being classmates with Fong Haochen to becoming his brother, only one life setback is needed. Fate. Chu Yao murmured to herself, a figure in a black raincoat flashing through her mind. Since that rainy night, she had returned to the scene multiple times, but had never seen that figure again. She wondered if there would be another chance to meet again in the future. The sense of security she felt when someone stood in front of her during a moment of crisis was something she might never forget in this lifetime. What was detestable was that guy who called himself Lei Feng, clearly a fake name. Even so, Chu Yao specifically had someone verify it, and the results were as one could imagine. The entire Nuhai city, including names like Lei Feng, Lei Feng, Lei Feng, and Lei Feng, among various similar names, she had checked them all. None of them were practitioners above the transformation realm. That guy actually dared to play tricks on her. If I catch him next time, I will definitely make him pay. Chu Yao couldn't help but feel a hint of resentment. The young lady of the Chu family turns out to be Chu Yao. If Lin Zixuan were to discover the truth, who knows? Lin Che couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The Lin family had gone to great lengths to bring him back to replace Lin Zixuan. Yet the Chu family's young lady never intended to fulfill the marriage contract. This in turn saved him a great deal of trouble. It seems that when the Chu family comes to annul the marriage, the Lin family will be even less fond of him. It may not be long before he has to return to the suburban rental house. Early the next morning, as the sun rose, everyone began to emerge from their tents. Classmates with good relationships teamed up to search for food and water sources. Although Lin Che was somewhat fatigued, he steeled himself to leave the camp to address the water source issue. Generally, areas with dense trees and lush vegetation are likely to have water sources. However, in this forest, almost all directions were covered by huge trees, providing no reference. Therefore, Lin Che could only head towards the mountain peak, hoping to discern something from a higher vantage point. He deliberately avoided the crowd and proceeded alone, contemplating that if he encountered a mutated creature, he could take the opportunity to practice the Ganqi Po Kuangju. In principle, Yang Xin did not allow any student to go out alone. At least two groups needed to travel together. However, Lin Chi's outstanding performance yesterday forced his teacher to regard him with new respect. Thus, when he saw Lin Che walking alone into the forest, he did not speak to stop him. Lin Che made his way to the mountain peak without encountering any mutated creatures. So he practiced the Xingtian 3 forms by himself, took a brief rest, and then climbed a giant tree to survey the surroundings. Although the trees blocked out the sun, the areas where water flowed could still be clearly seen. Lin Che locked onto a direction and made his way to the water's edge, first washing his face. Suddenly, a mutated fish leaped out of the water, lunging at Lin Che. Fortunately, Lin Che remained vigilant at all times and avoided being bitten by the fish. I haven't even eaten you yet, and you want to take a bite out of me. Lin Che took out a fishhook from his backpack, tied the fishing line, and casually selected a sturdier branch to serve as a fishing rod. He used bear meat as bait and cast the line into the water. Moments later, the fishhook suddenly sank. These mutated fish were quite fierce and would not let go once they bit the bait. However, Lin Che was concerned that the branch and fishing line might not withstand the weight, so he did not pull too hard. As Lin Che struggled with the mutated fish, he finally managed to slowly drag a colorful large fish to the shore. From its appearance, it seemed to belong to a mutated species of blackfish. With a length of over half a meter and a weight of about 5 kilograms, it was quite a good catch. Moreover, this fish was equivalent to a level 1 mutated creature, providing Lin Che not only with food, but also with cultivation and crystal cores. With such a good fortune, Lin Che naturally was not in a hurry to leave. He dug a trough by the water's edge, threaded the fish's gills with a rope, and placed the fish in the trough. Then he drove a wooden stake into the ground nearby and securely tied the other end of the rope to the stake. It's better to keep the fish alive for now. I'll kill it later or the meat quality will deteriorate. With this thought, Lin Che sat back down at the water's edge, contentedly fishing. Perhaps the scent of blood had a strong allure for the mutated fish, as within half an hour Lin Che had caught 7 or 8 large fish. The day of revelation was clearly a disaster for humanity. However, for many animals it felt like an opportunity. Normally creek stonefish could only grow to about 10 centimeters, but after mutation, they could exceed a foot in length. This kind of stonefish, when encountering predators like blackfish, could potentially choke them even if they couldn't bite them to death. There's a water source ahead, ha. This is great. The biggest problem is solved. Quick, let's see if there are any fish in the water. A flurry of conversation ensued, followed by hurried footsteps. Lin Che. Someone spotted Lin Che, who was fishing, and called out from a distance. Just then Lin Che lifted his fishing rod and caught another large fish. Lin Che, are you fishing? Song Xia approached, trying to strike up a conversation. No, I'm just playing in the water. Lin Che glanced up and immediately denied it. Song Xia paused slightly, her expression somewhat awkward. Lin Che really knows how to joke. In the martial arts class 1, there were 2 stunning beauties. One was Chu Yao and the other was Song Xia. Both had their unique charms, but Chu Yao was very aloof and had few friends. In contrast, Song Xia was approachable and had always been the center of attention in class. This was the first time since school began that she experienced such cold treatment. Wow, so many fish. Looks like Lin Che has a talent for fishing. Song Xia exclaimed, prompting several others to come over. Seeing the large fish in the small pool, everyone praised him. Impressive. This mutated black fish must weigh at least 10 kilograms, right? Indeed, in this small creek, that fish would be at the top of the food chain. That's not necessarily true. With all the mutations, it's possible for a black fish to grow to 100 kilograms. How is that possible? Not all mutations lead to larger sizes. Where there are people, there are conflicts. For every praise, there will be dissent. Li Chong, as Song Xia's #1 supporter, naturally could not bear to see her look favorably upon Lin Che. Thus he feigned indifference. Just a few fish. Nowadays, these mutated fish are very easy to catch. It doesn't require any skill at all. While that's true, the act of catching the fish is one thing, but actually bringing them ashore is another. True, it is indeed quite easy. Lin Che simply put away his fishing rod and held the few fish in his hand, preparing to leave. Seeing this, Li Chong asked, "Why aren't you catching more? What good is catching so many? I can't eat them all myself." Lin Che walked towards the camp with the fish in hand. "If you can't eat them all yourself, you could share with everyone." Li Chong spoke again. Lin Che stopped and looked back. If you want to eat, go catch some yourself." With that, Lin Che walked away, ignoring their discussions. What's so impressive about that? Like anyone can't catch fish. Exactly, just a few fish. But it seems we don't have any fishing hooks. As they spoke, they saw Lin Che turn back. Li Chong and the others who had been gossiping about Lin Che felt a bit embarrassed. However, Lin Che wasn't returning specifically for them. The reason he turned back to the water's edge was that he suddenly thought the camp might not have a way to clean the fish scales and entrails. Reluctantly, he returned to the water's edge, planning to process the fish. "Lin Che, can I borrow your fishing rod for a moment?" Song Xia spoke up again. Upon hearing this, Lin Che looked at her again and casually threw the fishing rod over. "It's yours now." A fishhook and line cost almost nothing, and the fishing rod was improvised on the spot. Since she asked, Lin Che didn't mind too much. During the 7-day trial in the wild, he couldn't possibly eat fish every day. Even if he really wanted to eat fish, he still had fishing hooks and lines in his backpack and could easily make another fishing rod. Song Xia hurriedly accepted the fishing rod. "Thank you, Lin Che." Meanwhile, Lin Che began cleaning the fish scales and entrails beside her. Li Chong took the fishing rod and found a worm to try and fish. However, after Lin Che finished processing the fish, he didn't see Li Chong catch a single fish. It wasn't that the mutated fish were picky eaters. It was quite likely that the fish scales and entrails Lin Che had thrown into the water were more to the mutated fish's taste. Thus, until Lin Che left, Li Chong's fishing rod remained completely still. "Changgu, are you capable of doing this?" "Don't talk nonsense. How could Changgu not be capable? How about I give it a try?" Listening to the chatter of several people, Li Chong couldn't help but feel somewhat anxious, repeatedly attempting to cast his line again. The more frustrated he became, the less fish he could catch. The less he caught, the more agitated he grew. "Stop the noise. Even if there are fish, you've scared them all away." Hearing this, everyone fell silent, a hint of disdain in their hearts. Song Xia attempted to suggest, "How about we ask Lin Che for some advice on how to catch fish?" This remark completely drove Li Chong mad. "It's just a few fish, right? Even if I can't catch them, I can just go into the water and grab them." "No, that's too dangerous. Changgu, please don't overestimate yourself." "Yes, Changgu, the situation in the water is unpredictable." However, Li Chong disregarded the warnings, pulling out his electronic devices before directly jumping into the water. Moments later, a scream pierced through the forest. By the time Li Chong climbed back to the shore, his clothes were tattered and he was injured in multiple places. However, some mutated fish were quite fierce, and even though Li Chang had climbed ashore, there were still a few fish that wouldn't let go. As a result, he managed to catch a few fish using his body. On the way back, Lin Che casually picked some spiritual mushrooms, which belonged to a mutated species, but fortunately were still edible. With fish and mushrooms, if only he had a pot, Lin Che could make a soup. Unfortunately, the conditions did not allow for that, so he could only use them for barbecue. At this time, other classmates were also returning to the camp one after another, some having reaped a bountiful harvest with various prey and fruits. Others returned with little to show, their faces full of disappointment. Class monitor, start the fire. Lin Che gestured to Fong Haochen with the fish he had caught. When he left the camp, he had already divided responsibilities clearly with Fong Haochen and Chu Yao. Lin Che was responsible for gathering ingredients, Fong Haochen for collecting firewood, and Chu Yao for preparing the food. Before long, Li Chang was helped back to the camp looking quite disheveled. Yang Xian immediately stepped forward and asked what happened. The others exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Cough, cough. I went into the water to catch fish and got bitten. Li Chang took the initiative to speak. What were you thinking? Yang Xian looked confused. After the day of revelation, you can't go into the water in the wild. Isn't that common sense? Sigh. I saw that the fish Lin Che caught didn't seem very fierce. Who would have thought it would be different once I went into the water? Li Chang wanted to salvage some of his dignity, but the words he said only made him appear more pathetic. Once the fish is caught, it's food. If you go into the water, you become food. How can it be the same? Yang Xian was quite helpless. Are your injuries serious? Do you need to be sent back to the city first? It's nothing, just minor injuries. I have a strong recovery ability. It'll be fine in a couple of days. Li Chang shook his head. In response, Yang Xian didn't say much more, just reminded him to take care of his injuries before turning to leave. Lin Che skewered several large fish on a stick and handed them to Chu Yao. Next, it's your turn to perform. Sure, just wait and see. Chu Yao casually took them and immediately placed the fish over the fire to roast. Seeing this, Lin Che hurriedly stopped her. No, are you just going to roast them like that? Otherwise, how else should I roast them? Chu Yao looked puzzled. Lin Che slapped his forehead, showing a look of despair. You should at least sprinkle some salt on them first to marinate, right? Oh, all right, salt. Do you have any salt? Chu Yao feigned composure. Can you really roast fish? If it doesn't work out, don't force it, or we can find someone to collaborate with. Lin Che's eyes showed a hint of skepticism as he slowly took out a jar of salt and a jar of seasoning from his backpack. It's just roasting fish, or just give me the salt, and you can wait to eat. As the young lady of the Chu family with class talent, Chu Yao would certainly not admit that she couldn't roast fish. How could she not manage something so simple? Hearing this, Lin Che stopped talking and went to clean the spiritual mushrooms. He arrived at the water's edge, washed them briefly, strung them together, and brought them back to the camp. The bonfire blazed brightly, illuminating Chu Yao's delicate face. Holding a wooden fork, her brows furrowed slightly as she carefully positioned a fish over the fire, her body completely still, her large eyes fixed intently on the fish on the fork. Such a serious expression looked less like she was preparing food and more like she was conducting an extremely important scientific project. At first, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Under the licking flames, the fish gradually changed color, releasing a faint aroma. However, the good times didn't last long. She seemed unsure of how to control the heat, and in the blink of an eye, the fish quickly turned black, filling the air with a burnt smell. Oh no! Chu Yao exclaimed, hurriedly flipping the fish over. But with this flip, she used too much force, almost causing the fish to fall off the fork. Fortunately, her reflexes were quick enough to stabilize it. But by now, the whole fish looked pitiful, one side charred black like coal, while the other side was still raw. The surrounding classmates saw this and had varied expressions. Some couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle, while others shook their heads in resignation. When Lin Che returned to the camp, he happened to see this comical scene. Looking at the masterpiece in her hands, Chu Yao felt a bit embarrassed. This doesn't seem quite like what I imagined. Lin Che held back a laugh. How about I give it a try? While speaking, Lin Che picked up another fish, held it up next to the bonfire, and continuously turned it. After a moment, the entire fish began to turn a crispy golden color, emitting a delicious aroma. Looks good. Lin Che was quite satisfied with his creation. Chu Yao glanced at the charred lump in her hand, then looked at Lin Che's enticing roasted fish, her face turning crimson. How about starting tomorrow? I'll be in charge of gathering ingredients, and you'll handle the cooking. Chu Yao tried to suggest. No need, I mainly enjoy gathering ingredients. Lin Che quickly declined. He certainly couldn't just stay at the camp. He had been practicing the Xingtian 3 styles for a long time, but still hadn't had an opportunity to test it in real combat. Lin Che also hoped to encounter some mutated beings in the mountains to test the power of the Ganqi Piqiongju. Using it against the air all the time, he didn't know what level he could achieve. However, what Lin Che said made Chu Yao misunderstand him again. You don't have to deliberately care for me. Since we've already canceled our engagement, it's better to have clear divisions of labor. Chu Yao believed herself to be a principled person, at least she had never thought of relying on her status and beauty for preferential treatment. Well, you do as you wish, I will definitely go out hunting. Lin Che remained unaffected, continuing to flip the fish he was roasting. It seems ready to eat, do you want to try some? As he spoke, Lin Che offered the roasted fish to Chu Yao. Looking at Lin Che's calm eyes, Chu Yao felt a slight touch. Thank you. She casually took the roasted fish, gently bit a small piece, and her eyes narrowed slightly. How does it taste? Lin Che quickly asked. Chu Yao nodded. It tastes great. I didn't expect you to have a Oh, that's good. Since it tastes good and won't poison me, I can eat it with confidence now. Lin Che immediately snatched the roasted fish back from Chu Yao's hand and took a bite. Chu Yao first showed a look of shock, then suddenly realized. Lin Che. Chu Yao gritted her teeth. Forcing the ice beauty to break character, Lin Che had really done something reckless. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Here, take it back, I'll roast another one. Lin Che again handed the roasted fish back to Chu Yao, his smile playful. Chu Yao still refused to relent. There's your saliva all over it. Ew, I don't want that. Oh, then forget it, I'll eat it myself. Lin Che pretended to take another bite, but was snatched away by Chu Yao. You can't eat it, you have to roast me another one. No, young lady, this one is already roasted. Not eating it would be a waste. Fishing is hard work. Lin Che exaggeratedly stated. As for the so-called hard work, it was hard to say. After all, he wasn't Li Chong, who had to fish with his body. Lin Che ultimately helped Chu Yao roast a fish again and also assisted Fong Haochen in roasting one. As night fell, the valley was enveloped in darkness. In the campsite, the bonfire flickered in the night breeze, bringing a sense of security to the students. Everyone sat around the bonfire sharing their gains and experiences from the day. Today I was almost injured by a mutated hedgehog. That fellow curled into a ball and rolled towards me. If I hadn't run fast, I would surely have been pierced with 108 holes. Why 108 holes? Did you actually count how many quills the hedgehog had? That's an exaggeration. Do you understand what exaggeration means? Then why use an exaggerated expression? Fine, if I couldn't escape, I would definitely be hurt. Do you get it? I get it. So did that hedgehog really have 108 quills? Li Chong jumped into the water to feed the fish. I collected a blood-stopping herb. The bear's corpse from yesterday has already turned into a pile of bones. Lin Che quietly listened to everyone sharing their experiences, pondering the hunting plan for tomorrow. After eating fish all day tomorrow, they would definitely need a change of flavor. He wondered if there were any wild chickens or rabbits in the mountains. Even though the forest wolves were formidable, these small animals must have their own ways of survival. Just as there are black fish in the water, there would also be stream trout. Otherwise, the black fish would eventually starve. For now, this forest area seemed relatively safe, as apart from yesterday's armored bear, no one had encountered any mutated creatures above level 2. However, just because the first day went smoothly does not mean that the following days will continue to be smooth. As the hunting and gathering range expands, they would inevitably encounter more mutated creatures. Lost in thought, Lin Che saw a flicker of faint light in the jungle and frowned slightly. He stood up and walked towards the direction of the light, but was stopped by Yang Xin after just a few steps. Lin Che, where are you going? You can't leave the campsite alone at night. I just need to take care of something. Lin Che casually made an excuse. Let Fong Haochen go with you. Yang Xin had to be responsible for all the students. The danger level increased dramatically at night, so he certainly couldn't allow Lin Che to leave alone. Fine, Lin Che said helplessly. Fong Haochen stepped forward, walking beside Lin Che and putting a hand on his shoulder. Let's go together. Lin Che shook his head and walked into the forest with Fong Haochen. After walking a short distance, Fong Haochen felt it was about time and suggested Lin Che take care of his business. However, Lin Che had other intentions, thinking about whether he could take the opportunity to slay a mutated creature, so he naturally refused. He made an excuse, saying he couldn't go with someone nearby. After searching for a while, Lin Che found nothing unusual and had no choice but to give up. Returning to the campsite, Lin Che entered the tent but could not fall asleep for a long time. The flicker he had seen earlier must have been the reflection of an animal's eyes. However, that creature was quite alert. As soon as it locked eyes with Lin Che, it immediately fled. He pondered repeatedly, making contingency plans for various unforeseen events in his mind. In the wilderness, any negligence could lead to deadly consequences, so Lin Che would only be more cautious. After a night without incident, the next morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees and shone on the tent. Lin Che slowly woke up, washed up briefly, and decided to explore the other side of the valley today. Based on his observations from yesterday, the other side of the valley had denser forests and might yield more rewards. Lin Che moved through the dappled light and shadow, constantly observing his surroundings. As he crossed the valley, he suddenly heard a faint rustling sound, as if something was moving quickly through the grass. Lin Che drew his weapon and cautiously approached the source of the sound. Chirp, chirp. A squirrel darted out from the grass and climbed up a tree. When it reached halfway up the large tree, it stopped and called out to Lin Che. Chirp, chirp. It seemed to be trying to drive Lin Che away. The squirrel was not very big, just about a foot long, but its tail was very bushy, even exceeding its body size. Lin Che thought this squirrel didn't weigh much and assumed it was just an ordinary squirrel, so he planned to turn and leave. However, as the shadows of the trees shifted under the sunlight, Lin Che suddenly noticed something unusual about the squirrel. This creature actually had a pair of golden eyes, and its fur reflected a golden glow, looking quite extraordinary. More importantly, this squirrel was holding a golden pine cone between its paws. Although Lin Che did not know if the pine cone itself came in a golden variety, he could tell at a glance that this pine cone was extraordinary. If you hand over that pine cone, it'll spare your life. How about that? Lin Che felt a hint of malicious amusement, and regardless of whether the squirrel could understand, stated his terms to himself. Although the golden squirrel did not comprehend Lin Che's words, it understood the look in his eyes. It quickly hid the pine cone behind it, continuing to make threatening sounds. Chirp, chirp. If you want, give it to me, I'll have to take it myself. Lin Che pretended to climb up the tree. Seeing this, the golden squirrel immediately took the pine cone in its mouth and fled along the branches to another location. It quickly leaped through the trees, trying to shake off Lin Che. However, as a transcendent martial artist, Lin Che's speed was not ordinary, and he kept close behind the golden squirrel. After a chase, the mutated squirrel arrived at a giant tree with a diameter of 3 meters. Even among the lush mountains and forests, this tree stood out remarkably. The squirrel climbed up the trunk until its figure disappeared among the branches. Since Lin Che had chased it this far, he certainly couldn't easily give up, and immediately began to climb the tree. About 10 meters up the trunk, Lin Che finally spotted a tree hole. Just as he hesitated whether to reach in, several larger mutated squirrels suddenly dashed out from the tree hole. These mutated squirrels bared their teeth and let out sharp cries, clearly warning Lin Che not to approach. Then a giant squirrel with golden fur slowly emerged from the tree hole. This creature was nearly a meter tall. It did not crawl out, but stood upright like a human and walked out slowly. Lin Che found a sturdy branch to stand on, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the giant squirrel. Then he muttered to himself, "It's actually a level 2 mutated creature." Having seen level 2 mutated creatures among the wolf pack earlier, Lin Che could understand. After all, the Wolf King was already strong, so it was normal for it to evolve further. However, this mutated squirrel, such a small creature, could also evolve into a level 2 mutated creature. There must be something unusual about it. Chirp, chirp. The giant mutated squirrel raised its head and issued a warning to Lin Che. Seeing this, Lin Che once again employed the same tactic. "If you hand over that golden pine cone, I'll pretend I was never here otherwise." As he spoke, Lin Che drew his long knife and swung it at a thick branch. Crack! The branch as thick as a water bucket broke in response. Lin Che had mastered this technique, called reverse breaking the vast sky, to perfection, executing it with ease. "If you refuse to comply, your entire nest of squirrels will likely become the souls under my knife." The giant squirrel, clearly not lacking in intelligence, recognized Lin Che's strength and immediately conceded, turning and entering the tree hole. Lin Che thought, "Wanna run? It's not that easy." So he shouted, "Take this, my 1,000 blades," shattering the sky. As the long knife waved, the tree hole was instantly cut through by the air blade. The surrounding robust squirrels jumped away in alarm, continuously squeaking. Not long after, the giant squirrel emerged again from the tree hole, holding the golden pine cone between its paws and respectfully offering it to Lin Che. "Cough, cough, cough. What you are doing puts me in a difficult position." Lin Che frowned slightly. Lin Che initially intended to exterminate this nest of squirrels, which would at least yield 5 or 6 level 1 crystal cores and 1 level 2 crystal core. Although killing a few mutated creatures wouldn't significantly enhance his own realm, even the smallest mosquito is still meat, so why not take advantage of it? However, he didn't expect that this giant squirrel could actually understand human speech and was very perceptive. As such, it became awkward for Lin Che to take direct action. After all, he had previously stated that if the giant squirrel handed over the pine cones, he would act as if he had never been there, and now it felt inappropriate to go back on his word. Even without anyone else around, Lin Che felt somewhat uncomfortable. In a moment of hesitation, Lin Che took the golden pine cone. After examining it repeatedly, he couldn't be sure if it was edible. Thus, he broke off a pine nut and tossed it to the giant squirrel. "Eat it," Lin Che commanded the giant squirrel. The giant squirrel's eyes showed a look of confusion, displaying a very human-like expression of doubt. Yet it still followed his instructions, picked up the pine nut, and swallowed it. Lin Che couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but he felt the giant squirrel's aura strengthen slightly after it consumed the pine nut. After much contemplation, Lin Che also ate a pine nut. Moments later, he felt a noticeable enhancement in his cultivation, the effect equivalent to slaying a level 1 mutated creature. Lin Che's gaze turned astonished as he looked at the pine cone in his hand. This particular pine cone contained at least 100 pine nuts, meaning that consuming this one pine cone was akin to slaying nearly 100 level 1 mutated creatures. No wonder this squirrel evolved into a level 2 mutated creature. It must have eaten quite a few pine nuts before. Lin Che glanced at the giant squirrel once again, revealing a look of hesitation. Should I kill this nest of squirrels? Or should I kill them? Or perhaps should I just kill them? Before Lin Che could make a decision, the giant squirrel immediately showed a look of terror and repeatedly bowed in submission. This left Lin Che even more perplexed. He had only been contemplating in his heart and hadn't spoken, yet the squirrel seemed to have sensed his thoughts. Could it be that this squirrel didn't just understand human speech, but possessed some telepathic ability? As Lin Che pondered this, he saw the giant squirrel nodding repeatedly, as if answering his unspoken thoughts. What a remarkable ability. Killing it seems a bit too wasteful. Seemingly sensing a glimmer of hope, the giant squirrel turned back to its tree hole and retrieved half a golden pine cone, preparing to present it to Lin Che. Seeing this, Lin Che felt a bit awkward. Forget it, you can keep this half pine cone for yourself. I can make you a pet. If you continue to evolve, you might bring me considerable assistance. Lin Che continued to examine the giant squirrel, and once the thought arose, he could no longer suppress it. Having a pet that could sense the thoughts of others would mean he would no longer have to worry about being schemed against. As long as the other party harbored any hostility, this little creature would immediately sense it. With a bit of training, teaching it how to alert him shouldn't be too difficult. In this light, he was determined to keep this pet. Noticing Lin Che's eager gaze, the giant squirrel shrank back slightly. Haha, don't worry, as my pet, I will definitely treat you well. Lin Che swore an oath. The giant squirrel glanced back at the tree hole, its eyes revealing a look of reluctance. Your thinking is all wrong. A true man should not live hidden away in a tree hole. Hearing Lin Che's words, the giant squirrel again wore an expression of confusion. Cough, cough, cough. Even if you aren't a true man, possessing such an extraordinary ability means you shouldn't waste your own talents, right? To this, the giant squirrel remained hesitant. I advise you not to be ungrateful. If you refuse to be my pet, then you'll just have to become experience points. The giant squirrel's fur bristled in fear. It turned to look at the tree hole, then back at Lin Che, going back and forth a few times before finally choosing to submit. The giant squirrel took a few steps forward, walking to Lin Che's feet and rubbing its tail against his pants. Very well, you have made a wise choice. With that, Lin Che made a few leaps back to the ground and signaled for the giant squirrel to follow. Let's go. Chirp, chirp. The giant squirrel looked at the other squirrels, seemingly instructing them about something. Then it leaped down from the tree and followed Lin Che's footsteps. After a long search in the woods with the squirrel, Lin Che finally spotted a mutated wild boar. Although the mutated wild boar had tough skin and thick meat with bristles as hard as iron, it couldn't withstand Lin Che's dry chi-breaking sky art. With one reverse slash of its Songming, Lin Che easily killed the mutated wild boar and proceeded to dismember it on the spot. The entire wild boar weighed over 200 kilograms. For convenience, Lin Che only kept part of the torso and 4 legs. The remaining parts were too cumbersome to carry and had to be discarded, which felt somewhat wasteful. However, Lin Che needed to hide his own cultivation level and had no other choice at the moment. Although he could exert 200 kilograms of force at the chi opening realm, he wouldn't be able to carry 200 kilograms very far. If Lin Che didn't take precautions and directly return to the camp with the entire wild boar, it would definitely raise suspicions and could expose his realm. Lin Che chose a stick to lift the wild boar meat and made his way toward the camp. A giant squirrel followed closely behind him. Upon reaching the camp, Feng Haochen and Shu Yao had also returned with their respective prey and were starting a fire. After discussing yesterday, the two decided that Lin Che shouldn't be solely responsible for hunting. They were all here for the trial. If they just waited to eat, it would defeat the purpose of the trial. Since Lin Che chose to act alone, the two felt confident in their own strength and opted to operate independently. Yang Xin didn't raise any objections, as Lin Che and his companions were currently the strongest combat force in their martial arts class. Letting the three of them perform to their strengths should not lead to any unexpected issues. Thus, Chu Yao returned with 2 wild rabbits, while Feng Haochen brought back a roe deer. When everyone saw Lin Che returning to the camp with wild boar meat, it inevitably sparked a wave of discussion. Such a large wild boar must be at least a level 2 mutated creature, right? Isn't that very normal? The previous armored bear was a level 3 mutated creature. To slay a level 3 mutated creature at the chi opening realm still feels unreal. Just then, someone finally spotted the giant squirrel behind Lin Che. What the heck, a level 2 mutated squirrel? It's so big. Many people immediately became vigilant. Seeing this, Lin Che commanded the giant squirrel, come greet everyone. Chirp, chirp. The giant squirrel complied and bowed to the crowd. So you went out and came back with a mutated squirrel as a pet? Chu Yao casually asked. After openly discussing the matter of the annulment of their engagement, Chu Yao no longer treated Lin Che coldly, and their interactions became increasingly natural. What can I do? My charisma is too strong, would insist on following me. Lin Che feigned a helpless expression. What's its name? Chu Yao looked at the giant squirrel. Name. Lin Che followed her gaze. Let's call it Big Squirrel. Chu Yao looked at him with disdain. That's just too perfunctory. How about I help it come up with a name? Lin Che silently cursed in his heart. You want to name it? Are you trying to be its mother? However, he just casually replied, sure, go ahead. Let me think. Chu Yao pondered briefly. Since it's all golden, how about we call it Golden Treasure? Lin Che looked bewildered. What's it called? Red Golden Treasure. It's not Red Gold Treasure, it's Golden Treasure. What's wrong with your ears at such a young age? Chu Yao couldn't help. Lin Che looked at the giant squirrel. From now on you'll be called Golden Treasure. Got it? Chirp chirp. Golden Treasure nodded, slightly indicating understanding. Wow. It's so smart. Chu Yao couldn't help but admire. If it weren't smart it would have turned into a corpse by now, Lin Che acknowledged. Upon hearing this, Golden Treasure couldn't help but shrink closer to Chu Yao. Just then a sudden voice interrupted. Bro, I see you guys brought back so much prey you can't possibly eat it all. Can you share some with everyone? Lin Zixuan, after being intimidated by Lin Che, had been well-behaved for a day. Now seeing an opportunity, he couldn't help but want to provoke Lin Che again. No way. Lin Che casually rejected. He had developed a conditioned reflex to Lin Zixuan habitually refusing. With so much prey it won't be fresh by tomorrow. What a pity. Lin Zixuan continued to lead the others. Although Lin Che only brought back parts of a wild boar's body and limbs, there was still over 100 pounds of meat after removing the bones. Fang Haochen brought back a roe deer, which was about 50 to 60 pounds of meat. Chu Yao brought back 2 mutated rabbits which weighed over 10 pounds combined. Even with a martial artist's large appetite, it was impossible for the 3 of them to consume nearly 200 pounds of meat in a single day. You do have a point, Lin Che nodded, slightly scanning the surroundings. That one song, sure, this piece of wild boar meat is for you, no need to thank me. Lin Che held up a part of the wild boar's body, gesturing towards her. Lin Che, although I appreciate your kindness, my name is not Song Sure, it's Song Xia. Song Xia's expression was complicated. I hope Lin Che can remember next time. Even though Lin Che miscalled her name, she still decided to accept his gift. She had borrowed a fishing rod from Lin Che yesterday, and receiving a piece of pork today wouldn't weigh on her conscience too much. Lin Che felt slightly awkward. Ahem. Alright, Song Xia, I'll remember. Although it has been more than a month since school started, Lin Che rarely communicated with others, so he couldn't remember many classmates' names. The reason he specifically gave a piece of wild boar meat to Song Xia was mainly because he had dealt with her once before, so he somewhat recognized her. As for the others, to Lin Che, they were just familiar faces. Seeing Song Xia leave with the wild boar meat, Lin Zixuan spoke up again. Bro, I see your group's prey is still so much you can't possibly eat it all, right? Indeed, we can't finish it all, Lin Che replied with a sarcastic smile. So what? Can you share some with the classmates who don't have enough food? We are all one collective and should help each other. Although Lin Zixuan always used the same set of rhetoric, it really worked every time. The crowd, incited by Lin Zixuan, began to join in. Yes, since you can't finish it all, why not share a bit with everyone? We are all classmates and will be learning and training together in the future. If you have extra meat, isn't it good to share with those in need? Did he specifically give a piece of wild boar meat to Song Xia because he has feelings for our class flower? Walking so close to that woman, still not satisfied, he actually comes to flirt with the class flower again. How greedy can one be? Sure enough, these students couldn't resist provocation and were easily stirred up by Lin Zixuan. I hunted this myself, and I can do whatever I want with it. As for the prey in the class monitor's hands, you can ask the class monitor yourself. Lin Che was never the type to allow others to criticize him without reason. If these people were discussing him behind his back, he would let it go. But now with someone pointing fingers at him face to face, Lin Che naturally couldn't easily tolerate it. However, coming out to trial, if you can't even solve your own food problem, you'll likely be useless after graduation. As he spoke, Lin Che swung his knife and split a wild boar leg in half, scanning the crowd. Some who initially wanted to retort Lin Che immediately lost their thoughts and fell silent upon seeing his imposing demeanor. Lin Che kept enough for himself and handed the remaining meat to Fang Haochen for him to distribute as he pleased. You wanted to collect crystal cores, right? Why not use this meat to exchange crystal cores with the classmates? It must be said Fang Haochen came up with a good idea for Lin Che. Prey comes in different sizes, and some might have only hunted smaller prey, leaving them short on food, but they might have crystal cores on hand. That makes sense. Lin Che immediately shouted, any classmate who doesn't have enough food can exchange for food with crystal cores, 1 crystal core for 5 pounds of meat. Although crystal cores cannot be directly absorbed, 1 crystal core represents 1 mutated creature, so crystal cores are treated as military merit in the army. There are also some research institutes that use crystal cores as raw materials for potion development. However, military merits need to be counted on the spot, and not all crystal cores will be recognized. As research materials, they do not require a large quantity, and the military can basically provide a continuous supply of materials, so no research institute will specifically buy them from the outside. Therefore, currently crystal cores are not without value, but to say how valuable they are is somewhat exaggerated. In fact, with the current value of crystal cores, they are not enough to circulate in the market. Only in the black market for certain unknown reasons are they purchased by those with intentions. Originally, these classmates didn't know about such places as the black market and wouldn't deliberately collect crystal cores. However, having seen Lin Che collect them earlier sparked interest among some classmates. Therefore, coincidentally, there were indeed a few classmates who retained crystal cores after killing mutated creatures. Now that food is short, it's just right to exchange it for wild boar meat with Lin Che. I have 3, give me 15 pounds. I have 2, give me 10 pounds. I only have 1, but it's a second-tier crystal core. Can I count it as 2? Upon hearing this, Lin Che was pleasantly surprised, of course. In the black market, a first-tier crystal core is valued at 500, a second-tier crystal core at 2,000, a third-tier crystal core at 6,000, and a fourth-tier crystal core at over 10,000. This pricing system is obviously unreasonable. Based on scarcity, third-tier crystal cores should be priced higher than fourth-tier. However, currently, only the black market buys crystal cores, and Lin Che has no other choice. Calculating based on this price, 1 second-tier crystal core is actually equivalent to 4 first-tier crystal cores. This student using 1 second-tier crystal core, as if it were 2 first-tier crystal cores, made Lin Che naturally happy. A second-tier crystal core can be exchanged for 10 pounds, a third-tier crystal core for 20 pounds, and a fourth-tier crystal core for 40 pounds. However, Lin Che was just talking big. None of the students present could possibly have a third-tier crystal core, let alone a fourth-tier crystal core. In the end, Lin Che obtained 13 first-tier crystal cores and 1 second-tier crystal core. Meanwhile, Lin Zishuan was left with a belly full of anger. Bro, we are all classmates and should help each other. How can you ask other classmates for crystal cores? Lin Che shot Lin Zishuan a glance, his smile unwavering. Since it's mutual assistance, I provide food to my classmates, and they help me collect crystal cores. Isn't that only natural? After a brief pause, Lin Che's expression turned cold. The mutual assistance you speak of can't be just me helping others while not allowing others to help me, right? I didn't mean that. No, how could you think like that? Lin Zishuan denied vehemently. Oh, since you don't think that way, do you still think there's anything wrong with me asking other classmates for crystal cores? Lin Che narrowed his eyes slightly, staring intently at Lin Zishuan, as if regarding prey. Lin Zishuan immediately felt flustered, sensing that if he didn't answer, well, he would be pounced on by a fierce beast in the next moment. No, not at all. Brother's reasoning is quite reasonable. Despite cursing Lin Che countless times in his heart, Lin Zishuan dared not utter any provocative words. Understanding. Lin Che revealed a set of white teeth. Lin Zishuan appeared embarrassed. Lin Che ignored him and handed the roasted pig leg in his hand to Chu Yao. Here, you eat first. I don't want to give it to Song Xia. Chu Yao herself did not understand why she said that. Perhaps she felt that since the two had not yet annulled their engagement, Lin Che should not show goodwill towards other women in front of her. She did not realize that it might be an emotion called jealousy. Lin Che raised an eyebrow and said, if you truly won't eat, I'll eat it myself. Hearing this, Chu Yao snatched the roasted meat from Lin Che's hand and took a hard bite, as if to vent her emotions. While chewing, she mumbled, since you said it was for me, then it's mine. Night fell again. After 2 days of exploration, most of the students were exhausted and had gone to rest in their tents early. Only a few campfires were still emitting faint light, flickering in the silent night. However, in the darkness, a group of figures was quietly approaching. Previously, the Wolf King had led the wolf pack away, seemingly abandoning this group of trial students. In reality, the Wolf King was exceptionally intelligent, secretly directing scouts to follow, and had even come to probe the area personally yesterday. The eerie light Lin Che saw last night was indeed the Wolf King's eyes. Tonight, the Wolf King once more surveyed the camp, discovering that everyone inside had significantly lowered their vigilance, making it a perfect time for revenge. The wolf pack moved stealthily through the tranquil woods and soon reached the edge of the camp. The Wolf King stood atop a large rock overlooking everything in the camp, its eyes glinting with ferocity. As the Wolf King let out a low growl, the wolf pack instantly received the command and surged towards the camp like a tide. If the night watch was more vigilant, even the slightest noise from the wolf pack would not go unnoticed. However, it wasn't until the wolf pack charged into the camp that someone finally became aware. It's the wolf pack, everyone be careful. With a loud shout, the students who were in deep slumber suddenly awakened and scrambled out of their tents. In an instant, a brutal battle commenced. The sounds of shouts and wolf howls intertwined, echoing throughout the valley. While everyone was defending against the wolf pack, Lin Che had already quietly circled to the back of the Wolf King. As a squirrel, Huang Jinbao was extremely sensitive to unfamiliar scents. Long before the night watch awakened everyone, Huang Jinbao had already kicked Lin Che awake. Initially, Lin Che was a bit annoyed and wanted to teach Huang Jinbao a lesson. However, when he sensed the movements on the ground, he immediately rose, crawled out of the tent, and bypassed the wolf pack's front to deal with the Wolf King. Lin Che knew very well that amidst the wolf pack, the Wolf King was the core, Once the Wolf King was killed, the remaining wolves would pose no threat. Moreover, for the ability related to slaughter, killing a second-level mutated beast provided an enhancement equivalent to slaying several first-level mutated beasts. Therefore, Lin Che naturally aimed to eliminate the Wolf King first. He crept close to the Wolf King and casually swung his knife, executing the thousand-blade piercing the sky technique. Swish! The blade of air swept past, but failed to kill the Wolf King in one strike. Little did he know the Wolf King was exceptionally sharp and had already sensed Lin Che's movements. As Lin Che swung his knife, the Wolf King immediately dodged to the side, its movements agile, narrowly escaping the whistling blade of air. The Wolf King is indeed the Wolf King, but it's not so easy to kill. Lin Che couldn't help but exclaim. Although both were second-level mutated beasts, the difference in intelligence led to a significant difference in combat capability. For instance, the mutated wild boar that Lin Che had previously slain lacked the alertness of the Wolf King. Compared to the cunning Wolf King, those chaotic mutated beasts were evidently much easier to handle. Of course, if one could completely overpower the opponent with strength, then intelligence would not matter. Seizing the moment when Lin Che's attack missed, the Wolf King suddenly turned its body and lunged at Lin Che. It moved at incredible speed, arriving before Lin Che in the blink of an eye, opening its massive maw to bite down on him. Lin Che quickly stepped back while using his weapon to block the Wolf King. Clang! The alloy long knife collided with the Wolf King's teeth, producing a sound of metal clashing. The Wolf King, undeterred by the obstruction, attempted to bite the long knife while continuing to claw at Lin Che. Lin Che kicked out, striking the Wolf King in the abdomen and sending it flying 3 meters away. Whoa! The Wolf King let out an angry roar, and immediately other mutated wolves broke away from the fight and moved towards Lin Che. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Can't beat me in an onion, so you call for help. I didn't expect you to be such a... At this moment, other students gradually formed a formation. Although many were injured after the initial panic, they had begun to calm down. Yang Xin observed the students organizing themselves and did not actively engage in the battle, merely overseeing from the side. Classmates, don't panic, maintain formation. You can handle these first-level mutated beasts. With Yang Xin encouraging them from the sidelines, the students felt more at ease, and their morale significantly increased, gradually gaining the upper hand. On the other side, Lin Che casually dealt with a few mutated wolves and faced off against the Wolf King once more. He leaped high into the air, wielding his long knife fiercely as he slashed down at the Wolf King. Sensing that this strike was something it could not withstand, the Wolf King immediately jumped sideways. However, Lin Che's blade momentum had not yet dissipated, and he forcibly twisted the blade, grazing the Wolf King's hind leg. Though the injury was not severe, it revealed a hint of fear in the Wolf King's eyes. With the pack being suppressed by the students, the Wolf King had no way to retreat and could only fight with all its might. Whoa! The Wolf King let out a long howl and began to run wildly around Lin Che. Seeing this, Lin Che moved in sync with the Wolf King, tightly gripping his long knife, ready to strike at any moment. The Wolf King ran faster and faster, and finally, when Lin Che could no longer track its form with his eyes, it suddenly leapt up, pouncing towards Lin Che. Crack! With a mournful howl, the Wolf King was sliced in two by Lin Che's knife. He had deliberately lagged half a beat, not following the Wolf King's movements with his eyes, intending to lure the Wolf King into attacking. Otherwise, if the stalemate continued, the Wolf King would not tire out before he himself would become dizzy. Hearing the Wolf King's mournful cry, the wolf pack began to flee in panic. Lin Che dashed into the wolf pack, effortlessly slaying a few mutated wolves. Ultimately, the fierce battle came to an end with only a few mutated wolves managing to escape. Lin Che focused on clearing the battlefield and collecting loot, while many classmates also hacked open the heads of mutated wolves to retrieve the crystal cores. Is anyone seriously injured? Please don't push yourselves. Yang Xin inquired. Teacher Yang, we are all fine. Our group is okay too. Our group's Lu Chong sustained minor injuries, but it's nothing serious. Everyone responded, and the situation was quite optimistic. Lin Che, you were too impulsive earlier. The mutated Wolf King is not an ordinary second-level mutated beast. Facing it alone is extremely dangerous. Yang Xin said with a serious expression. I'm sorry, teacher, I didn't think too much at the time. I just felt that if I let the Wolf King escape, it would definitely come back. Lin Che feigned a look of shame, having achieved merit, yet still being reprimanded by the teacher. He did not feel wronged. Even though he was already a Transcendence Realm warrior in Yang Xin's eyes, he still seemed like a Qi Awakening Realm student. Facing the second-level mutated Wolf King alone was inherently very dangerous. Aware that his actions were inappropriate, and that the teacher was concerned, Lin Che could clearly distinguish between right and wrong. Seeing this, Yang Xin sighed slightly. I understand your thoughts, but this method is too risky. In the future, if you encounter similar situations, do not act rashly. Okay, teacher, I will definitely be more careful next time. Lin Che nodded in agreement. Alright, everyone tidy up and continue to rest. Yang Xian scanned the crowd and slightly nodded, evidently satisfied with everyone's performance this time. In the following days, the students became more cautious during their exploration. Several groups looked out for each other, searching for food, while hunting the mutated creatures, and they grew increasingly harmonious. After this outdoor trial, everyone's spirit and energy were noticeably different from before. In comparison to the flowers in a greenhouse, wild grasses evidently possessed more vitality. On the morning of the 7th day, everyone gathered and prepared to return. Everyone performed exceptionally well in this trial. Once we return, I will apply for credits on your behalf. Yang Xian smiled, scanning the crowd. Now everyone is to return immediately. Alright, the students cheered in response. Soon after, everyone chatted and laughed as they set off on their way back. The group smoothly reached the edge of the forest, and just when everyone thought the trial had come to a successful end, a commotion suddenly arose from behind. The ground began to tremble slightly, followed by a thunderous roar that grew closer. At that moment, Bai Yining, the instructor of the martial arts class, hurriedly approached from behind. It's a beast tide. Everyone quickly leave the forest. Clearly, the student trial was not only attended by one teacher. On the surface, Yang Xian led the team, but Bai Yining was secretly assisting from the side. Hearing this, Yang Xin's expression turned serious. Everyone stay calm and evacuate in an orderly manner. Lin Che, who had been at the front, immediately slowed his pace and moved to the back of the group. Looking back, Lin Che saw dust swirling in the forest, and faintly countless mutated beasts surged toward them like a tide. Have we reported to the City Defense Army? Yang Xian asked Bai Yining. I've already notified them. The City Defense Army will arrive within 15 minutes. During this time, we need to do our utmost to protect all the students. Bai Yining nodded, and then looked at Fang Haochen, loudly declaring, Fang Haochen, as class monitor, you need to command well. The teachers will help you by time. Understood. I will lead the students to evacuate in an orderly manner. Fang Haochen responded from a distance. The beast horde was chaotic and incredibly fast, with some mutated beasts crashing into trees without time to turn. In the sky, various birds were also frantically fleeing in droves. What on earth is happening in the forest? Lin Che couldn't help but wonder. At this moment, Huang Jinyao tugged at Lin Che's feet, urging him to leave quickly. Lin Che, unwilling to miss this opportunity, immediately picked up Huang Jinyao and tossed it to Chu Yao. Chu Yao, please take care of my pet. What are you going to do? Chu Yao frowned slightly. Of course, I'm going to help the teachers resist the beast tide. Lin Che feigned a noble demeanor. As he spoke, Lin Che drew out his long knife, shouting to Yang Xian, Teacher, I'm coming to help you. Hey! Chu Yao wanted to stop him, but saw Lin Che already sprinting far ahead. Seeing Lin Che turn back, Yang Xian couldn't help but frown intensely. What are you doing? Hurry up and evacuate. In terms of actual strength, although Yang Xian was at a higher realm than Lin Che, his combat power was not necessarily stronger. Although Yang Xian was in the late stage of the transformation realm, he had yet to reach the innate realm and could not release his true energy. However, Lin Che could utilize the Gan Chi Pa Qiong Ju to kill mutated creatures from 10 meters away. Lin Che had been concealing his true strength, which led Yang Xian to mistakenly believe that Lin Che was causing trouble. Faced with such an opportunity to significantly enhance his strength, Lin Che could not simply hide his talents. Pretending to be weak could not truly turn oneself into a pig. If he missed the beast tide, where could he find such an opportunity to experience? Ignoring Yang Xin's advice, Lin Che seized the moment and unleashed 1,000 blades, breaking the sky at the approaching beast tide. Chi blades continuously slashed from the tip of Lin Che's knife, knocking down all kinds of mutated creatures that charged forward. The once chaotic beast tide was unexpectedly split in two by Lin Che, who continued to flee to the sides. It was fortunate that this forest was often visited by the City Defense Army, making higher-level mutated creatures rare. Otherwise, Lin Che would not have been able to achieve such a feat. After a brief moment of shock, Yang Xian and Bai Yining quickly joined the battle, fully engaged in slaying the mutated creatures. However, their martial arts skills were clearly inferior to Lin Che's, and it was not long before they were injured by the beast tide. Faced with the relentless beast tide, the two could only gradually cluster closer to Lin Che. At that moment, a giant python surged out from the horde, measuring over 10 meters long, its body covered in a layer of colorful scales and moving at great speed. Wherever it passed, various small mutated creatures were sent flying or crushed. Within the entire beast tide, there was no mutated creature more powerful than this giant python. Unfortunately, this giant python was heading straight for Lin Che. How can this be? It's actually a level 4 mutated creature. Yang Xian exclaimed in disbelief. It wasn't that Yang Xian was being overly dramatic. In other deep mountains, level 4 or 5 mutated creatures were quite common. However, the mountains surrounding Xian High City were designated as trial grounds for students, and every year the City Defense Army would conduct cleanups. Level 3 mutated creatures were already quite rare, so it was indeed surprising for a level 4 giant mutated python to suddenly appear. Lin Che retreat quickly. Bai Yining shouted urgently. Given the situation, Lin Che found himself hesitating. If he dodged, Bai Yining and Yang Xin would be the first to bear the brunt. It would be difficult for the two to stop the giant python without suffering injuries themselves. Before obtaining the Gan Chi Pa Qiongju, Lin Che had no confidence in dealing with such a large mutated creature. Even though Lin Che had once slain a level 4 mutated creature, humanoid mutated creatures were clearly not comparable to giant pythons. Not to mention the giant python's regenerative abilities and size advantage, even the layer of scales on its body would not be something a transformation realm warrior could break through. In the blink of an eye, Lin Che leaped high and struck out with a punch. The alloy long knife might not achieve anything, but the power of the punch would surely inflict internal injuries on the giant python. Boom! With a move that could shatter mountains and rivers, Lin Che struck the giant python's head, feigning defeat and being sent flying several meters by the impact. The giant python continued to slide forward for several meters before finally coming to a halt motionless. Lin Che, holding the alloy long knife, approached to inspect. Just as he got a few steps closer, the giant python suddenly opened its eyes wide and lunged at Lin Che with its gaping maw. With a mouthful of fangs, it seemed ready to strike Lin Che. However, Lin Che did not retreat at all. He executed the reverse severing the void technique, and the chi blade shot straight into the giant python's mouth. Hiss! The giant python thrashed about, crushing numerous mutated beasts in its wake, and with a final scream, it ultimately lay still. Although its injuries were not visible from the outside, Lin Che could be certain that this giant python had been declared dead. If the python had not opened its mouth, Lin Che might not have been able to handle it. After all, Lin Che had no confidence in breaking through its armor. Who would have thought that a giant python would try to outsmart a human truly seeking its own demise? After this battle, Lin Che could no longer continue to conceal his martial arts skills. He could only deliberately suppress the force of his strikes in the subsequent resistance against the beast tide to continue hiding his own cultivation. However, despite Lin Che's careful concealment, Bai Yining and Yang Xin still noticed some clues. Moreover, although Chu Yao was retreating with the group, she kept looking back. Even from a distance, it was evident that the martial arts Lin Che used were quite special, and his strength did not seem like that of an opening Meridian Realm warrior. When Lin Che killed the mutated creatures, his killing ability absorbed their chi and blood. Different levels of mutated creatures provided varying amounts of chi and blood. If a normal level 1 mutated creature counted as 1 point of chi and blood, a stronger level 1 mutated creature could be counted as 2 points. Level 2 mutated creatures provided 2 to 4 points of chi and blood. Level 3 creatures offered 4 to 8 points, and level 4 creatures gave 8 to 16 points. Higher level mutated creatures likely followed this pattern as well. At the body refining realm, Lin Che only needed to kill a dozen level 1 mutated creatures to advance. Later at the opening Meridian realm, he required dozens, and at the transformation realm, he needed hundreds. Once he reached the master realm, he might need to kill over 1,000 level 1 mutated creatures to elevate a small realm. If he did not encounter a beast tide, it would take Lin Che a considerable amount of time to find over 100 level 1 mutated creatures. Therefore, while other students had retreated to a safe distance, Lin Che was still weaving through the beast tide. Seizing the chance, he, a mid-stage transformation realm warrior, was reluctant to miss out on this rapid enhancement. Only when the city defense army arrived did he begin to hold back. For a city defense army with an average strength in the transformation realm, this level of beast tide naturally posed no trouble. As Lin Che was trying to retrieve the giant python's crystal core, the major he had seen before when leaving the city specifically approached him. "You are Lin Che, right? Are you interested in joining the city defense army?" Before Lin Che could respond, Yang Xin beside him interrupted. "Lu, what nonsense are you talking about? He is still not yet 18, just a freshman at Xinhai Academy. How could he possibly join the city defense army now?" The major, surnamed Lu, looked slightly embarrassed. "Look at you, I was just asking. If not now, it can always be later." Then he turned to Lin Che. "My name is Lu Ming. I grew up with your teacher Yang. If you ever consider joining the army, be sure to prioritize our Xinhai City Defense Army." While speaking, Lu Ming patted Lin Che on the shoulder. "I have high hopes for you. Thank you for your kindness. If I decide to enlist in the future, I will definitely prioritize the City Defense Army." Lin Che pretended to be serious. Lu Ming waved his hand. "Haha. I'm not a leader. Since you haven't enlisted yet, you can just call me Brother Lu directly." Lin Che looked at Yang Xin and then at Lu Ming. "If I call you Brother Lu, wouldn't that make you junior to teacher?" "Never mind him, let's each have our own views." Lu Ming made a nonchalant gesture. "So it's settled. If you enlist, you must prioritize our city defense army." "All right, Brother Lu, you can rest assured." Lin Che readily agreed. Once Lu Ming left, Chu Yao stepped forward. "Are you all right?" Huang Jinbao also approached, rubbing against Lin Che's pant leg. "I'm fine, just a small matter." Lin Che pretended to be proud. "Such arrogance." Chu Yao pouted. "Where did you learn such martial skills? They're so impressive." Throughout, Lin Che had been wielding his blade with the strength of the Kaipening realm, and Chu Yao did not doubt Lin Che's level. Lin Che waved at Chu Yao, signaling her to come closer, and she complied. "You might not believe it, but I learned 3 ultimate techniques from a celestial being in a dream." Lin Che said mysteriously. If you don't want to say, then don't. I'm not that curious." Chu Yao rolled her eyes at Lin Che. Lin Che shook his head, alas. In this day and age, no one believes in honesty. There is not even the most basic trust between people. The world has changed. While speaking, Lin Che looked at Huang Jinbao. "Am I right?" Huang Jinbao blinked and nodded, showing his agreement with Lin Che. Seeing this, Chu Yao shook her head helplessly. Indeed, a bird of a feather flock together. Whatever kind of master, that's what kind of pet you have. At that moment, young Xian approached, carrying a bag of crystal cores. "Lu Ming saw that you were collecting crystal cores and asked me to give your spoils to you." "Okay, thank you, Teacher Yang." Lin Che accepted it without hesitation. Yang Xin's expression was complicated as he took a couple of steps closer, lowered his voice, and spoke seriously. "Your martial skills are very special. It's best to keep them hidden until you at least reach the innate realm before revealing them in public." Seemingly recalling that Lin Che only had a crade talent, young Xian added another remark. "Though you only have crade talent, you awaken relatively early. With hard work, you still have a chance to become a master." Lin Che nodded. "Rest assured, teacher. I am not the type to flaunt my abilities. As long as you are aware of that." Yang Xian looked at the students not far away. "Go on, join the group, and head back to school first." "Okay, teacher." Lin Che appeared like a good student now, in stark contrast to his earlier reckless behavior when he insisted on charging into the beast tide. In just over 10 minutes, Lin Che killed over 100 mutated creatures, yet Yang Xian brought back enough crystal cores to total 200. Clearly, Lu Ming had intentionally given a few extra. It seems that he counted the mutated creatures killed by Yining and Yang Xian as Lin Che's spoils. The military collects crystal cores to accumulate military merits, and they cannot count the mutated creatures killed by others as their own accomplishments. Perhaps it could be done secretly, but in front of so many people no one would dare to openly claim someone else's achievement. Thus, these extra crystal cores could not be counted. Since Lin Che was collecting crystal cores, Lu Ming was happy to do him a favor, allowing him to gather them together and hand them to Lin Che. Who knows, Lin Che might one day even become a soldier under him, so giving him a heads up doesn't hurt. Taking a step back, even if Lin Che ultimately does not enlist, these crystal cores should still be the spoils of Lin Che and the 2 teachers. Helping to collect them is just a simple task, so why not do it? Encountering a beast tide was extremely dangerous for a group of students. Along the way, everyone had different expressions. Some were exceedingly excited while others were still terrified. Fortunately, the beast tide was of lower level, and Lin Che, along with the 2 teachers, successfully contained it, creating a safe gap for the students behind. Until the city defense army arrived, there were no casualties, which was quite fortunate. After returning to school, Yang Xian and Yining first went to the infirmary to treat their wounds, then both came to the classroom to summarize this trial. At the same time, they specifically criticized Lin Che's impulsive behavior, but of course they also offered praise. Although they did not support it in principle, on a personal level both teachers were quite fond of Lin Che. After school, Lin Che headed towards the private car arranged for him by the Lin family, accompanied by Huang Jinbao. "Lin Che." Chu Yao suddenly called out from behind. Classmate Chu Yao, is there anything else?" Lin Che looked puzzled. Nothing, see you tomorrow." Chu Yao seemed hesitant to speak. Regarding the engagement matter, she seemed somewhat hesitant in her heart, yet did not know how to communicate with Lin Che, ultimately unable to voice it. "Okay, see you tomorrow." Lin Che nodded and opened the door to get in the car. Upon returning to the Lin family, Lin Che entered the living room with Huang Jinbao, immediately facing a barrage of questions. "Who allowed you to casually bring a mutated creature home?" Lin Hai's expression was serious. Lin Che shrugged. "If you can stop it, then do as you please." Although Huang Jinbao was just a squirrel, he was also a level 2 mutated creature, while Lin Hai was just an ordinary person. Clearly, an ordinary person could not possibly stop a level 2 mutated squirrel. Lin Che said this purely to annoy Lin Hai. "How dare you speak to Dad like that?" Lin Wanting stepped forward, glaring at Lin Che. "Don't think that just because you have the Kaipening realm cultivation, you can disregard your elders. Don't forget, I am also a graduate of Xinhai Academy. The admission standard of Xinhai Academy is a crade talent, and the graduation standard is reaching the transcendence realm in martial arts. Lin Wanting herself has a great talent and graduated from the Xinhai Martial Arts Academy, currently at least in the mid-transcendence realm. However, Lin Che had previously slain over 100 mutated beasts during the beast tide, and his cultivation had already risen from the early transcendence realm to the mid-transcendence realm, with his vital energy now more solid than before. With the skills honed through long-term battles combined with the three styles of Xingtian, even when facing an early innate realm warrior, Lin Che believed he could hold his own. However, if he truly fought Lin Wanting, he would inevitably expose his own realm, leading to a moment of hesitation. What? Are you scared now? Lin Wanting showed a look of disdain. Apologize to Dad now, and throw this squirrel out, or as the eldest sister, I feel it is necessary to teach you a proper lesson today. Although Lin Che did not want to expose his own realm, he was not the type to be submissive, so he naturally would not comply with Lin Wanting's wishes. Boom. Crack. Lin Che executed a technique called shattering mountains and rivers against the coffee table, smashing it to pieces from 3 meters away. His martial skills had already been exposed during the defense against the beast tide, and Lin Che did not mind showcasing them again. Do you believe that before you even touch me, you will be the first to lie down? As he spoke, Lin Che stepped forward, his eyes revealing a dangerous glint. You? Lin Wanting couldn't help but take a step back, momentarily at a loss for words. She had never thought that as a Transcendence Realm warrior she would be intimidated by the aura of Lin Che, a Kaiapening Realm warrior. What are you two doing? How can you resort to violence over a few words in a family quarrel? Su Qianqian hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. Old Lin, forget it. Since Xiao Che wants to raise a pet, let him do so. It's just a squirrel, our family can afford it. Lin Hai immediately retorted, what do you know? This is a level 2 mutated creature, not an ordinary squirrel. Only Wanting can handle it at home. What if one day Wanting is not around, and this squirrel goes wild? The others might get bitten to death. Well, Su Qianqian turned to Lin Che and said, Xiao Che, can you make a nest for it outside? Just don't bring it into the room. Logically speaking, Su Qianqian's suggestion was very reasonable and fair, but Lin Che was not prepared to agree. Huang Jinbao had the ability to listen to others' thoughts, and if trained properly, it could be as powerful as his killing ability. How could Lin Che easily let such a super pet leave his sight? Not to mention that the Lin family would not allow it, and even if the school prohibited him from bringing a pet, he would not hesitate to drop out. He already understood the school's regulations. The practical training classes were essentially meaningless to him. However, some common knowledge classes could still enhance his knowledge base. And if he was determined, he could also acquire this knowledge online. Even if it was not as comprehensive as systematic teaching, it was still sufficient. If he obtained a martial artist certification after turning 18, he could freely enter and exit the high walls. To him, school was more of an obstacle on his path of growth. Understanding this, Lin Che no longer hesitated about whether Huang Jinbao could be brought into the room, and he directly laid out his cards. The young lady of the Chu family plans to call off the engagement, so I don't see why I should continue living in this house. I intend to move out. Call off the engagement? Who told you that? Lin Hai immediately inquired, disregarding the pet issue. This is your home too. How can you just move out? Su Qianqian quickly intervened. The young lady of the Chu family told me herself that she wants to call off the engagement. I believe the Chu family will soon come to visit. Lin Che shook his head. If I stay here, it makes everyone uncomfortable. It's better if I move out and you all can have some peace. No way. Lin Hai and Su Qianqian spoke in unison. The Chu family cannot call off the engagement. I don't think you can gain benefits without doing anything. Lin Hai was very certain. Su Qianqian added, no one is uncomfortable, don't overthink it. It's just a squirrel. If you really want to keep it in the room, that can be arranged. Just be careful, and don't let it run around everywhere, she said, glancing at Huang Jinbao. Lin Che furrowed his brows slightly, then spoke again. You don't believe me when I tell you the truth. When the Chu family comes to call off the engagement, you'll see. Then he looked at Su Qianqian. This guy is very smart, and won't cause trouble, don't worry. Having said that, without waiting for their response, Lin Che headed up the stairs. Huang Jinbao followed closely behind, seeming to lack any aggressive tendencies. Upon reaching the room, Lin Che looked around, and then pointed to the empty wardrobe in the closet, looking at Huang Jinbao. Here you can temporarily stay in the wardrobe for the next few days. We might be moving again soon, so I can't make a separate nest for you right now. Huang Jinbao naturally had no objections. Until now, it was still immersed in the terrifying scenes of Lin Che slaughtering hundreds of mutated creatures. At the same time, it was very glad that it made the right choice back then, otherwise it would likely already be dead. Lin Che sat cross-legged on the bed, took out a pine cone, and began to practice the basic guiding technique while consuming the pine nuts. Seeing this, Huang Jinbao imitated him, sitting cross-legged in the closet and starting to eat the half pine cone it carried. As the pine nuts were continuously consumed, both Lin Che and the pet rapidly increased in power. Just as Lin Che swallowed half of the pine cone, footsteps suddenly came from the doorway. Knock, knock, knock. What's the matter? Lin Che stopped the guiding technique and put away the pine cone. From outside the door, Aunt Zhang's voice came. Young master, it's time for dinner. Okay, I'll be right there. Lin Che got up from the bed and looked at Huang Jinbao. What do you usually eat? No, I can't afford this stuff. Can't you eat ordinary pine nuts? Or can't you eat something else? The pine cone that Lin Che had was taken from Huang Jinbao, so asking him to feed the pet with such a rare fruit was truly a bit difficult. Huang Jinbao nodded and Lin Che suddenly heard a thought. As long as it's a nut, we like to eat it. Even if there are no nuts, mushrooms and fruits are fine too. Lin Che was taken aback. It seems I just heard your thoughts. He picked up the half pine cone again, his face filled with disbelief. This pine cone actually awakened my second ability. Huang Jinbao looked as if it was a matter of course. Gigi Gugu. Translated it meant, isn't this normal? I also had to eat a pine cone to hear others' thoughts. Is that so? Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought your ability was innate. Lin Che looked at the pine cone in Huang Jinbao's hand, which had only a few pine nuts left, unable to hide his regret. Initially, when he was in the jungle, eating a pine nut only enhanced his vitality, without awakening any abilities. Now after eating half a pine cone, it took about 40 to 50 pine nuts to hear Huang Jinbao's thoughts. From this, it could be inferred that this half pine cone could awaken an ability to perceive others' thoughts. If he hadn't let Huang Jinbao eat the other half earlier, it would have meant mastering 2 opportunities to awaken abilities. Unfortunately, now there was only 1 opportunity left. Are these pine cones common in that forest? Lin Che couldn't help but ask. Huang Jinbao shook its head. Gigi Gugu. According to Huang Jinbao, since its birth it had only seen 3 of these pine cones. The first was eaten by the entire squirrel clan. The second was partially consumed by itself, awakening its telepathic ability. The third one is the one in Lin Che's hand. Earlier its underlings had just brought the pine cone back to the tree hole when Lin Che came and killed them. How pitiful it is for the mighty Squirrel King to end up as a pet. Truly it was a case of prospering and perishing due to pine cones. Oh alas, how lamentable. Enough already, shut up. Lin Che hurriedly interrupted. He could hardly imagine that a squirrel could be so talkative. Lin Che snatched the pine cone from Huang Jinbao's hand and picked all the pine nuts off the 2 pine cones. After counting, there were a total of 56 pine nuts left. Looking at the aggrieved Huang Jinbao, Lin Che returned 5 of the pine nuts to it. Huang Jinbao took the 5 pine nuts and stuffed them directly into its mouth, leaving no room for Lin Che to backtrack. Lin Che couldn't help but laugh. I'll buy you some other nuts later with various flavors. Don't act like you've never seen the world before. These 51 pine nuts should be enough to awaken the telepathic ability. I must save them for later use. At this point Lin Che's tone became serious, so don't think about these pine nuts anymore, understand? Huang Jinbao naturally understood. Even if it couldn't comprehend, it could fully understand through telepathy. It reluctantly nodded. Gigi Gugu. Huang Jinbao's meaning was roughly that it needed compensation, various delicious nuts, and a hefty compensation. No problem. Lin Che laughed and shook his head, then walked out the door. In the living room, the Lin family members were already seated around the dining table. Upon seeing Lin Che come down, Lin Yuro couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Taking so long to eat, making everyone wait for you alone, how shameless. You could choose not to wait. Lin Che sat down nonchalantly and picked up his chopsticks to begin eating. Lin Yuro showed a look of disgust, but chose not to say more. Lin Che silently observed the expressions of the Lin family members, yet he couldn't hear their inner thoughts, which left him feeling somewhat puzzled. Could it be that animals can hear human thoughts while humans can only hear the thoughts of animals? Unable to determine the specifics, Lin Che decided to take his golden pet out for a test later. The atmosphere was slightly awkward, and halfway through the meal Lin Hai finally couldn't help but speak up. Lin Che, where did you learn that martial skill you used earlier? Didn't you just reach the opening spirit stage? How could you unleash the fist aura? Although Lin Hai was not a martial artist, he had some knowledge and naturally understood what it meant for a practitioner at the opening spirit stage to unleash the fist aura. Oh, while I was sleeping I dreamt of an immortal. Seeing my unique bone structure, he believed I was a good candidate for martial arts and specifically imparted a martial skill to me. Lin Che dared to say this and was not afraid of others doubting him, as he knew that this was something only he would believe. Ahem. If it's inconvenient to disclose, that's fine. Lin Hai felt increasingly awkward but still forced himself to suppress his discomfort and asked again, can this martial skill be taught to others? For instance, your sisters? Upon hearing this, Lin Che looked up at Lin Hai, genuinely not expecting him to have the audacity to ask such a thing. Given that his attitude had already been so terrible, Lin Hai still managed to speak up. However, he was somewhat restrained, leaving out Lin Zishuan, knowing that if he included him the matter would be off the table. After a moment's thought, Lin Che put on a smile. You want the martial skill? Sure, 1 million. In fact, Lin Che only had a superficial understanding of the Ganshi Pacheongju. Being able to use it was one thing, understanding it was another. As for teaching it to others, that was even more out of the question. But since Lin Hai had come to him for this, he naturally wouldn't let the opportunity go to waste. As long as you give me 1 million huaxia coins, I can teach the martial skill at any time. However, Lin Che's tone changed. The method imparted by the immortal is very special. Whether others can learn it is beyond my control. It wasn't that Lin Che looked down on the Lin family sisters, after all both had a level talent and were not ordinary individuals. But the Ganqi Paqiongju was already beyond the realm of ordinary martial skills, and it wasn't something that could be learned just because one had some talent. Despite Lin Che's candid explanation, the Lin family members refused to believe him. Lin Zishuan seized the opportunity to sow discord. Bro, we're all family. Why do you still want to charge for teaching the martial skill to our eldest and second sisters? Look at what you're saying. Brothers should be clear about accounts. If you find the price unreasonable, you can choose not to learn. Lin Che remained unmoved. Lin Hai was unfazed. 1 million, no problem. As he spoke, he got up and walked to the sofa, pulling out a bank card from his briefcase. This card has 2 million huaxia coins with 1 million for the purchase of the martial skill. The other million is for you to personally guide Wanting and Euro for a month. Lin Che thought to himself that the price was too low. It should have been 10 million. However, since the words had already come out, he had no plans to backtrack and took the card. No problem, starting tomorrow, I will personally guide my 2 sisters. In his view, even if it was for a month, or even a year, or 10 years, the Ganqi Paqiongju was something others might not be able to learn. If it weren't for the immortal teaching it to him in his dream, he himself wouldn't have been able to grasp it smoothly. After the meal, Lin Che left the villa with the bank card and headed towards the nearby market. After the day of revelation, daily necessities and lifestyle were all affected. With a reduced population, the value of clothing and housing dropped, making it a privilege to go outside the city. In contrast, food prices were significantly impacted. Initially, the wilderness was overrun by mutated creatures, leading to a severe food shortage. It wasn't until recent years that human warriors had developed enough to protect a region, causing food prices to slightly drop. Lin Che was able to hunt mutated creatures and exchange crystal cores for huaxia coins, yet he still remained quite poor simply because food was exceedingly expensive. However, he now possessed 2 million huaxia coins, so for the short-term food would definitely not be an issue. Upon entering the market, Lin Che selected a dozen varieties of nuts, including walnuts, almonds, pine nuts, sunflower seeds, cashews, and so on. Each type was packed in 10-kilogram bags, ensuring that his golden pet could enjoy a feast. As for his pet, it deserved some pampering. At checkout, the staff even asked Lin Che if he needed delivery, but they saw him easily lifting over 100 kilograms of food and striding away. Spending tens of thousands of huaxia coins in one go made Lin Che feel a bit of pain. However, he quickly realized that this 2 million was practically free money, and he soon felt at ease. That night, after eating to its fill, his golden pet followed Lin Che out of the villa for a stroll. Lin Che wanted to confirm his hypothesis. He could hear the thoughts of his golden pet, but not those of the Lin family. Meanwhile, wild animals had become exceedingly rare in the city. The probability of animals mutating was too high, and within months after the day of revelation, all wild animals in New Sea City were either captured or driven away. Lin Che realized that confirming his suspicions might take some effort. While walking, he suddenly thought of a crew. Can you hear the thoughts of other squirrels? Chirp, chirp. His golden pet seemed a bit puzzled. According to what it said, squirrels could already communicate normally with each other, so why would they need to hear each other's thoughts? Lin Che almost forgot that the information conveyed through animal sounds was inherently limited. There was no such thing as lying. Thus, when squirrels communicated, they would naturally express what they thought. Let me rephrase that. Besides understanding human thoughts, can you also comprehend the thoughts of other animals? You don't need to chirp it, just think it, and it'll know. Lin Che immediately cut off his golden pet, which was preparing to elaborate. You don't know? You haven't communicated with other animals. Well, it seems we can only rely on luck then. Through the relentless efforts of Lin Che and his golden pet, they finally discovered a stray cat rummaging through a garbage can in the early hours. Upon seeing a human approach, the stray cat was terrified and turned to flee. Meow, meow, meow. With no other choice, Lin Che could only imitate a cat's meow. However, the stray cat ran away even faster. Nevertheless, Lin Che proved one thing: he could hear the thoughts of other animals. Because when the previous stray cat ran away, it was thinking, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I'm so scared, which Lin Che heard very clearly. Chirp, chirp. His golden pet stated that it could also hear. Combining the two, Lin Che arrived at a conclusion. The golden pinecone could indeed awaken the telepathic ability in both humans and animals. However, this telepathy could only allow hearing the thoughts of other species, limited to other species and not including one's own. If a squirrel eats it, it can hear the thoughts of all animals aside from squirrels, including humans. If a human eats it, they can hear the thoughts of all animals, but not those of other humans. In this way, although Lin Che could not hear human thoughts, he could hear his golden pet's thoughts. And his golden pet could hear human thoughts, acting like a listening device. With both abilities combined, as long as Lin Che kept his golden pet by his side, it was equivalent to him having the ability to eavesdrop on others' thoughts. Moreover, only through the cooperation of Lin Che and his golden pet could this unique ability be maximized. Thinking about it this way, this ability could be termed undercover, with his golden pet acting as Lin Che's informant. Originally, Lin Che was contemplating whether to sell the remaining pine nuts at a high price. However, as soon as he deduced their specific utility, he immediately changed his mind. Perhaps he could nurture another pet to serve as an informant. Let's go, time to head home and sleep, Lin Che said, triumphantly returning to the Lin family with the golden treasure. The next day, a shocking piece of news rapidly spread throughout the school. The trial area of the martial arts class 1 had unexpectedly revealed a brand new space-time rift. This news was like a bombshell, stirring up a tremendous uproar within the academy. After the day of revelation, space-time rifts began to appear one after another around the world. These rifts contained various space-time interactions, leading to an array of bizarre events. Incidents from the past or matters from the future could all occur. Moreover, within these space-time rifts, there would also be various powerful mutated beings. Naturally, danger also represented opportunity, making the rifts incredibly alluring to martial artists eager to enhance their strength. Lin Che was no exception in this regard. However, in principle, students were not allowed to enter the space-time rifts before graduation. Unless certain students reached the innate realm before graduation capable of standing on their own. Otherwise, recklessly entering would undoubtedly be a matter of life and death. Fortunately, we evacuated in time, otherwise we might have been stuck there. Who says otherwise? Suddenly, a space-time rift appears without any warning signs. Once I advance to the master realm, I must go in and see for myself. With your current training attitude, it seems unlikely you'll have any opportunity. Let's wait until I become a master, then I'll explore it and let you know the details. What do you mean I can't do it? You can. You're quite humorous. What's wrong? Do you want to challenge me at the practical training ground? Huh? Do you have to bring it to school every day? Suddenly, Chu Yao's voice came from Lin Che's side. Of course, I not only need to bring it to school, but I even take it with me when I eat, sleep, and even go to the restroom. Lin Che casually replied, while stroking the golden treasure at his feet. Huh? Who asked about your restroom habits? Chu Yao said with disdain. The school itself doesn't allow pets. Oh, what if someone reports you? That's not very reasonable. What if I awaken a beast control ability? Lin Che said with a serious expression. Chu Yao was momentarily taken aback. That seems reasonable, but if you truly have a beast control ability, you probably wouldn't choose a mutated squirrel, right? What's wrong with squirrels? Squirrels can be quite powerful. Lin Che thought to himself, if only you knew about this guy's abilities, you'd be utterly astonished. During the lunch break, Bai Yining found Lin Che and asked him to come to the principal's office. Thus, Lin Che held the golden treasure in his hands and followed Bai Yining toward the school's administrative building. The principal wants to see you, but might be related to the martial arts techniques you used earlier. Just consider how to respond. Bai Yining lowered her voice, ensuring only Lin Che could hear. The principal of Xinhai City's martial arts academy is named Xiao Changtian, a latest-stage innate martial artist. As a martial arts master, Xiao Changtian is quite a prominent figure in the whole Xinhai. Ordinarily, a student like Lin Che would only be able to meet him during the enrollment ceremony or the school's grand competition. Lin Che, having joined the school later, did not attend the enrollment ceremony. Thus, this was Lin Che's first encounter with the legendary martial arts master. However, the reason for their meeting made Lin Che feel rather helpless. First the Lin family, now the school's principal. Who knows who else will come in the future? Truly, a common man suffers for possessing something valuable. If Lin Che had not been recognized by the Lin family and remained an orphan, casually revealing the Ganshi breaking sky technique would likely put his life in jeopardy. It seems that the only way to truly take control of his own fate is to quickly increase his strength. Thank you, senior sister. I will be cautious, Lin Che nodded in response. Similarly, when deceiving the Lin family, Lin Che told them he learned the martial arts from a celestial dream and they had no way to counter him. However, when facing the innate principle, Lin Che had to at least fabricate a plausible reason. In this day and age, speaking the truth is not believed by anyone, which is truly frustrating. Bai Yining glanced at the squirrel in Lin Che's hand and ultimately said nothing more. The two arrived at the principal's office door and Bai Yining knocked on the door. Come in. A strong voice came from inside the office. Bai Yining pushed the door open and Lin Che followed closely behind. Principal Lin Che is here. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man behind the desk slowly raised his head and scrutinized Lin Che. Xiao Changtian was dressed in martial arts attire, his gaze intense. Indeed, Lin's student possesses an extraordinary aura. You flatter me, principal. Lin Che replied respectfully with a composed expression. Haha, young people should understand humility, but one cannot be overly humble. Xiao Changtian nodded, then looked at Bai Yining. Teacher Bai, you may attend to your own matters. I would like to have a private conversation with Lin's student. Alright, I'll take my leave then. Bai Yining glanced at Lin Che and turned to exit the office, gently closing the door behind her. Make yourself comfortable, there's no need to be formal. Xiao Changtian gestured for Lin Che to sit on the nearby sofa, and Lin Che complied. I heard that Lin Che performed exceptionally well in this outdoor trial, particularly being able to stand alone against the beast wave, which is quite a feat. Lin Che repeatedly waved his hands. It was just luck. It can't be considered a great feat. The principal is overpraising the student. Oh, what is overpraising? I am not exaggerating at all. As they spoke, Xiao Changtian looked at the squirrel in Lin Che's hand. This mutated squirrel was also acquired during the trial, right? Yes, I encountered it while hunting and realized it was quite intelligent, so I kept it as a pet, Lin Che replied half-truthfully. In principle, Lin Che wasn't really lying, since the golden treasure was indeed very clever. A level 2 mutated being among squirrels, that's quite rare. However, there are school regulations that prohibit pets from being brought onto campus. If you bring it to school daily, it might be quite inconvenient. Rest assured, principal, this squirrel poses no threat, and I will keep a close eye on it, ensuring it doesn't cause any trouble at school. I'm not doubting you, Lin student, but school rules are school rules. As principal, I cannot show favoritism. Xiao Changtian wore a teasing smile. If you wish for this privilege, you must make a special contribution to the school. At this point, Xiao Changshan's meaning had become quite clear. Besides offering the martial arts techniques, he learned what other contributions could Lin Che possibly make to the school. Moreover, Xiao Changtian was evidently greedier than Lin Hai. Even his excuses were so half-hearted. Previously, Lin Hai was at least willing to pay 2 million to purchase Lin Che's martial arts techniques, but Xiao Changtian, under the guise of contributing to the school, was clearly aiming to take advantage. How should I contribute to the school? I hope the principal can clarify. Lin Che pretended to be confused while even though he understood that most others likely wouldn't learn it, he had no reason to offer it for free. Xiao Changtian slightly furrowed his brows, replacing his expression with a fake smile. Some martial arts techniques are extraordinarily powerful. Once spread, they will surely help humanity combat mutated beings. If Lin student masters such techniques, please do not keep them to yourself. Xiao Changtian fixed his gaze on Lin Che. Some individuals in power always like to find grandiose reasons to achieve their own ends. Whether Lin Che's techniques could be widely disseminated was uncertain, but Xiao Changtian would definitely be the first to attempt practicing them. It's not that I am hiding anything, it's just that this martial skill is a bit difficult to learn. Lin Che put on a troubled expression. Upon hearing this, the smile on Xiao Changshan's face became a bit more sincere. No worries, whether one can learn it depends entirely on personal fortune. The school only provides the opportunity to learn. The situation was stronger than any individual. Even with the Lin family's backing, Lin Che could not challenge a master. At this moment, the smile on Xiao Changshan's face resembled the fangs of the mutated beast that had revealed itself to Lin Che 3 years ago. Actually, this martial skill only has some advantages before reaching the innate realm. After becoming an innate martial artist, learning it becomes somewhat useless. Lin Che diverted the topic, neither rejecting nor directly agreeing. A hedgehog and an old fox were continually testing each other, wearing down the other's patience. The stones of other mountains can be used to attack jade. Some trivial details may play a decisive role at critical moments. Xiao Changtian gently tapped his fingers on the table, and as his fingers continued to fall, Lin Che's heartbeat began to be disturbed. Moreover, mastering another martial skill is never a bad thing for anyone. What do you think, Lin? Xiao Changshan's hand movements suddenly stopped, and Lin Che's breath caught in his throat as the blood in his body surged, reddening his face. Fortunately, Lin Che had exaggerated his cultivation level. Xiao Changtian only thought he was at the Qi opening realm and did not strike too hard. Otherwise, the methods of a late innate martial artist were not something Lin Che in the mid-transcendent stage could withstand. He would undoubtedly be injured if caught off guard. The principal is certainly not wrong, but I need to receive adequate compensation. Lin Che's gaze was firm. At the very least, I need a high-level guiding technique in exchange, otherwise I cannot comply. Xiao Changshan's eyes squinted slightly, showing some confusion, but after a moment he seemed to understand. Earlier, when he saw Lin Che unwilling to yield, he planned to teach Lin Che a lesson. When he struck, he also aimed within the limits that a Qi opening realm could withstand. Unexpectedly, Lin Che not only suffered no injury, but even dared to propose conditions to him, showing some courage. All right. Xiao Changtian opened the drawer and took out 2 sheets of blank paper. You write down that martial skill, and I'll write down a high-level guiding technique. How does that sound? No problem. Lin Che readily agreed. In fact, compared to the high-level guiding technique mastered by Xiao Changtian, Lin Che was more looking forward to the undying soul destruction technique mentioned by Xingtian. However, Lin Che could not yet determine which mountain Xingtian referred to as Changyang Mountain. Moreover, even if he confirmed the exact location, he could not guarantee he could retrieve Xingtian's head. Therefore, having a high-level guiding technique to use was definitely better than the basic guiding technique directly taught by the school. Lin Che honestly wrote down the techniques and moves of Xingtian's 3 forms without any ulterior motives. After all, he did not believe anyone else could easily comprehend them, so there was no need for deception. Xiao Changtian finished writing and exchanged the papers with Lin Che. What is the name of this martial skill? Xiao Changtian asked in a deep voice. It's called wushing pokuang ju. Lin Che silently praised his cleverness. Xiao Changtian was momentarily taken aback. Wushing pokuang ju. What a good name. After reading it once, Xiao Changtian took out another 2 sheets of blank paper and pushed one of them in front of Lin Che. To avoid any omissions, shall we each rewrite a copy? Of course, no problem. Lin Che thought to himself how fortunate it was that he had not written anything carelessly before, otherwise he would have been unable to rewrite it. The two of them carefully finished writing again and then exchanged papers. Xiao Changtian carefully compared the contents of Lin Che's 2 versions of the rewriting, confirming there were no discrepancies, before he felt relieved. This martial skill is too astonishing. Before you advance to the innate realm, it's best not to reveal it easily. At this moment, Xiao Changtian got what he wanted and transformed into a caring elder for the younger generation. However, he had previously said he wanted to popularize this martial skill, yet now he advised Lin Che not to expose it, which was somewhat contradictory. Rest assured, Principal, I will definitely not reveal this martial skill easily in front of others in the future. Lin Che had already hidden it well. If it weren't for encountering the beast tide, he would not have exposed it. You may go to class now. Xiao Changtian issued a dismissal order. Okay, then I won't disturb you any further, Principal. Lin Che stood up, picked up the golden treasure, and immediately walked towards the door. Oh, also the guiding technique I transmitted to you must not be passed on lightly. Xiao Changtian added. All right, you can rest assured, Principal. After Lin Che finished speaking, he opened the door and left. Once outside the office building, the golden treasure began to express discontent. Chirp, chirp. I know I will be careful these days, but if he truly intends to make a move. Lin Che silently clenched his fists. As a late innate realm powerhouse, Xiao Changshan's profound true energy was far beyond Lin Che's reach. If he attempted to practice the so-called wushing pokuang ju and failed to gain any improvement, he would likely suspect Lin Che. At that time, Lin Che did not even know if he could cope with any methods he might use. Moreover, this was still the more optimistic scenario. If Xiao Changtian truly comprehended something from Xing Tian's 3 forms, he could very well silence Lin Che directly. Such martial skills that exceeded realm limitations, allowing a chi-opening realm to unleash energy blades, would drive anyone insane. If Xiao Changtian wanted to keep it for himself, he naturally could not leave Lin Che as a hidden danger. The golden treasure continuously read Xiao Changshan's psychological activities and relayed them to Lin Che. This allowed Lin Che to successfully play the role of a somewhat shrewd yet ordinary student in front of Xiao Changtian, temporarily avoiding a calamity. However, as he left, Xiao Changtian was clearly contemplating how to silence Lin Che. What he said in person and what he thought in secret were 2 different things. On the surface, he warned Lin Che not to expose his martial method, but in reality, he had other plans. Indeed, anyone who could swiftly become a martial arts master after the day of revelation was no ordinary person. Based on Xiao Changshan's rate of progress, he might very well advance to the extraordinary realm within a year or 2. That would be a height Lin Che could not reach in a short time. Before the day of revelation, the highest martial arts realm was the innate master. After the day of revelation, in the span of 17 years, the extraordinary divine and martial saint realms emerged one after another. Extraordinary, as the name implies, means transcending the mundane. In other words, martial artists at this realm have already surpassed the scope of ordinary people. Innate realm can achieve true energy separation. Extraordinary realm can already use true energy to suspend in the air. Floating in the air like an immortal is naturally extraordinary. Taking it a step further, the divine realm allows one's innate talent to evolve into a 3rd form resembling divine powers. A strength-type talent martial artist can move mountains and break ridges, while a speed-type talent martial artist can move as swiftly as lightning. A water-type talent martial artist can intercept rivers and block water, while a fire-type talent martial artist can incinerate all. And class spatial talent like Chu Yao can master the ability of spatial collapse in the divine realm with unparalleled lethality. For a class and below, physical enhancement abilities and ordinary elemental abilities reaching the divine realm is already their limit. As for class talent holders such as those with spatial lightning and psychic powers, if they are diligent enough and have some fortune, they might ascend to the martial saint realm. They are called saints because such individuals have transcended the limitations of true energy and martial skills, comprehending a certain metaphysical realm. When battling with others, they can transform their surrounding environment into a martial arts domain. Within their own domain, a martial saint can summon the power of heaven and earth with just a wave of their hand. Even the most powerful divine realm martial artist would likely have no chance against the weakest martial saint. Currently, there is only one extraordinary realm martial artist stationed in the entire Xinhai city. If Xiao Changtian could advance to the extraordinary realm, he would be considered one of the strongest forces in Xinhai city. As a martial arts master, Xiao Changtian might still have to consider mundane etiquette and would not directly harm Lin Che. Once he advances to an extraordinary realm martial artist, his actions would undoubtedly become more unscrupulous. Lin Che currently possesses mid-stage treading transformation realm cultivation, and with the 9 Heavens mystic art, he could possibly contend against an early-stage innate warrior. Unfortunately, Xiao Changtian is at the late stage of innate. It is clearly unrealistic for him to face an opponent of that caliber at his current level. With this thought, Lin Che couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. In a moment of impulse, he revealed his martial skills. He was too rash. However, upon reflection, even if given another chance, he would likely still take action. Firstly, the beast tide is ferocious. If he does not intervene, he will ultimately be implicated. Secondly, cultivation is the foundation for a warrior. If he has the opportunity to significantly improve his cultivation, but chooses to hold back, wouldn't that render him useless? Now that matters have come to this, regret is futile. He can only take things one step at a time. Lin Che thought that if Xiao Changtian could not master the 9 Heavens mystic art, he would likely not attack him directly. After all, no one would expend too much effort over something worthless. Even if we were to assume that Xiao Changtian truly wanted to eliminate him, he could always find a way to leave Xinhai City. Currently, he has yet to secure the immortal soul unyielding art, and sooner or later, he will have to venture into the wilderness. Lost in thought, Lin Che slowly returned to the classroom and took his seat. Why did the senior sister call you out? Chu Yao pretended to be nonchalant. Oh, the senior sister thinks I am exceptionally heroic and wants to know me better. Lin Che spoke casually. Chu Yao's heart tightened for a moment, but then she guessed that Lin Che was teasing her and shot him a glare. I believe you, a ghost. You just enjoy talking nonsense and never say anything truthful. Miss, your persona has collapsed. Do you realize that? Lin Che couldn't help but retort. Chu Yao was confused. What persona? In the eyes of our classmates, you should be an aloof young lady, yet your earlier gossiping behavior clearly does not align with your persona. Lin Che scanned the classmates and continued. If the other classmates were to learn that our Chu Yao has another side, I wonder what their reactions would be. What do you think I am like? Chu Yao couldn't help but ask. Lin Che scrutinized her seriously until she felt somewhat uncomfortable before he nodded and slowly spoke. With a face like a lotus and eyes like autumn water, skin fairer than snow. I observe that the young lady has quite a bit of charm. Upon hearing this, Chu Yao's face immediately flushed with embarrassment, and she feigned anger. Who asked you that? I meant what kind of person you think I am. Oh, so that's what you were asking. Lin Che pretended to realize. Chu Yao feigned pride. Of course, don't I know him good looking? Why would I need to ask you? Got it. Lin Che nodded earnestly. However, I also don't really know what kind of person you are. We've only known each other for a little over a month, we aren't very familiar. You. Chu Yao pinched Lin Che's flabby waist. You're driving me crazy. Ouch, that hurts. Spare me, female hero. Lin Che let out a mournful cry, attracting the attention of the entire class. Seeing this, Chu Yao quickly let go, her face even more flushed and dripping with charm. Among the surrounding classmates, there were those who were envious, those who were jealous, and some gazes even mixed with hatred. Are these two getting together? Do you even need to ask? It's so obvious. How can you not see it? Heaven has no eyes. Why would that woman take a liking to him? That's not right. Lin Che isn't bad either. Exactly. It was only Lin Che who dared to rush up to help during the beast tide. Alright, based on that alone, I can temporarily overlook my hatred for him. Oh, come on. You stand in front of that woman. If she even looks at you for another moment, I'll consider myself defeated. Hearing the discussions, Chu Yao grew increasingly flustered. Don't get me wrong, although we are engaged, I have said that I intend to break the engagement, so I won't be with you. The words are the same as before, but Chu Yao's attitude at this moment is clearly not as resolute as before. Understood, don't worry, I absolutely won't misunderstand. Lin Che replied calmly. However, you mentioned earlier about having your family go to the Lin family to break off the engagement. Why haven't they gone yet? Previously, Lin Che had informed the Lin family of Chu Yao's intentions, but Lin Hai did not believe it at all, asserting that the Chu family would certainly not break the engagement without knowing where he got his confidence from. Now, with the golden treasure to probe, thoughts, it would be an opportunity to gather information. Isn't it because I just returned from the trial and haven't had the chance to tell my family yet? Chu Yao's face showed displeasure. Why are you in such a hurry? Does being engaged to me embarrass you? Lin Che displayed a confused expression. No, Miss Chu, where did that come from? I was just asking casually. If you aren't anxious, why should I be? You better not be. Chu Yao turned her head away and stopped responding to Lin Che. Actually, Lin Che was somewhat anxious. He dislikes dragging things out. It feels like there's something unresolved when days go by without progress, which is quite frustrating. Moreover, he couldn't see through Chu Yao's fluctuating emotions, so he secretly communicated with the golden treasure. What is she thinking? Lin Che is a bastard. A big bastard. A nuisance. Golden Treasure replied honestly. Fine, I shouldn't have asked. Lin Che internally shook his head. That guy named Qin Ming wants to find a chance to deal with you. And your brother has been cursing you in his heart, and his words are quite foul. Golden Treasure continued to reveal others' thoughts. That woman named Song Xia thinks Chu Yao is extremely annoying. Stop. In the future, just tell me what I ask. If I don't ask, you don't tell me anything. Lin Che could never comprehend why a squirrel having lived in a tree hole since birth would become such a chatterbox after awakening its powers. Oh, alright, I want to eat sunflower seeds. Golden Treasure put forth what it considered a reasonable request. No, you also have to eat 3 meals a day like me, or at other times you're not allowed to eat anything. Lin Che firmly refused. You're abusing a small animal. Oh, I will report you to the Animal Protection Association. Golden Treasure protested. Haha, after the day of revelation, the Animal Protection Association has already been obliterated by mutation. Lin Che felt it was quite ironic. Some people always want to protect small animals, but when these small creatures possess a certain level of intelligence, they don't reciprocate. Why would mutated animals want to obliterate the Animal Protection Association? Golden Treasure was quite puzzled. Shut up. Be quiet. Lin Che felt that if he kept this squirrel around him, he would eventually go crazy. After school, following dinner in the backyard of the Lin family villa, Lin Che officially began to teach the Lin family sisters the 9 heavens mystic art. Although Lin Che was very clear in his heart that this technique would probably be unlearnable by others, he still had to put on a show for the sake of doing business. First move, shattering mountains and rivers. Lin Che leaped high into the air, using his momentum to flip, and suddenly unleashed a punch. Boom. A wooden stake shattered on impact. Second move, reverse, cutting the void. Lin Che suddenly stepped forward and swung his knife with his other hand. Crack. The second wooden stake was sliced in half by the energy blade. Third move, 1,000 blades shattering the sky. Lin Che held his breath and concentrated, executing a series of slashes. Swish, swish, swish. Crash. The third wooden stake was cut into several pieces. After the 3 moves, Lin Wanting and Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to master this martial skill at once. Lin Che sheathed his knife and looked at the Lin family sisters. These 3 martial techniques are called the martial saint shattering sky art. The skills are extremely profound and cannot be easily mastered. As we previously agreed, I am only responsible for teaching, whether you can master it or not I cannot guarantee. If after a month you still haven't mastered this martial skill, the money cannot be refunded. Lin Wanting and Lin Yu both possessed the grade talents, with Lin Wanting at the mid-stage of the Transcendence realm and Lin Yu at the latest stage of the Qi opening realm. On the surface, their talents and cultivation levels surpassed those of Lin Che. Thus, they naively believed that the martial arts techniques Lin Che could master should also be easily grasped by them. After watching Lin Che's demonstration and receiving his written techniques and power application methods, they were filled with confidence and immediately began to attempt. From 7 in the evening to 9 at night, 2 hours passed with no progress. In fact, not every martial technique suits everyone. Oh, perhaps my techniques do not quite match your talents. Lin Che, finding it boring, couldn't help but make things up. With this time, he might as well stroll around the outskirts of the city. Perhaps he could even hunt down a mutant or 2. Moreover, he hadn't yet had the chance to thoroughly study the advanced guidance technique he obtained from Xiao Chantian in the morning. If he had used these 2 hours to practice that technique, he would have at least made some progress. How is that possible? I've never heard of such a claim. Lin Yu immediately retorted. She had only heard that the guidance technique could complement one's talent, but had never heard that martial arts techniques were also related to talent. Power application techniques do not involve different types of abilities. At most, the effects manifested by individuals with different talents may vary. For instance, the Qin family's lightning 5-linked whip. Someone without lightning-type abilities would simply be unable to create lightning effects after learning it, not that they couldn't learn the technique. The force techniques and Qi blades are not abilities. How could some people learn them while others cannot? You aren't hiding anything, are you? Lin Wanting scrutinized Lin Che. Hey, that's not right. If they can't learn it, then they can't learn it. How can you blame me for that? Not to mention that Lin Che wasn't hiding anything. Even if he were, he would still have a valid reason. I advise you once more, rather than stubbornly trying to learn techniques that are destined to be unlearnable, you might as well study the advantages your abilities bring in combat. What do you know? Both my sister and I possess a grade elemental abilities, unlike your grade enhancement talent. Lin Yu said, quite pleased with her own abilities. Alright, I know you both have a grade talents, there's no need to keep reiterating it, Lin Che said with a dismissive expression. Enhancement type abilities naturally integrate with martial techniques during use, requiring no special research. Strength or speed directly manifests when executing martial techniques. On the contrary, elemental abilities, if they cannot be integrated with martial techniques, will likely struggle to demonstrate their actual effectiveness. Lin Che's reasoning stemmed from his earlier analysis of Chu Yao's spatial talent, which yielded certain insight. Spatial compression can be applied to weapons, and naturally other abilities can be as well. The Awakening Day has only passed 17 years and martial artists mostly still rely on martial techniques remaining at a relatively superficial level of ability application. Moreover, the school has yet to establish courses on the integration of martial techniques and abilities. Sometimes transitioning from 0 to 1 is often more challenging than from 1 to 100. If no one takes that step, no one will ever know that things could be done differently. After hearing Lin Che's grand discourse, the Lin sisters suddenly found him a bit hard to understand. Initially, both of them disliked Lin Che. In their eyes, he targeted everyone as soon as he entered the house, exuding strong aggressiveness. Unlike Lin Zixuan, who was obedient and endearing. However, after spending some time together, they realized that aside from his sharp tongue, Lin Che seemed to have no significant flaws. Recently, Lin Che had assisted the teachers in resisting the Beast Tide, single-handedly slaying over 100 mutants, demonstrating exceptional combat power. Coupled with his unusual martial techniques, it added a layer of mystery to Lin Che. Under these combined conditions, when the sisters looked at Lin Che again, they felt that this younger brother was not as inadequate as they had imagined. What do you mean by the integration of abilities and martial techniques? Lin Wanting couldn't help but ask. Lin Che opened his mouth, but found himself unsure of where to start, so he gave up. I was just speaking casually, and besides, this isn't within the scope of our transaction. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuro immediately retorted. You taught us this martial technique, and we haven't learned it. How do we know you are not deceiving us? That's not right. I already said this technique is difficult to learn, and I can't guarantee you will master it, and now you're saying this. I don't care, unless you tell us how to integrate abilities with martial techniques. Otherwise, if we can't learn this martial technique, it won't be over. Lin Yuro raised her eyebrows at Lin Wanting, who immediately understood. Indeed, you have already received the payment. You must provide something useful in return. Lin Che frowned, scanning both sisters back and forth, then took a deep breath, showing a troubled expression. After a moment, he slowly uttered 3 words. It requires more payment. Why are you so greedy? Isn't 2 million enough for you? Lin Yuro immediately scoffed. Lin Wanting, however, had a different attitude. Fine, I'll give you another 1 million if you tell us how to integrate abilities with martial techniques. Why are you agreeing to him? Lin Yuro was quite unwilling. Lin Wanting was unfazed. The transaction has already been established. We have additional terms, and he naturally has the right to increase the payment. It's reasonable. Perhaps this was because Lin Wanting had already joined the Lin group, and her work carried a hint of commerciality. In her view, if it could enhance her own strength, a mere 1 million was not a significant cost. Upon hearing this, Lin Che couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Indeed, my elder sister has a high level of awareness. I wonder how my elder sister plans to make the payment. Lin Che immediately switched to a different demeanor. His quick reaction could only be described as decisive. Earning another 1 million so casually was truly too easy. In the past, how many mutants would he have to kill to earn 1 million? Lin Wanting raised her arm. I can transfer it through my wristband. Seeing this, Lin Che directly took out a bank card. Just transfer it to this card. Then Lin Wanting operated her wristband, projecting a holographic screen, and successfully transferred the 1 million according to the bank card provided by Lin Che. Lin Che revealed a bright smile. Since my elder sister is so sincere, I will speak seriously about it. If you only care about money. Lin Yuro rolled her eyes. Hey, you can't say that. Oh, we're all engaging in a fair transaction, and I'm not taking money for nothing. This is called knowledge payment. Lin Che said earnestly. You are considered lucky, though others might want to learn, but I may not necessarily teach them. Alright, you've received the money. I'll quickly get to the point. Lin Yuro appeared slightly impatient. Cough cough. Alright, what abilities do both of you possess? Lin Che gathered his thoughts seriously. I have a great fire abilities, and Yuro has a great ice abilities, Lin Wanting responded truthfully. Wow, impressive. Lin Che raised his eyebrows slightly. Hearing this, the sisters couldn't help but smile. However, Lin Che's next sentence caused both of their faces to darken instantly. By the way, since you all have the same mother, why did 3 of you awaken 3 different abilities? Are you done? Lin Wanting and Lin Yuro spoke in unison. Hey, don't rush, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Let me explain it in detail. Lin Che pondered for a moment. Well, let's first talk about fire abilities. High explosive, wide range, but weak defense. Do you really need to say this? It's common knowledge. Lin Yuro complained again. Are you saying it, or am I saying it? Lin Che stared at Lin Yuro. Lin Yuro was about to retort, but Lin Wanting quickly interrupted. Alright, Yuro, stop talking, you just listen to what he has to say. Lin Che smiled slightly, and continued, in traditional combat, fireballs, firewalls, and fire rings are quite common, and their usage is rather rigid. Lin Yuro was about to retort again, but was covered by Lin Wanting's hand. Lin Che's smile widened. If during combat one could directly cover any part of their body with flames, while ensuring they do not suffer from the flames, they could launch attacks at will. Whether it's fists or weapons, all would carry the fire abilities during combat. far surpassing the usual fireballs and firewalls in strength. Even I need to rely on martial skills to unleash fist energy and chi blades while you only need to use common techniques to cast fireballs and fire blades. Lin Che looked earnestly at Lin Wanting and asked, "Why must we learn some unnecessary martial skills?" Lin Wanting furrowed her brow, slightly contemplating the feasibility of the methods Lin Che described. Some techniques exist solely due to the limitations of not having heard or seen them before. Once the key is uncovered, pushing open that door to the unknown makes everything very simple. Ordinary ability users are like traditional mages. Once combined with martial skills, they simply become melee mages. However, if Lin Che hadn't mentioned it, Lin Wanting and Lin Yuro probably wouldn't have thought along those lines. Unless they see someone using their abilities in that manner, even if they possess a level talent, they might not realize these combat techniques on their own. What about me? What should I do with ice-type abilities? Lin Yuro quickly asked. Fire-type abilities can mimic fist energy and chi blades because they possess enough destructive power on their own. However, as an A-level elemental ability, the destructive power of ice-type abilities is significantly weaker. If one were to also mimic fist energy and chi blades, it would likely only cause minor abrasions. Seeing Lin Wanting lost in thought, Lin Yuro began to feel some anticipation. Ice-type is even simpler. Lin Che struck a proud pose. Ahem, I'm thirsty. You? Lin Yuro gritted her teeth. Fine, I'll go get you some water. Hee, I feel so bad. Thank you, second sister. Lin Che pretended to be embarrassed, but his body remained reclined on the lounge chair waiting for Lin Yuro to bring him tea. Before long, Lin Yuro returned with a cup of boiled water and handed it to Lin Che. It's a bit hot, second sister, could you help cool it down? Lin Che took the hot water and made another request. Lin Yuro took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Okay. Then she used her abilities to place a few ice cubes into Lin Che's cup. A level talent is indeed useful. Lin Che expressed his appreciation for Lin Yuro's abilities once again. However, this time Lin Yuro felt no pride, only indignation in her chest. Lin Che took a sip of water, casually placed the cup aside, and spoke again. Ice-type abilities don't necessarily need to create ice balls or ice blades to attack enemies. For instance, earlier when you helped me add ice to the cup, you first needed to summon the ice cubes before making the next move. Using ice balls or ice blades to attack enemies follows the same principle. To be honest, such attacks are difficult to inflict substantial damage on the enemy. However, if you can directly cast your abilities at close range against the enemy, that's a different story. Lin Che deliberately made a sinister expression, making Lin Yuro feel a chill down her spine. When facing an enemy, if you thrust out a knife, even when the blade is still a meter away from the enemy, suddenly a 1-meter-long ice blade appears in front of your long knife. How would the opponent defend against that? Moreover, for example, when the enemy charges at you, if you cover the ground with a thin layer of ice and set up a few ice spears in front of you. As he spoke, Lin Che seemed to envision a ridiculous scene, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became more difficult to suppress. The ground is incredibly slippery, the enemy has no points of leverage, and in front are sharp ice spears. The consequences are obvious. You wouldn't even need to move a step. Lin Wanting and Lin Yuro exchanged strange looks, as if there was something dirty on Lin Che's face. Using fireballs as fist energy and fire blades as chi blades is a relatively normal way to use abilities. However, extending weapon length with ice blades and using ice spears and frozen ground as traps exceeds the bounds of normal martial skills. If she could master such techniques as Lin Che described, she could even directly shape the ice blade into a 40-meter-long great sword. The enemy would think they are safe standing at a distance, but who would have thought that in the next second a long sword would pierce through their chest? Lin Wanting and Lin Yuro both shook their heads, trying to dispel the images in their minds. How could you have such peculiar ideas? Lin Wanting couldn't help but ask, is this idea strange? I often see it online. Lin Che responded nonchalantly. Online? Lin Wanting showed a puzzled expression. Lin Che nodded. Yeah, I often see people online say I can no longer hide my 40-meter-long great sword. Really? How come I haven't seen that? Lin Yuro looked confused. Ahem. That's not important. Now our transaction should be considered complete. If there's nothing else, I'm going to bed now. Having taught from 7 in the evening until 11 at night, Lin Che felt he had been quite diligent. Wait. Lin Yuro called out to Lin Che again. The 40-meter-long great sword and frozen ground can only be used for ambushes. There's no direct method to confront the enemy. If you can solve the problem with an ambush, why confront Hedon? Are you worried the enemy will die too wronged? Lin Che didn't understand. Lin Yuro was momentarily speechless, feeling that Lin Che had a point, but it also seemed like something was off. Taking advantage of their deep thought, Lin Che directly ran away to sleep. The next day, the Lin sisters decisively abandoned the 3 styles of Xingtian and began practicing the ability techniques Lin Che had mentioned. Lin Wanting's attempts went relatively smoothly. She treated fireballs as fist energy or covered her toes and elbows as methods of attack. Fire-type ability awakeners inherently possess some resistance to flames. They only need to control the fire without harming themselves, which isn't too difficult. However, shaping the flames into fire blades proved somewhat challenging as fire is an unstable form mostly appearing as a mass or a patch. To shape a mass of fire into a chi blade form truly put Lin wanting at a disadvantage. After multiple unsuccessful attempts, she simply stopped worrying about the shape. Whether it was a fireball struck with her fist or one slashed with a long knife, it was still a fireball. Regardless, attacking in this manner was indeed much stronger than just standing there throwing fireballs. On the other hand, Lin Yu's development of her abilities was not going as smoothly. Although ice-type abilities are generally easy to shape, Lin Yu could only manage to summon ice cubes and ice spikes. Sometimes when she managed to control it, she could create an ice spike in front of her long knife, which was somewhat effective. However, if she inadvertently shaped an ice ball or block in front of her long knife, it would instead seem like she was protecting her enemy. You can also try shaping a long knife in your hand first. Once you can release it freely, instantly pulling out an ice knife from the air, you can think about new variations later. Easier said than done. How can I instantly pull out an ice blade? Lin Yu became increasingly frustrated. Right now it takes me half a second just to shape an ice block. The only thing I can instantly shape is an ice ball. Lin Che reclined on the lounge chair, appearing lazy. It's all up to your effort, practice more. 3 days later, Lin Wanting could already handle her abilities with ease while Lin Yu remained stuck at the ice blade shaping stage. This won't do. You must teach me something else or I can't do this at all. Lin Yu began to give up. Lin Che rubbed his forehead. For example, if you need to exert 3 parts of strength to cast an ice spike, an ice ball, then, when you create an ice blade, just use 1 part of strength. First try to shape a small ice blade. Once you get used to it, then try to elongate and widen it, ultimately achieving a 40-meter great sword. Lin Yu had initially planned to give up, but after Lin Che said this, she decided to give it one last try. She carefully controlled the output strength of her abilities, forming a thin layer of ice in her hand to shape it into an ice blade. Finally, under her careful control, a 3-inch ice blade was successfully formed. I did it. Haha, I really am a genius. Lin Yu had been frustrated for 3 days, but now all her pent-up grievances finally dissipated. Now that the direction is clear, it's up to you all to hone your skills, so our transaction is considered fully completed. Lin Che stood up, stretched his limbs, and yawned. Alright, from tomorrow onwards you all practice. Having said that, Lin Che didn't wait for the Lin sisters' response, and walked straight towards the villa. In the dead of night, Lin Che left the Lin family, and quietly arrived at the black market. He carried 300 mutated crystal cores, hoping to see if he could sell them. Although he already possessed over 2 million huaxia coins, he wouldn't mind adding another few 100,000 to his income. The abandoned subway transfer hall in Xinhai City was originally the intersection of subway line 1, line 2, and line 8. After the day of revelation, the underground space was quickly occupied by mutated creatures, and the subway lines were abandoned. After multiple cleanups, the mutated creatures in the subway lines were completely eradicated, yet no one chose to ride the subway anymore. After all, if the surface wasn't safe, how could the underground be? If a group of mutated beings suddenly appeared during subway operations, ordinary people would likely find it hard to survive. Initially, only a few people arranged to conduct transactions in the transfer hall, but over time it gradually evolved into an underground black market. Brother Sun, how have your harvests been lately? Lin Che approached a stall he had frequently traded with, and struck up a conversation. Although everyone wore masks, familiar faces from frequent transactions could still recognize each other. Oh, it's you. So don't mention it, my family is on the verge of starvation. Sun, who shook his head. Young brother, are you here to sell some crystal cores today? Yes, and quite a few. Lin Che took off his backpack and held it in his hand. Over 300, ranging from level 1 to level 4. Can you handle them, brother Sun? Upon hearing this, Sun, who raised an eyebrow, staring intently at the backpack in Lin Che's hand, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. Even if all the crystal cores were level 1, they would still be worth 15000 huaxia coins. For someone making a living in the black market, 150,000 is already a substantial amount. Moreover, since Lin Che mentioned cores from level 1 to level 4, their value should be even greater than 150,000. I really can't handle that much. Sun, who hesitated for a long time before making up his mind. But I can take you to meet my buyer, he'll negotiate the price, and the difference goes to me. That won't do. Lin Che firmly rejected. If you sell to someone else, they'll offer the same purchase price. Sun, who frowned slightly. Beyond the base purchase price, we can split the premium 50-50. Lin Che replied calmly. If not allowed. Sun, who hesitated again, his gaze shifting back and forth between the backpack and Lin Che's face. Fine. 50-50. After saying this, Sun, who began to pack up his stall. Wait for me a moment. After putting all his items into a black canvas bag, Sun, who stood up. Follow me. The two exited the black market and walked toward the street corner. The buyer isn't even in the black market. Lin Che curiously spoke. In response, Sun Hu shook his head. Those upper-class individuals would never come to the black market in person. It's not far a well walk there. With that, he took the lead. Lin Che followed Sun Hu for about 10 minutes, passing several intersections until a luxurious mansion appeared before them. Sun Hu approached and rang the doorbell. Moments later, a middle-aged man opened the gate. What brings you here at such a late hour? The middle-aged man had an unfriendly expression. Brother Lu, forgive me. I have a little brother here with 300 crystal cores he wants to sell, and I thought of the young master who collects crystal cores. Before Sun Hu could finish, Lu Quan interrupted him. Shut up. Is the young master's business something you can casually discuss? Lu Quan's sharp gaze made Sun Hu instinctively take a step back. Yes, it was all my nonsense. Please forgive me, Brother Lu. Sun Hu quickly apologized and looked at Lin Che's backpack, asking again, what about these crystal cores? Lu Quan glanced around to ensure there were no other people before stepping aside. Come in to discuss. Sun Hu and Lin Che entered the mansion, and Lu Quan closed the door behind them, leading the two further inside. 300 crystal cores aren't easy to come by. What connections does the little brother have? Lu Quan casually inquired. None. I'm just a student. These were collected by my classmates and me. Lin Che responded half-truthfully. Lu Quan glanced at Lin Che, nodded, and did not speak further. The three entered a side room of the mansion, and Lu Quan again spoke, let's see what you have. In response, Lin Che took off his backpack and unzipped it. Among them there are 293 level 1 crystal cores, 17 level 2 crystal cores, 2 level 3 crystal cores, and 2 level 4 crystal cores. Lin Che casually introduced. Oh, you haven't even graduated yet, and you can kill level 4 mutated beings. Lu Quan showed a look of skepticism. According to the classification of mutated beings, level 4 mutated beings are equivalent to the realm of martial arts masters. However, most mutated beings have low intelligence, and even if they possess special abilities, they do not know how to utilize them. Therefore, it is not uncommon for a transformation realm martial artist to kill level 4 mutated beings. However, it seems somewhat out of place that Lin Che, claiming to be a student, could produce 2 level 4 crystal cores. In Lu Quan's impression, the graduation standard for martial arts academies was the transformation realm. A bunch of students who had not graduated could not possibly reach the transformation realm. How could they kill level 4 mutated beings? Our teacher also took action. Lin Che responded effortlessly. Lu Quan nodded. Level 1 crystal cores are worth 301 each, level 2 110 each, level 3 210 each, and level 4 3100 each. With such a quote, Lu Quan clearly thought that Lin Che, who claimed to be a student, was easy to bully and intended to trick him. Before Lin Che could respond, Sun Hu interjected, Brother Lu, that's not the usual price. Rarity increases value. The fewer there are, the higher the price. If you bring so many crystal cores at once, they naturally can't sell for a good price. Lu Quan spoke nonsense. Brother Lu. Sun Hu wanted to say something, but Lin Che interrupted. Oh, in that case I won't sell them. Next time I'll bring them to Brother Sun in batches. Since the other party did not intend to trade properly, Lin Che did not mind giving them a hard time. After all, rarity increases value. Selling a few less at once should allow for a higher price, right? Lu Quan intentionally confused the concept, and Lin Che did not refute, but directly countered him based on his argument. The room suddenly fell silent, and a dangerous glint appeared in Lu Quan's eyes, which soon shifted back to a smile. Ha, just joking, little brother, don't take it to heart. Let's still trade at the original price. However, Lin Che did not take the hint. I'm not joking. Lu Quan's expression froze. Little brother, let me advise you, it's better not to push your luck. Thank you for your kind advice, Brother Lu, but I still think selling in batches is more appropriate. Lin Che pretended to put away his backpack. Seeing this, Lu Quan immediately reached out to stop him. But Lin Che was extremely quick, instantly lifting his backpack and hand slowly zipping it up. Watching Lin Che's actions, Lu Quan's face grew darker. It seems that the little brother lacks social experience. If you do this, things won't end well today. Sun Hu's heart tightened. Little brother, since Brother Lu agreed to buy at the original price, just sell it to him. I don't want to make things difficult for Brother Sun, but rarity increases value, and I want to make more money. Lin Che remained unafraid, continuing to mock Lu Quan. He did not believe that Lu Quan could find a master to deal with him in such a short time. With his mid-transformation realm cultivation and the Xingtian 3 styles, Lin Che was confident he could handle anyone below the master level. Even when facing multiple attackers, he could defeat them in one move. Originally, he just wanted to conduct a normal transaction, but he didn't expect Sun Hu to misjudge character and find such a buyer for him. Not to mention, he was not short on money at the moment. Even if he didn't sell today, he wouldn't starve tomorrow. He couldn't let anyone take advantage of him. The latest stage master Xiao Changtian was tricked into giving him a high-level guidance technique. As for Lu Quan, he was just a trash at the channeling realm. If you refuse to drink the toast, prepare to face the penalty. In that case, don't blame me for being merciless. As he spoke, Lu Quan clapped his hands. Then 4 burly men pushed the door open and quickly surrounded Lin Che and Sun Hu in the middle. Although the four had different body types, they were all broad-shouldered and muscular, faintly exuding the aura of the foundation establishment stage. In response, Lin Che couldn't help but look at Lu Quan with newfound respect. To deal with a single student, he was willing to employ 4 foundation establishment martial artists, indicating a cautious approach. Unfortunately, he ultimately underestimated Lin Che. As a fellow practitioner of the foundation establishment stage, Lin Che was confident he could take on 10. Is this your plan to resort to robbery since the deal fell through? Lin Che scanned the four, his lips curling in disdain. Hey, words shouldn't be thrown around carelessly. My brothers are only here to protect the manor's security. When they discover someone stealing from the estate, they naturally have to intervene. Lu Quan attempted to turn black into white. Lin Che couldn't help but give a thumbs up. What a clever scheme. Enough talk. Hand over the crystal cores now, and if I'm in a good mood, I might give you 20,000 otherwise. Lu Quan's expression turned cold. You won't get a single cent, and might even end up taking a beating. That won't do. If I sell these crystal cores for 20,000, how will I explain it to my classmates when I return? Lin Che shook his head, feigning innocence. You're being ungrateful. Brothers, give him a taste of pain. With Lu Quan's command, one of them lunged direct. Seeing the opponent's punch coming, Lin Che quickly dodged, stepping back, while simultaneously throwing out a punch. Bang! Crack! Lin Che emerged unscathed while his opponent's bones shattered. A scream erupted, and the injured person didn't forget to warn the others. This kid is also at the foundation establishment stage, even stronger than me. Upon hearing this, Lu Quan narrowed his eyes slightly. All together now. The other 3 immediately closed in, launching an attack on Lin Che. Seeing this, Lin Che charged forward instead of retreating, directly heading for Lu Quan. The 3 rushed to intercept, their formation instantly disrupted. The warrior on the left, finding Lin Che difficult to deal with, flickered his eyes and pulled out a dagger, lunging at Lin Che. Although Lin Che was confident, he didn't dare to catch the dagger hidden and kicked out, striking the man's wrist. The opponent yelped in pain, and the dagger flew from his grasp. Just then, a warrior on the right pulled out an iron rod and swung it at Lin Che's leg. If this hit solidly, even with Lin Che's foundation establishment cultivation, he would inevitably suffer a broken leg. Lin Che immediately transformed his kick into a sweeping motion, striking the burly man in the chest. The man grunted, staggering back a few steps. His complexion changed several times before he finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he collapsed to the ground. Another person from behind threw a punch, and Lin Che dodged to the side, blocking with his elbow. The one on the left, having lost the dagger, also threw a punch at Lin Che. Lin Che seized the opponent's arm, pulling him toward his side. The man stumbled, staggering a few steps, colliding with the one behind him. Before the two could react, Lin Che kicked out once more, sending both of them flying. As a fellow foundation establishment martial artist, Lin Che effortlessly defeated 3 opponents in an instant, showcasing his martial prowess. Among the 4, the one injured the least was ironically the first to attack. Although his arm was broken, he could still move freely. The other 3 were severely injured and unable to rise. With no choice, Lin Che could control his strength against a single enemy. Facing 3, he could only strive to take them down quickly, not holding back. Seeing that the first attacker still had the courage to fight, Lin Che couldn't help but laugh. How much do you earn in a month? Do you really want to risk your life? The man's expression changed as he took a small step back. You're all worthless. Lu Quan's expression darkened. So can I leave now? Lin Che wore a smile on his lips. I told you, you must leave the items behind, or you won't be getting out. As he spoke, Lu Quan activated the manor's defense system, and soon 2 individuals in lightweight exoskeleton armor hurriedly arrived. So what if you can fight? Lu Quan displayed a smug expression again. Before breaking through to the master stage, no one can defeat an armored warrior. It wasn't mere bravado. The alloy used in the exoskeleton armor was far tougher than the scales of a Tier 4 mutated creature. Only a master could injure someone inside the armor from the outside. However, Lu Quan could never imagine that Lin Che, while not a master, could utilize the power of his punches. Even without breaking the armor, he could still injure the person inside. Just as he had done when dealing with that Tier 4 mutated python, a single punch could knock it out. In truth, these exoskeleton armors posed less of a threat to Lin Che than ordinary firearms. Against firearms, he still needed to use external objects to block or dodge carefully. After all, while he could employ the power of his punches, he couldn't wield the protective energy like an innate master. He just in time. I also want to know how much difference there is between me and a master. Lin Che thought to himself, gathering strength in his legs and suddenly charging at one of them. The man looked somewhat puzzled, seemingly not understanding where Lin Che's courage came from. However, in that brief moment of hesitation, Lin Che's punch struck his chest. Bang! The armored warrior, along with his armor, was sent flying several meters, crashing against the wall before slowly sliding down motionless. The other armored warrior was left dumbfounded. Once he regained his senses, he turned and ran toward the exit. Lin Che, however, couldn't risk letting him leave easily in case he called for reinforcements. In an instant, Lin Che leaped up, arriving first, and blocking the path of the armored warrior. Through the visor of the armor, he could faintly see the person inside breaking out in a cold sweat. Lin Che displayed a proud expression before launching another punch. Bang! The same scene unfolded. At that moment, Lin Che couldn't help but feel grateful. Without the three styles of Xingtian facing such a situation, he would likely have to concede. It seems that lightweight exoskeleton armor is not something only a master can break. Lin Che slowly approached Lu Quan, his gaze sharp as he contemplated whether to kill this guy directly. Don't come any closer. I'm from the Lu family. If you harm me, there will be no place for you in New Sea City. Lu Quan's bravado was a facade. Unable to solve his problems with strength, he attempted to intimidate with power. Originally, if he hadn't uttered any threats, Lin Che might not have killed him. But this guy was so despicable that if he didn't eliminate him, he would surely find a way to seek revenge later. Unfortunately, he wasn't a master and couldn't achieve silent kills without a trace. Do you know who I am? Lin Che asked casually. You? Lu Quan's expression froze, immediately falling into panic, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He had no idea about the true identity of the person before him. As for the claim that he was a Foundation establishment student named Lin, he had only heard it from Sun Hu. Whether it was true or not, he had no way of knowing. If you don't know, and they don't know, then what should I be afraid of? Lin Che deliberately misled everyone, obscuring his identity. Investigating a Foundation establishment student might have a smaller scope, but investigating a Foundation establishment martial artist would be nearly impossible. Moreover, Lin Che's public identity was that of a Chi manipulation student, so he had nothing to fear from their investigations. He'll pay. He'll offer 300,000. No, 500,000. How about 500,000? Lu Quan retreated repeatedly. You sell crystal cores on the black market just for money. There's no need for us to become enemies, right? Lu Quan was killed instantly when Lin Che shattered his heart pulse with a single punch. If he had been able to foresee the future, he would never have offended someone who could easily take his life for a mere few 100,000 huaxia coins. Afterward, the Lu family investigated the matter. According to several guards, the assailant was at least in the late stage of the transformation realm or in the early stage of the innate realm. This person could single-handedly battle 4 transformation realm martial artists and even injure someone through their armor. Such skill and capability strongly suggested that they were a master. However, there was still one point that didn't make sense. If this person was truly a master, why would they go to the black market to make a transaction for just a few 100,000 huaxia coins? After thorough investigation, neither the law enforcement nor the Lu family could uncover any clues. Despite the young master of the Lu family being furious, he could do nothing about it, and in the end the matter was left unresolved. Initially, Lin Che worried that the Lu family, being powerful and well-connected, might track him down. However, as days passed without any signs of disturbance, he gradually felt relieved. Looking back, it was clear that the Lu family's investigation was aimed at a cash-strapped transformation realm martial artist. Lin Che's current identity as the young master of the Lin family made it impossible for outsiders to suspect him of lacking money. Combined with his outwardly low cultivation level of the open Chi realm, and being a freshman at the Wudao Academy in Xinhai City, he naturally evaded suspicion. In the calm that followed, Lin Che enjoyed a few leisurely days while Lin Zishuan began to feel restless. In the Lin family's living room, after having dinner, the Lin sisters were planning to ask Lin Che for some tips on the application of their abilities. Lin Zishuan, noticing their intent, preemptively confronted Lin Che. Brother, I know you really like this squirrel, but you can't indulge it too much. Oh, how have I indulged it? Lin Che smirked with a playful expression. You? Lin Zishuan hesitated, feigning difficulty. Seeing this, Lin Hai appeared displeased. Why are you being so evasive? Just speak frankly. Just say it already. Lin Zishuan looked at the Lin sisters, opened his mouth, then sighed. Never mind, it's not a big deal. You're being cryptic. Are you trying to say my pet stole something from home? Even though the golden treasure wasn't by Lin Chi's side at the moment, he could still see through Lin Zexuan's pathetic trickery. With Lin Chi's remark, Lin Hai and the Lin sisters looked at Lin Zishuan with suspicion. At this point, Lin Zishuan had no choice but to go all in. If it stole something else, I wouldn't say anything. After all, we aren't short on money. Losing something isn't a big deal. But Lin Zishuan paused again, as if struggling internally, and after a long while he continued, but it stole the eldest sister's underwear. This is simply, don't you find what you're saying ridiculous? Lin Che scoffed. I know this is highly unreasonable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. Since Lin Zishuan was targeting Lin Che, he naturally had come prepared and wasn't afraid of others doubting him. Eldest sister, did you lose your underwear? Lin Yuro couldn't help but ask. I don't know who pays attention to whether their underwear is missing ever. Lin Wanting felt somewhat embarrassed. Lin Zishuan publicly claimed that Lin Chi's pet was restless, but he was actually insinuating that Lin Che had inappropriate thoughts about the eldest sister and was using the pet to steal her underwear. If this matter were confirmed, the pet would definitely not be allowed to stay in the house, and Lin Che would once again be despised by the Lin sisters. It was not hard to understand why Lin Zixuan would resort to this. In recent days, Lin Che had been teaching the Lin sisters martial arts every day, gradually eliminating the barriers between the three. Lin Zixuan felt a tremendous sense of crisis. He observed keenly and felt anxious. If Lin Che continued to get along harmoniously with the Lin sisters, his position in the Lin family would definitely be at risk. To this end, he pondered for a long time and finally devised this Tubertswithenestone plan. Although the scheme wasn't particularly clever, if the matter were confirmed, Lin Che would surely be left speechless. You said you saw with your own eyes that my pet, a squirrel, stole the eldest sister's underwear. Lin Che pressed for clarification. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. Lin Zixuan declared with certainty. If the squirrel had stolen something else, I wouldn't have said anything, but it actually stole the eldest sister's underwear. That's just too much. But it's just a squirrel, what use would it have for underwear? Lin Che feigned ignorance. Lin Zixuan wanted to say that it must have been instructed by its owner, but he knew that such a statement would seem too intentional, so he ultimately held back. Who can guess what a squirrel is thinking? Brother, you should discipline it well. That makes sense, Lin Che nodded. However, since the matter hasn't been confirmed, I can't draw a conclusion yet. How about we go upstairs to see if my pet really stole the eldest sister's underwear? What do you think? Lin Zixuan was still thinking about how to get everyone to search Lin Che's room, not expecting Lin Che to suggest it himself. Naturally, he welcomed this. If brother doesn't believe me, you can go check for yourself. How can I check myself? Let's all go together to avoid you accusing me of sheltering my pet. Rest assured, eldest sister, if my pet really did steal your underwear, I will definitely teach it a good lesson. If Lin Che had not awakened his psychic ability, it would have been difficult to handle this situation. However, now, all he needed to do was communicate with the golden treasure before entering, and Lin Zixuan would naturally be unable to succeed. Lin Che rushed to the stairs, and Lin Zixuan immediately followed to prevent him from doing anything in advance. Lin Hai Su Qianqian and the Lin sisters hesitated for a moment before also heading upstairs. The six of them arrived on the third floor one after another. To avoid suspicion, Lin Che opened the door and let the others enter the room first. I haven't made a separate nest for it, for now it stays in this cabinet. Lin Che walked into the room, picked up the golden treasure from the wardrobe, and casually placed it by his feet. Everyone can search freely to see if there's any of the eldest sister's underwear. The others exchanged glances, but no one stepped forward to search. Seeing this, Lin Che turned to Lin Zixuan. Since it was your brother who saw it, why don't you search it yourself? Before entering, Lin Che had already communicated with the golden treasure through his psychic ability. According to the golden treasure's report, after Lin Che went downstairs, he saw the window open by itself, and a pair of underwear was placed under Lin Che's pillow. Clearly, this was the work of Lin Zixuan using telekinesis. Unfortunately, he underestimated the golden treasure, thinking that this squirrel was no different from other mutated creatures. Little did he know the golden treasure was a squirrel capable of hearing others' thoughts with intelligence surpassing that of humans. Following Lin Che's instructions, the golden treasure promptly dealt with the so-called evidence and returned to the wardrobe to play the victim. The entire process took only a few seconds. Lin Che opened the door, and as Lin Zixuan stepped into the room, the golden treasure was already crouched in the wardrobe. Brother, maybe we should just let it go. I might have seen it wrong. Lin Zixuan attempted a retreat as a tactic. Oh no, that won't do. What if this little thing really does steal things? I must teach it a proper lesson. Lin Che said seriously, so you should search carefully. At this point, Lin Zixuan could not miss this opportunity. Although he needed Lin Che to fulfill the marriage contract and could not drive him away for the time being, he did not want to see the Lin family members getting along harmoniously with Lin Che. Today he had to make sure Lin Che lost all face. Fine. Lin Zixuan replied with a frown and began to feign a search. Lin Zixuan casually flipped through the wardrobe, naturally finding nothing, for he had not placed Lin Wanting's underwear in the wardrobe in the first place. He then turned to Lin Che, his gaze complicated. Brother, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. What makes you say that? Lin Che feigned ignorance. I thought it was a squirrel randomly stealing things, and it should be stashed in its own nest. Lin Zixuan paused slightly. But there are no elder sister's underwear in the cabinet, so where did you hide it, brother? Oh, so that's what you meant. Lin Che smirked, turning to Lin Wanting. Elder sister, do you really think I would secretly keep your underwear? You should not write. Although you can be quite irritating when you speak, I don't think you would do something like that, would you? Lin Wanting felt uncertain, and her answer was ambiguous. Seeing this, Lin Che pretended to sigh. Since elder sister can't make up her mind, let me search my room thoroughly once more. This way it will also put elder sister's mind at ease. Lin Che was emboldened. No matter how Lin Wanting responded, he would make Lin Zixuan continue the search. Otherwise, how could he continue this act? I didn't mean it that way, as since we haven't found anything, let's just drop it. For Lin Wanting, whether they found anything or not, it was of no benefit, so she chose to avoid conflict. Lin Zixuan felt a tightness in his heart. If things ended here, all his efforts would have been in vain. Just then Lin Yuru spoke up at the right moment. Don't. I think it's better to search a bit more. If there truly isn't any of elder sister's underwear in Lin Che's room, we can clear Lin Che's name. Then Lin Yuru changed her tone. If we do find something, Lin Che should properly discipline his pet. Yes, that's right, let's search a bit more. Lin Hai nodded. Su Qianxian hesitated to speak, but tacitly agreed with Lin Yuru's statement. All right, brother, don't hesitate. Hurry up and search. I'm still waiting for you to clear my name. Lin Zixuan pretended to be serious and shook his head. I was thinking that if you voluntarily admitted it and handed over elder sister's underwear, I could help you plead for leniency. As he spoke, he walked toward Lin Che's bedside. But since you are so stubborn, I can no longer help you. He casually lifted Lin Che's pillow, not even glancing at it, and continued, now that the evidence is conclusive, brother, what else do you have to say? Lin Che and the Lin family all looked under the pillow, then simultaneously turned to Lin Zixuan, revealing puzzled expressions. Wait, this is the evidence you're talking about? Lin Che raised an eyebrow slightly. Lin Zixuan, seeing everyone's reaction, hurriedly looked down, and then realized that under Lin Che's pillow was not Lin Wanting's underwear, but a bag of sunflower seeds. How is this possible? Lin Zixuan quickly stopped himself and deliberately glanced at Huang Jinbao. I clearly saw it stealing elder sister's underwear. Oh, is that so? We just searched one pillow, shouldn't you search a bit more, brother? The smile on Lin Che's face became increasingly difficult to suppress. For example, under the blanket, beneath the sheets, or even under the bed, what if Lin Zixuan, who originally wanted to continue searching, immediately realized that Lin Che had already moved the evidence. Even if he searched the entire room as Lin Che suggested, it was likely he wouldn't find Lin Wanting's underwear. Maybe I really saw it wrong. Well, I apologize, brother. Lin Zixuan immediately changed his tone. No, don't. If you don't search, I'll help you search. As he spoke, Lin Che threw the bedding and blanket aside, flipping the bed over. Oh dear, it seems like there's really nothing here. How about we search in other rooms? Lin Che looked around the crowd, then narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Lin Zixuan. Clearly, when Lin Che mentioned searching other rooms, he was referring to Lin Zixuan's room. In a flash, Lin Zixuan thought of a possibility. Though uncertain how Lin Che managed it, he felt he had guessed the truth. He believed Lin Che must have hidden Lin Wanting's underwear in his own room. If he did not retaliate at this moment, once Lin Che truly found Lin Wanting's underwear in his room, he would be unable to explain himself. Are you trying to frame me, brother? Lin Zixuan immediately countered. Oh, you mean to say that I had my pet steal elder sister's underwear and place it in your room to frame you? Lin Che's smile did not fade. Isn't that the case? Lin Zixuan asserted firmly. But I never said I would search your room from the beginning. I didn't. You just said we should search other rooms. Aren't you suggesting we search my room? Of course not. Lin Che firmly denied. I never said we should search your room from the start. You said you saw my pet stealing elder sister's underwear, but since we didn't find anything here, we naturally need to search elder sister's room. What if elder sister's underwear wasn't lost at all? Doesn't that mean you are wronging me? Lin Zixuan quickly denied. I didn't know, perhaps I just saw it wrong. Oh, but you were just so certain that you saw my pet stealing elder sister's underwear. Lin Che paused briefly, then continued. Moreover, I am very curious, why do you think I would want to frame you? I only need to prove that my pet didn't steal elder sister's underwear to show that you are lying, right? Lin Che stepped forward. So why would I need to frame you? My dear brother. How would I know what you were thinking? Lin Zixuan was momentarily at a loss for how to. At this point, the Lin sisters and Lin parents had already begun to see through the situation. They did not expect that Lin Zixuan, who had always been obedient and sensible in their eyes, would actually frame Lin Che. Even more ridiculous was that this matter had been uncovered by Lin Che. Zixuan, you have disappointed me too much. Lin Hai's expression darkened. You better explain this clearly. That I didn't. Lin Zixuan insisted. I could have just seen it wrong. Besides, I had no reason to deliberately frame a pet, right? Of course you had no reason to frame a pet, but you deliberately only searched under my pillow and not other places. You probably wanted to frame me, right? Lin Che felt that the act was over, so he chose to lay his cards on the table. I didn't. Brother, don't say random things. How could I frame you? Lin Zixuan's expression grew increasingly flustered. Let me guess. Lin Che ignored Lin Zixuan's performance and continued to narrate. You used your telekinesis to place elder sister's underwear under my pillow, then falsely claimed you saw my pet stealing elder sister's underwear. By the time you find elder sister's underwear under my pillow, the whole family would surely think I have ill intentions towards elder sister, and I would be left with no way to explain myself, right? Lin Che's so-called guess was simply what Huang Jinbao had witnessed. However, Lin Che, as a habitual concealment, certainly would not expose Huang Jinbao's abilities. You are talking nonsense. I didn't. Lin Zixuan quickly looked at Lin Wanting. Elder sister, I didn't. You have. Lin Wanting shook her head, revealing a disappointed expression. At this point, you still want to argue? It seems we really spoiled you in the past. Lin Che did not allow Huang Jinbao to place Lin Wanting's panties in Lin Zexuan's room. Naturally, he did not return them to Lin Wanting's room, either, as time was of the essence. From the moment he went upstairs, he began to communicate with Huang Jinbao through spiritual sense, and by the time he opened the door, only a few seconds had passed. Huang Jinbao only managed to hide Lin Wanting's panties in the toilet tank. Even so, Lin Che was certain that Lin Zexuan could never imagine it. Therefore, he took the opportunity to give Lin Zexuan a thorough lesson in front of everyone. Brother, do you have anything to add? Lin Che pressed on. Lin Zexuan still refused to admit. I already said I just saw it wrong. I apologized. Why are you still clinging to this, brother? Oh, are you sure you saw it wrong? Lin Che shifted his tone. Then let's go check if our sister has indeed lost her underwear. Upon hearing this, Lin Zexuan immediately panicked. If they went to Lin Wanting's room now, as long as she took a careful look, she would definitely find that a piece of underwear was missing. Moreover, one moment, he claimed to have seen a squirrel stealing the underwear, and the next he said he saw it wrong, which was inherently suspicious. If Lin Wanting discovered that her underwear was indeed missing, the situation would only turn more unfavorable for him. After thinking it over with a chance to salvage the situation still present, Lin Zexuan decisively chose to admit. Slap. He raised his hand and slapped himself. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have framed you. I was just afraid that after you came back, our parents and sisters would distance themselves from me. Slap. Another slap. I'm sorry, brother, I'm a jerk. Hey, what are you doing? Su Qianqian hurriedly stepped forward. Sigh. Mom knows you're afraid that after we find your brother, he won't love you like before, but you can't frame. Su Qianqian put on a pained expression and then looked at Lin Che. Xiao Che looks Zexuan already knows he was wrong. Can you forgive him this time? Ahem. Well, since the truth has been established and Zexuan has already apologized, let's just let this matter go. Lin Hai assumed the role of a patriarch, wanting to intervene. What is there for me to forgive? Besides, my underwear hasn't gone missing. Lin Che sneered inwardly, his face remaining impassive. Today was merely to prove his innocence, otherwise the matter would not be so easily resolved. To the Lin family, he as the biological son would never be as valued as Lin Zexuan, the adopted son. However, while he couldn't harm Lin Zexuan over such trivial matters, who wouldn't enjoy making things difficult for others? Ultimately, this incident is a loss for our sister. If she doesn't mind, I won't meddle. Using their own tactics against them, since Lin Zexuan wanted to sow discord between him and Lin Wanting, he would let Lin Zexuan suffer the consequences. Lin Zexuan's act of stealing Lin Wanting's underwear to frame Lin Che was already substantiated. Regardless, Lin Wanting would inevitably harbor some resentment toward Lin Zexuan. If Lin Zexuan tried to frame Lin Che again, next time it would certainly be much harder. Thus, Lin Zexuan immediately turned to Lin Wanting. Sister, I know I was wrong. Can you forgive me? You really disappoint me. Lin Wanting's expression grew even more complex. Sigh. He'll let this one slide, but if there's a next time, I definitely won't forgive you. Thank you, sister. Lin Zexuan quickly raised 3 fingers to the sky. I swear there won't be a next time. Seeing this, Su Qianqian hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over. Alright, it's fine now. Let's head down first. I'll have Sister Zhang come up to help Xiao Che tidy up the room. After that, Su Qianqian and Lin Hai exited the room first. Lin Zexuan took one last look at the bed overturned by Lin Che and could only leave helplessly. Lin Yuro was about to pull Lin Wanting outside when she was interrupted by Lin Wanting. Yuro, you go out first. I have something to ask Xiao Che. Lin Wanting appeared a bit shy. What is it? Lin Yuro blurted out, then realized something and smiled awkwardly. Hee, alright, I'll head out first. Once Lin Yuro left the room, Lin Che asked in confusion, what's wrong? Is there something else? Lin Wanting hesitated for a moment before speaking with difficulty. Return my things to me. Things? What things? Lin Che was momentarily baffled. Lin Wanting's face turned bright red. My underwear. Do you want to keep it as a souvenir? Oh, I forgot. Let me help you look for it. Lin Che felt it. When he took out Lin Wanting's cute panties from the toilet tank and presented them to her, he received a disdainful look from Lin Wanting. I don't want to just throw it away. Lin Wanting glanced at the dripping pink lace and flatly refused to take it back. Oh, alright. Lin Che nodded in agreement while subconsciously glancing at the pink lace in his hand. To be honest, Lin Che never expected that the usually dignified older sister would wear such a style of underwear. I warn you, don't do anything strange with my underwear. I am your older sister. By blood. Lin Wanting seemed to feel she was sounding increasingly bizarre, quickly stopped her words, and turned to leave, her footsteps somewhat hurried. Moments later, Lin Che realized and quickly tossed the pink lace into the trash bin. What a joke, knowing that Lin Zexuan deliberately framed me, yet I still have to guard against this victim. I've really had enough. Lin Che grumbled to himself, not caring whether Lin Wanting heard him. Initially, when he fished the underwear out of the tank, he had no improper thoughts at all, treating it simply as ordinary clothing. However, after Lin Wanting's warning, that sensation shifted. He could no longer view a piece of underwear with the same ordinary outlook. Knock, knock, knock. Although the door was wide open, Aunt Zhang still politely knocked. Young master, I'm here to help you tidy the room. Oh, okay, Aunt Zhang, thank you. Lin Che walked to the bed and casually straightened it. Not a bother, not a bother. I can tidy up, young master. You can go about your business. Aunt Zhang stepped forward and began to help Lin Che make the bed. All right, I'll head down now. Saying this, Lin Che took Huang Jinbao and left the room. In the evening, Lin Che, as usual, arrived in the backyard to watch the Lin sisters hone their martial skills. After teaching them some abilities earlier, he thought the transaction was complete. However, the next day the two sisters still came to seek his advice on some questions. Having agreed to a month of service for money, Lin Che couldn't abandon it halfway. Therefore, he showed up on time every day. If the sisters had questions, he would answer them truthfully. If there were no questions, he would recline on a lounge chair and gaze at the stars. If he encountered questions he couldn't answer, he would just shrug and give up without any psychological burden. After the events of that afternoon, Lin Wanting appeared somewhat shy, feeling that Lin Che was staring at her, which made her quite uncomfortable. How about this? You don't need to specifically watch us practice from now on. Oh, we have practiced enough already. Lin Wanting finally couldn't help but speak up. My. Lin Che was a bit doubtful. You don't want me to breach the contract and take back the money in my card, do you? What are you thinking? A few million is nothing. Would the eldest sister care about that little money of yours? Lin Euro showed a look of disdain. Oh, that's good. Since you don't need further guidance, I won't come by in the next few days. See you tomorrow. After saying this, Lin Che stood up and walked toward the villa with Huang Jinbao, closely following behind step by step. Have you heard? Choose Pharmaceutical has developed 2 types of genetic agents. Yeah, I heard one can help awaken a second ability and the other can enhance physical strength and ability, awakening progress. A second ability. If someone awakens an elemental ability and then takes the agent to awaken an enhancement ability, wouldn't their combat power double? You don't understand. If someone awakens an elemental ability, taking the agent will only awaken a second elemental ability. If they have an enhancement ability, it will only awaken a second enhancement ability. There's such a restriction. Of course, the agent merely helps unlock one's potential. It doesn't create an ability out of thin air. So ordinary people without awakened abilities can't use this agent. Not necessarily. Some have potential that hasn't been triggered, and the agent might give them a chance. But for most lacking potential, the agent is useless. How do you know so much? My dad works at Choose Pharmaceutical, he told me himself. I see. You've been keeping secrets, huh? Keep it down, keep it down. In the first martial arts class, everyone buzzed with discussion about the 2 new agents. Lin Che activated his smart bracelet and went online to look up information about the 2 agents. With over 2 million in hand now, a holographic bracelet costing just tens of thousands of Huaxiao credits was a reasonable expense he wouldn't skimp on. Admittedly, the holographic bracelet was far more convenient than a phone with more complete features. The 2 agents were currently topping the trending headlines, with subsequent hot topics also covering news about them. One agent named Wheel of Fate could help awaken or reawaken abilities priced at 10 million Huaxia credit. Whether awakened martial artists or ordinary people could take it, but only once per person. Exceeding the dose could lead to genetic collapse and mutation. Mutation was always irreversible and incurable. The other agent, named Arc of Origin, could strengthen the body and boost awakening progress, priced at 100,000 Huaxia credits. Only the awakened could take it. Theoretically, there was no dose limit, but each dose's effect diminished. Ordinary people couldn't withstand this agent. If taken by mistake, there was a 50% chance of mutation and a 50% chance of instant death. Lin Che still wasn't used to the wealthy perspective. It was hard to imagine an agent costing 10 million. He shook his head and clicked on the next piece of information. Although Wheel of Fate could help ordinary people awaken talent, such intervention wouldn't grant exceptional abilities. At best, the talent would be created with low probability. Spending 10 million to awaken only grade talent was hardly different from being an ordinary person. It would be better to save the money and ensure a comfortable life. For the awakened, taking Wheel of Fate would grant a second ability of the same type as their original talent, and it would inevitably be weaker. An upgrade strength type awakener might gain a grade endurance ability or upgrade speed ability from an upgrade fire type awakener might gain a grade poison ability or a grade wind ability. In short, the second awakening wouldn't surpass the original talent or cross ability categories. Physical enhancement awakeners would only get physical enhancement abilities, and elemental awakeners would only get elemental ones. Seeing these summaries online, Lin Che couldn't help but wonder, since he had already awakened 2 abilities, could he still take Wheel of Fate? Moreover, his killing ability and telepathy weren't conventional types. If he could awaken again, what ability would emerge? What are you thinking? Class is about to start. Chu Yao noticed Lin Che in a daze and couldn't help reminding him. Oh, I was thinking about these 2 new agents. Choose Pharmaceutical, hey. Isn't that your family's business? Lin Che suddenly spotted the flaw. Chu Yao raised a finger. Keep your voice down. I don't want to reveal my identity. Hearing this, Lin Che couldn't help but smile. the heiress of a conglomerate hiding her identity to experience life. Chu Yao shot him a glare. I just don't want too much attention, it's annoying. You're getting plenty of attention now, aren't you? Lin Che disagreed. Is that the same? The guys bothering me now, I just give them a beating and they behave. Chu Yao shook her head slightly. Once my identity is exposed, those who keep pestering me won't be easy to Throughout Xinhai City, the Chu family was a prominent clan. Despite Chu Yao's poor public image and her engagement, many families still sought marriage ties with the Chu family. If her true identity were known, those relentless suitors would surely swarm. Local families were manageable, knowing each other well, and the Chu family feared none. But beyond the mountains there were other skies. Some outside forces deeply rooted in Huaxia far surpassed the Chu family in power. Once Chu Yao's true situation was exposed, even with her engagement, it wouldn't curb the greed of powerful clans. At first Lin Che thought Chu Yao made sense. Then he realized a problem. Wait, according to you, your family will likely use me as a shield, so. Lin Che looked at Chu Yao with slight suspicion. Doesn't that mean your family is unlikely to let you break off the engagement? What's that look? Didn't I tell you last time? They'll handle it. Why are you rushing? Chu Yao's face changed instantly. Indeed, a young lattice mood was as changeable as the weather. My marriage will be my own decision, no one else can interfere. Chu Yao emphasized again, whether for Lin Che's ears or her own. All right. I won't ask again from now on. Lin Che said solemnly. Suit yourself. Ask or don't. Chu Yao turned away, ignoring him. Huang Jinbao. She says, damn Lin Che, just wait. He'll break off the engagement with you sooner or later. Lin Che, did I ask you? Mind your own business. Huang Jinbao. Ill-fated meeting. No wise master, a rat's life is bleak. Over the next few days it was still theory classes, physical training, and virtual drills, all in a cycle. After several days of effort, Lin Che finally mastered the advanced guidance technique gifted by Xiao Changtian. This technique had a common, yet somewhat imposing name, the innate breathing method. Clearly the technique aimed directly at the innate realm. Too bad it wasn't called the martial saint breathing method, otherwise Lin Che wouldn't have been in such a hurry to find Xing Tian's head. He could have cultivated to the martial saint realm first, then sought out the legendary Chanyang mountain, perhaps lowering the difficulty. But for now, the innate breathing method was sufficient for Lin Che. He was only at the mid-mortal transcendent stage, needing to cross 4 minor realms to reach the late innate stage before this technique would be obsolete. Before practicing any technique, he had relied solely on his killing talent to reach the mortal transcendent stage, leaving his chi and blood somewhat unstable. The first time he ran the guidance technique, his meridians were sorted, causing his cultivation to regress, but his chi and blood became more solid. Now practicing the advanced guidance technique didn't cause another regression. With the foundation already strengthened, switching to the advanced technique only accelerated cultivation. As for the effect, it was only slightly better than the basic guidance technique, hardly comparable to the gains from hunting. According to Lin Che's estimate, if he relied solely on the guidance technique to improve his cultivation, it would take at least a year to break through to the innate realm. A high-level guiding technique worth 1,000,000 Huaxia coins. In Lin Che's view, this so-called advanced guiding technique holds no value compared to the talent for slaughter. Fortunately, Lin Che received it for free with no cost involved. I wonder if Xiao Changtian has given up on the 3 styles of Xingtian. After more than 10 days, he is likely nearing his limits. Lin Che silently calculated in his heart, for everything cannot withstand too much contemplation. As expected, during the lunch break, Lin Che was once again summoned to the principal's office. Have you entered the basics of the Xiantian breathing method? Xiao Changtian immediately noticed Lin Che was different from before. The Xiantian breathing method differs from basic guiding techniques. Once you enter the basics, you do not need to consciously practice, as it will circulate within your body on its own. Therefore, those who practice the Xiantian breathing method will have true energy flowing around them while walking, sitting, or lying down. Of course, this self-circulation is quite different from active practice. Self-circulation for a day equates to half an hour of active practice, which is better than nothing. I must thank the principal for imparting this technique. Lin Che felt a slight sense of pride. If it weren't for this master exchanging techniques for martial arts, he would have had to specially purchase an advanced guiding technique. Moreover, it remains uncertain what the effects of the purchased techniques would be. There's no need for thanks. If you are sincere, you should hand over the true version of the martial saint breaking sky technique to me. Xiao Changtian, having failed to master the 3 styles of Xingtian, began to doubt whether the techniques written by Lin Che were genuine. Even though he had Lin Che transcribe them twice for comparison, there were no errors. Yet he still could not believe that Lin Che could master it while he as a latest-stage master could not. Principal, I mentioned before that this martial art is not suitable for everyone. Lin Che smiled wryly and shook his head. When my master taught me this martial art, he personally said that only the 2 of us in the world could master it. Master? Xiao Changtian was taken aback. I hadn't heard you mention having a master before. Principal, you jest. Such profound martial arts naturally require a lineage, otherwise how could a student like me create it from scratch? In truth, Lin Che had long prepared a set of excuses, he just hadn't used them last time, but now confronted again by Xiao Changtian, he found it just right to respond. At first I was lost, and was taken in by my master, which allowed me to preserve my life. Lin Che showed a look of reminiscence. I have been diligently taught by my master since childhood, practicing martial arts, and that's how I managed to master the martial saint breaking sky technique early on. However, after I awakened at the age of 14, my master saw that I only had a clever talent and lost the thought of continuing to cultivate me. As he spoke, a trace of sorrow appeared on Lin Che's face. Later he said that I had already awakened my talent and had the ability to protect myself, so he abandoned me, leaving Xinzhou City and vanished without a trace. Before he left, my master warned me not to mention him to anyone and to never admit that I am his disciple. Lin Che shook his head. I don't know why, perhaps my low talent disappointed my master. However, no matter what, he ultimately bestowed upon me the gift of teaching. He may not acknowledge me as his disciple, but I cannot deny him as my master. Though Lin Che's words were half true and half false, they were filled with genuine emotion. He crafted Lin Yuan into a hidden master and claimed that the elder passed away, saying that the master abandoned him. Even if Xiao Changtian had someone investigate Lin Che thoroughly, he would likely still be unsure of the truth behind Lin Che's words. After all, Lin Che truly demonstrated the punch force and chi blade, with his current cultivation achieving effects indistinguishable from the true energy released by a master. As Lin Che said, such a heaven-defying martial art could not possibly be created out of thin air by a mere student. Originally, Xiao Changtian was thinking that if the martial saint breaking sky technique was of no use to him, he would just casually dismiss it. If it proved useful, he would have to find a way to eliminate Lin Che to prevent this martial art from being leaked to others. Unexpectedly, Lin Che brought up a master. From the name of the martial saint breaking sky technique, it seems that Lin Che's master, even if not a martial saint, is likely connected to one. In this case, if Xiao Changtian wanted to take action against Lin Che, he would have to think twice. Haha, I see, no wonder you can master such extraordinary martial arts at such a young age. It turns out you have a great mentor. Xiao Changtian changed his previous attitude, his tone much gentler. I have one more question. You specifically sought to exchange for the guiding technique. Did your master not teach you a more profound one? Lin Che's heart skipped a beat as he feigned a sigh. Alas, my master said my aptitude is too poor and cannot pass on the eternal battle soul technique to me. Unless I can reach the Xiantian realm, when he learns of my progress, he will come to see me again and teach me the eternal battle soul technique. The so-called eternal battle soul technique was of course a fabrication by Lin Che. This name was also inspired by the eternal soul technique mentioned by Xingtian, perfectly complementing the martial saint breaking sky technique. The eternal battle soul technique combined with the martial saint breaking sky technique sounds quite impressive. After all, it must be more powerful than the Xiantian breathing method, otherwise how could it be worthy of such a name? In this way, Xiao Changtian believed it a bit more, as this technique's name did not sound like a mere fabrication. So if you can advance to Xiantian, you would receive another inheritance. Xiao Changtian couldn't help but confirm with Lin Che once more. Indeed, as long as I become a Xiantian master, I will surely make a name for myself in Xinhai City. Once my fame reaches the outside world, my master will naturally come to see me. Lin Che had spun a lie that was already grounded in logic. If someone else were to say this to him, he would likely believe. The office fell into silence as Xiao Changtian pondered for a long time before finally making a decision. You must have heard of the Wheel of Fate and the Vessel of Origin. Since your talent is insufficient, you will need some external force to enhance your cultivation. Xiao Changtian looked at Lin Che. The school can provide an excellent student with 1 Wheel of Fate and 10 Vessels of Origin. You might as well try to secure this opportunity. Of course, the Lin family probably wouldn't mind this bit of wealth. If you can obtain these resources directly from the Lin family, that would be perfectly acceptable. Lin Che knew he had temporarily escaped danger. Xiao Changshan's words were clearly an expression of goodwill toward him. Sometimes the relationship between people is not particularly complex, it often hinges on interests. Lin Che returned to the Lin family, which was beneficial to them, so the Lin family sought to bring Lin Che back. Xiao Changtian believed continuing to target Lin Che would be detrimental to him, thus, he chose to show goodwill. I wonder how the school determines outstanding students and what the standards are. Lin Che couldn't help but ask. The Lin family would certainly prepare potions for Lin Wanting and her siblings, but whether he would receive any was still uncertain. If he could obtain them through other channels, he wouldn't want to rely on the Lin family's goodwill. Well, the school has 4 grades, and each grade holds a comprehensive competition to select the top 3 students with rewards distributed by the school. This competition is sponsored exclusively by Choose Pharmaceuticals, serving as an advertisement for their 2 genetic potions. After changing his attitude, Xiao Changtian looked at Lin Che with newfound respect. Based on your previous performance, placing in the top 3 of your grade should be quite achievable. Lin Che thought to himself that the Chu family was being quite generous. 12 slots equated to a sponsorship of over 130 million. Although the selling price does not equal the cost, it represents the company's profit. After all, these potions have usage limits, and with each additional sponsored slot, it means that Chu's Pharmaceuticals would have to sell one less potion in the future. Thank you for the compliment, Principal. Since the school offers this opportunity, I will participate regardless of whether I can secure a top 3 position. Though Lin Che spoke humbly, he had already made up his mind that this reward was as good as his. Almost all gifted students would be placed in the first martial arts class. It's not that those with lower talents are necessarily weaker. Some might awaken early with lower talents, but in 3 years they could still reach the Chi opening realm. However, the Chi opening realm was merely a disguise for Lin Che. Even if someone like him awakened at 14, if their talent wasn't high enough, it was unlikely they could reach the Transcendence realm by 17. Thus, this grand competition held no real challenge for Lin Che. Very well, I shall await your triumph. I will personally present the award to you. Lin Che responded casually. When Lin Che returned to the classroom, he noticed that all his classmates would occasionally gaze at him with peculiar eyes. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Che asked Huang Jinbao, "Why do they keep staring at me? Did my SS-level talent get exposed?" Huang Jinbao rolled his eyes internally and replied dismissively, "They noticed the price of the crystal nuclei skyrocketing and think you've struck it rich this time." The price of crystal nuclei skyrocketed. Are they starting to circulate on the market? Lin Che felt slightly. The 2 gene potions developed by Chu Pharmaceutical extract effective substances from crystal nuclei. A first-level crystal nucleus can be used to create a source vessel, while those of level 3 and above can be used for the Wheel of Fate. Huang Jinbao suddenly became excited again. "You've struck it rich. Can you buy me some delicious food? I want mountains of nuts." What a lowly desire. As a mature squirrel, you must rise above such trivial tastes and seek a higher realm of spiritual enlightenment. Lin Che casually painted a picture for Huang Jinbao. Only in this way can you break through early and become a 3rd-level mutated squirrel. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Although what you said seems somewhat reasonable, I still feel something is off. Ignoring Huang Jinbao's muttering, Lin Che opened the holographic projection to check the purchasing price of crystal nuclei. Upon opening the news, he saw an article: Chu Pharmaceutical is acquiring mutated crystal nuclei across all of Huaxia. Lin Che clicked on the article and quickly found the price information. First-level mutated crystal nucleus, 100 Huaxia coins each. Second-level mutated crystal nucleus, 500 Huaxia coins each. Third-level mutated crystal nucleus, 200 Huaxia coins each. Fourth-level mutated crystal nucleus, 800 Huaxia coins each. Fifth-level mutated crystal nucleus, 3 million Huaxia coins each. Sixth-level mutated crystal nucleus, 10 million Huaxia coins each. As for those above level 7, Chu Pharmaceutical has not yet provided a purchasing price. After all, 7th-level mutations are extremely rare and can only be handled by martial artists in the Divine Realm. Currently, there are only a handful of Divine Realm martial artists in all of Huaxia. Perhaps there are some discrepancies in the data, but it would not vary too much. Thus, even before any potions are developed, 7th-level mutated crystal nuclei are considered rare items and symbols of status. Lin Che currently possessed 293 first-level nuclei, 17 second-level nuclei, 2 third-level nuclei, and 2 fourth-level nuclei, with a total value of 5.78 million. Combined with the 3 million he received from the Lin family, he still had over 2.7 million left, totaling more than 8 million. With just over 1 million more, he could directly purchase a Wheel of Fate. At this moment, Lin Che felt a strong desire to leave the city and freely hunt mutated creatures in the mountain. Lin Che, Chu Yao's voice rang in Lin Che's ears. Huh? Oh, what is it? Lin Che turned to look at Chu Yao. His thoughts had wandered so far that he hadn't responded immediately. Regarding the matter of the annulment, it was ultimately my unilateral breach of contract. As compensation, I can gift you a Wheel of Fate. Chu Yao was very generous. With just one sentence, she surpassed Lin Che's efforts over several days. However, Lin Che did not intend to accept, as the annulment was exactly what he wished for. No need. In a few days there will be a school competition, and the top 3 will be rewarded with a Wheel of Fate and 10 source vessels. Lin Che waved his hand casually, then asked curiously, "By the way, your family is sponsoring this competition, didn't you know?" "Oh." Chu Yao shook her head gently. "I didn't know. I'm still a student and haven't participated in family affairs." So you don't need to offer me an additional Wheel of Fate, because I will win the competition." Lin Che raised an eyebrow, appearing quite confident. "All right, then, since you're so confident, I shall wait and see," Chu Yao remarked with a slight smile. "But speaking of which, can the Wheel of Fate and source vessels be used for pets?" Lin Che looked at Huang Jinbao. If others knew of Lin Che's thoughts, they would surely scold him for being wasteful. How could one even think of using a gene potion worth 10 million on a pet? It was simply madness. Yet in Lin Che's eyes, Huang Jinbao was more than just a pet. He was his second ability. If Huang Jinbao could awaken a second ability and he himself awakened a third, it would be as if he possessed 5 abilities, an astonishing notion. Theoretically speaking, pets can also consume it, as animals undergoing positive evolution are considered awakened beings too. Chu Yao pondered for a moment. If you're willing to let Huang Jinbao be a test subject, I can provide a potion for free treating it as an experiment for Chu Pharmaceutical. Lin Che hurriedly declined. Forget it. He'll wait until Chu Pharmaceutical has concrete cases before letting Huang Jinbao try it. His life is precious. Humph, ungrateful. Chu Yao turned her head away once again. In the next few days, all our practical training courses will focus primarily on virtual drills and combat exercises. I hope everyone can take a step further and strive for excellence in the competition. Yang Xian scanned the crowd again. Do you have confidence? Yes, the students responded in unison. Yang Xian nodded. Very well, everyone, let's stretch and warm up. We will start the virtual drill soon. Warriors must cope with various situations, so the virtual training scenarios are not fixed. Sometimes they take place in urban ruins and other times in wild forests. However, regardless of the scenario, everyone must face assaults from various mutated creatures. Typically, first-year students only encounter level 1 and level 2 mutated beings during drills. Level 1 mutated creatures will continuously respawn, while level 2 mutated beings are limited in number. Successfully defeating all the level 2 mutated creatures in the scenario will complete this drill. Previously, when Lin Che participated in the virtual drill for the first time, the only level 2 mutated creature in the entire urban ruin was the Judicator. In today's virtual drill, the scene is set in a jungle, and there is more than one level 2 mutated creature. Of course, the strength of the mutated creatures has increased, and the students are no longer unarmed. When the virtual scene was generated, each person was equipped with a metal long knife. Having experienced outdoor trials and faced beast tides, this group of students was no longer as panicked when facing assaults from mutated creatures. For instance, when encountering level 1 mutated forest wolves and level 1 mutated wild boars, the group can handle them with ease. In the entire scene, only the level 2 mutated wolf king and a few level 2 mutated wild boars pose a certain threat. Lin Che'll clear the way. You go deal with the wolf king. How about that? Fang Haochen asked loudly. It's not that I don't want to take action. If I kill all these level 2 mutated creatures, everyone will miss out on training, and that wouldn't be a good thing. As he spoke, Lin Che casually swung his knife, taking down a mutated forest wolf. Although his words may come off as a bit arrogant, there is some truth to them. The reason the school arranged for the virtual drill was to enhance the students' combat skills. If Lin Che were to handle all the level 2 mutated creatures in the scenario, the drill would lose its significance. Brother, even if you want to show off, there's no need to belittle everyone, right? Lin Zishuan saw that no one blamed Lin Che and took the opportunity to stir up trouble. Belittle? Why don't you explain how I belittle everyone? Lin Che slowly sheathed his knife and looked at. You say that if you kill level 2 mutated creatures, everyone won't get any training, as if no one can handle level 2 mutated beings. For Lin Zishuan, who excels in creating trouble, such remarks come naturally. He thought this time would be no different, expecting many to echo his sentiments. However, unexpectedly, the crowd merely whispered among themselves, and no one responded. Normally, warriors should be able to face mutated creatures that are one level higher than themselves. However, that standard comes from seasoned soldiers and experienced fighters. According to this standard, students at the body refinement stage should be able to easily kill level 2 mutated creatures. However, the reality is different. Just because soldiers can tackle mutated creatures of a higher level does not mean students can, especially first-year students. First-year students at the Martial Arts Academy lack combat skills, and if they could also confront level 2 mutated creatures, there would be no need for them to stay in school for the next 3 years. Perhaps honing their skills at home would allow them to advance faster. Why waste time in these virtual scenarios? Everyone understood this, so naturally no one echoed Lin Zishuan. However, before Lin Che could respond, Qin Ming, who also found Lin Zishuan displeasing, interrupted. Stop talking nonsense. If you can do it, you go ahead. Lin Zishuan immediately deflated. I'm just at the body refinement stage. I probably can't handle the Wolf King on my own. Otherwise, I would definitely take the initiative. If he faced a lone level 2 mutated creature, perhaps he could give it a try. In the chaotic situation before him, he could only barely protect himself, let alone take on the Wolf King alone. See, you admit yourself that your level is insufficient. We are all at the same level. How much stronger can you be? Hearing this, Lin Che couldn't help but look at Qin Ming with admiration, surprised that this guy actually had some sense. Lin Zishuan was left speechless, and the crowd ignored him. Sometimes when the same tactic is used too often, people develop immunity to it. Alright, no need to argue. Lin Che makes a valid point. Fang Haochen spoke at the right moment. The virtual drill is mainly to enhance our combat skills. We cannot rely solely on our classmate Lin Che. We must find ways to respond proactively. After saying this, Fang Haochen began organizing the group to stabilize their formation, slowly advancing to encircle and kill the Wolf King. Ultimately, with everyone's cooperation, they managed to slay the Wolf King. Having gained experience from the first encirclement of a level 2 mutated creature, the group found it much easier to deal with several level 2 mutated wild boars. Although some students were eliminated along the way, the majority successfully passed this drill. Yang Xian was quite satisfied with their performance. Very good, everyone performed well this time. I hope that by the time of the competition, everyone can maintain today's state. Everyone take a 10-minute break, and we will proceed with the combat drills shortly. In the tense atmosphere, a week passed quietly, and the comprehensive competition of the Shanghai Martial Arts Academy arrived as scheduled. On the Academy Square, over 1,000 students lined up neatly. In the audience, parents of students and many martial arts seniors filled the seats. Bai Yining, as the host of the comprehensive competition, slowly walked onto the podium. She first gave a brief self-introduction, which was met with a round of applause. Then Bai Yining began explaining the competition rules and schedule. The 4 grades of the school will be divided into 4 competition venues. Each grade has more than 300 students entering the virtual drill scene simultaneously, and rankings will be based on survival time and the number of mutated creatures killed. Each 10 minutes of survival earns 1 point. Each level 1 mutated creature killed also earns 1 point. Level 2 mutated creatures are worth 5 points, level 3 20 points, level 4 80 points, and level 5 300 points. In the virtual scenario for first-year students, the highest level of mutated creature is level 3. If all level 3 mutated creatures in the scene are killed, the virtual drill will end early. In the virtual scenarios for second and third-year students, the highest level of mutated creatures is level 4. In the fourth year's virtual scenario, the highest level of mutated creatures is level 5. If the highest level mutated creature in the virtual scenario is not killed after 5 hours, those high-level mutated creatures that are still alive will unleash indiscriminate slaughter within the scene. After 6 hours, if some high-level mutated creatures and students are still alive, all mutated creatures in the scene will collectively riot, triggering a beast tide. The virtual drill will only end when all students are killed or all high-level mutated creatures are eliminated. Although facing level 3 or level 4 mutated creatures poses a certain difficulty for first to third year students, it is still manageable. However, fourth year students must confront level 5 mutated creatures, essentially forcing them to face innate masters. In such conditions, perhaps only through cooperative combat can they have a slim chance of victory. After the virtual drill concludes, the top 10 from each grade will enter the knockout stage. The scoring system is the same. Each victory earns 2 points, a tie earns 1 point, and final rankings are based on victory points. The top 3 from each grade will receive the Fate Wheel and the Source Boat, sponsored by Choose Pharmaceutical. Of course, the school has also prepared a prize for the top 10, with each receiving a high-level alloy long knife. In terms of value, a high-level alloy long knife is worth about 8,000 to 1,000 Huaxia coins, which cannot be compared to the Fate Wheel worth millions. The top 10 from the 4 grades total 40 people, and the school only spent a little over 3,000, which is hardly significant. However, students at the Martial Arts Academy can still make use of long knives as combat equipment. Even if the winners may not value the knife, placing in the top 10 of the competition can still serve as a keepsake. After Bai Yining completed the explanation of the competition system and rules, she invited Xiao Changtian to the stage to give a speech. Amidst a round of warm applause, Xiao Changtian, dressed in a black training suit, slowly walked onto the podium. Good morning, students, teachers, and friends from all walks of life who have come to watch the competition. I am Xiao Changtian, the president of the Shanghai Martial Arts Academy. It is an honor to gather with you today to kick off the Fate Wheel Cup, the comprehensive competition of the Shanghai Martial Arts Academy. First, I would like to thank our sponsor, Choose Pharmaceutical. As a leading enterprise in Shanghai City, Choose Pharmaceutical has delved deeply into the field of genetic therapeutics, developing 2 groundbreaking genetic agents, the Wheel of Fate and the Source Vessel. This research has made significant contributions to Shanghai City, to China, and even to all of humanity. Xiao Changtian first praised Choose Pharmaceutical, then shifted his tone. After the day of revelation, humanity has faced various challenges, aberrations run rampant, and turmoil spreads across the world. Martial arts have become our foundation in Blue Star. Warriors are the future of humanity, and martial arts academies bear the heavy responsibility of nurturing outstanding warriors to safeguard the future of humanity. Here, everyone learns martial skills and hones themselves. After a lengthy preamble, Xiao Changtian finally addressed the main topic. The comprehensive competition is not just a contest, it is also an important experience on everyone's path of growth. Through the competition, students can discover their shortcomings, learn from others' strengths, and continuously improve. Xiao Changtian paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd once more, and spoke again. I hope that in the upcoming competition, regardless of victory or defeat, everyone can uphold their original intentions. A true warrior must not only possess a sense of justice and responsibility, but also have the determination to protect others and safeguard their homeland. I hope that in your pursuit of the pinnacle of martial arts you can remain resolute and not lose your way. Hearing this, Lin Che couldn't help but smirk. The words are rather impressive. Given Xiaochang Tian's previous behavior, one wonders how he can say such things without any sense of shame. At this point, Xiaochang Tian's speech was nearing its conclusion. Students, the future of Xinhai City, the future of China, and the future of humanity is in your hands. I believe that through this competition, a number of outstanding warriors will surely emerge among you. You will become the pride of the academy and the backbone of protecting Blue Star. Now I declare the comprehensive competition of the Xinhai City Martial Arts Academy officially begins. As Xiaochang Tian's words fell, a wave of warm applause and cheers erupted from the audience. The atmosphere was instantly ignited with students eagerly preparing for the contest. Others were thinking about how to give their all and secure victory. In contrast, Lin Che was contemplating how to win the competition without exposing too much of his strength. Clearly this was a complex issue. After Xiaochang Tian finished his admonition, Bai Yining stepped back onto the podium. Please check your holographic suits and prepare yourselves. In 15 minutes we will load the virtual scenes collectively. Below, over 1,000 students from 4 grades began to chatter again. Help me check if my suit is fastened properly at the back. It's all fastened, you don't need to be nervous. Look at me, I'm not nervous at all. You're not nervous. Your legs are shaking like you have Parkinson's. Nonsense, I'm just doing my habitual tactical shake. Who do you think will be in the top 3? In our class, Chu Yao and Lin Che both have a great chance, but among the other classes, while most students have talent below level, there are a few who awakened relatively early and now are at the Chi opening realm. So it's still uncertain who will claim victory, huh? Of course, otherwise why have a competition? We could just award the prize to those with the highest cultivation directly. That's reasonable. I've noticed you've been using your brain more lately. What do you mean by that? I've always been an intelligent hero, alright. Lacking in combat power, yet can speak so refreshingly. I admire you. The 2 assessments of the comprehensive competition not only test the students' practical combat abilities, but also reveal each individual's adaptability through virtual drills. Some individuals with higher cultivation but lacking in intellect may be eliminated during the virtual drills. However, none of this poses a problem for Lin Che. In the first-year virtual scene, the highest level of aberrations is only level 3. Even if he tied one hand behind his back, he could easily push through. 15 minutes later, Xiaochang Tian activated the virtual drill scene, and 4 light screens appeared behind. Each light screen displayed a different scene representing the virtual drill scenarios for the 4 grades. This round will test survival duration and the number of aberrations killed with no restrictions on collaborative efforts. Some groups of 3 or 5 have agreed to take turns killing aberrations to earn points, which is indeed more efficient than solo combat. The first-year drill scene is set in an unknown forest. Over 300 students appeared simultaneously at the edge of the forest, causing a stir within. Lin Che, do you want to team up? Fang Haochen extended an invitation. Lin Che thought to himself that he didn't intend to show off, but the class leader was good at supporting. Cattle and sheep herd together, fierce beasts always act alone. With that, Lin Che swiftly dashed into the forest. Fang Haochen was momentarily stunned, reflecting on Lin Che's words. Class leader, do you want to team up? A female student stepped forward. Fang Haochen came back to his senses and proudly proclaimed, cattle and sheep herd together, fierce beasts always hunt alone. After saying that, he also rushed into the forest, mimicking Lin Che. The female student frowned slightly, saying, if you don't want to team up, then don't. Why insult others? Not far away, Chu Yao, who witnessed the entire process, couldn't help but smile and stepped past the crowd into the jungle. According to the rules, after 5 hours, level 3 aberrations would be unleashed for indiscriminate slaughter in the forest. If the level 3 aberrations are not cleared in 6 hours, it will trigger a beast tide. Earning 1 point for every 10 minutes seems easy, but considering the time limit, surviving to the end only yields 36 points. Based on this scoring system, even if one earns full points, it should not significantly affect the rankings. Clearly, this rule is designed to test the students' survival abilities while encouraging them to actively hunt aberrations. If hiding and wasting time yields more points than killing aberrations, the competition would lose its meaning. Therefore, Lin Che was very proactive. Just 10 minutes into the scene, he had already killed 10 level 1 aberrations and 1 level 2 aberration. With a high score of 16 points, he was far ahead among first-year students. In the audience, some invited parents of students and dignitaries from various circles in Xinhai City watched the scenes displayed on the virtual screen, stirring up a heated discussion. How is this first-year student so fast? He must have awakened a speed-type ability. In this kind of scenario, all students must actively seek prey, and speed-type abilities have a significant advantage. His killing efficiency is comparable to that of fourth-year students. If we only count the number of kills, he is already first in the entire school. Indeed, it's just that in the fourth-year scenario, level 2 aberrations are more numerous, making it easier to earn points, while otherwise these graduating seniors would be outdone by this first-year junior. Fortunately, this competition only compares students within the same grade, otherwise it would be too unfair for this student. Listening to the discussions around her, Su Qianqian couldn't help but ask Lin Weiner, "Are they talking about Xiao Che?" Lin Weiner nodded, her expression complex. "Yes, Xiao Che's performance is exceptionally outstanding right now." "So Xiao Che is this impressive? Didn't they say he only had clever talent?" Su Qianqian looked puzzled. "Talent only indicates the upper limit of growth. It does not represent current strength." Lin Weiner shook her head slightly and offered a brief explanation. Su Qianqian then appeared enlightened. "So that's how it is." As the crowd engaged in discussion, Lin Che again killed a second-level mutated wild boar, gaining an additional 5 points. The students participating in the virtual drill were unaware of how many points others had accumulated. Thus, Lin Che could only hunt as many mutant creatures as possible, avoiding any potential pitfalls. If he were to become overly complacent and kill fewer mutant creatures, causing him to drop out of the top 10, he might as well find a block of tofu to throw himself against. The virtual scene shifted to another side of the jungle, where Fong Haochen was facing a second-level mutated giant lizard all alone. This creature was massive, over 4 meters in length, with hard scales and swift movements, presenting no apparent weaknesses. After a long standoff, the mutated giant lizard could no longer contain its impatience and launched an attack. It moved swiftly towards Fong Haochen, its momentum rivaling that of a speeding sports car. If Fong Haochen were to be struck head-on by this creature, even if he wasn't immediately expelled from the virtual scene, he would likely sustain severe injuries. In the virtual drill, injuries resulted in varying degrees of electric shocks. If he suffered serious injuries, his subsequent actions would be continuously affected by electric shocks, certainly impacting his performance. In a split second, Fong Haochen hurriedly dodged, while simultaneously swinging his knife towards the lizard's neck. Ding! The blade met the scales with a clanging sound, sending sparks flying. Fong Haochen exerted too much force, and the recoil caused his arm to tingle. The mutated giant lizard, provoked, opened its maw wide and suddenly spat out a stream of dark green venom. Fong Haochen quickly dodged, but still got splashed on his right leg. Zizi. In the virtual scene, Fong Haochen's right leg was instantly corroded to a charred black. Subsequently, he continually felt the pleasure of electric shocks. With his body injured and his reflexes dulled, Fong Haochen could no longer continue the fight. He had to take a desperate gamble. As the mutated giant lizard charged again, Fong Haochen leaped up ahead of it and landed directly on its back. The giant lizard thrashed violently, attempting to shake Fong Haochen off its back. Fortunately, Fong Haochen still had a bit of strength advantage. He clung tightly to the lizard's back scales, locking his legs around its waist, ultimately managing not to be thrown off. As he endured the occasional electric shock radiating from his right leg, he gripped his long knife tightly, found the right angle, and stabbed toward the gap between the lizard's scales. Poochie! Hiss! The giant lizard was wounded and let out a painful scream, beginning to try to smash its body against the surrounding trees. Bang! 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 Fong Haochen was jostled to the point of dizziness, yet he still held on to the scales with one hand while withdrawing his long knife from the lizard's wound and stabbing down again. This back and forth continued until the giant lizard was covered in blood and could no longer struggle. Fong Haochen delivered 2 final stabs before ceasing his attack. Although he killed the giant lizard and earned 5 points, he himself was severely injured and his condition had drastically declined. While this injury was not fatal given the bleeding effects after undergoing a period of electric shock treatment, he would be expelled from the virtual scene. Moreover, in this limited time, his combat ability was constantly affected by electric shocks, and he could only target first-level mutated creatures afterward. Looking at the severely corroded wound on his leg in the virtual scene, Fong Haochen couldn't help but mutter to himself, "It seems I'm not suited for being a beastmaster." At that moment, Lin Che's points had reached 29, and before him appeared a third-level mutated wild. The entire virtual scene was being live-streamed. If he easily killed this third-level mutated wild boar king, it would surely raise suspicion and likely expose his cultivation level. Pretending and slowly hunting was also not very cost-effective. After all, a third-level mutated creature was only worth 20 points, and if he took too long, it would not be worth the gain. It was time to test his acting skills again, and Lin Che quickly devised a script. Encountering a third-level mutated creature alone, this student is likely in danger. Indeed, although his points place him first among freshmen, if he were to be killed by a third-level mutated creature at this moment, just 29 points would likely not secure him a ranking. He is still too impulsive. If he had teamed up with classmates initially, he wouldn't be in such a passive position now. Climbing a tree is useless, right? The third-level mutated wild boar king could summon a herd of wild boars directly knocking down this tree. Suddenly the voices of discussion came to an abrupt halt. This was because everyone saw Lin Che after climbing just a few meters stop and leap back toward the mutated wild boar king, landing steadily on its back. What followed was a scene that was both amusing and absurd. The mutated wild boar king attempted to throw Lin Che off, repeatedly colliding, jumping, and twisting. To avoid being shaken off, Lin Che had no choice but to ride on the back of the wild boar king, gripping its bristles tightly with both hands. After several failed attempts, the mutated wild boar king began to sprint through the forest. The once calm forest started to get restless. What is happening? Didn't they say the beast tide would appear after 6 hours? Yes, hasn't it only been half an hour? Wow, look, someone is riding a pig. What is that? Is it really that explosive? Shh. What are you thinking? I'm saying someone is riding a pig, a genuine pig rider. Who in their right mind would ride a pig? Wow, he really is riding a pig. Lin Che rode the wild boar king, or rather the wild boar king carried Lin Che galloping through the forest for over 10 minutes. Fortunately, this mutated wild boar king was relatively strong. If it were another wild boar, given this speed of running, it would have collapsed after a few minutes. Even so, during this time, dozens of people witnessed the heroic figure of the pig rider. Furthermore, hundreds of outside viewers expressed their astonishment at Lin Che's behavior through the live broadcast. From then on, a legend of the pig rider emerged in Shanghai City. The exhausted mutated wild boar king collapsed, and Lin Che jumped away, drawing his long knife and slowly approaching. As he prepared to stab the wild boar king in the abdomen with his knife, he suddenly saw the wild boar king open its eyes wide and rise again. Lin Che quickly took a step back, continuing to confront the wild boar king. Howl! The wild boar king glared fiercely, letting out a sharp scream as it charged at Lin Che with all its might. Bang! Lin Che relied on his agile form to dodge the attack, while the wild boar king slammed into a sturdy tree trunk. The large tree's branches and leaves shook, producing a rustling sound with broken branches and dry leaves falling continuously. The wild boar king slowly turned around, locking onto Lin Che once again, and charged. Seeing this scene, Lin Che thought of another method. He began to deliberately dodge toward the trees, ensuring that there was always a large tree behind him whenever the wild boar king charged. Thus, every time the wild boar king charged, it would collide with the tree trunk. After several back and forths, the wild boar king began to sway. This was still due to the previous 10 minutes of exertion. The wild boar king was already weak, and the force of the collisions had diminished. If the wild boar king were at its peak state, it would likely faint after just a few hits. Stupid pig indeed, just a stupid pig. Had I known it was this simple, I shouldn't have ridden you around. Lin Che shook his head and provocatively raised his knife towards the wild boar king. Just as he was about to take down the third-level mutated creature, several figures suddenly darted out from around him. It's a third-level mutated wild boar. Everyone attacked together. Wait, what does this mean? I've almost exhausted this guy, and now you jump out to snatch the points. Is this appropriate? Lin Che could hardly contain his frustration. The rules don't say we can't snatch, so naturally the points belong to whoever kills it, one person replied. Exactly, we are in a competitive relationship. Oh, what kind of competition would it be if we don't snatch? Another person chimed in. That makes sense. I find myself speechless. Lin Che couldn't help but give a thumbs up to a few of them. The mutated wild boar king was surrounded by the crowd, wounded all over, on the brink of death, and it looked like it was about to perish. Lin Che shouted, "Quick, look, a meteor." The others all looked up, only to find nothing. Seizing the moment, Lin Che rushed forward, aiming for the mutated wild boar king's eyes, and plunged his knife directly into its skull. Howl! With a scream, Lin Che wielded his long knife and took away 20 points. Despicable. Too despicable. Oh, maybe I misread the situation. Lin Che retracted his long knife, shrugged his shoulders, showing no signs of embarrassment after being seen through. I told you, how could there be meteors in broad daylight? It was a trick. You fool, this is a virtual scene. There won't necessarily be meteors at night either. Nonsense, can't there be meteors in a virtual scene? Is that the point? He killed the wild boar king, and we did all that work for nothing. Oh, too unethical. It seems we were the ones who snatched from him first. Everyone, see you later. Lin Che no longer paid attention to them and turned to disappear into the woods. Watching Lin Che leave, the five collected their thoughts and set off again on their point-snatching journey. Soon they encountered another small team of 3 who were surrounding and hunting down a level 2 mutated lynx. Without saying a word, the group charged in. Just as they were about to succeed, Lin Che suddenly sprang out from the woods and dispatched the mutated lynx in one strike. Oh, what a coincidence, we meet again. You all continue him off. After saying that, Lin Che sheathed his long knife and quickly disappeared into the woods. The spectators outside were amused by Lin Che's actions. Ha ha ha. This student is quite interesting. He just pulled a trick on those guys. Ha ha, indeed, he holds a grudge and gives those guys a lesson. Starting from school snatching other people's points, oh, once on the battlefield, won't he snatch others' contributions too? Such students should be taught a lesson. The leader is right. After one successful snatch, Lin Che didn't stop, and for the next 2 hours, every time the 5 made a move they would be punished by Lin Che. As time passed, their points fell significantly. Seeing it go on like this, it was clear they would have no hope of the top 10, and the 5 could no longer hold back from pleading for mercy from Lin Che. Hey classmate, we only snatched from you once, you can't keep targeting us, right? Yeah, you've snatched from us 7 or 8 times, we still have to hang out in the same school later, can you cut us some slack? Lin Che pondered for a moment. No way. Classmate, this isn't interesting anymore. The leader spoke again. Lin Che shrugged his shoulders unconcerned. You snatch from others, I snatch from you, isn't that reasonable? The leader frowned slightly. Classmate him Zhao Yang from class 3, how about we be friends? Lin Zishuan, no need for friends, I Lin Zishuan never befriend people of low moral character. Alright Lin Zishuan, right. I remember you now. Zhao Yang turned with his underlings and left. On the way they encountered another team surrounding a mutated creature, but did not attempt to snatch again. The 5 wasted half an hour and walked out several kilometers before finally stopping. That guy probably won't follow us anymore, right? Zhao Yang scanned the forest behind, but didn't see anything unusual. Don't worry, big brother. He also needs to compete for rankings. He can't just waste time with us. Makes sense. Oh, let's start from here then. Zhao Yang began searching for mutated creatures with his underlings. Lin Che couldn't possibly follow Zhao Yang the whole time. Seeing that Zhao Yang's group no longer snatched from others, Lin Che also gave up on tracking them. However, coincidentally, Lin Che was busy slaying and once again encountered Zhao Yang's group. At this moment, the 5 were surrounding and hunting down a level 2 mutated brown bear. As all 5 were element awakeners, and Zhao Yang was of class fire ability user, they handled the level 2 mutated creature quite easily. Roar. The mutated brown bear, severely injured, let out a roar before slowly collapsing, too weak to fight any longer. Or you guys busy? Lin Che suddenly dashed out from the woods and took away 5 points. Thanks for the points, everyone. See you. After saying that, Lin Che once again fled the scene, just like before. Zhao Yang tossed his long knife aside and sat down on the ground. This is too much. One of the underlings tentatively suggested, should we try moving further away? Is there any other way? Zhao Yang looked up, scanning the 4. Seeing them all shake their heads, he could only helplessly rise and set off once more. After 3 hours of virtual training, Fang Haochen had been sent out of the virtual scene due to excessive injuries to his virtual character. After killing the mutated giant lizard, he also killed over a dozen level 1 mutated creatures, ultimately earning 47 points. If ranked according to current standings, he just made it to the 10th place. Unfortunately, after being sent out of the virtual scene, he was quickly surpassed by others. Lin Che, having delayed Zhao Yang's group, wasted some time, and currently had 126 points, temporarily sitting in 2nd place. The first was a student from martial arts class 10 named Yi Feng with 149 points. To be honest, this name doesn't sound like an easy opponent. Chu Yao currently has 105 points, ranking 3rd. Her achievement is largely thanks to Lin Che's previous guidance. Without the development of the spatial compression method with her original combat power, it would have been challenging to achieve such results. The 4th place currently has only 65 points, with a stark contrast to the top 3. This information was only visible to the spectators outside, including those who had been sent out of the virtual. Fang Haochen looked at Lin Che and Chu Yao's points and rankings and couldn't help but complain, so you two are real beasts while I'm just a cow or horse. Although Qin Ming and Lin Zishuan both have class talents, their martial arts realms are too low, only able to deal with level 1 mutated creatures. Currently, Qin Ming has 43 points and Lin Zishuan has 45 points, neither making it into the top 10. Regarding this, Fang Haochen felt somewhat comforted, at least with the same martial arts realm, he had temporarily surpassed the 2 class geniuses, so he shouldn't be considered just a cow or horse. At this time, many students had already been sent out of the virtual scene, and upon seeing the rankings on the points board, they were all astonished. Who is this Yi Feng? How come I've never heard of him before? Yeah, how could such a fierce general emerge from a class like martial arts class 10, which is usually at the bottom? It said he awakened relatively early with a class power talent, and now he's in the late stage of the chi connecting realm. He can casually kill level 2 mutated beasts. No wonder his realm is almost catching up to graduates. It's a pity that with only a class talent, even if he obtains the Wheel of Fate, he can only unlock below class abilities. In that case, it does feel a bit wasteful for those with low talent to use the Wheel of Fate. But it can't be said that way. Out class abilities can also significantly enhance combat power. As long as one can get stronger, it's not a waste. Moreover, even ordinary people, if they could take out 10 million, would probably want to give it a shot. Haha, 10 million to awaken in class ability, oh, it's better to save the money and enjoy life. Everyone has their own aspirations. In the virtual scene, Lin Che encountered a level 3 mutated giant python, and Yifeng happened to appear nearby. Hearing the sounds of battle, Yifeng rushed towards the direction where Lin Che was tangled with the giant python. Most mutated beings are of the physical enhancement type, with few being elemental. Coincidentally, this third-level mutated giant python in the virtual scene possesses ice-type innate abilities. Among billions of mutated creatures, this giant python stands out. The mutated giant python is about 10 meters long with snow-white scales shimmering with a ghostly glow covering the ground in frost wherever it passes. Its pair of slit-like blue eyes radiates a chilling, murderous intent. Lin Che couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, not because of the giant python's intimidating presence. During the previous beast wave, he had even killed a 4th-level giant python. Now facing merely a 3rd-level mutated python, even with its ice abilities, it couldn't possibly be stronger than a 4th level. The reason for his chill was primarily due to the holographic suit simulating the surrounding environment, emitting cold air towards Lin Che. Lin Che slowly drew his long knife, and soon the blade was covered in frost visible to the naked eye. Although mutated creatures are not as intelligent as humans, their combat instincts far exceed those of humans. A 3rd-level ice python knows how to create an advantageous environment, at least better than Lin Yuro of the Kaipening realm. Lin Che expressed his admiration for the ice python. Just as the previously observing python suddenly launched an attack, it opened its massive jaws and let out a roar. Hiss! With a gust of foul wind, several icicles were spewed from the python's mouth. Swish, swish, swish. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Che swung his long knife to block them all, but the blade was getting colder, making it difficult to hold. The giant python, failing its attack, swung its tail like a massive whip towards Lin Che. Seeing this, Lin Che leaped back suddenly to avoid the incoming tail swipe. However, as he landed, his foot slipped, and he fell flat on the ground. Remembering the poor advice he had given Lin Yuro earlier, it was truly poetic justice. Another few icicles came flying, and Lin Che had no time to think, quickly rolling to the side. Perhaps realizing its ranged attacks were ineffective, the giant python charged forward, attempting to ensnare Lin Che. Lin Che understood that with the chopping power of a Kaipening realm warrior, he could never break through the python's scaly armor, so he simply sheathed his long knife and threw a punch at the location of the python's heart. Bang! The ice python, originally intent on coiling around Lin Che, faltered slightly from that punch. Following that, Lin Che unleashed a flurry of punches. If the ice python weren't just virtual data, it would surely be questioning its very existence. As the battle raged between man and snake, suddenly someone sprang from the woods, stabbing a knife into the belly of the giant python. Because this stab came from behind the ice python, the blade pierced directly into its body through the gaps in its scales. Hiss! Bang! A roar followed, and then the giant python whipped its tail, sending the ambusher flying far away. That person steadied themselves, kicking off the ground and charging back, attacking the ice python once more. Nobody, this is my prey. Lin Che felt a sense of déjà vu at this scene. Seeing that the other party did not respond, Lin Che ceased his words and continued to pound the ice python with his fists. Lin Che, appearing as a Kaipening realm warrior, could only engage in a war of attrition against the armored, 3rd-level mutated ice python. If no one interfered, Lin Che might have taken his time with it. Now that an opponent had appeared, he had to resort to some tricks. As the saying goes, strike the snake at its 7-inch mark. This python, being a snake, naturally has vital points. The giant python, over 10 meters long, likely had its heart located about 3 meters behind its neck, typically on the left side. Lin Che slightly reduced his punching force and began to distance himself, allowing the ice python to gradually shift its focus. When the ice python turned its head towards the ambusher behind it, Lin Che seized the opportunity and lunged forward, delivering several punches to the location of the python's heart. Bang! 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 The ice python, which had been raising its head and flicking its tongue, suddenly stiffened and collapsed to the ground. Boom! The shockwave stirred up a flurry of ice fragments, and Lin Che earned 20 points. You're quite good, in the competition. I will defeat you. Remember, my name is Yifeng. After saying that, Yifeng took one last glance at the downed ice python before turning to leave. Watching the other person leave, Lin Che couldn't help but curl his lip. His ability to show off is truly top-notch. Clearly, he couldn't steal the kill, yet he has to put on a show. Who do you think will win first place, Lin Che or Yifeng? Yifeng, after all, Yifeng is already in the late Kaipening realm, so he has the advantage in direct confrontation. I don't think so. In martial arts, speed is key. Lin Che, as a speed-type ability user, can completely engage in a war of attrition with Yifeng. The arena is only so big, speed-type abilities can't exert much advantage. On the other hand, power-type ability users can easily overpower the weaker ones. Dare to make a bet. Bet on what? A bottle of Source Vessel. Ooh, I bet Lin Che will win. Where do you get that? Just say whether you want to bet or not. Fine, I bet. Then just watch. The virtual drill hadn't ended yet, but the two were already discussing the outcome of the arena competition mainly because Lin Che and Yifeng's scores were far higher than the other first-year students. While the fourth place had yet to break 100 points, Lin Che and Yifeng had both surpassed 200 points, alternating as the first place. When Chu Yao's score also broke 200, Lin Che and Yifeng were nearing 300 points. At this point, the fourth place only had 137 points, and the gap was only widening. However, the virtual drill was drawing to a close, and the third-level mutated beings had initiated indiscriminate attacks. Mutated armored bears, mutated black panthers, mutated lynxes, and other predators, which initially hid in the shadows, were now all revealed. Due to the large number of third-level mutated beings, many students lacking combat strength were being expelled from the virtual scene. Meanwhile, the scores of Lin Che and Yifeng surged once again. The rules were clear after the third-level mutated beings went berserk within an hour. If all the third-level mutated creatures weren't eliminated, a beast wave would follow. Although Lin Che had experienced a real beast wave, it was under conditions of concealment in the jungle while using the 3 styles of Xingtian. Only the 2 teachers leading and Chu Yao had noticed something was off. The others remained oblivious to the truth. Even Xiao Changtian regarded Lin Che as merely possessing special martial skills and never considered that Lin Che might be hiding his true talents. Thus, Lin Che had not fully exposed his trump cards yet. However, this was a virtual drill, and the situation was entirely different. His every move would be captured by dynamic cameras and displayed without reservation to all the viewers. If he were to face the beast wave alone again during the drill afterward, no matter how eloquently he spoke, it would be difficult to deceive everyone. Lin Che understood that the best strategy was to annihilate all third-level mutated beings within an hour after they went berserk, thus ending this virtual drill early. Otherwise, once the beast wave came, he would be hesitant to kill too recklessly to hide his strength. Meanwhile, other students would be slaughtering with all their might during the beast wave, and he would likely fall out of the top 10 rankings. In his view, not all of this year's students were mediocre. Just like Yifeng, whom he had encountered earlier, his strength should not be underestimated. If one reached the late Kaipening realm and fought with all their might, there was indeed a chance to survive until the end in a beast wave consisting only of first and second level mutated beings. What if there were hidden talents in the school with 10 or so students similar to Yifeng? Once the beast wave passed, it would not be impossible for him to fall out of the top 10. Of course, these were merely Lin Che's excessive worries. If he could see the scores of all his classmates at this moment, he would find his concerns rather ridiculous. In the martial arts academy, it was exceedingly rare for a first-year student to advance to the late Kaipening realm. How could the school possibly produce 10 such individuals at once? Among the third-level mutated creatures, there is actually a mutated man-eating flower. This must be difficult to detect, right? I wonder who designed the scene. Everyone is on guard against large predators. Who would expect a plant in the woods to be a third-level mutant? It seems that the beast tide is an essential part of the plan. The person who designed this virtual scene clearly did not intend for us to pass smoothly. Even without the mutated man-eating flower, those of us who were sent out early can't really claim to have passed the level. Not mentioning it makes it a more enjoyable friendship. Su Qianxian, seeing Lin Zexuan's ranking, couldn't help but ask Lin Weiner. Zexuan currently has 108 points. Does that mean he has no chance of entering the top 10? Upon hearing this, Lin Weiner looked at the points leaderboard. The first place is Lin Che with 427 points. The second place is Yifeng currently with 398 points. The third place is Chu Yao currently with 286 points. The fourth place is Lu Yu currently with 173 points. The 10th place is Zhao Yang, who currently has only 139 points. Even so, Lin Zexuan is still 31 points away from the 10th place, equivalent to 31 first-level mutated creatures. With such a point gap, it is basically impossible for Lin Zexuan to enter the top 10. Lin Weiner shook her head helplessly. Zexuan's realm is still too low. If he could break through to the opening Qi stage, he should easily make it into the top 10. Indeed, as Lin Weiner said, among the top 10, 7 of them are in the opening Qi stage. If Lin Zexuan could break through before the competition, he would at least be in the top 8. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Even with level talent, Lin Zexuan is currently only in the late stage of body refinement. It is difficult for him to deal with second-level mutated creatures, and naturally his points cannot be too high. Su Qianxian then turned her attention to the third-year leaderboard, where Lin Euro surprisingly ranked third. Euro seems to have made great progress recently. I heard her say before that she couldn't consistently rank in the top 3 in her class, yet now she is third in the overall competition. Indeed, this is largely thanks to Lin Che. He taught us a new technique for using our abilities, and Euro's combat power has increased by at least 30%. Currently, this is just a virtual drill. Facing these mindless mutated creatures, Euro hasn't fully demonstrated her strength. If it were in a round-robin match battling with her classmates, she would surely bring us more surprises. Is Xiao Che really that impressive? Just a few casual pointers could elevate Euro this much. Su Qianqian couldn't help but inquire. Yes, I never expected that after 17 years of being on his own he could grow to this level. Lin Weiner had a complex expression. Even though he only has clever talent with enough martial arts resources, he should have a chance to advance to the master realm. He has had a tough time these years, Mom. Lin Weiner glanced at Su Qianqian, wanting to say more, but hesitating. As long as you siblings can get along peacefully, Mom can rest assured. Su Qianqian patted Lin Weiner's hand with a bright smile. Meanwhile, on the other side of the audience, others were also checking the points leaderboard. Is the fourth place a member of the Liu family? It should be. The Liu family is indeed a military family, though every generation has outstanding martial talent. Indeed, the stability of New Sea City today owes much to the Liu family. The first place is a member of the Lin family, the second place seems to be an ordinary civilian, and the third place has the surname Chu, possibly related to the Chu family. The Chu family. The Chu family members are quite interesting. They sponsor their own prizes, yet their own people still compete for them. How did this 10th place manage to climb up? I remember he was previously blocked by Lin Che, right? It really seems this student has some skills. With a crooked heart, the greater the skill, the greater the harm. But it can't be said like that. After all, he is still a student. Maybe he will straighten out in the future. With 1 minute left until the beast tide erupts, Lin Che had already searched the entire forest using his speed advantage, but had not seen the last third-level mutant. Just as he thought he could only wait for the beast tide to descend, a scream interrupted his thoughts. Lin Che quickly rushed toward the source of the sound, and then saw a solitary student being swallowed by a huge man-eating flower. No wonder I couldn't find it. It turns out to be a plant. As he spoke, Lin Che immediately drew his knife and struck at the mutated man-eating flower. Bang, bang, bang. The stalk of the mutated man-eating flower is as thick as a bucket and incredibly elastic. The alloy knife slashed against it as if it were cutting into a mass of cotton. Although the knife cut through the stalk, causing it to rupture and ooze slime, it ultimately failed to sever it. The student previously swallowed by the man-eating flower was quickly expelled from the virtual scene. Then the man-eating flower opened its massive mouth toward Lin Che. Lin Che hurriedly jumped to the side, planning to circle behind the flower to continue his attack, but the flower turned its swallowing motion into a sweep, sending Lin Che flying far away. It turns out to be a man-eating flower that has mastered martial techniques and can perform sweeping kicks. Lin Che stabilized himself after retreating several meters, unable to help but mutter. After successfully landing a hit, the man-eating flower extended several tentacles toward Lin Che. Seeing this, Lin Che quickly swung his long knife to sever the tentacles. Fortunately, these tentacles are not as thick as the stalk, otherwise it would indeed be difficult to deal with. Lin Che executed a beautiful flourish with his knife, shaking off the remaining slime. With a sudden burst of power from his legs, he shot forward like an arrow, charging at the mutated man-eating flower once more. A flurry of knife lights flashed as he darted around the mutated man-eating flower, fiercely slashing, the sound of the knife wind resonating in the air. However, this mutated man-eating flower proved to be remarkably resilient. Despite being covered in wounds, it still remained unbroken. Just as Lin Che focused all his attention, a sudden cacophony erupted in the forest, as if the very earth was trembling. Lin Che cursed his luck. It had been over 6 hours, and the beast tide finally broke out. Glancing at the stubbornly standing mutated man-eating flower that refused to fall, Lin Che decisively made a strategic retreat. His form was like lightning as he quickly found a towering tree and climbed to its top in a few swift movements. From his elevated vantage point, he observed the intensity of the beast tide to plan his next move. Soon the beast tide came crashing in like a surging flood, sweeping toward the mutated man-eating flower. At first, the third-level mutated man-eating flower could still resist. It opened its massive mouth and frantically devoured the approaching mutated creatures. Several vines lashed out like whips, tightly binding some smaller mutated creatures, and in an instant a dozen first-level mutated creatures became its meal. However, as more and more mutated creatures surged in like a tide, the mutated man-eating flower gradually found itself overwhelmed. Despite being a third-level mutated creature, its struggles were in vain against the overwhelming beast tide. Ultimately, under the impact of countless mutated creatures, the massive body of the mutated man-eating flower crashed to the ground, quickly turned into pulp. The beast tide is not over. It seems this mutated man-eating flower is not the last third-level mutant. Lin Che watched the chaotic scene below from the tree, secretly glad he had retreated in time. Otherwise, if he didn't want to be eliminated, he would have to expose his strength. However, before his relief could last long, a new crisis arose. Not far away, many mutated monkeys and mutated giant apes were leaping through the trees, getting closer and closer to him. With no other choice, Lin Che could only draw his long knife and prepare for battle. With nowhere to retreat, he had no choice but to fight. As the mutated monkeys and giant apes approached, Lin Che quickly adjusted his angle and swung his long knife. Squeak, squeak, roar. In an instant, the sounds of blades clashing, screams, and roars mingled together. Lin Che stood firm on the treetop, relying on his superb knife skills, continuously slaughtering for half an hour without showing signs of fatigue. The beast tide continued to surge, and Lin Che gradually felt mentally exhausted. After slaying a third-level mutated white ape, the scene before him flickered with light and shadows rapidly changing. He saw a white ape leaping through the mountains and forests when suddenly a strange cow appeared ahead. It was called a strange cow because it had no horns on its head and only one leg. The white ape seemed somewhat afraid of this strange cow and immediately turned to flee. However, it hadn't escaped far when it was blocked by a golden dragon. The white ape wanted to turn elsewhere, but suddenly hugged its head with both hands, rolling on the ground incessantly. Then the golden dragon transformed into human form, took out a chain, and threw it at the white ape. The chain seemed to have gained intelligence, automatically binding the white ape tightly. The scene shifted, revealing the white ape trapped at the bottom of the water, struggling incessantly. Just as Lin Che was filled with curiosity, the white ape suddenly looked at him, its golden eyes flashing with sharp arcs. Lin Che, what are you daydreaming about? A voice from behind Lin Che called out, Senior, it's your turn to go on stage. He suddenly awakened, glancing around the square, realizing that everyone had already exited the virtual simulation. It was clear that the white ape Lin Che had slain was the last third-level mutated creature, thus the virtual simulation had ended the moment he killed the white ape. At this moment, Bai Yaning was calling out names, inviting the top 10 students from each grade to the stage. Oh, alright, I'll go up now. Lin Che quickly collected his thoughts and stepped forward. Unexpectedly, Lin Che saw Qin Ming and Lin Zishuan on stage. The two had killed numerous first-level mutated creatures during the beast tide and successfully entered the top 10. When facing second-level mutated creatures, the two might struggle. However, their Sclass lightning abilities and Sclass psychic powers could instantly cover multiple targets even at the initial stage. Clearly, they had a significant advantage when dealing with a large number of low-level mutated creatures. Nevertheless, Lin Che was only slightly surprised and quickly shifted his focus. After all 40 students from 4 grades had walked across the stage, Bai Yaning announced that the round-robin competition would take place the following day. Throughout, Lin Che was distracted, pondering about the white ape. After a similar situation occurred last time, he had dreamed of Xingtian at night and had learned the Guanxi break sky technique. Would this white ape also be a chance like the last time? In the fleeting scene, what entanglements existed among the white ape, the strange cow, and the golden dragon? What are you thinking about? Shu Yao couldn't help but ask. She noticed that Lin Che seemed somewhat abnormal after exiting the virtual scene, appearing lost and disheartened. Oh, I was thinking that Yi Feng is quite impressive, being only 5 points behind me, almost stealing the first place from me. Lin Che casually fabricated an excuse. What's wrong? Are you feeling pressured? Actually, there isn't much difference between first and third. The rewards are the same. Shu Yao had no doubts, genuinely believing Lin Che was worried about tomorrow's competition. Haha, that's true. As long as I secure a spot in the top 3, it's fine. Lin Che seemed to be inspired and began calculating in his mind. He realized that he had performed too outstandingly in the virtual simulation and needed to disguise himself in the round-robin competition to avoid drawing attention. Being too showy could lead to the downfall of a genius. If you fail to secure a top 3 position, what I mentioned earlier about compensation still stands. Shu Yao said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lin Che shook his head, feigning pride. A gentleman does not accept food given by others. How can a man accept charity from a woman? Shu Yao rolled her eyes at Lin Che, scoffing. Haha, you think you're so great. You're so noble. Forget I said anything. Lin Che shifted gears in conversation. Although I don't plan to accept your charity, I can propose a business deal with you. What kind of business? Shu Yao looked puzzled. You know I have a batch of crystal cores and your family is buying them. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Shu Yao was even more confused. Are you really short on money? The Lin family wouldn't even give you a bit of living expenses, right? That's not the case. Although the Lin family hasn't given me living expenses, I'm not lacking in money. Lin Che said awkwardly. However, I think it's still necessary to prepare a wheel of fate for Huang Jin. Earlier, Chu Yao had falsely claimed that she wanted to conduct a drug trial with Huang Jinbao and wished to give Lin Che a wheel of fate, but Lin Che saw through her intentions and casually declined. Now that he wanted to help Huang Jinbao improve his strength, it seemed somewhat forced to ask Chu Yao for help. Chu Yao smiled proudly. Although the value of crystal cores has skyrocketed, your batch wouldn't even be worth 10 million, would it? That's indeed not enough, so I'm hoping that Miss Chu can help me out either by giving me a discount or I can pay in installments. What do you think? Lin Che revealed a big smile. You are really interesting. I offered you a wheel of fate for free, yet you kept refusing. Now you want to buy it yourself and expect me to give you a discount. Chu Yao paused for a moment before speaking again. What's wrong? Do you think what I gave you is poisoned? For some reason Lin Che sensed a hint of resentment in her tone. He quickly shook his head, dispelling that inexplicable feeling, and explained to Chu Yao. It's not that what you gave is bad. I just feel that earning it through my own efforts is much more meaningful. Then don't ask me for a discount. Chu Yao pouted, indicating her disagreement. But that's different. Friendship is one thing, business is another. Isn't it reasonable for me to ask for a discount when I buy something? Lin Che acted as if it was only natural. Who is talking about friendship with you? Chu Yao blushed slightly then. How much discount do you want? Lin Che extended his palm. Would 50% off be all right? Hearing this, Chu Yao leaned back, slightly frowning, her face full of question marks. Is there a big difference between 50% off and free? Of course there is. 50% off still requires 500,000. How about I add a bit more, and you give me 70% off? Lin Che tried to negotiate. All right, 50% off it is. I am really amazed by you. Chu Yao shook her head helplessly. Once the next batch of Wheels of Fate is produced, I'll reserve one for you. All right, Miss Chu is really generous. Lin Che gave her a thumbs up. Though he didn't fully understand what generous meant, Chu Yao still sensed his compliment, causing her lips to involuntarily curl up. After dinner, Lin Che lay on his bed, opened the holographic projection of his wristband, and began searching for information about the white ape. Wu Zhiqi, the water god of Huaihe River, was immensely strong, able to control water flow, and possessed golden eyes that could see through falsehood. However, Wu Zhiqi had a weakness: continuous exposure to loud noises would cause intense headaches. During the time of De's flood control, Wu Zhiqi caused chaos, ultimately being subdued by Kuei and Gengchen. Kuei, a cowbody without horns, and with a single leg, had a voice like thunder, skilled in music, seemingly born to counter Wu Zhiqi. Gengchen, a golden divine dragon, once assisted Du in flood control, using the demon locking chain to bind Wu Zhiqi, suppressing it at the foot of Turtle Mountain. Combining this information perfectly matched the scene Lin Che had witnessed. Previously, Xingtian had asked him for help, but what could Wu Zhiqi possibly want from him? Could it be that it wants him to break the demon locking chain? Leaving aside whether Lin Che could do it, even if he had that ability, he wasn't keen on releasing Wu Zhiqi. Although Xingtian was rebellious, he stood in the position of the Flame Emperor, helping his boss vie for the position of the Heavenly Emperor, which was not inappropriate. Lin Che felt no psychological burden, even if he helped Xingtian. However, Wu Zhiqi was different. This guy was purely a chaotic demon king, causing floods wherever he went, harming many people. If the dream reflected reality and helped Xingtian regain his head, it would only allow Xingtian to continue rebelling against the heavens, which wouldn't affect Blue Star much. But if Wu Zhiqi were to be released, then the people of Blue Star would suffer greatly. After the day of revelation, humanity's living space had already been severely compressed. Once Wu Zhiqi regained its freedom, it would easily bring floods to devastate the land. Would anyone be able to survive? The night passed quietly, and the white ape did not intrude into Lin Che's dreams. Although unsure why this time was different from before, Lin Che was pleased to have a peaceful rest. He had yet to fulfill his promise to Xingtian, and if he were to be entangled by Waziki again, Lin Che would find it quite troublesome. After breakfast, Lin Hai encouraged Lin Yuru, Lin Che, and Lin Zishuan. Even if we don't make it into the top 3, there is no need for any psychological burden. Given the relationship between our Lin family and the Chu family, acquiring a few Wheels of Fate would be a trivial matter. The Wheel of Fate has just been produced, and it is in high demand. Even at a price of 10 million, there will always be wealthy individuals eager to obtain it. However, Lin Hai did not see any problem with this. As family friends, the Lin and Chu families having ties through marriage would not need to queue with others. In the past, Lin Hai's thinking was not wrong, but the Wheel of Fate was different. Lin Che speculated that the first batch of Wheels of Fate had already been pre-ordered. Otherwise, Chu Yao would not have specifically mentioned reserving one for him next time. The Wheel of Fate requires crystal cores as raw materials, and currently only the military possesses a reserve of these cores. From this, it can be inferred that the first batch of Wheels of Fate must belong to the military. Not to mention the Lin and Chu families being family friends, even members of the Chu family cannot interfere with military orders. By the time Lin Hai manages to buy a Wheel of Fate, it would likely be several months later. Both Lin Che and Lin Yuru have opportunities to place in the top 3, but Lin Zishuan clearly has little chance. His ability to earn enough points amid the beast tide and accidentally enter the top 10 was already a stroke of luck. It was clearly unrealistic to expect him to achieve any notable ranking in the subsequent rounds. Thus, upon hearing Lin Hai's words, Lin Zishuan quickly responded, "Dad, you can rest assured, we will all do." On the square of Xinhai City Martial Arts Academy, the audience and students took their seats, and Bai Yining reiterated the rules of the knockout rounds. The top 10 students from each grade will compete in battles based on their scores from the virtual exercises ranked from lowest to highest. The winner earns 2 points, while both participants in a draw earn 1 point. After all 10 students have faced each other, the top 3 scorers will each receive a wheel of fate and 10 swords. If there is a tie for third place, the student with the higher overall score from the virtual exercises will receive the reward. First match of the first grade group, Zhao Yang from Martial Arts Class 3 versus Qin Ming from Martial Arts Class 1. Please welcome the 2 students to the stage. In the second grade group, the first match. After Bai Yining finished reading the rules, each of the 4 platforms had 2 participants stepping onto the stage. Some exchanged a few trash talk lines while others chose to engage directly. In fact, the rankings from the virtual exercises had already demonstrated the students' strengths to a large extent. However, there were also some opportunists. For example, Zhao Yang had relied on the strength of others to break into the top 10. Had he not been thwarted by Lin Che initially, his ranking might have been even higher. Coincidentally, Qin Ming, as a body refinement realm warrior, was able to enter the top 10 thanks to this class lightning ability's rapid lethality against lower-level mutated creatures. These 2 were evenly matched opponents, exchanging blows on the platform. In the moments when their blades clashed, Zhao Yang occasionally sent a fireball, while Qin Ming would sometimes unleash a 5-strike lightning whip. Regardless of the damage dealt, the spectacle was certainly impressive. In the end, as in class awakened, Zhao Yang's stamina was exhausted, and he was sent off the stage by a slick combo from Qin Ming. Then Bai Yining took the stage and announced loudly, Qin Ming earns 2 points. Second match, Lin Zishuan from Martial Arts Class 1 versus Li Feiyu from Martial Arts Class 4. Despite Lin Zishuan possessing class talent, facing off a Tongxiao realm opponent proved to be difficult. Within just a minute, he was knocked out of the ring by Li Feiyu's cloud-dispersing palm. Li Feiyu earns 2 points. Third match, Wang Lin from Martial Arts Class 6 versus Yang Xiao from Martial Arts Class 7. Both were Tongxiao realm warriors, but Yang Xiao possessed the family heirloom skill Mysterious Steps, making him difficult to catch. Although Wang Lin fought valiantly, he ultimately fell short and lost. Yang Xiao earns 2 points. Fourth match, Chu Yao from Martial Arts Class 1 versus Lu Yuyu from Martial Arts Class 2. Before receiving guidance from Lin Che, Chu Yao would definitely not have been Lu Yuyu's opponent. After all, Lu Yuyu came from a military family trained in battle techniques and was well-versed in combat. However, after 2 months of training, Chu Yao had skillfully combined her spatial compression ability with her sword techniques. With a single strike, she unleashed nearly 600 kilograms of force. Even though Lu Yuyu was adept at deflecting force, he could not escape the repeated slashes from Chu Yao, leaving his arms numb. Despite possessing powerful martial skills, he was completely suppressed by Chu Yao and had no chance to retaliate. All one could see was Chu Yao continuously slicing from various angles, forcing Lu Yuyu to retreat until he ultimately exited the stage. Chu Yao earns 2 points. Fifth match, Lin Che from Martial Arts Class 1 versus Yi Feng from Martial Arts Class 10. According to Lin Che's original plan, he could afford to lose 2 matches and still place third. However, during the earlier virtual exercises, Yi Feng had proclaimed he would defeat him in the knockout rounds, which unsettled him. If he deliberately lost to Yi Feng now, wouldn't that allow the guy to gloat? Just as Lin Che hesitated, Yi Feng slowly drew his sword and declared again, "I told you I will defeat you in the knockout rounds." At this moment, Lin Che no longer dwelled on it. He could not tolerate this braggart. Come. Let me see what material your tongue is made of. Are you not afraid of the wind blowing too hard?" Lin Che also drew his long knife, waiting for his opponent to strike. Knife techniques were a compulsory course at the Martial Arts Academy, regardless of whether students would later use swords or guns. They were taught knife techniques in school. The reason was simple: knife techniques were the easiest to grasp. As the saying goes, practice the knife for 100 days, the gun for 1,000 days, and the sword for 10,000 days. To allow students to unleash maximum lethality in the shortest possible time, learning knife techniques was essential. Therefore, in school competitions, other weapons were rarely seen. Lin Che's knife techniques stemmed from 3 years of battling mutated creatures. Within the same realm, even without using this sword-breaking sky technique, Lin Che did not believe he would lose to others. "You can strike first, otherwise once I strike you may not have another chance to retaliate." Yi Feng resumed his boasting. "I think the same as you." Lin Che paused slightly and added, "If I strike first, I fear you may not have a chance to retaliate." Yi Feng's lips twitched slightly. Unknowingly arrogant watched the knife. As he spoke, Yi Feng moved like lightning, leaping high, and swung his long knife downwards with immense force towards Lin Che. Lin Che lightly sidestepped, and easily evaded this fierce strike, simultaneously slashing out a knife aimed directly at Yi Feng's waist. Yi Feng reacted extremely quickly, flipping in midair, landing steadily, and swiftly bringing his long knife up to defend. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Yi Feng firmly blocked Lin Che's long knife, sparks flying. Lin Che's knife strikes were powerful, each imbued with immense force and accompanied by a whistling sound. His footwork was agile, continuously changing angles of attack, sometimes launching frontal assaults, other times executing side ambushes, making Yi Feng wary. Yifeng's long knife flowed like water, displaying great agility. His techniques were unpredictable, always finding openings in Lin Che's attacks to counter. The audience outside cheered continuously, though some were puzzled. Wasn't it said that Lin Che awakened a speed ability, while Yifeng awakened a strength ability? How does it feel like they are switched? Now that you mention it, it really is. The knife techniques of a speed type awakens seem fierce, while a strength type awakens knife techniques appear agile. It is indeed interesting. Perhaps the two are aware of their own shortcomings and intentionally compensate for them in their sword techniques. It seems that both possess considerable combat talent. Indeed, that's reasonable, but unfortunately both have clever talent, and it's uncertain whether they can advance to them. With the two potions from Chu's pharmaceutical, they will definitely gain some enhancement. On the arena, Yifeng shouted loudly, gripping his long sword, and executed a horizontal slash towards Lin Che. Seeing this, Lin Che suddenly exerted force under his feet and leaped back several meters, evading this fierce strike. He then immediately turned back, delivering a fierce chop directly at Yifeng. Clang! Yifeng blocked with his sword, but was actually forced back several steps by Lin Che's strike. After being thwarted, Yifeng quickly swung his long sword, forming a curtain of blades in front of him. The sounds of clashing echoed continuously as the two exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch. Lin Che attempted to suppress Yifeng with fierce attacks, while Yifeng cleverly countered with nimble footwork and exquisite sword techniques, skillfully neutralizing the onslaught and striking back. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand, and it was impossible for either to take a decisive advantage in such a short period. Of course, this was merely the scenario Lin Che wanted others to see. If he wished to secure a swift victory, it would be but a thought away. Feeling that the performance had reached its peak, Lin Che intentionally left a flaw. Seeing this, Yifeng suddenly exerted force, stepped forward, and lunged with his long sword, striking directly at Lin Che's throat. Lin Che's lips curled slightly as he swiftly sidestepped, deftly avoiding this lethal strike. At the same time, he lifted his leg, delivering a side kick that landed squarely on Yifeng's sword arm. Yifeng winced in pain, nearly losing grip on his sword. Lin Che seized the advantage, channeling all his strength into his right arm, raising the long sword high and bringing it down upon Yifeng with the force of a mountain. In a rush, Yifeng raised his sword to block. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted. Yifeng felt a torrent of overwhelming power surge through his sword, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Before he could stabilize his stance, Lin Che lunged forward again, rapidly swinging his long sword, creating a fierce blade wind that pressed down upon Yifeng. Yifeng exerted all his might to swing his long sword in defense, but under Lin Che's torrential onslaught, he gradually felt overwhelmed. Hey, what is that? Lin Che glanced behind Yifeng. Yifeng instinctively wanted to turn around, but instantly realized that Lin Che was playing tricks. In that brief moment of hesitation, Lin Che seized the opening, his long sword now resting at Yifeng's throat. Yifeng stood frozen, a flash of unwillingness in his eyes. Despicable. No, this is called deception in battle. I'm merely teaching you a lesson. In the future, never let your guard down in such situations. Lin Che raised an eyebrow, revealing a bright smile. Yifeng was left speechless and could only walk off the stage with a sullen face. The audience below erupted in astonishment and cheers, praising the evenly matched duel. To have grown to this level in their first year, if it weren't for their low talent, these two students would have limitless. Indeed, if they had a level talent, they could become formidable powerhouses. Even with level talent, given their progress, they could at least become masters and protect their territory. What a pity, what a pity. As the applause gradually subsided, Bai Yining stepped back onto the stage. Lin Che scores 2 points, take a short break, and the second round will commence in 10 minutes. A match typically lasts around 3 minutes. Unless evenly matched, it is rare for a standoff to exceed. There are also matches that end within a minute due to a disparity in strength, and those who know they cannot win may concede voluntarily. After one round, it takes less than 20 minutes. Including the intermission, a round lasts half an hour, and a total of 9 rounds are to be held, taking about 5 hours. Of course, this is the scenario for first-year students. Students in higher grades have a higher realm and more martial techniques, so naturally match durations will be longer. During Lin Che's break, it was Lin Yura's turn to take the stage for the third-year group. In the virtual training, Lin Yura relied on the skills provided by Lin Che, and using her understanding of the Chi opening realm surpassed several students in the transformation realm to become third. Such situations are rare in virtual training, and for someone to rise against the odds is truly remarkable. However, compared to the overwhelming victories of the top 3 first-year students, Lin Yura's performance did not attract much attention. Now in the first round of the round-robin matches, Lin Yura was to face an opponent from the transformation realm. Most believed her defeat was inevitable, including her opponent Xiao Zhan. As an early-stage transformation realm martial artist, even if Xiao Zhan only possessed level strength, his punch would be measured in tons. Moreover, the physical attributes of transformation realm martial artists far exceed those of the Chi opening realm Facing Lin Yuro, he couldn't fathom how he might lose. Lin Yuro, just concede. I wouldn't want to accidentally hurt you. On the stage, Xiao Zhan spoke in a gentle tone. No need for more words, just feel free to attack. Lin Yuro's expression was calm, but her tone was unyielding. As she slowly drew her long sword from her waist, slightly bent her knees, and assumed a combat stance, Xiao Zhan's expression turned serious. In that case, I won't hold back. With that, he charged forward, initiating the attack. Xiao Zhan moved like lightning, closing in on Lin Yuro, his long sword thrusting directly at her throat. This strike was fierce and extremely fast. Had it been any other Qi opening realm martial artist, they would undoubtedly struggle to withstand it. However, Lin Yuro showed no signs of panic. Utilizing her ice-type abilities, she conjured several ice spears in front of her to block Xiao Zhan's onslaught. Realizing he was about to crash into the ice spears, Xiao Zhan had no choice but to change his downward strike to a sweeping motion, shattering the ice spears before him. Seizing this moment, Lin Yuro once again unleashed her abilities, transforming the entire arena into a frozen surface. Thus, Xiao Zhan's speed advantage vanished into thin air. Yet this was not the end. Lin Yuro created ice blades beneath her shoes. Just as others were confused about her intentions, they witnessed her gliding across the ice surface, gradually increasing her speed. These ice blades were not for attacking, they were meant to facilitate her own movements. The audience below was astonished, and several martial arts seniors expressed their admiration. To be able to harness one's abilities to such an extent, this girl is extraordinary. Facing a transformation realm opponent with Qi opening realm capabilities, she specifically targeted her enemy's advantages and created terrain favorable to herself. This combat acumen is far beyond her peers. Oh, I didn't expect that not only first-year students would have interesting talents, there is actually a combat master hidden among the third-year students. Indeed, the new C Martial Arts Academy truly produces talented individuals. On the stage, Lin Yuro continued to accelerate, launching disturbances against Xiao Zhan with her speed advantage. Clang clang. The blades clashed continuously, producing the sound of metal striking metal. Xiao Zhan felt his advantages being curtailed and inevitably grew anxious, gradually increasing the intensity of his attacks. Meanwhile, Lin Yuro, taking advantage of the ice blades beneath her feet, deftly maneuvered, effortlessly evading the long sword strikes from Xiao Zhan. After exchanging blows a dozen times, Xiao Zhan found no opportunity to exploit. Finally, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. He stomped the ground, shattering the surrounding ice layer. Yet Lin Yuro seized this opportunity to unleash her final decisive attack. She summoned her abilities to form a 3-meter-long ice blade in front of her long sword, positioning it against Xiao Zhan's shoulder. Xiao Zhan, you have lost. How is that possible? How did you think of that? Xiao Zhan was incredulous. At the same time, the audience, a crowd of martial arts seniors, also bore expressions of shock. Ice-type abilities can reach such a level. Indeed, if this were a life-and-death struggle, Xiao Zhan would likely have. This girl is extraordinary. This girl is truly exceptional. Our Chinese martial arts have a promising future. Ha ha ha, indeed, such martial skills should be widely recognized. Several martial arts seniors showered Lin Yuro with praise, leading many students and other audience members to gain a new understanding of her. After a round of cheers, the second round of the first-year competition began, with Lin Che facing Chu Yao. The two ascended the arena, standing opposite each other. Although my martial skills were taught by you, I won't show any mercy. As she spoke, Chu Yao slowly drew her long knife. Then let me see how much you've improved. Lin Che lightly stepped forward and struck out with a knife towards Chu Yao. Clang. The blades collided, creating sparks. The two exchanged blows, engaging fiercely. Their long knives showcased powerful techniques, eliciting continuous cheers from the audience below. Sensing the right moment, Lin Che launched a fierce offensive. Chu Yao combined her spatial compression ability with her martial skills, her wrists already burdened heavily. Under Lin Che's relentless attacks, Chu Yao could no longer bear the weight in her hands, and her long knife slipped from her grip. Subsequently, she retreated repeatedly until she reached the edge of the arena, stepping into empty space and falling backward. Seeing this, Lin Che instinctively reached out to grab Chu Yao's wrist and pulled her into his embrace. The two froze for a moment, and Chu Yao hurriedly pushed Lin Che away, saying, "You humph." Chu Yao's face flushed with embarrassment, not knowing what to say, and she immediately turned to leave the arena. After a brief rest, the third round began, with Lin Che facing Lu Yu. Perhaps out of respect for Lin Che, Lu Yu deliberately changed his weapon. He stepped onto the arena holding an ancient long spear, standing proudly with an imposing aura. Lin Che raised an eyebrow and followed him onto the arena. After exchanging greetings, Lu Yu initiated the attack. His spear moved like a dragon emerging from the sea, the tip glistening coldly as it stabbed towards Lin Che's chest. Lin Che's eyes sharpened as he quickly raised his knife to block. Clang, 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 clang. Having been tempered by countless battles, Lin Che's knife skills were exceptional, and Lu Yu, with his deep family heritage, was equally unmatched in combat. With the spear like a dragon and the knife like a tiger, the two occasionally clashed, their movements intertwining and dazzling the onlookers. At this moment, Lin Che, disguised as a practitioner of the Chi opening realm, truly matched Lu Yu blow for blow. After a prolonged struggle, Lin Che suddenly had an idea, abandoning his long knife and closing in. He grabbed Lu Yu's spear with his left hand and threw a punch towards Lu Yu's chest with his right. Lu Yu, caught off guard, quickly raised his arm to block. Bang! Under the force of the punch, Lu Yu's arm went numb, and he immediately fell at a disadvantage. In a battle where both wielded weapons, the spear indeed had the advantage over the knife. However, when Lin Che chose to engage in close combat, Lu Yu's spear became a burden. Unable to create distance, the spear had no place in the fight. Ultimately, after enduring 3 punches from Lin Che, Lu Yu chose to concede. Lin Che and Lu Yu left the arena as Qin Ming and Lin Zixuan ascended. Previously, when Lin Che had just entered school, Lin Zixuan had teamed up with Qin Ming against Lin Che, only to be knocked down by Lin Che with a single punch. Afterward, the situation was exposed by Lin Che, leading to a feud between Qin Ming and Lin Zixuan. Today, as the two faced off, Lin Che thought that Qin Ming would take revenge on Lin Zixuan. Even if no one got hurt, at least there should be some genuine fire. Unexpectedly, the two put on a show of clumsy exchanges in front of everyone. The mental energy ability could not rely on external objects in an open environment, making it ultimately less effective than lightning abilities. Thus, after exhausting his techniques, Lin Zixuan lost to Qin Ming by a narrow margin. In the subsequent rounds, Lin Che lost interest in acting, crushing his opponents all the way to the 7th round, where he faced Lin Zixuan. Originally, Lin Che thought he could take care of his younger brother in passing. After all, in a competition, some injuries were to be expected. To his surprise, Lin Zixuan simply conceded, not giving Lin Che any chance to strike. In the 8th round, Lin Che faced Qin Ming. As Lin Che stepped onto the arena, he heard Qin Ming shouting, "Lin Che, don't think I'm afraid of you. Once I raise my realm, I will definitely defeat you in a fair fight." Clearly, Qin Ming was showing fear before the battle. Upon hearing this, Lin Che drew his long knife. "Stop wasting words, let's fight." I concede." Qin Ming took 2 steps back. However, after conceding, he did not rush to leave the arena, but instead held his head high, continuing to speak harshly. "I'm definitely not afraid of you. I just strategically conceded. Once I break through to the Chi opening realm, I will fight you for real." Enough of this noise. Lin Che stepped forward. Qin Ming hurriedly ran off the arena, shouting one last time, "Just wait." Finally, in the last round, Lin Che faced Zhao Yang. Lin Che currently had 16 points, already securing a spot in the top 3. Winning or losing would not affect his prize. He could afford to take it easy against other opponents. But the last opponent was Zhao Yang. "Didn't you say your name was Lin Zixuan?" Zhao Yang questioned as soon as he stepped onto the arena. You know too much." Lin Che pointed his knife at Zhao Yang. Just as Lin Che was about to strike, Zhao Yang quickly called out, "Wait a minute. What else do you have to say?" Lin Che flicked his long knife, making a ringing sound. "I know you're strong. Does that make you remarkable? To get by, you need background and power. Do you understand?" Zhao Yang pretended to be arrogant. Lin Che looked puzzled. "This is the arena, big brother. Do you think you are a gangster?" After saying this, Lin Che pointed his knife at Zhao Yang once more. "Wait a minute." Zhao Yang interrupted Lin Che again. "Are you done yet?" Lin Che said impatiently. "I concede." What can you do about it?" Cough cough. "Since he has already conceded, you cannot strike him again." As she spoke, Bai Yining stepped on. Cough cough. "Since he has already conceded, you cannot strike him again." As she spoke, Bai Yining stepped onto the arena. Lin Che has accumulated 2 points, bringing his total to 18. Lin Che reluctantly sheathed his knife and coldly said to Zhao Yang, "If you have guts, don't leave after class." To say Lin Che was truly furious would be an exaggeration. His reason for deliberately pretending to be angry was simply to prevent others from thinking he was too calm. Life is like a play, entirely reliant on acting. Talent must be disguised and personality must also be masked. A person with only clever talent must possess the demeanor of a master, which would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Therefore, a failure must have the temperament of a failure, acting rogue, scheming, and throwing out harsh words. All must be done. If you don't leave, then he'll wait for you at the training ground after school. Zhao Yang did not back down. In an unknown duel, he could not defeat Lin Che, but after school, he could easily gather a group of followers for assistance. Lin Che pointed at Zhao Yang. "Fine. Just wait." Bai Yining could no longer tolerate this and immediately shouted at the two, "Enough." Next match, Chu Yao against Yi Feng. Upon hearing this, Lin Che walked down from the arena. As he brushed past Chu Yao, he caught her casting a strange glance at him. It seemed that both Bai Yining and Chu Yao were impressed, and Lin Che silently gave himself a thumbs up. The scene did not escape the notice of several martial arts seniors in the audience who couldn't help but smile. After all its youthful exuberance, it still requires tempering. Young people should be impulsive, otherwise what does it mean to be young? Haha, that's right. Young people should be spirited unlike us older folks who are nearing the end of our lives. Not necessarily. Even if we can't break through to the extraordinary with our physical condition, living to 105 is not too difficult. Life is just past halfway. Ha ha ha. That's reasonable. In that case we can consider ourselves young too. Ha ha ha. On the arena, Chu Yao and Yifeng greeted each other and drew their knives. Chu Yao stepped lightly like a white lightning bolt charging towards Yifeng, her long knife raised high, descending with the force of thunder. This strike was layered with 7 levels of spatial compression, and the chopping force exceeded 600 kilograms. Seeing the ferocity of Chu Yao's attack, Yifeng did not dare to be careless, and quickly raised his knife to block. Clang! A tremendous sound shook the arena, and the blade sent dazzling sparks flying. Yifeng felt a powerful force coming from Chu Yao's long knife, causing his arm to tingle. He was secretly astonished, completely unable to comprehend how Chu Yao, who was not a power-type awakener, could possess such immense strength. Chu Yao did not stop after missing her strike. She followed up with a series of attacks. To take advantage of spatial compression, she abandoned agile techniques, and each slash was heavy and Yifeng knew he could not solely defend, so he seized the opportunity during Chu Yao's attack gaps, exerting great force, and thrust his long knife towards her. Chu Yao sidestepped, effortlessly evading Yifeng's attack. She then swept her blade, forcing Yifeng to hurriedly defend himself. Immediately after, Chu Yao unleashed a flurry of fierce strikes, once again suppressing Yifeng. Just as everyone thought Chu Yao was about to claim victory, Yifeng's aura suddenly shifted, instantly elevating from the late stage of the Qi opening realm to the early stage of the transformation realm. The audience erupted in astonishment, with several martial arts elders rising in disbelief. He has reached the transformation realm. When did he awaken? How could someone with a mere crade talent achieve the transformation realm at 17? It seems this classmate Yifeng has quite a few secrets. 17 years old and already in the transformation realm, he should have received the best training. A dragon is about to emerge from Xian High City. Meanwhile, Lin Che, lost in thought, was also drawn in by the scene on stage. No wonder his face looked so bad when he lost. It turns out this guy was also playing possum. Lin Che couldn't help but scoff. Remembering Yifeng's dark expression as he left the arena, Lin Che felt a pang of regret. What a pity. Failing to show off, he accidentally turned himself into a pig. "So I'm still too young. Why did you say also?" Fang Haochen couldn't help but ask. "Did I say that?" Lin Che feigned ignorance. Fang Haochen confirmed, "You did." "Oh, that's obviously because." Lin Che pretended to be mysterious. "I'm telling you, you mustn't tell anyone." Fang Haochen nodded seriously. "Okay, go on." "Actually, I am also in the transformation realm." Lin Che lowered his voice, adopting a cautious demeanor. Fang Haochen rolled his eyes at Lin Che. "All right, fine, I'm also in the transformation realm, but you mustn't tell anyone." "Hey you, why don't you believe me when I tell you the truth?" Lin Che felt quite helpless. Fang Haochen retorted, "Who said it wasn't the truth?" All right. Lin Che glanced back at the arena. It seems Ms. Chu can only settle for third place. On the stage, Chu Yao looked slightly stunned, but quickly regained her composure, her expression somewhat complex. "So it was you?" Chu Yao exclaimed with an inexplicable remark. "What do you mean I?" Yifeng asked, confused. "Even if you have helped me, I will not easily admit defeat." With that, Chu Yao struck again, her momentum even more ferocious. Before Yifeng could understand what she was saying, he was met with a fierce slash. Ultimately, the gap in their realms was too vast, and the disparity in strength was immense. With his transformation realm power revealed, Yifeng casually struck, sending Chu Yao's long blade flying. The backlash forced Chu Yao to stagger back a few steps, and Yifeng moved forward, pressing the long blade against Chu Yao's neck. "You lost." Yifeng's expression remained indifferent. Losing to a transformation realm warrior, Chu Yao felt little turbulence within, but the repeated loss of her long blade did leave her somewhat irritated. She thought perhaps it was because she couldn't hold on to her weapon that her feelings were so complicated. After all, a warrior who can't hold onto their long blade cannot grasp their own fate. On that rainy night, her long blade was also knocked away by a level 4 mutated beast, nearly costing her life. Previously, when facing Lin Che, she had also lost her long blade first before being defeated. Now facing the same situation again, it was natural for her to feel discontented. Chu Yao thought this way, though she didn't know what she was avoiding in her heart. However, after losing to Lin Che last time, she seemed not to have felt this way at all. In fact, she had felt a faint thrill. She didn't even know why. In any case, it felt completely different from how she felt now. For the past few months, she had been searching for the whereabouts of that Lei Feng. The feeling of being saved in a moment of crisis was something she could never forget. She had always envisioned how she would express her feelings when she finally found that young man in black. However, when she saw Yifeng exhibit his transformation realm prowess, and her mind merged Yifeng with the image of Lei Feng, she felt no joy at all. She couldn't describe that complex emotion, especially after her long blade was once again knocked away. This feeling of complexity reached its peak. The audience erupted in cheers as Chu Yao slowly regained her senses, walking down from the stage, appearing somewhat dazed. Soon after, Bai Yining took the stage to announce Yifeng's victory. Yifeng scored 2 points, current total 16 points. The top 3 of the first-year group are Lin Che with 18 points, Yifeng with 16 points, and Chu Yao with 14 points. Everyone take a short break. Once the top 3 from the other grade groups are determined, the principal will award the prizes. The crowd erupted in cheers with applause resounding endlessly. The senior grades round-robin matches continued, but Chu Yao appeared distracted. Noticing this, Lin Che casually asked, "What's wrong?" Chu Yao glanced at Lin Che, her expression even more complicated. "A few months ago I encountered a level 4 mutated beast in the suburbs. In a critical moment, a transformation realm warrior saved me. He claimed to be Lei Feng." "Oh, and then?" Lin Che asked, slightly feeling guilty. Chu Yao's eyes flickered as she opened her mouth several times before finally saying, "I think I may have found him." "You discovered him?" Lin Che's expression turned awkward. "Yes, Yifeng should be Lei Feng." Chu Yao nodded, expressing her thoughts. "They both have the character Feng in their names, and are both transformation realm warriors. If I still couldn't figure that out, wouldn't I be too foolish?" "Oh." Lin Che was first shocked, then his expression became complex. Is it really like that?" "Yes, isn't it incredible? I never expected that the person who saved me back then would be right beside me." Chu Yao sighed. "Being in the same school after several months, I still couldn't find him. This guy is quite good at disguising himself." "Well, let's just say, could there be some misunderstanding in this?" Lin Che tentatively asked. "No way, there can't be that many coincidences. It must be him." Chu Yao was very certain. At this point, Lin Che found it inappropriate to say more. People tend to easily believe what they see, hear, and wish to believe. Given that Chu Yao had already determined that Yifeng was the person who saved her that day, even if Lin Che revealed his identity, now Chu Yao might not believe him. Moreover, Chu Yao might even think Lin Che was pretending to be someone else to avoid the engagement. Back then he had used a false name to deceive Chu Yao and had no intention of repaying her kindness. Logically, he wouldn't easily admit to it. Perhaps after the two families annulled the engagement, Lin Che would reveal the truth to Chu Yao. That would be the most appropriate time. Without the entanglement of the engagement, his words would be more credible to Chu Yao. Moreover, Lin Che didn't want to expose himself just yet. Although it was somewhat uncomfortable for his merits to fall on someone else, he felt it wasn't worth it to reveal his cultivation for such a matter. After all, it was just a misunderstanding. If Chu Yao and Yifeng mentioned it based on Yifeng's way of doing things, he probably wouldn't admit to something he didn't do. If Yifeng easily acknowledged this matter, it would instead cause Chu Yao to suspect him, like a logical paradox. Soon the competition concluded, and it was finally time for the award ceremony. The top 3 from all 4 grades took to the stage with Lin Yuro among them. Using her unique method of utilizing her abilities, Lin Yuro outperformed many transformation realm warriors, ultimately losing only 2 matches and securing 3rd place in the 3rd grade group. Just as Xiao Changtian was about to hand Lin Che his prize, someone suddenly interrupted from the audience. "Master Xiao, does this so-called competition ranked by current strength really hold any significance?" Everyone turned to see a young man sitting in the front row of the audience, casually crossing his legs, a mocking expression on his face. This young man exuded an extraordinary aura, yet a hint of coldness lingered in his brow. The competition had already concluded, and it was time for the awards. His interruption was clearly deliberate. Xiao Changtian looked at the young man and spoke slowly. "In a martial artist competition, one must naturally rank by strength and select the best talent based on realm. Does Lu Xiao have any insightful comments?" "It cannot be called a profound insight, but to my knowledge, among the top 3 first-year students, 2 possess only clever talent. Can such individuals truly be considered outstanding?" Lu Kuan narrowed his eyes, slightly scrutinizing Yifeng and Lin Che. Normally, all students strive to perform at their best during assessments to gain more attention. Ordinary people would hardly suspect anyone of deliberately concealing their talent. Naturally, Lu Kuan never considered that there might be issues with the talents of these 2 before him. In fact, it was understandable why he brought up Yifeng and Lin Che, for in higher grades the gap in cultivation results caused by talent differences becomes quite evident. Even if students with clever talent awaken early, by the 3rd year those with a level talent will have caught up in cultivation. Thus there would be no situation where clever talent surpasses a level talent. Among the 12 currently on stage, only Yifeng and Lin Che possess clever talent, the rest have a level or above. This? Xiao Changtian hesitated slightly. Clever talent is indeed not high, but since these 2 won by their own abilities without any rule violations, the prizes rightfully belong to them. That is a one-sided view. Grandmaster Xiao's words are too partial. Since this is a selection for outstanding talents, the prizes should belong to the truly exceptional. Lu Kuan laid his cards on the table. Take Lu Yu of my Lu family with his level endurance talent. he will surely become a grandmaster in the future. Rare resources like the Wheel of Fate should be invested in those who are truly valuable to manifest their true worth. Isn't that so? The scene fell into silence, then erupted into uproar. Such words are just a facade clearly aimed at securing benefits for one's own family. This young Master Liu's conduct is somewhat. There's no way around it. The Liu family wields great power in the Xinhai region. Who can possibly rival them? Xiao Changtian is a grandmaster after all. Surely he isn't afraid of the Liu family. One cannot be sure. The Liu family now has an extraordinary figure guarding them. Even a grandmaster might not withstand that pressure. At that moment, an elder on the viewing platform stood and said, "Lu Kuan, do not be disrespectful. The school competition has its rules. It is not your place to interfere." "Second uncle, your words are incorrect." Lu Kuan addressed him as uncle, but showed no respect in tone. Rules are man-made. If the rules are unreasonable, others naturally have the right to question them. Impertinent. Martial artists are judged by strength. This has always been so. How can it be unreasonable? The elder spoke with a hint of anger. Lu Kuan shrugged. Just because it has always been so doesn't mean it ought to be so. What meaning is there in awarding such precious resources to two useless individuals? The elder pointed at Lu Kuan, his arm trembling slightly. You are simply unreasonable. Others won their rewards through their own abilities. What does that have to do with you? As the grandfather and grandson argued, Yi Feng on the stage could no longer tolerate it. "May I ask, young Master Lu, have you reached the Grandmaster realm?" Yi Feng spoke loudly. Lin Che thought to himself, well, once again he's been put in his place. Sure enough, upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Lu Kuan immediately fell silent. Although Lu Kuan possessed level talent and once had the chance to become a grandmaster, he was disappointing himself, having graduated many years ago and still remaining in the late stage of the refined mortal realm. Earlier he claimed Yi Feng was useless, seemingly forgetting that by realm classification, he himself shared the same level as a useless person. After a long pause, Lu Kuan snorted coldly. Though I have yet to become a grandmaster, I possess level talent and will surely ascend to that realm one day. Yi Feng disregarded Lu Kuan's excuses and retorted, simply useless. You? Lu Kuan suddenly rose from his seat, his gaze fierce. Do you seek death? Since I, a refined mortal realm warrior, am useless, then young Master Lu, also a refined mortal realm, would that not make you even more useless? Facing Lu Kuan's threats, Yi Feng only grew more audacious. I am merely 17 years old, and already a refined mortal realm warrior, while you appear to be about 27. Perhaps you are the more useless one between us. You scoundrel, how dare you insult me? You truly have no fear of death. Lu Kuan was furious and immediately intended to ascend the stage to confront Yi Feng. Seeing this, Xiao Changtian suddenly released the imposing aura of a grandmaster, causing Lu Kuan to retreat several steps and fall back into his seat. Then Xiao Changtian said coldly, "Young Master Lu, this is the Xinhai Martial Academy, not your Lu family estate. Certain matters cannot be left to your arbitrary interference. Xiao, don't think that just because you are a grandmaster you are impressive. Others may fear you, but I do not." Lu Kuan continued to shout, "There is nothing in Xinhai that my Lu family cannot control." In an instant, the entire plaza erupted in uproar. This young Master Lu is way too arrogant. With such descendants, the Lu family's future looks bleak. Be cautious. Even if they do not last long, the extraordinary figure of the Lu family can live for at least 200 years. Hiss. In that case, Xinhai City will see no dawn for 2 centuries. What nonsense. The extraordinary figure of the Lu family is not like this young Master Lu. How could it be hopeless? As the saying goes, the crooked beam causes the crooked pillar, like grandfather, like grandson. Feeling the gazes of others upon them, they immediately fell silent. Lin Che remained silent throughout, secretly pondering whether he should send this young Master Lu to meet Lu Kuan. Power, when held by evildoers, truly brings endless calamity. When Lin Che once went to the Lu family estate to sell crystal cores, Lu Kuan tried to swindle this young man. Lin Che showed great mercy and wished Lu Kuan an early passage to paradise. Unexpectedly today, he met the so-called young Master Lu of Lu Kuan, and indeed reality fell far short of reputation. The kind of young master determines the kind of sycophant. The two are identical. In Lin Che's eyes, such people, someday he might find time to embody the spirit of Lei Feng, serving the people by eliminating this social toxin. Of course, this has nothing to do with personal grudges. Lin Che simply wishes to do a good deed and rid the people of harm. Whether this plan succeeds or not, Lin Che harbors no doubt. A latest-stage refined mortal realm young master means nothing to him. You scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting? The elder on the viewing platform reprimanded once more, then apologized to Xiao Changtian. My family's child is undisciplined. Please forgive Grandmaster Xiao for witnessing this. I hope you will understand. Nonsense from the young. It is only proper to discipline them at home. Xiao Changtian smiled coldly, but without warmth. Thank you for your understanding, Grandmaster Xiao. This second uncle of the Lu family cupped his fist in respect toward Xiao Changtian, then shifted his tone. Although this scoundrel is unruly, his words are not without merit. Awarding the Wheel of Fate to two students with clever talent does seem a waste of resources. The elder looked toward Lin Che and Yi Feng. If you two are willing to part with it, the Lu family can offer 10 million as compensation. Such precious resources are better utilized by those with greater potential. At this point, everyone understood the situation. The Lu family pair were playing roles, one as the villain and the other as the reasonable party. 10 million sounds substantial, but the official price of the Wheel of Fate is already 10 million per unit. Not to mention its current scarcity and potential premium, the prize also includes 10 source tracing boats. These two wanted the potions from Lin Che and Yi Feng, but only offered 10 million as compensation. Wasn't that bullying? Lin Che glanced at the elder. The Lin family is not lacking in money. Although he felt no real belonging to the Lin family, it did not prevent him from invoking its name. Xiao Changtian addressed the elder as senior, suggesting this old man was likely also a grandmaster. Lin Che was not yet confident enough to confront a grandmaster, so he could only stall for the time being. Yi Feng glanced at Lin Che, his brow furrowing deeper. Lin Che could leverage the Lin family, but Yi Feng had no one from the Yi family to back him. He had to bear this pressure alone. Senior, please forgive me. I aspire to break through to the master realm in the future and need these resources to enhance my cultivation, so I can only appreciate your kindness from afar. Upon hearing this, the old man frowned, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Lu Kuan. As a venerable elder, he naturally could not pressure the younger generation in public. However, if the children at home misbehaved, he truly could not manage them. It was beyond his control. Seeing this, Lu Kuan immediately understood. Yi Feng, I advise you not to be ungrateful. If I give you money, you should take it, otherwise HM. Lin Che felt that the situation was somewhat discordant. Not to mention that the Lu family had a military background. Obtaining the Wheel of Fate should be easier for them than for others. Even if it couldn't be obtained through military channels, this matter shouldn't have much to do with Lu Kuan. If Yi Feng were to relinquish the potion, the Wheel of Fate should naturally fall into Lu Ye's hands. What reason did Lu Kuan have to be so persistent? It couldn't be simply because of their brotherly bond. Lin Che refused to believe such reasoning. Judging by Lu Kuan's words and his reckless style of conduct, he didn't seem like someone who would think of his brothers. If you want the potion in my hands, it's not impossible. Oh, as long as you can defeat me, this potion is yours. Yi Feng activated his show-off mode. What a joke! What qualifications do you have to challenge me? Lu Kuan scoffed. It seems you don't care much for the Wheel of Fate. Since you don't want it, then forget it. Yi Feng maintained a calm demeanor and instinctively employed a strategy of feigned retreat. Lu Kuan indeed fell for the trap, immediately shouting, fine, I bet with you. But let me say this up front, if I win, that 10 million compensation will be out of the question. No problem. If you can defeat me, the Wheel of Fate is yours. But if you lose, what do you plan to wager? Yi Feng guided impatiently. Impossible, how could I lose? Lu Kuan replied arrogantly. He believed his cultivation was 2 small realms higher than Yi Feng's, hardly considering Yi Feng a threat. It's better to clarify things first. After all, I'm wagering the 10 million value of the Wheel of Fate. The Lu family wouldn't lack this bit of sincerity, would they? At this point, Yi Feng finally revealed his intentions. Lu Kuan sought to encroach on Yi Feng's Wheel of Fate, while Yi Feng aimed to take advantage of the Lu family's 10 million. Wait. Lin Che couldn't help but interrupt. If you win, you can obtain your share of the Wheel of Fate. I believe your portion should belong to me. Lin Che felt that something was amiss. If Yi Feng continued to provoke Lu Kuan, he would surely face pressure from the Lu family. Then the situation would escalate, and Yi Feng might even utter the line, do not look down on the youth's poverty. Lin Che thought this should be his reserved show. For example, Chu Yao would publicly withdraw her engagement, and then he would shake with power, exuding an aura of dominance, and set a 3-year agreement with Chu Yao. Now that his engagement withdrawal process hadn't been completed, and his lines were being preemptively used by others, what would he say then? Continuously interrupted while casting spells, Yi Feng couldn't help but frown. Using deceit in the arena, what kind of ability is that? You can't say that a victory is victory, defeat is defeat, and strategies are also part of strength. Lin Che shifted the conversation. The Wheel of Fate is a resource sponsored to the school by Choose Pharmaceutical, and the disposal rights belong to the school. You have no right to wager the school's resources. Moreover, this potion is extremely precious. If you are not willing to cherish it, the school has the right to reclaim the resources. At this point, Lin Che looked at Xiao Changtian, right principle. These words seemed somewhat reasonable, but not entirely. Although the resources belonged to the school, they were also earned by Yi Feng through his own strength. As Yi Feng's prize, the disposal rights had actually shifted from the school to Yi Feng. However, since the prize had not yet been distributed, Lin Che's statement was not entirely incorrect. Yi Feng and Xiao Changtian were both caught in Lin Che's argument, and before they could respond, Lu Kuan could no longer hold back. Lin, what does this have to do with you? If you don't want to sell, that's your business. Why do you care about others? Who do you think you are? Lin Che shook his head. As a student of Shanghai Martial Arts Academy, it is only right to protect the school's interests from infringement. What nonsense. Do you think you are a shareholder of the school? Lu Kuan was exasperated. They don't think I'm joking. Before I enrolled, my family donated a building to the school. Even if I'm not a shareholder, I have the right to know the whereabouts of the school's assets. Lin Che, with his sharp tongue, turned meddling into monitoring the school's assets. From this angle, at this moment, Xiao Changtian finally spoke again. School resources belong to public resources and indeed cannot be used as a wager or for private transactions. While speaking, Xiao Changtian looked at Yifeng, pretending to be serious. Yifeng, if you do not plan to use this potion yourself, the school has the right to reclaim the resources. Yifeng's mind was a bit muddled. For a moment, he couldn't understand why he wouldn't plan to use the potion. He clearly intended to set a trap for the Lu family and never thought he would lose. A bet that was guaranteed to win. Could it still be called a gamble? Moreover, why did he need to say that school resources couldn't be traded when the Lin family had donated a building to the school? Was it not because Lin Che wanted to enter the martial arts class 1 with a clever talent? Did the enrollment quota not count as school resources? Did the seats in martial arts class 1 not count as school resources? With the same clever talent, Yifeng could only stay in martial arts class 10, while Lin Che could enter martial arts class 1. Wasn't this abusing power for personal gain? At this moment, a surge of anger was burning within Yifeng. Finally, he couldn't help but speak up. A mere wheel of fate, I hardly care for it. How ridiculous that each of you pretends to be dignified and uses power to oppress others, never truly caring about the rules. Today, I, Yifeng, declare this fortune's turn. 10 years east of the river and west of the river, do not mock the poor for wearing tattered clothes. His words were powerful and resonant. The surrounding audience and students couldn't help but cheer for Yifeng. Even Xu Yao, who was beside him, couldn't help but glance more at Yifeng. Lin Che slapped his forehead, thinking that this guy had finally made himself look good. The aura of a show-off was terrifying. It truly couldn't be stopped. Given the situation, Lin Che could only continue to argue, trying to salvage the situation. What are you saying, Yifeng? The principle means that this potion can only be used by you. When has there been any oppression? The surrounding applauding audience and students paused slightly. Hearing Lin Che's words, it seemed there was some truth to it. From another perspective, Xiao Changshan's words could also be seen as protecting Yifeng and helping the students share the pressure. Perhaps Yifeng misunderstood. Master Xiao, are you certain you won't give my Lu family this face? Lu Kuan once again directed his ire at Xiao Changtian. As the distinguished young master of the Lu family, when had he ever been mocked like this? Even master-level experts had to bow to the Lu family's influence in this small territory of Shanghai. Don't mention that he merely wanted a wheel of fate. Even if he wanted to change the principle of Shanghai Martial Arts Academy, what could be done about it? Young Master Lu, you are mistaken. Rules are rules. If an exception is made for the Lu family today, will an exception also have to be made for the Chu family tomorrow? Xiao Changtian refused to back down. Don't talk to me about rules. You might fool others with such words, but it's useless with me. In Lu Kun's eyes, so-called rules were merely shackles imposed by the strong on the weak. In all of Shanghai, the Lu family's rules were the only rules. When the heavens rage with rain, man faces disaster. Lin Che had seen many madmen before, but it was his first encounter with someone as arrogant as Lu Kuan. The focus was not on his attitude towards Master Xiao Changtian, but rather on his contempt for the rules. Although everyone knew that those in power rarely respected the rules, he should not have been so blatant about it. What one does in secret is one thing, but to speak it out loud in public is another matter. In Lin Che's eyes, Lu Kuan had already chosen the path to his own demise. Shut up. Lu family's second uncle spoke again. Master Xiao, please forgive us. Since the school has its own rules, let this matter end here. It wasn't that the Lu family wanted to yield to Xiao Changtian, but rather that they still cared about public opinion. If Lu Kuan continued to speak indiscriminately, the reputation of the Lu family would be utterly ruined. No, second uncle, I must determine the wheel of fate. Lu Kuan still refused to back down. Isn't this embarrassing enough? I can't manage you. After you return, someone will naturally deal with you. Seeing the stern look in the old man's eyes, Lu Kuan finally chose to remain silent. Although he didn't continue to speak, he cast a glance at Lin Che and Yifeng, clearly harboring ill intentions. The award ceremony finally proceeded normally. Lin Che was the first to receive his prize, a long knife and a silver portable thermos box. Upon receiving the prize, he casually opened the thermos box and saw 11 vials of potions quietly lying within. The thermos box itself had a cooling effect, emitting a slight chill when opened. In the center of the box was a vial containing a golden liquid with 5 blue vials on each side. The interior of the container employed a double spiral structure resembling intertwined genetic chains with a double-layer vacuum design that effectively insulated temperature. Setting aside the question of whether the advertising effect would hold true, at least the appearance was impressive. Master Xiao encouraged Lin Che for a moment before moving on to Yifeng to continue distributing prizes. Perhaps because Yifeng had just made a bold statement claiming he did not care for the potion, he appeared rather uncomfortable when he received the thermos box. Though he wanted to act tough when the potion was actually presented to him, he chose to follow his heart. Everything was won through my own efforts, why shouldn't I accept it? This was Yifeng's inner thought. After the award ceremony concluded, the students slowly stepped down from the stage. Lin Che returned to his group in the martial arts class and opened the thermos box again, retrieving the golden potion. "Help me hold this," Lin Che said as he handed the thermos box to Chu Yao. "What for?" Chu Yao asked, puzzled as she reached out to take it. Lin Che did not respond. Instead, he directly twisted open the lid and poured the golden potion into his mouth. "Hey!" Chu Yao opened her mouth, wanting to stop Lin Che, but it was already too late. "What?" Lin Che asked, confused. "Nothing. Nothing at all." Chu Yao's expression was complicated. Moments later, Lin Che was engulfed in excruciating pain, nearly crying out. Seeing Lin Che drenched in cold sweat, Chu Yao couldn't help but ask, "Are you okay?" "It's fine. You should wait until you get home to take this potion. It hurts a bit," Lin Che managed to respond with a wave of his hand. Pain. It was simply too painful. At that moment, Lin Che felt like he might faint. Out of concern for his own dignity, he could only endure in silence. Seeing Lin Che sway, Chu Yao reached out to steady him. "You might have to endure this pain for 3 hours. It will gradually subside, and then you should awaken your second ability." Wait, this situation wasn't mentioned online, was it? Lin Che's face twisted in confusion. Compared to awakening your second ability, a little pain should be insignificant, right? Chu Yao replied nonchalantly. "So you knew all along. Why didn't you remind me?" Lin Che feigned a look of grievance. Chu Yao showed a helpless expression. "I wanted to remind you, but you acted too quickly, and I didn't have time to say anything." Lin Che. Master Xiao Chantian delivered a closing speech marking the end of this comprehensive competition. As the crowd dispersed, Chu Yao handed the potion to Lin Che at the school gate. "Take this, and remember to bring the crystal core tomorrow." "Aren't you going to use it?" Lin Che asked in confusion. "My family had already prepared a set for me, so this is just an unexpected gain," Chu Yao said, tucking her hair. "Since we are going to trade, you can have this set for now." "All right then, I thank you on behalf of Golden Treasure." Lin Che took the thermos box. Having both hands full with 2 boxes of potions attracted many curious glances. Chu Yao waved her hand. "It's just a trade, no need for courtesy." Just then, Lin Che's dedicated driver saw him walk out of the school and quickly drove the car up to them. "Young master." The driver opened the car door, inviting Lin Che to get in. "Then I will take my leave now." Lin Che hesitated for a moment and finally added, "You'd better clarify about Yifeng so as not to create any misunderstandings." "Oh, okay." Chu Yao frowned slightly upon hearing Yifeng's name. "See you later." With that, Lin Che got in the car and left. Lin Che felt as if there was something he had forgotten to do, but he couldn't recall it at the moment, so he chose to set it aside for now. In the Lin family villa, the family was admiring Lin Yu's prize. Seeing Lin Che return home with 2 boxes of potions, Lin Zhishuan immediately had an idea. "Bro, how come you have 2 sets of potions?" Lin Che's parents and sisters looked over curiously. "What does it have to do with you?" Lin Che replied bluntly, "Each person can only use 1 potion of fate." Before Lin Zhishuan could finish, Lin Che interrupted. "Yeah, I know, so what does it have to do with you?" "Bro, I know you're still mad about the last incident. I've realized my mistake, can you forgive me?" With his spell interrupted, Lin Zhishuan had to start building up his power again. "I've already said that it wasn't me who lost the underwear, so you don't need to apologize to me." Lin Che's expression turned cold. "However, if there's a next time, I might not be so reasonable." Upon hearing this, Lin Zexuan's eyes flickered and he quickly assured, "Bro, don't worry, I promise I won't do that kind of thing again." "Hee, it doesn't matter. Oh, just know that if there's a next time, I will take action." With that, Lin Che carried the 2 boxes of potions up the stairs. Lin Zhishuan gritted his teeth and spoke again. "Bro, since you have an extra set of potions, could you give it to our sister?" He wanted it for himself, but he knew Lin Che would never give it to him, so he intentionally steered the conversation towards Lin Wanting. Using Lin Che's belongings to curry favor while subtly sowing discord between Lin Che and Lin Wanting was one of Lin Zexuan's typical tricks. "Of course not." Lin Che flatly refused. "Why? Each person can only use 1 potion of fate. The extra one is of no use. What do you want to keep it for?" "Right, Xiao Che, if you want money, you can ask your dad for it," Su Qianqian chimed in. Lin Che shook his head. "I have my own use for it, so it's better for our sister to wait for the next batch of potions from Chu's Pharmaceutical. I am fine, but it will be produced sooner or later." Although Lin Wanting really wanted it, she ultimately couldn't bring herself to voice it. A father knows his daughter well. Lin Hai could tell that his eldest daughter actually wanted to awaken her second ability sooner. However, she was too embarrassed to take the initiative to ask. Thus, he could only muster the courage to speak for her. "Ahem. Xiao Che, if you are willing to give that extra potion of fate to your elder sister, I can give you 20 million. What do you think?" Since being humiliated in front of Lin Che a few times, Lin Hai no longer dared to act high and mighty. He spoke in a gentle tone. I'm sorry, but while 20 million is tempting, I have other plans for this potion, so there's no need to ask further. With that, Lin Che continued toward the stairs. Ah, this child. Lin Hai was about to say more when Lin Che halted once more. The others assumed he had changed his mind, but Lin Che turned his gaze to Lin Yuro. After taking the Wheel of Fate, you might feel some pain, so be careful when you take it, second sister. Back in his room, Lin Che immediately fed one Wheel of Fate to Gold Treasure. Using it early would keep others from coveting it. Lin Che had assumed that after consuming the Wheel of Fate, Gold Treasure would also experience excruciating pain just like a human. He was still pondering how to soothe the creature later. Yet to his surprise, the giant squirrel fell into a deep slumber right after taking the potion without causing any stir. It seems humans and mutated beasts are truly different after all. Lin Che shook his head helplessly. Over 2 hours had passed since he took the potion, and his entire body had been racked with searing pain, leaving him nearly numb. Sweating profusely, he quickly stripped off his clothes and entered the bathroom. He used the shower head to rinse himself while filling the bathtub. Once the tub was full, Lin Che slowly sank into it, clenching his teeth as he endured the relentless agony. Unnoticed, the pain gradually subsided, and he drifted off to sleep in the bath. Clank, clank, clank. The sound of dragging chains reached his ears, and Lin Che snapped his eyes open. A white ape bound in chains appeared before him. Then he saw those golden pupils blazing with fury. Liars. All liars. The white ape reached for Lin Che, but was thwarted by the chains. Who's a liar? Lin Che asked casually. Liars. Gun is a liar, you is a liar too. All liars. The white ape raged impotently. Hearing the names Gun and Yu, Lin Che could now confirm that the white ape was none other than Waziki. What do you mean by that? Lin Che continued to probe. They invited me to tame the floods, promised me a divine title, but when the waters were calm, they trapped me here. Liars. All liars. Waziki grew more hysterical. Though brief, the words carried much weight. Gun was Yu the Great's father, ordered by Emperor Yao to control the floods for 9 years, but he failed. Yao abdicated to Shun, who executed Gun. With his father dead, Yu the Great took up the task, taming the floods across the land in 13 years. Yes, prestige reached its zenith, and Shun abdicated in his favor. Thereafter, Yu, having received the abdication, became the sovereign of all under heaven, dividing the realm into 9 provinces and founding the Xia dynasty. Logically, since Shun was the slayer of Yes' father, the abdication seemed rather intriguing. If Waziki was not a source of calamity, but a helper to Gun and Yu, the truth behind it appeared even more fascinating. Moreover, the earlier Xingtian had his head severed by the Heavenly Emperor. The so-called Heavenly Emperor Xianyuan Huangdi was Gun's grandfather and Yes' great-grandfather. Following this logic, Xingtian and Waziki could be considered natural allies. Both of them sought me out. Does that mean my ancestors also had a feud with the Xianyuan lineage? Earlier, after checking the records, Lin Che had worried that the dream might affect reality and that Waziki would harm Blue Star. Now, hearing Waziki's account, it seemed the creature might not be as evil as the legends claimed. Of course, this was merely Waziki's side of the story. The truth remained to be verified. Their deceit has nothing to do with me. What use is there in coming to me? Lin Che couldn't help but complain. Sever these chains, grant me freedom, and I shall bestow upon you a great opportunity. Waziki gradually calmed down. Hearing this, Lin Che was dumbfounded. Earlier, Xingtian had asked him to find his head, which required splitting a mountain, and Xingtian only said to use the great axe in his own hands. Lin Che hadn't asked further. Now Waziki demanded that Lin Che break the demon-binding chains. This task seemed no less daunting than splitting a mountain. He couldn't fathom where these beings found their confidence. Lin Che himself had none. It's not that I don't want to help you, but am powerless and can't assist. Lin Che spread his hands. Silence hung in the air for a moment. After a brief contemplation, Waziki spoke again. Lend you the eye of insight to guide you toward fortune and away from misfortune, hoping you will soon attain divinity and come here to free me. With that, 2 beams of golden light shot from Waziki's eyes, plunging straight into Lin Che's. Lin Che screamed, jolting upright in the bathtub. For an instant, he felt as though he would go blind. His eyes burned as if gouged out, the pain surpassing even the torment from the Wheel of Fate he had endured earlier. Thoughts flashed through his mind as Lin Che climbed out of the tub, rinsed off again, and stepped out of the bathroom. Casually glancing at Gold Treasure in the wardrobe, several lines of information suddenly appeared in his mind. Level 2 mutated squirrel abilities, telepathy, evolving threat level low. Holy crap. Lin Che couldn't help but curse, for this ability was truly formidable. With just a single glance, he could discern the other's cultivation level and abilities, and even accurately assess whether the target posed a threat to him. From now on, when venturing beyond the high walls, he no longer had to worry about being caught off guard. Coincidentally, he planned to help Xingtian find his head after the Spring Festival, and this ability was perfectly suited for the task. In his excitement, Lin Che realized that he had successfully awakened a second ability, or rather a third. He focused on sensing his own condition and found everything normal except for changes in his eyes. Thinking back to the dream, Lin Che couldn't help but wonder. Did this third ability come from the potion, or is it something Waziki lent to me? Before he was jolted awake, Waziki had clearly told him that he was lending the Eye of Insight. When he woke up, his third ability had fully manifested, and it was exactly the Eye of Insight. All things considered, he had expended one wheel of fate and incurred a karmic debt to Waziki to obtain this ability, so it was only right that it was exceptionally powerful. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door. What is it? Lin Che asked. Aunt Jean's voice came from outside. Young master, dinner is ready. Lin Che picked up his wristband and checked the time. It was already 6 in the evening. All right, I'll be right there. He grabbed a set of clothes and began to dress. It was not yet 4 when he returned from school, and he had unknowingly slept for 2 hours. It seemed that in another hour Gold Treasure would wake up as well. Coming downstairs, Lin Che's gaze swept over the Lin family members. Ordinary human, no threat. Ordinary human, no threat. Body tempering, latest stage martial artist ability, psychokinesis, threat level low, strong hostility detected. Meridian opening, latest stage martial artist ability, ice element control, threat level low. Mortal transcendence, mid-stage martial artist ability, fire element control, threat level high. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected the Eye of Insight not only to reveal the other's cultivation and abilities, but also to detect hostility. Xiao Che, did you succeed in awakening? Lin Yuro asked eagerly. She had yet to take her wheel of fate, and was concerned about whether Lin Che's second awakening had gone smoothly. Yes, I succeeded. Level strength, better than nothing. Lin Che fabricated casually. Haha, it's good that you awakened successfully. No matter what ability you get, it's still an improvement. Although Lin Hai was not yet a martial artist, he was well versed in their affairs, and spoke with authority. Exactly, success is what matters. Su Qianqian also wore a relieved smile. You mentioned before going upstairs that taking this potion would hurt a bit. Just how painful is it? Lin Yuro asked curiously. It feels like scraping a knife across your bones. You need to prepare yourself mentally. Lin Che answered honestly. So painful. Lin Yuro couldn't help but turn pale. After being described in such a way by Lin Che, she began to feel the pain even before taking the wheel of fate. Isn't that wrong, brother? When you came back just now, although your complexion didn't look good, you didn't seem to be in that much pain, did you? Lin Zishuan questioned. Aren't you just trying to scare second sister? You'll know for yourself. When the time comes out anyway, you'll be able to buy it sooner or later. Lin Che shrugged and started to eat. An hour later, Huang Jinbao woke from his slumber and immediately showcased a unique skill to Lin Che. The nearly 1-meter tall figure instantly shrank to the size of an ant. Then it swiftly crawled up Lin Che's foot and climbed all the way into his hair. Are you planning to evolve into a listening device? Lin Che couldn't help but mock. This guy unexpectedly awakened a bizarre ability that allowed him to shrink in size, and its only function was to reduce his body size. However, mockery aside, this ability to shrink while lacking combat prowess was indeed quite unique. First, he awakened the ability to eavesdrop on human thoughts, and now he had gained the ability to shrink his size. The combination transformed him from an undercover operative to a master of stealth. You should transform back and try another potion. Lin Che could not find an ant in his hair and could only let Huang Jinbao come down by himself. Is there more? Can I gain other powers? Huang Jinbao immediately returned to his original size, jumping to the ground from Lin Che's head. I warn you, don't jump around on my head next time. Lin Che was inexplicably kicked and felt quite displeased. What could Huang Jinbao do? He could only obediently respond. Okay, as you command. Lin Che feigned displeasure, turning to the bedside. He opened one of the suitcases, took out a source vessel twisted off the cap, and looked at Huang Jinbao. Open your mouth. Huang Jinbao complied, and Lin Che poured the liquid medicine into his mouth. Do you feel anything? Lin Che casually asked. Not much feeling. Huang Jinbao shook his head. Just as Lin Che was puzzled, Huang Jinbao's aura began to rise sharply, quickly evolving from a level 2 mutated being to a level 3 mutated being. When Lin Che looked at Huang Jinbao again, the information in his mind had changed. Level 3 mutated squirrel abilities, telepathy size reduction, threat level low. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Let's have another one. He then poured another source vessel into Huang Jinbao's belly. This time Huang Jinbao's aura only slightly increased, and then there was no further change. Indeed, the first one had the best effect. Seeing that Huang Jinbao showed no unusual signs, Lin Che also took a source vessel. A few minutes later, Lin Che's cultivation rose to the late stage of the transformation realm. As for his abilities, he did not notice any changes. He then consumed another source vessel and took a moment to feel. It was obvious that the effect this time was far less than before, roughly equivalent to the enhancement he gained from killing a level 3 mutated being. For the third, fourth, and fifth vessels, Lin Che took 3 more potions in succession, and the effects were already similar to what he would gain from killing a level 1 mutated being. They'll give you 3 more bottles, you can save the rest for later. Saying this, Lin Che poured 3 more potions into Huang Jinbao. There were still 10 source vessels left which Lin Che carelessly placed in the wardrobe. Let's go out for a stroll. Lin Che pretended to lift Huang Jinbao. Unexpectedly, Huang Jinbao directly shrank to a few inches and quickly climbed onto Lin Che's shoulder. Don't mention grabbing my neck again, and my neck is almost going bald. Huang Jinbao couldn't help but complain. Fine, then you follow along, and don't wait for me to make a move. Lin Che paid no heed. As he reached the corner of the 2nd floor, he suddenly heard cries nearby. I'm in so much pain, woo woo woo. Am dying of pain, woo woo woo. Fortunately, Lin Che knew it was Lin Yuro who had taken the wheel of fate, otherwise he might have thought there was a ghost in the house. Lin Che quietly slipped out of the Lin family, taking a winding route, until he arrived near the Liu family manor. You go in and check the situation. If it's convenient to take action, then send him on his way today. Lin Che narrowed his eyes slightly. He had always believed in taking revenge without delay, otherwise he would always be concerned and unable to sleep soundly. Huang Jinbao accepted the mission and quickly darted into the Liu family manor. At this moment in the manor's backyard, Liu Kun was reclining on a lounge chair watching 2 mutated wolves chase a middle-aged couple. Run faster, don't let them catch you. Otherwise you're doomed. Ha ha ha. Liu Kun's gaze was cold and his laughter was wild. You can only blame your son. I kindly offered him 10 million, but he refused and ended up causing you to be chased by mutated wolves. 'Tis so pitiful. The middle-aged man, terrified, gasped for breath and spoke haltingly. While dragging his wife in a frantic run, he pleaded with Liu Kun. It's too late. There's nothing I want that I can't have. Liu Kun extended his pinky and dug in his ear. He made me lose so much face, how could I let him off easily? The middle-aged couple gradually exhausted their strength, and it looked like they would soon be caught by the mutated wolves. At this critical moment, 2 masked youths leaped into the enclosure from both front and back, swiftly slaying the 2 mutated wolves. The 2 exchanged glances without saying much and simultaneously turned to look at Liu Kun. Which one of you is Yi Feng? Liu Kun sat up slightly, leaning forward to look at the 2. What Yi Feng? We don't know. The 2 answered in unison. What are you pretending for? I just captured Yi Feng's parents and you 2 showed up right after. Denying your identity now is pointless. Liu Kun did have a bit of sense, just not enough. The 2 were clearly there to take his life, yet he seemed to think that as the young master of the Liu family, no one would dare to touch him. But having crossed someone else's bottom line, what is it that others cannot do? And he was still leisurely unaware of his perilous situation, showing a lack of wisdom. You are quite an interesting person. I saw someone being chased by 2 mutated wolves, so it seemed natural to intervene, didn't it? Lin Che spoke with righteous indignation. Save someone. Ha ha ha. I'm afraid you won't be able to save them, and might even end up sacrificing yourself. While speaking, Liu Kun pressed the remote in his hand, and the surrounding fences slowly rose. At the same time, a floor panel in the center of the fence began to open, and a metal container rose from within. When the container was fully raised, the door suddenly sprang open, and a level 4 mutated tiger stepped out. A level 4 mutated tiger can leap over 10 meters at full force, and my fence is 20 meters high, which can ensure that this mutated tiger cannot escape. Liu Kun's expression became even more arrogant. I just wonder if you 2 can get out of here. As he spoke, the level 4 mutated tiger charged towards Lin Che and the others. Yi Feng was about to step forward, but was preempted by Lin Che. You take care of this couple, and I'll handle this mutated tiger. Lin Che looked at the level 4 mutated tiger and received some information. Level 4 mutated tiger abilities: mental shock, threat level high, exhibiting strong malice. Lin Che felt that he might not be able to guard against the mental shock, so he could only strike first. He suddenly stepped forward and delivered a knife strike, severing the void. The air blade shot forth from the tip of the knife and instantly struck the tiger's forehead. Roar! The mutated tiger's forehead was struck, and it let out an angry roar. The bones of the 4th level mutated tiger were remarkably tough and not easily cleaved by the chi blades. Lin Che was slightly stunned by the roar, nearly getting pounced on by the mutated tiger. Coming to his senses, he immediately sidestepped a few steps and continued to wield his knife in fierce slashes. You are actually a congenital master. No, a master cannot be this weak. You are the one who killed Liu Quan. Liu Kun's mind raced quickly, grasping the key point. What Liu Quan? Liu Ban? I don't know them. While swinging his knife, Lin Che responded to Liu Kun. He did not wish to approach the mutated tiger, as the roar would dull his reactions, and getting closer would be extremely deadly. He attempted to create distance, maneuvering to exhaust the mutated tiger's energy. However, the chi blades he unleashed mostly only cut through the tiger's fur and did little to harm its muscles and bones. If he engaged in close combat, and struck the tiger's body with his long knife, it would indeed be slightly stronger than the chi blades used by those in the foundation establishment stage, but Lin Che did not want to take that risk. Even if the tiger's roar only delayed him momentarily, it was still a matter of life and death. He was not in the habit of taking unnecessary risks. Since the chi blades lacked the killing power to deal with the tiger individually, and he could not easily approach it, Lin Che decided to win by sheer numbers. With a technique called Thousand Blades breaking the sky, dozens of chi blades instantly enveloped the mutated tiger. Roar! The mutated tiger was drenched in blood, patches of its fur missing, looking like a ragged beast. At this moment the tiger's thoughts had shifted from "I will eat you" to "it hurts. It hurts. It hurts." Seeing that his method was effective, Lin Che again distanced himself, executing another 1,000 blades breaking the sky. Roar! Howl! The mutated tiger transformed from a ragged beast into a shorn tiger. Its thoughts changed from "it hurts" to "I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore." Subsequently, the mutated tiger dashed toward the container, clearly trying to hide inside in order to preserve its life. Seeing this, Lin Che naturally took the opportunity to pursue. He exerted force under his feet and rushed forward, slashing the mutated tiger multiple times, and afterward, he did not forget to retrieve the crystal core. Good, it really is you. I mobilized the entire city's public security bureau and couldn't find you, but you came right to my door. Lu Kuan stepped back a few paces. Although he was already several meters away from the fence, he still felt uneasy and retreated further. Don't think that just because you can fight you're something special. Without entering the master realm, can you withstand bullets? Saying this, Lu Kuan waved his hand, and 8 bodyguards nearby aimed their guns at the 4 inside the fence. I have to say this tactic is indeed difficult to deal with. Ordinary firearms do not have great power. Lin Che and Yi Feng can evade with their martial skills or block with their long knives. However, Yi Feng's parents were both ordinary people and had no capacity for resistance. If this group were to fire a volley of bullets, it was likely that Yi Feng's parents would not survive. Moreover, Lin Che believed he could block the bullets coming directly at him without any blind spots, but he could not defend against those coming from the sides or behind. If the 8 bodyguards spread out and fired simultaneously, both Lin Che and Yi Feng would have no way to defend. Quick! To the container! Lin Che shouted, rushing towards the container first. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng immediately led his parents toward the container. The alloy container was incredibly sturdy, as long as the 4 of them hid inside, they would no longer have to worry about bullets. Seeing this, Lu Kuan remembered the remote control for the fence and the container. However, when his gaze fell on the lounge chair, his heart skipped a beat. The remote control he had casually thrown on the lounge chair was nowhere to be found. In fact, when Lin Che saw Lu Kuan get up, he had already sent Huang Jinbao to sneak over and steal the... At that moment, Lu Kuan and several bodyguards were focused entirely on the 4 people inside the fence, and no one noticed the slowly moving remote. A wave of panic surged through Lu Kuan's heart, and he immediately ordered, "Shoot! What are you waiting for?" The 8 bodyguards, following orders, immediately pulled the triggers, and deafening gunfire erupted. Bang! 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 Yi Feng hurriedly swung his long knife, trying to block all the bullets, and for a moment the sounds of metal clashing echoed incessantly. Ding! Ding! Clang! Clang! However, even with Yi Feng's best efforts to defend under the relentless gunfire, Yi Feng's parents ultimately could not escape their misfortune. A few stray bullets pierced Yi Feng's defenses, also penetrating the bodies of his father and mother. Blood instantly erupted, staining the ground, and also dyeing Yi Feng's eyes red. "Dad? Mom!" Yi Feng let out a heart-wrenching scream, his voice filled with sorrow. He could only watch helplessly as his parents were shot, their bodies slowly collapsing, the light in their eyes gradually dimming. Yi Feng's world collapsed at that moment, his legs weakened, nearly causing him to kneel on the ground. Tears uncontrollably blurred his vision. His heart was filled with self-reproach and anger. If he were a little stronger, could he have protected his parents? In the moment of distraction, his own arm was also grazed by a stray bullet. Seeing this, Lin Che couldn't help but remind him, "Protect yourself, don't let your parents die in vain." Just then the alloy fence began to slowly descend, clearly activated by Huang Jinbao, who was hiding in a safe spot. "I want you all dead," Yi Feng roared with fury. Having revealed his identity with no way to retreat, he was determined to slay Lu Kuan today. Bang! 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 Another round of gunfire sounded, and the fence continued to lower. Lu Kuan was extremely flustered, looking around and slowly moving backward. Although he felt his cultivation was above Yi Feng's, and with 8 bodyguards in the Foundation establishment realm by his side, he didn't take Yi Feng seriously, but he was wary of the other unidentified individual. The fact that the other party could unleash chi blades with Foundation establishment stage cultivation made it impossible for him to guard against, and he naturally did not dare to confront the other directly. Moreover, as the young master of the Lu family, his life was precious, and how could he compare himself to these commoners? Thus, taking advantage of the fact that the alloy fence had not fully descended, Lu Kun chose to flee. This estate was the ancestral home of the Lu family, usually inhabited only by some servants and bodyguards he rarely visited. Occasionally, he would use the backyard setup to fight with some young masters from his circle. Today, having been provoked by Yifeng and Lin Che, he wanted to take revenge. As the Lin family was a prominent local family with some vested interests, he felt it inappropriate to deal with them casually. Therefore, he set his sights on Yifeng. Taking advantage of the night, he had people capture Yifeng's parents and deliberately left an address for Yifeng, wanting to toy with him before casually squashing him. Little did he expect that after so many night walks he would finally run into trouble. The mysterious person who had previously killed Lu Quan unexpectedly appeared at the Lu family estate alongside Yifeng, causing Lu Kun to secretly curse his bad luck. Unbeknownst to him, even if he had not come today, Lin Che would have targeted him eventually. It was only a matter of time. As the fence descended to 3 meters, Yifeng and Lin Che leaped simultaneously. Several bodyguards were still hesitating whether to flee, but Yifeng had already begun killing. Similarly, at the Foundation establishment stage, the 8 faced Yifeng, who was not a match for him. Having lost his parents, Yifeng was like a madman, unstoppable. Lin Che shook his head, saying, "I'll go after Lu Kun first." He immediately pursued the direction in which Lu Kun had fled. In the garage, Lu Kun was starting up an F911, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, you dog. Just wait and see how I deal with you." As the vehicle just exited the garage, he saw Lin Che already in pursuit. Lu Kun panicked even more and slammed on the accelerator, attempting to shake Lin Che off. If it came to a speed contest with the sports car, Lin Che admitted he was still somewhat lacking. After all, he could not reach hundreds of meters per second yet. However, Lin Che did not intend to chase the sports car, but calculated the angle, unleashing several chi blades at the point the car was bound to pass. Bang! Bang! Whoosh! Boom! 2 of the sports car's 4 tires exploded, and after sliding for dozens of meters, it finally flipped off the road, crashing into a large tree. Lu Kun awkwardly crawled out of the car door, not forgetting to retrieve his long knife from inside. He pointed the long knife at Lin Che, fear gripping him before the fight, his demeanor fierce yet weak. "Oh really? I don't believe it," Lin Che said as he prepared to strike. Suddenly an angry shout came from behind, "He is mine." At this moment, Yifeng had already dealt with 8 guards and was swiftly rushing over. Lin Che raised an eyebrow, looking at Yifeng. Late stage of transformation realm martial artist abilities, danger, foresight, mental interference, threat level high. Goodness. Lin Che couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, quickly changing his tone. "You dealt with 8 people so quickly." In reality, he was not surprised by Yifeng eliminating 8 guards. His astonishment stemmed from Yifeng's 2 extraordinary abilities. Danger, foresight at the very least S rank, perhaps even higher, and mental interference would also not be below S rank. If Lin Che hadn't awakened the Eye of Insight, he could never have imagined that there were others in this world who could awaken abilities even more astonishing than his. Fortunately, Yifeng's second ability was only mental interference and not mental control, otherwise Lin Che would have considered striking first to eliminate future troubles. "You can leave." Yifeng did not answer Lin Che, but instead said to himself, "Let me handle him and consider it a favor owed to you." Lin Che hesitated slightly, and then looked at Lu Kun. Late stage of transformation realm martial artist abilities, enhanced physique, threat level high. Lin Che could not accept the Eye of Insight categorizing Lu Kun and Yifeng as the same threat level. Seeing Lin Che shake his head, Yifeng thought he was going to refuse, and quickly spoke again. "He had someone kill my parents. Oh, I must kill him myself. Oh, otherwise I can't quell the hatred in my heart." "Fine, do as you wish. I'll take my leave." After saying this, Lin Che did not plan to watch Yifeng take action. With danger, foresight, and mental interference, Yifeng was already in an unbeatable position. "I warn you, I have already notified my family elders. This place will soon be surrounded. If you kill me, you won't escape." Lu Kun used the same rhetoric to threaten Yifeng. "Why should I run?" Yifeng stepped forward. Shortly after Lin Che left, the entire New Sea City erupted. Standing on the rooftop terrace of the Lin family villa, Lin Che looked around. Police cars were everywhere, and even helicopters were deployed. What a grand spectacle. If it were just an ordinary person dying, there wouldn't even be a splash. Looking at a group of martial artists in exoskeleton armor patrolling the streets, Lin Che shook his head, expressing his sentiments. The next day, New Sea City issued a wanted notice. Yifeng, a first-year student at the New Sea City Martial Arts Academy, brutally murdered Lu Kun at the Lu family estate last night and cruelly killed 8 Lu family guards committing heinous crimes. In response to such crimes by Yifeng, the New Sea City Public Security Bureau issued a level wanted notice. Various media outlets scrambled to report this, but they only mentioned what Yifeng had done. The fact that Lu Kun kidnapped Yifeng's parents and ordered the guards to shoot them was not mentioned at all. Sometimes if power is left unchecked, it can become the source of evil. Although Lin Che could not empathize with Yifeng, he felt that if he were in Yifeng's position, the law enforcers of New Sea City truly deserved to die. Within the New Sea City Martial Arts Academy, this news was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up monstrous waves. Students and teachers discussed, fervently shocked and puzzled by Yifeng's actions. As everyone was immersed in astonishment, a group of uniformed officers entered the academy. These individuals had solemn expressions and headed straight for the principal's office. Soon everyone connected to Yifeng was subjected to separate questioning, including Lin Che and Xiao Changtian. In a quiet conference room, Lin Che met the officer in charge of the inquiry. He pretended to be nervous as he sat opposite the officer. Several officers had stern expressions and sharp gazes, all looking at Lin Che. Lin Che, what is your relationship with Yifeng? Where were you when the incident occurred last night? One officer asked straightforwardly. Lin Che deliberately stammered. I am classmates with Yifeng, but we didn't know each other before. Why are you looking for me? Please answer the question. The officer did not explain to Lin Che, but instead looked even more serious. I was at home last night. After taking the wheel of fate, my body felt heavy, so I went to bed early and didn't go out. Lin Che took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The officer frowned slightly and continued to ask, can anyone prove that you did not leave your room last night? Lin Che thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, no, my relationship with my family is not very good, but I fell asleep around 9 at night. At that time, my second sister Lin Yuru also took the wheel of fate and kept crying in pain. I only felt secure enough to sleep after she stopped crying. You can question my second sister about this. The officer nodded, signaling his assistant to record this. Then he asked, how much do you know about Yifeng? Lin Che shook his head again. I didn't know Yifeng before, we only met during the competition, so I don't know much about him. The officer's gaze was fixed on Lin Che, seemingly assessing the truth of his words. After a while, the officer spoke again. Did you consider retaliating against Lu Kuan after your conflict yesterday? Lin Che showed a troubled expression and finally said honestly, I thought about it, but my own cultivation level is too low and my family wouldn't help me, plus the Lin family can't compete with the Lu family. The officers exchanged glances and asked some unrelated questions, to which Lin Che answered truthfully. In fact, for these students, the officers were merely conducting routine inquiries. After all, the other mysterious individual at the scene was suspected to be a master, and it was impossible for him to be a first-year student from the New Sea Martial Arts Academy. Later, Lin Che left the conference room, and in a place unseen by others, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted before quickly retracting. Lin Che knew this matter would not simply pass, and he had to be cautious in his dealings. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the academy grew increasingly tense. When Lin Che returned to the classroom, the classmates were also discussing Yifeng's incident. I heard that young Master Lu is at the late stage of Transformation Realm, and all 8 bodyguards are also Transformation Realm martial artists. Yifeng is simply unbelievable. Yeah, facing 9 at once, even if he awakened a second ability, he shouldn't be that powerful, right? As a fellow strength-type awakener, the class monitor is still a rank and hasn't shown much prowess. Haha, what you said sounds like you can beat the class monitor yourself. I can't, but if all 9 of me went together, we could definitely win. You're truly a talent. Yifeng had previously claimed to be a C-rank strength-type talent, and until now no one knew his true abilities. After this incident, all the students looked at strength-type awakeners with more respect. Because all the students who had interacted with Yifeng were gradually called in for questioning by the officers, the entire academy was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Even the usually expressionless Chu Yao was somewhat affected, appearing distracted. What's wrong? Are you worried about your life savior? Lin Che asked casually. Chu Yao came back to herself and shook her head. No, I don't think he is that kind of person. Oh, you trust him quite a bit. Lin Che smiled playfully. Sigh. Never mind, let's not talk about this. Chu Yao paused before speaking again. Did Huang Jinbao succeed in his second awakening? In fact, she wanted to ask what ability Lin Che had awakened, but as the words reached her lips, they turned into something else. It worked. It's right there in the classroom. Can you find it? Lin Che's lips curled up slightly. I don't seem to have seen you bring it today, Chu Yao said, looking puzzled. Off. Lin Che was surprised by Chu Yao's thought process. No, but the effect is somewhat similar. It is now quite hard to detect. Chu Yao grew more curious, her gaze sweeping around in an attempt to spot the figure of the golden treasure. Lin Che couldn't help but smile mischievously. Seeing this, Chu Yao became a bit flustered. Are you lying to me? You didn't bring the golden treasure, did you? Why would I lie to you? Lin Che shrugged. Then tell me, where is the golden treasure? If you can't say, then you're the one deceiving me. Chu Yao wrinkled her nose and pouted, losing her previous aloofness, looking quite adorable instead. Forget it, let me show you. Lin Che decided to stop teasing Chu Yao. He let the golden treasure climb onto his hand from his pocket, reminding it to grow a bit bigger, then extended his hand towards Chu Yao. Wow. So cute. Is this the golden treasure? How did it become so small? Did it awaken a transformation ability? Chu Yao looked at the squirrel, which was only a few inches tall, with disbelief written all over her face. Should keep it down. Lin Che glanced around, feigning mystery. It's not really a transformation ability, it's simply a shrinking ability. Chu Yao nodded. Oh, I see. So what do you think? Don't you feel that my choice of pet is impressive? Lin Che pretended to look proud. If we're talking about impressive, it's the golden treasure that's impressive. Oh, what does that have to do with you? Isn't it thanks to my discerning eye? Impressive. Chu Yao rolled her eyes. Then what about you? What ability have you awakened? It's a secret. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. If you're not going to tell me, then forget it. I don't even care to hear it. Chu Yao turned her head away. Come closer, and he'll tell you secretly. Lin Che put the golden treasure back in his pocket and beckoned to Chu Yao. Chu Yao was skeptical, slowly turning her head to get closer to Lin Che. I have awakened a pair of eyes that can see through others' talents and cultivation. Lin Che deliberately lowered his voice. In truth, whether he concealed the ability of insightful eyes was not particularly important to him. Even if others knew that Lin Che could see through their cultivation, there was nothing they could do to defend against it. Regardless of disguise, once seen, it was seen. There was no reasoning behind it. Moreover, after engaging in combat, both parties would naturally be able to discern each other's cultivation. The significance of this ability primarily lay in allowing Lin Che to know who was troublesome and who could be easily bullied, having little impact on his own combat power. Thus, he didn't mind revealing this ability at the moment, as it served to bolster his image as well. Questioning Yifeng, understanding Yifeng, becoming Yifeng, Lin Che felt that occasionally pretending could be beneficial for his mental health. However, upon hearing Lin Che's words, Chu Yao found it hard to believe. She leaned back slightly, her gaze scanning Lin Che's face repeatedly. After a long pause, she finally spoke again. Are you sure you're not lying to me? What benefit would I gain from lying to you? Lin Che's lips curled into an arc. So what do you think? Isn't it impressive? Seeing Lin Che's proud demeanor, Chu Yao couldn't help but roll her eyes. Anyway, you haven't said anything true. Cough cough, you are currently in the late stage of the open vessel realm with abilities of spatial compression and spatial movement. Lin Che casually stated Chu Yao's current cultivation, even including her recently awakened second ability. Tisk, a genius is indeed a genius. The second ability is also strength. How do you know? Chu Yao showed a surprised expression again. Lin Che shrugged, offering no answer, as everything was self-evident. At this moment, Chu Yao had no choice but to believe that Lin Che truly could see through others' talents and cultivation. How is this possible? Chu Yao was in disbelief. Lin Che feigned caution. Remember to keep it a secret. I publicly claim to have drank power talent. Oh, okay. Chu Yao nodded, still somewhat confused. How could Lin Che with only a crank speed talent awaken such a... Was Lin Che hiding his true talent, or was this special ability not particularly powerful? Or perhaps Chu Clan Pharmaceuticals had erroneous results regarding the potion experiments. Chu Yao's thoughts were tangled, feeling increasingly unable to see through Lin Che's true self. Just then Lin Zishuan suddenly shouted loudly, "Brother, you can't keep going wrong like this." Seeing Lin Che and Chu Yao whispering to each other, growing increasingly intimate, he could no longer resist disrupting the atmosphere. You clearly have an engagement, but how can you deceive Chu Yao's feelings? What are you talking about? How does that equate to deceiving Chu Yao's feelings? Lin Che stated sternly, please do not impose your vile thoughts onto our pure friendship. Brother, I'm just looking out for you. Lin Zishuan continued his performance. Your fiancé is not someone easy to deal with. If any rumors spread at school, you're bound to face trouble. He then turned to Chu Yao, adopting a well-meaning expression. Chu Yao, you might not know, but my brother has been engaged since childhood. If you get together with him, there won't be any good outcome. Chu Yao frowned. I wonder, what does it have to do with you? Upon hearing this, Lin Zexuan's face showed embarrassment, his lips twitching several times before he finally spoke again. But my brother is someone else's fiancé. I don't care, why are you meddling? Chu Yao maintained her stance. Seeing that communication with Chu Yao was failing, Lin Zishuan once again looked at Lin Che. Brother, aren't you afraid this matter will reach your fiancé? I don't mind, Lin Che shrugged, spreading his hands. At most it would just be a broken engagement. What else could happen? Oh, I see now, you're doing it on purpose. You are deliberately getting close to Chu Yao to create rumors so the Chu family will break off the engagement with you. Lin Zishuan feigned a look of deep concern. Brother, you can't do this. You've promised Dad to uphold this engagement. How can you go back on your word? I haven't done anything. I'm not going to actively break off the engagement. If others want to call off the engagement with me, then I can't help that. Lin Che feigned indifference. Lin Zishuan was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of what else to say. Meanwhile, Lin Che was enduring Chu Yao's torturous grip, his waist being twisted 360 degrees. The Security Bureau's hunt for Yifeng was in full swing in Xinhai City, and various rumors spread throughout the city. Some said Yifeng retaliated because his parents were killed by Lu Kuan. Others claimed Yifeng had actually allied with some mysterious force attempting to overthrow Xinhai City. In a flash, opinions varied, making it hard to discern truth from fiction. Just over a decade past the day of revelation, many societal norms had not yet changed. For most people, the notion of a single night involving the murder of 9 individuals was still difficult to accept. Of course, if the neighbors and friends of the Yi family were not silenced, public opinion would naturally lean towards believing Yi Feng was seeking revenge. After all, the Yi family had indeed encountered a disaster with both Yi father and Yi mother missing. Unfortunately, beneath the high walls, power dictated the direction of public opinion. During lunch break, Lin Che was once again called to the principal's office. As he entered, Lin Che intentionally cast a glance at Xiao Changtian. Peak innate realm martial artist ability, hyperfrequency resonance, extremely high threat level. Hyperfrequency resonance, no wonder one can injure others just by knocking on a table. This ability is truly insidious and fits Xiao Changshan's character well. Was it you? Xiao Changtian got straight to the point. What do you mean, principal? Lin Che feigned confusion. I really don't understand what you're talking about. Lin Che maintained his act. The 4th level mutated tiger endured hundreds of chi blade attacks without suffering any serious injury, yet ultimately died from a long knife severing its neck. Xiao Changtian squinted slightly. This kind of injury Lin Che should be quite familiar with, right? Normally those below the master level cannot use chi blades, and even masters wouldn't go to such trouble. Clearly, in Xiao Changshan's view, only the martial sage breaks the sky technique used by Lin Che could achieve such an effect. Lin Che shook his head. Perhaps a certain master intervened, intentionally controlling the force to confuse others. Good lad, thinking of pushing it onto me. Xiao Changtian sighed with a wry smile. No, there is more than one master in New High City, Lin Che said solemnly. Lu Kuan has made too many enemies. Who can say for certain whether he has offended any master? This matter won't end so easily. You better be careful. So have you used the Wheel of Fate? What new powers have you awakened? Xiao Changtian changed the topic. Yes, I have awakened a level power ability. It is quite practical, Lin Che answered, using excuses to mislead Xiao Changtian. A clever speed ability and the second awakening yielded a level power ability. They complement each other, so I guess I'm rather lucky. Xiao Changtian nodded and continued to ask, how much has your cultivation improved? I took 5 doses of the source vessel and my cultivation has reached the late stage of the chi opening realm. The effects are becoming less noticeable with further use. Lin Che answered honestly, though he intentionally referred to the late stage of the transcendence realm as the late stage of the chi opening realm. Don't you read the instructions when taking medicine? Xiao Changshan's expression darkened again. Though the source vessel does not limit dosage, it is best to take 1 every 10 days to avoid overdose and maximize the medicine's effects. Is that so? Lin Che felt somewhat embarrassed. When dealing with others, Lin Che was very cautious, but he was rather careless with everyday matters. Fortunately, neither he nor Huang Jinbao experienced any overdose issues, which was quite fortunate. Xiao Changtian shook his head again, saying, forget it, let's go back to class. Be more careful in the future. Understood, principal. Lin Che nodded and turned to walk out the door. Ever since he fabricated a master, Xiao Changtian had not entertained any dangerous thoughts, and even the Eye of Insight couldn't discern any malice from him. The golden treasure hidden in his hair would occasionally relay Xiao Changshan's thoughts, further proving the accuracy of the Eye of Insight. It seemed that using a tiger's skin to make a flag was an effective way to deal with those with malicious intents. In the afternoon, Zhao Yang burst into the martial arts class, one pointing a finger at Lin Che and cursing, Lin Che, you damn dog. Why didn't you go to the training ground yesterday? You told me to wait for you at the training ground yesterday. Oh, I waited for 5 hours. Where the hell were you? Zhao Yang's face was filled with rage. Lin Che frowned slightly, his gaze sharp. Shut up. What gives you the right to tell me to shut up? Do you even have a shred of credibility? 5 hours. Do you know how I spent those 5 hours? Oh, how did you spend those 5 hours then? Lin Che tilted his head slightly, his expression peculiar. If you have the guts, don't leave after school today. Zhao Yang certainly couldn't tell Lin Che that he had called over 20 people to wait for Lin Che at the training ground, and Lin Che hadn't shown up at all. More than 20 people waited at the training ground for 5 hours, and without Lin Che's contact information, Zhao Yang looked like a clown. As his little subordinates left, the looks they gave Zhao Yang were tinged with pity. All right, I'll wait for you at the training ground after school, Lin Che said seriously. Zhao Yang vaguely sensed something was off, but then an idea struck him, and he agreed again. Fine, just you wait. With that, he turned and left. Huang Jinbao said, he's planning to trick you into going, so you wait in vain too. Lin Che replied, I know, that's why I don't plan to go. Humans are really complicated. That night, Zhao Yang took a group of lackeys to the nightclub, wearing a smile throughout, appearing in a good mood. One observant lackey asked, Yang Gu, is there some good news? That Lin Che from yesterday made us wait at the training ground for 5 hours. I can't let this go. So today I told him to wait for me at the training ground after school. Oh, I want him to wait in vain for a few hours too. Hearing this, the lackey's expressions turned complicated. One lackey, without any awareness, broke the silence first. Yanggu, isn't there a chance he won't go today either? Zhao Yang paused slightly, and his face instantly flushed red. Damn. He's playing me again. The next day during lunch break, Zhao Yang once again barged into martial arts class 1. Lin Che, you're playing me again. Isn't there any courtesy, any quality, any brains? Lin Che pretended to be confused. Oh, did you actually go to the training ground yesterday? Of course I didn't go. Zhao Yang immediately denied. Then how do you know I didn't go? Lin Che spread his hands, putting on an innocent expression. The outside world beyond the high walls is perilous, yet Lin Che must venture out. His innate talent for slaughter demands that he step beyond the confines of the walls, and to acquire Xing Tian's 9 Heavens mystic art, he also needs to leave the high walls. Staying within the high walls may offer comfort, but his cultivation will stagnate. If he obediently practices the innate breathing technique, his fate would likely fade into obscurity. Why do you need a warrior certificate? In the principal's office, Xiao Changtian glanced at the application. Lin Che submitted a look of confusion on his face. I plan to take advantage of the holiday to venture out and gain experience. I need a warrior's certificate to leave Xinhai City, Lin Che stated frankly. For a warrior at the Qi opening realm to leave the city, one must be at least 18 years old. Aren't you still underage? Xiao Changtian recalled that Lin Che was only 17 and had not yet reached adulthood. After the construction of high walls in various cities, new regulations were established. Ordinary people and warriors at the body refinement realm cannot leave the city at will. It is also stipulated that only warriors at the Qi opening realm and above who are 18 years or older may freely enter and exit the high walls. These rules are naturally designed to protect ordinary people and lower-tier warriors, as well as the youth, who represent humanity's future. After all, cities need to function. It cannot consist solely of warriors, but must also include countless commoners. Ordinary people and warriors at the body refinement realm have a very low survival rate in the wild. Stepping outside the high walls often leads to death. As students, regardless of their cultivation level, their personal information only indicates that they are students from a certain martial arts academy in a certain grade. In this situation, unless accompanied by a school teacher, the city defense forces will absolutely not allow anyone to leave. This means that students cannot exit the city if it is not permitted by the school. Even if the student passes the assessment at the Warrior Association, it would be of no use. The Warrior Association can only issue certificates to social individuals and has no authority to alter student records. After all, the lives of students from the Martial Arts Academy are quite precious and require special care. Therefore, for Lin Che to leave Xinhai City, he can do so without his parents' consent, but he must obtain the approval of Principal Xiao Changtian. I will just turn 18 after the Spring Festival, Lin Che replied calmly. Xiao Changtian shook his head. It's too early for you to go out and gain experience. Don't think that the mutated creatures surrounding the city can be easily dealt with. You must not lose your sense of fear. If it weren't for the city defense forces conducting regular sweeps around the city, those mutated creatures in the mountains and forests would not merely be at levels 3 or 4. At this point, Xiao Changtian turned his gaze to the window. Even I, possessing a peak innate cultivation level, cannot claim to move freely in the wild. Rest assured, Principal. I am well aware of the dangers of the wild. Life is precious, and I won't take unnecessary risks. Lin Che thought to himself, if conditions allow, who wouldn't want to take it easy? Are you determined to go out? Xiao Changtian furrowed his brows. There's no other choice. My talent is low, so I must put in more effort. I am also hoping to break through to the Master Realm soon to reunite with my master. Lin Che earnestly invoked the image of his fictional master once more to express his determination. Hearing this, Xiao Changtian pondered briefly, and then spoke again. Since you insist, I will not discourage you further. I will assist you in passing the application review, and barring any unforeseen incidents, your personal information will be updated to reflect you as a Qi opening realm warrior by this afternoon. However, as a student, you must prioritize your studies and ensure you return before the start of the new term. Thank you, Principal. I will strive to return as soon as possible. Lin Che nodded in agreement. In truth, he himself had no certainty about the return date. This time he was searching for the Changyang mountain mentioned by Xing Tian, needing to visit 3 locations. From Xinhai to Huidong, then on to Longnan with a detour to Shinnong town, the entire journey spans nearly 3,000 kilometers. Although some parts can be traversed by high-speed trains, the specific locations Lin Che intends to visit do not have direct access. After the day of revelation, various mutated avian creatures appeared, and civil aviation has ceased operations. Only certain transportation routes regularly cleared by warriors can ensure a smooth passage. As for the locations Lin Che wants to visit, he can only think of other ways to reach them once he arrives at a nearby city. After bidding farewell to Xiao Changtian, Lin Che returned to the classroom and encountered Fang Haochen, who was rushing out. Seeing him in a hurry, Lin Che couldn't help but ask, "What's the rush?" "Oh, just in time for you to return." Fang Haochen handed Lin Che a form. "This vacation, the Qin Family Martial Arts Hall is holding a special training camp. Do you want to sign up?" "Martial Arts Hall? Special training camp?" Lin Che displayed a look of confusion. "Yes, the Qin Family Martial Arts Hall belongs to our classmate Qin Ming's family. The training camp will teach some advanced martial techniques. If you're interested, you can fill out the application form." As Fang Haochen spoke, he stepped towards the adjacent martial arts class too. "I still need to promote it in other classes, and we'll discuss it further when I return." Looking at the application form in his hand, and then at Fang Haochen, who had already entered martial arts class 2, Lin Che shook his head helplessly. He had more important matters to attend to. Compared to special martial techniques, the Nine Heavens mystic art was far more alluring to him. Returning to his seat, he noticed Chu Yao filling out the form and casually asked, "Are you going to participate in this special training camp?" Chu Yao nodded. "Yeah, there isn't much else to do anyway." "Oh, true." Lin Che looked around and found many classmates filling out forms. Seeing a bored Qin Ming, Lin Che noticed a flaw. "By the way, why is our class monitor helping to promote the Qin Family Martial Arts Hall's special training camp?" It seems to be related to the training camp's tuition fees. The class monitor's family background should not be very good, Chu Yao speculated. Hearing this, Lin Che glanced at the price on the application form. 18,800. 18,800 for just 10 days. Lin Che voiced his confusion, drawing the attention of several classmates around. Although Lin Che had returned to the Lin family for several months and possessed over 2 million huaxia coins, he still could not adapt to the identity of a wealthy young master. In the past, when he relied on hunting to survive, Lin Che would not earn 18,800 in a year. Yet this was merely the tuition fee for the special training camp for 10 days. It's actually not too expensive. If one can master an advanced martial technique within 10 days, 18,800 is definitely worth it. As the eldest daughter of the Chu family, Chu Yao indeed had little concept of money, but her words held some truth. When Lin Wanting and Lin Yuro wanted to learn the blade and shield breaking technique, Lin Che initially quoted a price of 1 million. As a result, Lin Hai blinked not once and directly gave 2 million. Although this involved the father-son relationship between the two, it also indirectly indicated that advanced martial techniques indeed come at a steep price. Realizing this, Lin Che nodded. That's true. He casually set the application form aside, without filling it out. Seeing this, Chu Yao asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Aren't you participating?" "I have other matters to attend to, so I won't be participating this time," Lin Che casually replied. "Is it because of the application fee? If you're short on money, I can lend you some." At this moment, Chu Yao finally realized that Lin Che's situation was different from hers. "I mentioned before that I would give you that wheel of fate, but you insisted on being stubborn. I should have known not to take your crystal cores." Chu Yao appeared somewhat helpless. "No, you're overthinking it." Before Lin Che could explain, he was suddenly interrupted by Qin Ming. "No way, no way. The esteemed young master of the Lin family can't even scrape together 18,800. Qin Ming had been paying attention to their conversation and could no longer contain his mockery when he heard Chu Yao mention that Lin Che was short on money. "Do you want me to give you a free spot? Just ask me as a classmate. I would definitely be willing to help you." Clearly, he still remembered the grudge from that punch Lin Che dealt him, but unfortunately his martial arts realm ultimately couldn't compare to Lin Che's, leaving him to seek validation through other means. "Qin Ming, have you forgotten the lesson from before, thinking that you are capable again?" Lin Che's smile did not reach. "Just wait until I break through to the Tongxiao realm. I might not lose to you." Qin Ming still failed to recognize reality, fantasizing about how he would soar after breaking through, pressing Lin Che down. Lin Che nodded seriously. "I might look forward to your performance, Qin Ming." "You?" Qin Ming pointed at Lin Che, but upon receiving a glare he quickly retracted his hand and continued, "All right, just wait." Chu Yao rolled her eyes at Qin Ming, and then looked at Lin Che. "Don't pay him any mind. You still haven't clarified why you want to attend the special training camp." "I want to go out for field training." Lin Che did not hide his intentions. "Go out." Chu Yao paused slightly. "We haven't graduated yet. We can't leave the city without permission, can we?" Lin Che chose to go out for field training during the holiday, without a teacher accompanying him. As a student, how could he leave the high walls? As long as the school provides a warrior certificate and updates the identity information, martial artists above the Tongxiao realm can freely enter and exit the city. Lin Che shrugged. "It's so dangerous outside. Why would you want to go out?" Chu Yao felt a sudden wave of disappointment. She did not know where this disappointment came from, nor how to dispel it. Lin Che feigned bravado. A true man born between heaven and earth should traverse the world freely. How can he be trapped in a cage? "Ugh, can you speak properly?" Chu Yao made a disgusted face. "Haha, alright, come closer, and I'll tell you a secret." Lin Che beckoned with his finger. Chu Yao showed a look of doubt, but still turned slightly and moved closer. Lin Che looked around, lowered his voice, and spoke solemnly. I am going to help a powerful figure rebel against the Celestial Emperor and undertake a mission of life and death. This journey is fraught with danger, and I may never return. What? Shu Yao suddenly turned her head, almost coming into close contact with Lin Che. Even so, she did not mind feeling shy, and still revealed her shock. Are you serious? Shu. Lin Che raised a finger to his lips. Keep it down. You absolutely must help me keep this secret. You wouldn't be lying to me, would you? Shu Yao still found it hard to believe, her large expressive eyes fixed intently on Lin Che. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Alas. In this day and age, even speaking the truth is met with disbelief. Humanity has lost its sincerity. I believe you not at all. You really. I don't want to talk to you. Shu Yao turned her head angrily. Huang Jinbao said she's cursing you in her heart again. Lin Che, shut up. Huang Jinbao, I didn't say anything. Lin Che. In the evening at the Lin family villa, Lin Che had just taken a seat preparing to eat. Brother, why aren't you attending the special training camp? Lin Zishuan casually inquired, pretending to be indifferent. What's it to you? Lin Che put down his chopsticks, leaning back slightly, revealing a hint of impatience. No, I just think that 80% of our class is attending. If you don't, it would be quite a pity. So, I just wanted to ask why you're not participating. I meant no offense. Lin Zishuan spoke as if he had no ulterior motives, but in reality, he wanted to imply that Lin Che was unambitious. After all, if 80% were participating, then that left 20%. If it were not due to circumstances, it would be because of a lack of ambition. How are you going to say that learning another martial skill is not a good thing? Lin Che crossed his arms, wearing a half smile. Yeah, I know you're very capable, but learning another martial skill can't hurt. Lin Zexuan's words were also meticulously crafted, seemingly truly considering Lin Che's interests. At this moment, Lin Hai chimed in. I've heard of that special training camp too. The Qin family is offering martial skills to outsiders for the first time. Before this, to learn the Qin family martial skills, one had to at least become an inner disciple. Lin Hai looked at Lin Che seriously. Little Che, how can you let such a great opportunity slip by? I have my own matters. I'm too busy to attend. Lin Che replied succinctly. You child, what matters could you possibly have? Your most important task right now is your studies. Lin Hai was faintly reverting to his old ways, trying to take on a parental role. Yeah, little Che's second sister will be attending too. Let's go together. Lin Yuru also joined in advising. Before Lin Che could respond, Lin Zishuan spoke again. You're not short on money, are you? But I remember Dad gave you a bank card with 2 million. You can't have spent it all that quickly, right? Upon hearing this, Su Qianqian quickly spoke up. Little Che, are you short on money? If you were, just tell Mom. Don't let a little money cause you to miss such a good opportunity. Yeah, little Che, I have money too. If you're short, just ask me. Lin Wanning also looked at Lin Che. Lin Zishuan frowned slightly, evidently realizing that the situation was not going as he had anticipated. Originally, he thought that his words would make the Lin family think Lin Che was not frugal and might scold him. Unexpectedly, the plan backfired. Not only did the Lin family not blame Lin Che, but they also wanted to stop. Lin Che crossed his arms. I'm not short on money. I simply have other matters to attend to and can't participate in the special training camp, so you don't need to ask any further. Lin Che had lived independently for 3 years and was still somewhat unaccustomed to the care from others. Moreover, he did not intend to take advantage of the Lin family's money. If one day he fell out with them, it would not be easy to repay them. Currently, his living arrangements at the Lin family, along with the 3 million he had received from the Lin family father and daughter, all came with conditions which he felt justified using. If he accepted Su Qianqian and Lin Wanning's kindness, now the next time a conflict arose, he would not be as justified in confronting them. Then you tell me what exactly is so important. Lin Hai still would not give up, continuing to ask. I plan to go out for field training. What? The Lin family members exclaimed in unison. Nonsense. No way, absolutely not. Lin Hai decisively objected. Don't think that just because you ranked first in school you are so impressive that the dangers outside are beyond your imagination. Su Qianqian quickly agreed. Yeah, little Che, it's too dangerous outside. It's too early for you to go out for field training. Consider it after you graduate. The Lin sisters also wanted to persuade him, but Lin Che interrupted. No need to advise. This field training is imperative for me. Even without the unyielding soul technique, Lin Che knew he had to step out of the high walls to rely on his killing abilities to elevate his realm. Thus, no one's persuasion would change the outcome, nor was there a need for everyone to continue wasting their breath. Seeing Lin Che disregard their warnings, Lin Hai recalled another matter. You can go out, but before you leave you must meet with the Chu family. I've already arranged with the Chu family to gather after your break. Oh, Lin Che raised an eyebrow. That's fine, but it can't be too late. I wonder if Chu Yao will be present at this meeting. If Lin Zishuan finds out that Chu Yao is the eldest daughter of the Chu family, he might regret it immensely. Imagining that scene, Lin Che couldn't help but smile. The Lin family specializes in the metal mining industry, while the Chu family focuses on the medical industry. their family businesses have no intersection. Now that both of Lin family's grandparents have passed away and the Chu family has only one elderly lady left, this engagement is already quite fragile. However, to prevent any disturbances to Chu Yao, the Chu family has consistently claimed that their young lady is already engaged. Even though Chu Yao herself does not wish to fulfill this engagement, she has yet to take action to annul it. Currently, Chu Pharmaceutical has just launched the Wheel of Fate and the Sourceboat, two groundbreaking gene medications that are quite popular. To avoid complications, the Chu family is even less likely to annul the engagement at this moment. Otherwise, some prominent families will undoubtedly set their sights on the Chu family's assets. Marrying the young lady of the Chu family would grant one part of the inheritance rights. Even if Chu Yao is indeed as rumored ugly and arrogant, it is likely that many would still flock to her. One could say that both the Lin and Chu families are fortunate. After the day of awakening, Blue Star is bound to become the world of warriors. If the heirs of both families were mediocre, their industries would eventually be swallowed up by others. Coincidentally, both of the Lin family's daughters have awakened level talents, and their adopted son possesses level talent. As for the young lady of the Chu family, there is no need to elaborate. Not only is her talent high, but she is also diligent in her cultivation, surpassing most of her peers. At this rate, within a few years, both families will likely add several masters to their ranks. When that time comes, anyone who covets their wealth will have to think twice. The next morning in the martial arts class. Did you know that the Lin and Chu families are hosting a banquet? Lin Che quietly asked Chu Yao. Yeah, I know. What's wrong? Chu Yao replied coolly, clearly still sulking over yesterday's events. Lin Che, unfazed, continued to ask, are you planning to attend? Yes, why? Chu Yao responded dismissively. So are you planning to publicly annul the engagement at the banquet? Lin Che seemed like an observer, as if the person being annulled was not himself. Chu Yao felt her mood worsen, her tone tinged with anger. Are you that eager? Willing to have me annul the engagement in front of everyone? Ahem, that's not what I meant. Lin Che said somewhat awkwardly. Think about it, if you attend a banquet hosted by both families, your identity will be exposed. If Lin Zishuan knows that you are the young lady of the Chu family, he will surely stop trying to have me replace you in this engagement. What do you mean? Chu Yao asked, puzzled. Just what it says. If Lin Zishuan discovers that you are the young lady of the Chu family, he will definitely no longer think about having me take your place in this engagement. Lin Che shrugged, expressing helplessness. You're overthinking it. Chu Yao immediately denied. If the Lin family hadn't found their biological son and his identity as an adopted son had not been revealed, the engagement would naturally fall on him. However, since you have now been found by the Lin family, my marriage partner can only be you. After all, you are the biological grandson of Old Man Lin. Even if both grandfathers have passed away, the engagement they personally arranged cannot simply be changed. Chu Yao seemed to be very concerned about who the engagement partner was and unusually delivered a lengthy speech. Lin Che felt even more helpless after listening. So you're saying that the unfortunate person being annulled must be me, eh? Chu Yao's previously tense expression suddenly broke, struggling to suppress her laughter. If you don't want to be publicly annulled, you could choose to beg me out. Perhaps if I'm in a good mood, I won't let you lose face in public. That's not possible. How can a dignified man like me bow down to a mere girl? Lin Che raised his chin. Just bring it on, or as long as I don't feel embarrassed, no one can make me lose face. Chu Yao. In the afternoon at the practical training ground, Yang Xian announced that there would be a year-end test tomorrow. Everyone adjust your states, perform well tomorrow, and strive for everyone to pass. The martial arts class does not have other specialty students, so the year-end test will only assess martial arts realm and control of abilities. Each assessment will count towards regular scores and be included in credits. However, for the students of martial arts class, this assessment is basically not difficult. Instead, Lin Che was feeling somewhat troubled. He needed to keep his various indicators precisely within the late stage of the Qi passage realm. It would not be easy to deceive the testing instruments. After the year-end test, there will be a month-long holiday. I hope everyone will enjoy themselves during the break, but not neglect their cultivation. Next year, I hope everyone in the class has their cultivation not lower than the Qi passage realm. Yang Xian scanned everyone. Do you have confidence? Yes, everyone replied in unison. Very good, very spirited. Yang Xian nodded. Next, the old rule, 50 kilograms of weighted training, hurry up, move it. The next day, several strength testing instruments were delivered to the practical training ground. Starting with the martial arts class, all students took turns to test. Bang! Fong Haochen punched the testing instrument, and the numbers on the screen began to fluctuate. Since Fong Haochen already possessed a level strength talent, his punch directly reached an exaggerated 321 kilograms. Fong Haochen straight punch strength, 321 kilograms. Next, Qin Ming stepped up, also delivering a punch. Bang! Qin Ming straight punch strength, 179 kilograms. Next. Bang! Lin Zishuan straight punch strength, 173 kilograms. Next. Bang! Li Chong straight punch strength, 197 kilograms, next. Song Xia straight punch strength, 177 kilograms, next. Bang! Chu Yao straight punch strength, 372 kilograms. Late stage of Chi passage realm, very good. Next. Seeing the might of Chu Yao's punch, Lin Che couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and slowly walked up. He now needed to disguise himself as being in the late stage of Chi passage realm, and as a level strength awakener his strength should reasonably exceed Chu Yao by about 150 kilograms. Standing in front of the testing instrument, Lin Che took a deep breath, adjusted his state, slowly raised his arm, and suddenly threw a punch. Bang! Lin Che straight punch strength, 527 kilograms. Late stage of Chi passage realm, very good. Next. Upon seeing the number 527 displayed on the screen, Lin Che secretly exclaimed in relief, almost exceeding the limit. For the subsequent speed test, Lin Che did not need to deliberately disguise himself. As a non-speed type talent, in order to pretend to be a speed type awakener, he had to run with all his might to match the normal performance of a speed type talent in the late stage of Chi passage realm. Fang Haochen 100 meters in 4.5 seconds next. Chu Yao 100 meters in 3.1 seconds next. Lin Che 100 meters in 1.8 seconds next. Fang Haochen is in the late stage of body refinement realm. Chu Yao is in the late stage of Chi passage realm. Lin Che's result, however, is the normal score expected for a speed-type awakener in the late stage of Chi passage realm. The final endurance test was not as precise as the previous two. With a 50-kilogram load running at a steady pace, 1 lap is 400 meters, count 1 lap, for each completed lap until one can no longer run. After the endurance test, additional tests will be conducted for students other than those with physical enhancement type awakeners, mainly testing each person's control over their abilities. This section has nothing to do with Lin Che. His speed talent belongs to the physical enhancement type and has already been demonstrated in the first 3 tests, so no extra testing is required. Just as Lin Che was about to leave, he was called back by Chu Yao. Wait for me. Is something the matter? Lin Che looked puzzled. You? Chu Yao hesitated. He'll tell you after. Huang Jinbao said. She wants you to pretend to be her fiancé. Lin Che replied. In principle, before the Chu family calls off the engagement, I am already her fiancé. Humans are so complicated. Huang Jinbao muttered. Half an hour later, Chu Yao passed the test, and the two walked side by side out of the training ground. Those two ended up together after all. Heaven has no eyes. How do you know? Anyone who isn't blind, they're obviously going on a date. I think I'm heartbroken. Me too. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Che and Chu Yao disappeared around the corner. The two arrived at a tea restaurant near the school, ordered 2 drinks, and sat facing each other. News of our family's banquet has already spread. Many people might attend. After a long silence, Chu Yao finally spoke. It seems the family dinner is turning into a social event. Lin Che, already informed by Huang Jinbao, showed little surprise. Can you help me put on a performance? Chu Yao looked at Lin Che. You've come to the right person. Lin Che made a hair-flipping gesture, but his hair was too short to have any effect. I'm known as the actor of Xinhai District 13. However, Lin Che changed his tone. You need to tell me exactly what kind of script this performance is. Chu Yao rolled her eyes at Lin Che, easing the awkward atmosphere. I need you to play the role of a qualified fiancé and fend off those pesky suitors. Can you do that? Sure, consider it repayment for the wheel of fate you gave me earlier. Lin Che agreed casually. Hearing his willingness, Chu Yao should have been happier, but his last remark left her feeling troubled. You bought the wheel of fate yourself? Where's the favor? You sold it to me at half price, and I couldn't find it elsewhere. That's a huge favor. Lin Che spoke solemnly. Do you have to be so precise about everything? Chu Yao didn't know why, but she couldn't. Even brothers settle accounts clearly. I charged Lin Wanting and the others 3 million for teaching them martial arts. Lin Che was serious, seeing nothing wrong with it. I'm different from them. Chu Yao pouted. Indeed you are different. Lin Che nodded. They are my blood-related sisters, while you are Chu Yao, my betrothed. Hearing this, Chu Yao felt a mix of emotions and didn't know what to say. After a long pause, she slowly stood up. Anyway, make sure you arrive on time the day after tomorrow. With that, she turned and left. The Lu Qin Chu and Lin families were the cream of Xinhai City. The union of the Chu and Lin families would inevitably stir the nerves of the Lu and Qin families. Moreover, due to Chu Pharmaceuticals' 2 new drugs, the banquet might even draw in some old aristocratic families from Huaxia. Human greed is universal regardless of the environment. Even if the walls were breached by mutants tomorrow, people within the city might still be fighting over inheritance rights before dawn. So on the surface, representatives from the Zheng family of the capital and the Qi family arrived in Xinhai City the day before the banquet. As for who else might be lurking in the shadows, that would likely be revealed only after the banquet began. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the curtain gaps into the room. Lin Che, who was practicing the art of doing nothing, was awakened by a knock on the door. Annoyed at having his peaceful dream disturbed, he grumbled, "What is it? So early in the morning? Xiao Che, get up." We need to buy you some clothes for tomorrow's banquet. At the last moment, Su Qianqian remembered that Lin Che didn't have formal wear. Custom tailoring was out of the question, so they had to go to a ready-made clothing store. All right, I'm coming. Lin Che rubbed his sleepy eyes and reluctantly got up. After a quick breakfast, Su Qianqian took Lin Che to the commercial street and walked straight into a tailor shop. Boss Ma, do you have any ready-made clothes suitable for my son? Madam Lin, you honor us with your visit. Ma Jintao hurriedly stood up to greet them upon hearing her voice. Then he looked at Lin Che. Is this the young master who was lost? Lin Che felt a flicker of doubt. It seemed this boss Ma knew the Lin family quite well. He casually met Ma Jintao's gaze, and a storm raged in his heart. Latest stage Xiantian realm martial artist ability perfect stitching threat level extremely high. It was quite unexpected that such a grandmaster would hide as a tailor in a clothing store. But on second thought, with his ability of perfect stitching being a tailor made sense. Only because he possessed the inside eye could he see that this seemingly ordinary tailor was actually a grandmaster. Yes, my son needs to attend an important banquet tomorrow, and we're in a hurry. See if you have any ready-made clothes. Su Qianqian looked around. Pick 2 sets for now, and then tailor 2 more for my son. Deliver them when— Of course, Madam Lin. Please have a seat here. Ma Jintao nodded, and then turned to Lin Che. Young Master Lin, please follow me. Lin Che muttered to himself as he followed Ma Jintao to the ready-made clothing section. Young Master Lin, try this one first. Ma Jintao picked up a gray suit and handed it to Lin Che. Oh sure, we'll give it a try. Lin Che snapped back to reality, took the clothes, and entered the fitting room. When he came out in the new suit, Su Qianqian hurried over to inspect. Not bad, it fits perfectly. Su Qianqian nodded repeatedly. My Xiao Che is so handsome. He'll surely charm Miss Chu. Lin Chi's mouth twitched slightly. Alright, I'll take this one. Don't rush. Try a few more. Su Qianqian took another black suit from Ma Jintao and handed it to Lin Che. Lin Che tried on several more suits and finally settled on 3 sets based on Su Qianqian's advice. After that, Ma Jintao took Lin Chi's measurements and ordered 1 black and 1 brown suit, promising delivery in 10 days. Su Qianqian paid by card, and Ma Jintao, beaming, saw them to the door. Throughout the process, Ma Jintao's demeanor was that of an ordinary tailor with no hint that he was a hidden grandmaster. As the two left the shop, a dagger suddenly flew toward Lin Che with chilling, murderous intent. Lin Che instinctively sidestepped, and the blade grazed his clothes. Missing his target, the assailant lunged forward again, the dagger flickering like a venomous snake, each strike aimed at Lin Chi's vital points. Oh, help! Someone help! Su Qianqian screamed in terror. The commercial street was bustling, and her cries threw the crowd into chaos. Some bystanders panicked and fled, others, frozen in shock, remained rooted to the spot. Su Qianqian, a pampered rich wife, was utterly flustered by the sudden assassination and had no idea. Don't you touch my son. Seeing the assassin's ferocity, Su Qianqian, driven by desperation, recklessly rushed forward to block the killer. As an ordinary person, Su Qianqian was of no help. Instead, she put Lin Che in a difficult position. While dealing with the fierce attacks of the assassin, Lin Che was also preoccupied with protecting Su Qianqian. The assassin was at the peak of the transformation realm of force, not to be underestimated. After a brief struggle, Lin Che began to hesitate whether to reveal his true strength. At that moment, Ma Jintao, who was in the shop, heard the shouts and quickly rushed outside. Upon seeing Lin Che being attacked, he shouted, "Stop, you scoundrel!" With that, he charged forward. Ma Jintao casually struck out a palm, sending the assassin flying several meters like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily to the ground and unable to rise. Seeing this, Lin Che hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Ma Jintao. Thank you, Boss Ma, for your help. No need to be polite, young Master Lin. Even if I hadn't intervened, I believe you could have handled it yourself. Ma Jintao smiled humbly, his demeanor calm, as if he had merely performed an insignificant act. However, the implication of his words raised Lin Chi's suspicions once more. Did the old tailor truly see through his real cultivation level, or was he merely being courteous? Are you all right, Xiao Che? Su Qianqian rushed over her face, full of concern, as she checked if Lin Che was injured. Lin Che shook his head and replied calmly, I'm fine. What about you? Are you hurt? No, I'm okay. This time it's all thanks to Boss Ma, Su Qianqian replied, quickly taking out a bank card and handing it to Ma Jintao. Thank you, Boss Ma, for saving us. Here's 1 million as a token of my appreciation. No need to be polite, Madam Lin. If something happens at my storefront, I naturally cannot stand by and watch. Ma Jintao waved his hand, and then looked at Lin Che. I'm quite curious, why would someone attempt to assassinate young Master Lin? Yes, Xiao Che, what's going on? Do you know? Su Qianqian immediately shifted her attention. Lin Che glanced at the severely injured assassin, feeling confused and unable to figure out the reason at the moment. I'm not sure for now. Lin Che shook his head helplessly. Although the golden treasure could eavesdrop on others' thoughts, it required them to be contemplating the relevant matters. The incident happened too suddenly. He hadn't had the chance to extract information from the assassin before Ma Jintao knocked him out. Perhaps he would only find some clues once he woke the assassin and interrogated him personally. At that moment, personnel from the Public Security Bureau hurriedly arrived. Several officers with serious expressions inquired in detail about the events, then called for an ambulance to take the injured assassin away. Before leaving, the officer promised Lin Che that they would quickly find a way to uncover the true culprit behind the scenes and provide them with an explanation. After this commotion, both Su Chanqian and Lin Che lost the mood to continue shopping and decided to take their leave. The two once again expressed their gratitude to Ma Jintao, but he insisted on not accepting the bank card from Su Chanqian. Ensuring customers are not harmed is our shop's duty. If something happens to you in my store, how can I continue to do? Ma Jintao said with a humble expression. Madam Lin, please keep the bank card. Otherwise it would be seen as disrespect to this old tailor. Hearing this, Su Chanqian changed her approach. From now on, all clothes for the Lin family will only be entrusted to Boss Ma for making. This 1 million is just a deposit you absolutely cannot refuse. Madam Lin, you really don't need to do this. Ma Jintao shook his head helplessly as he accepted the bank card. In the future, if Madam Lin, Mr. Lin, or any young masters or young ladies need clothes, just let me know. As an old tailor, I may not boast about other things, but my craftsmanship in making clothes will definitely not lose. Sometimes people are like this. Lin Che had been in the Lin family for nearly half a year, yet he still felt like the orphan wandering on the fringes of the city. Even after nearly 18 years since the awakening day, Ma Jintao, now a master of martial arts, still felt like the old tailor he once was. Alright, it's settled then. Su Chanqian's smile was sincere. But let's be clear, even though Boss Ma saved my son, the clothes cannot be of poor quality, though otherwise I won't accept it. Ma Jintao couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha. Madam Lin, you're too kind. This old tailor does have a bit of credit. Then I'll take Xiao Che back for now. By the way, make sure to finish Xiao Che's 2 sets of clothes as soon as possible, Boss Ma. Su Chanqian reminded once more. Rest assured, Madam Lin, it will definitely be delivered to your residence within 10 days. Ma Jintao nodded earnestly. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he watched Su Chanqian and Lin Che leave. As he regained his composure, a hint of complex emotion flashed in the old tailor's eyes. In the afternoon, Lin Hai learned that Lin Che had been attacked and was extremely furious. Even if Lin Che was not in his favor, it was still an internal family matter. Now that someone had the audacity to attempt to assassinate Lin Che, it was clear they did not take the Lin family seriously, nor did they regard him, Lin Hai. At such a time, if he did nothing, outsiders would probably think Lin Hai was easy to bully. Thus, he continuously called several leaders in the Shanghai City Public Security Bureau, demanding they solve the case quickly. Shanghai City was also in a tumultuous period. Not long ago, the Liu family's young master had just been brutally murdered, and now the Lin family's young master had been attacked. Although Lin Che had not sustained any injuries, the series of violent incidents occurring in the city, especially targeting the family's offspring, was enough to give the Public Security Bureau a headache. Taking this opportunity, Lin Che requested to personally question the assassin. In principle, this was not in accordance with the procedure. However, with Lin Hai's coordination, Lin Che ultimately obtained a pass. The assassin was sent to the First People's Hospital of Shanghai City, guarded by 4 Transformation Realm martial artists. With the pass, Lin Che smoothly entered the assassin's hospital room. Looking closely, he saw that the assassin was receiving treatment while his hands and feet were restrained to the bed with electronic shackles on his ankles. Seeing this, Lin Che couldn't help but smile. Looks like you're enjoying good treatment, buddy. This time you're lucky, but who knows if you'll have such good fortune next time. The assassin, despite his injuries, still looked disdainful at Lin Che from the hospital bed. Well, I tend to have good luck. Lin Che nodded seriously. Just wait. No matter how lucky you are, you'll eventually meet your end. The assassin's disdainful expression remained. Is that so? I don't believe it. Lin Che spread his hands. You don't believe it. You. The assassin momentarily short-circuited in his brain, unsure how to respond, and after a long pause he finally said, believe it or not, it's up to you. Why do you want to kill me? Or rather, who sent you? Lin Che got straight to the point. You don't need to waste your breath. I will never tell you. The assassin insisted on keeping silent. Lin Che nodded. Oh, so, it was that young master from the Zheng family. Thanks, buddy. Although the assassin did not mention this at all, Lin Che had gotten the answer he wanted through the Golden Treasure's heart voice. Nonsense, what Zheng family? I have no idea what you're talking about. A hint of panic flashed in the assassin's eyes as he immediately denied it. Lin Che, not bothering to argue, continued, that young master from the Zheng family is too careless. How could he let the assassin know his true identity? If I were to hire an assassin, I would definitely not expose my identity. Lin Che shook his head. It's better to trust the mutated beings than the assassins. After all, only the dead don't reveal secrets. Not from the Zheng family, but don't make wild claims. I don't know any young master from the Zheng family. The assassin continuously denied. Alright, I understand. You're afraid that Zheng Xiao will kill your entire family, so you must keep the secret. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. As for what Zheng Xiao will do, that's none of my concern. Saying this, Lin Che turned and walked out of the ward. Don't go clarify what you mean. I never mentioned anything about Zheng Xiao, but you can't frame me. The assassin was frantic. However, no matter how loudly he shouted, Lin Che showed no reaction, leaving directly without looking back. Lin Che had suspected the Liu family and Lin Zishuan before, but never thought it would be the Zheng family from the capital. It seems that the allure of the Wheel of Destiny and the source boat to these noble families is indeed quite significant. His situation with Chu Yao is still unresolved, yet these people have already begun to take action. If at tomorrow's banquet, Chu Yao publicly announces that Lin Che is her fiancé, it will be quite difficult for Lin Che to seek solitude afterwards. Today the Zheng family can take action, tomorrow the Qi family might also act, and even the local Liu and Qin families may not remain indifferent. However, Lin Che will be leaving Xinhai City in a few days to help Xingtian find a lead. The rest can wait until he returns from Changyang Mountain. The next day at the Xinhai Hotel, the Guolan Hall was luxuriously decorated with elites from all walks of life attending in formal attire. The banquet hall of over 1,000 square meters felt slightly crowded. People were laughing and chatting, but beneath this seemingly harmonious atmosphere, an undercurrent was surging. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending the engagement banquet of my daughter Chu Yao and Lin Che from the Lin family. Chu Jingchuan stood on the stage in a black suit wearing a polite smile as he slowly spoke. His voice resonated throughout the Guolan Hall, and everyone applauded in response. Lin Che stood at the bottom of the stage looking bewildered. It was supposed to be just a meeting between the two families, but once the news spread it turned into a social gala. He thought there would be no more surprises, yet unexpectedly this social gala had transformed into an engagement banquet. It seemed he was the last to know about his own engagement. Whom should he complain to? As the applause diminished, Chu Jingchuan spoke again. You may have heard that my Chu family and the Lin family had an engagement arranged long ago. Now that both children have reached adulthood, it is only natural to finalize this engagement. While speaking, Chu Jingchuan looked at Lin Che, trying to sound friendly. Come on, Lin Che, you come up here. Just as Lin Che hesitated, the door of the hotel hall was suddenly pushed open. Wow, quite lively here. A tall young man with a stern face slowly walked into the hall. Behind him followed a group of burly men dressed in black suits, their expressions solemn. Chu Jingchuan's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He looked at the young man and asked in a deep voice, Zheng Xiao, may I ask what brings you here today? What? Chu Zong doesn't welcome me. Zheng Jingren called out to Chu Zong, but there was no trace of respect in his eyes. Hearing this, Chu Jingchuan narrowed his eyes and replied with a smile, Zheng Xiao, how could you say that? Since you can attend my daughter's engagement banquet, I naturally welcome you wholeheartedly. Engagement banquet? Who is Miss Chu getting engaged to? Zheng Jingren shifted the topic. No matter who it is, he certainly does not deserve Miss Chu. What does Chu Zong think about that? Zheng Xiao is joking. My daughter has been engaged to the Lin family since childhood. This is merely a formal announcement. Chu Jingchuan's expression turned cold. So Zheng Xiao should refrain from making such jokes. Making jokes? No, I Zheng Jingren never make jokes. Zheng Jingren said solemnly. I am here today to propose a marriage alliance on behalf of the Zheng family. What? Does Chu Zong look down on our Zheng family? As the saying goes, the heart of Sima Zhao is known to all. Zheng Jingren was clearly targeting the Chu pharmaceutical company. He hadn't even met Chu Yao and was already demanding a marriage alliance with the Chu family. Truly shameless. This Zheng Xiao has no sense of propriety. Isn't he openly trying to seize the Chu family's assets? One of the four great families of the capital produces such a character. Today, I have witnessed it. He's strength is the ultimate truth. The Zheng family now has a transcendent warrior stationed. Who would dare to disrespect them? Even a transcendent warrior cannot allow their descendants to bully others, stealing other people's properties, right? There's nothing to be done aside from that martial saint who can control the Zheng family. Suddenly there was a flurry of discussions around, and Chu Jingchuan found himself in a dilemma. Now that the Wheel of Destiny and the Source Boat have just been released, with the Chu family on the verge of soaring to great heights, offending the Zheng family, one of the four great families, is not a wise move. But Chu Jingchuan knew that agreeing to Zheng Jingren's marriage proposal would lead to a dead end. At that time, the entire Chu pharmaceutical company might become Zheng Shi Pharmaceutical. Initially, he opposed Chu Yao's request to break off the engagement with Lin Che, considering the current situation. He thought that as long as the engagement between the two families remained, others would not be able to lay hands on Chu Yao. Unexpectedly, this young master of the Zheng family showed no face at all, openly forcing the Chu family into an alliance in front of everyone, which was truly disgraceful. Just as Chu Jingchuan was unsure how to respond, Lin Che stepped onto the stage and calmly said, Uncle. Lin Che originally did not want to step forward, but since Zheng Jingren showed no regard for him, if he continued to hide behind, he might never be able to lift his head again. Moreover, this Zheng Xiao had tried to take him out yesterday. It was a perfect opportunity to settle the score. Zheng Xiao, right? Yesterday, I encountered a buddy on the commercial street. He said he was quite familiar with you. I wonder if you could do him a favor. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jingren's expression changed slightly. What buddy? What commercial street? I don't know what you're talking about. My Zheng family is not something any random person can mess with. Also, it seems my buddy was just boasting. If that's the case, I'll definitely take him to apologize to Zheng Xiao next time I see him. Lin Che's smile did not reach his eyes. Don't talk nonsense with me. I am proposing to the Chu family. Unrelated people should leave quickly. Zheng Jingren knew that although Lin Che exposed the assassination incident, it might cause him some trouble. However, compared to the Chu family's engagement, those so-called troubles were insignificant. Once he obtains the identity of the Chu family's son-in-law, he could take the opportunity to swallow the Chu family. Then, relying on the two genetic drugs, he would surely establish his position in the Zheng family and compete for the position of the family head. Therefore, no matter what, he could not back down. What a joke. Today is my engagement banquet with Chu Yao. If there are any unrelated people, it should be Zheng Xiao. At this point, Lin Che did not mind turning face on the spot. Zheng Jingren sneered. Humpha Mir Lin family from Xinhai dares to challenge my Zheng family. Hey, let me correct that it's not the Lin family challenging the Zheng family, it's me challenging you. Lin Che said with sarcasm, I do not represent the Lin family. Whether Zheng Xiao can represent the Zheng family depends on your status in the Zheng family. You dog, how dare you mock me? Zheng Jingren was furious. He was the youngest son of the Zheng family with the family inheritance rights in his elder brother's hands. To say he represented the Zheng family, he clearly lacked the qualifications. Ironically, Lin Che's words hit him right in the sore spot, instantly igniting his rage. You guys let him know the consequences of opposing my Zheng family. Zheng Jingren ordered the several burly men in black beside him. Yes, young master. The group responded and immediately rushed onto the stage to deal with Lin Che. Who dares to make a move? Chu Jingchuan roared, his eyes fixed on Zheng Jingren. If young master Zheng wishes to cause trouble at this banquet, then you may as well leave. You are not welcome here. Driven by the pressing circumstances, Chu Jingchuan finally made up his mind. He could never allow his daughter to leap into a fiery pit, nor could he give the Zheng family an opportunity to annex the Chu family. Thus he had no choice but to withstand the pressure and respond directly. Zheng Jingren stared at Chu Jingchuan, a flicker of venom flashing in his eyes. Chu Jingchuan, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you betroth your daughter to me today, the Zheng and Chu families will become one. Otherwise, your Chu pharmaceuticals might never leave Xinhai City. Arrogant. Having made his decision, Chu Jingchuan would not yield an inch. Guards. At his command, dozens of suited thugs emerged from the crowd, swiftly encircling Zheng Jingren and his few bodyguards. Whether Chu pharmaceuticals can leave Xinhai City is none of young Master Zheng's concern. But if you persist in your harassment, you may find yourself unable to leave Xinhai City. At this moment, Chu Jingchuan had burned his bridges. Sooner or later, Chu pharmaceuticals would have to clash with the Zheng family. You? Fine. Very well. Remember your words today, Chu. Zheng Jingren cast a glance at Lin Che on the stage before. He had lost all face today, but being in Xinhai City with no men at his disposal, he could do nothing against the Chu family, and had to retreat for now. Young Master Zheng, don't be in such a hurry to leave. If you stop causing trouble, we might not mind adding an extra. Lin Che's words ostensibly tried to detain Zheng Jingren, but the implication was that Zheng Jingren was like a beggar causing a fuss when not given food. As the young master of the Zheng family, Zheng Jingren had never endured such humiliation. He immediately ordered his guards to attack again. You bastard'll kill you today? Get him. Just then laughter echoed from a corner. Young Master Zheng, why such fury? Who dares meddle in my affairs? Zheng Jingren gritted his teeth, his patience clearly running thin. He spun around and saw a young man in a white suit with a languid expression stepping out from the crowd. Chi Hao? So you're here too. Well, you want to stand up for this brat? Young Master Zheng, what are you saying? I'm clearly helping you. Chi Hao's lips curled into a rebellious grin. Mr. Chu has already stated that if you continue to pester, you might not leave Xinhai. Have you forgotten so soon, young Master Zheng? Zheng Jingren's expression stiffened as he cursed his bad luck. Fine, since young Master Chi is here, I might as well join the fun. Magnanimous young Master Zheng. Chi Hao gave Zheng Jingren a thumbs up, then turned to the stage. Mr. Chu, we've all waited so long. Why hasn't your daughter come out to greet us? Chi Hao looked around. Since this is the engagement banquet for Miss Chu and young Master Lin, shouldn't young Master Lin be the only one present? His question made everyone realize the oddity. Indeed, why is Miss Chu not here? I heard she's a harpy. Maybe she's too ashamed to show her face. Based on rumors, she might be worse than a harpy. At least a harpy wouldn't have that kind of weight. 1 meter 50 tall, 180 pounds. Forget it, better she doesn't come out, or we'll have nightmares. That's an exaggeration. As the crowd whispered, Chu Yao stepped onto the stage in a water blue gown. Apologies for the wait. I am Chu Yao, the daughter of the Chu family. Thank you all for attending my engagement banquet. The hall erupted in noise again, even louder than when Zheng Jingren barged in. Is this Miss Chu? Rumors are unreliable. If I'd known Miss Chu was so beautiful, I would have made my move first. Save your dreams for nighttime. What are you doing daydreaming in broad daylight? What do you mean? My Zhao family and the Chu family have been friends for generations. The Zhao family, a third-rate clan, dares to say such things. Hey, that's not a nice way to talk. Most of those present had never seen Chu Yao before. Their impressions of her came solely from hearsay. However, a few familiar faces were among the crowd, such as Qi Ming, Zhao Yang, and Lin Zixuan. Some students from the Martial Arts Academy had also come with their families to watch the spectacle, witnessing this astonishing scene. Of all present, Lin Zixuan wore the darkest expression. He never imagined that the Chu Yao he had once pined for was the infamous Miss Chu. The engagement he once fled from now seemed like a treasure he desperately desired. Unfortunately, the engagement had been passed to Lin Che, and reclaiming it was impossible. In hindsight, everything finally made sense. Lin Che's closeness to Chu Yao at school wasn't because he was indifferent to the engagement, but because he had known her identity all along. The closer they grew, the more secure the engagement became. On stage, Chu Yao took Lin Che's arm and spoke again. I feel incredibly fortunate to have reached this point with Lin Che. He is an outstanding classmate, and I believe he will also be an outstanding fiancé. Right, Lin Che? Lin Che's lips twitched into a faint smile. Indeed, and in the future, I will be an outstanding husband. Watching them flaunt their affection on stage, the crowd buzzed once more. Villain. The enmity of a stolen wife is irreconcilable. If the wife were Miss Chu, I could be an outstanding husband too. Someone who needs to come and wake him up. Don't let anyone with diabetes come, or hell taste the sweetness. Keep your voices down, mind the occasion. Ahem. Some were merely joking, but others genuinely wanted to sabotage the engagement. Young Master Lin, I hear you're only a grade talent, while Miss Chu is great. Do you think you're worthy of her? Chi Hao had clearly come prepared, having investigated Lin Che and Chu Yao beforehand, unlike the reckless Zheng Jingren. With a single sentence, he thrust Lin Che into the spotlight as a target. Indeed, how can a grade martial artist match an grade prodigy? A pheasant can't pair with a phoenix. Even with an existing engagement, one should voluntarily break it off upon learning of each other's talents. I heard the Lin family's adopted son is also grade, but he's just an adopted child. So what if he's adopted? Martial artists value strength above all. Even if he were a beggar with grade talent, he could at least reach the divine realm in the future. In all of Huaxiao, there are only a dozen or so divine realm martial artists, and grade talent is destined to become a titan. In that case, the Lin family should have the adopted son fulfill the engagement. The murmurs of the crowd reignited hope in Lin Zixuan. But Chu Yao's words shattered all his faith. I believe he is worthy, so he is worthy, regardless of his talent, simply because he is Lin Che. Chu Yao stared directly at Chi Hao. In other words, if my engagement partner were not Lin Che, even if he had grade talent, if I deem him unworthy, then he is not worthy of me. Clap, clap, clap. Chi Hao applauded. Excellent. Miss Chu's devotion to young Master Lin is truly profound. However, he paused, shifting his gaze to Lin Che. What if this engagement partner were a wanted criminal? Would Miss Chu still hold to her choice? If this fiancé were a fugitive, would Miss Chu still insist on her choice? Lin Che's eyes narrowed slightly, only to quickly regain a nonchalant smile. Chi Xiao is joking. When did I become a wanted criminal? Who can say for sure about such matters? Chi Hao shrugged. Chu Yao's expression turned cold, her tone unfriendly. If Lin Che has become a wanted criminal, then it must be an issue with the Public Security Bureau. For a moment, Chi Hao almost lost his lazy demeanor. Since Miss Chu is so resolute, others naturally have no right to interfere. I wish the two lovers a happy union. Chi Hao concealed the hint of coldness in his eyes and turned to blend into the crowd. What a domineering husband protector. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Wasn't there a kind-hearted person who woke you up just now? Rude, I disdain to speak with you. Chu Yao linked arms with Lin Che, having met both sets of parents and the relatives from both families. Faced with various uncles, aunts, and distant relatives, the two played their roles perfectly. Those unaware of the situation would never suspect that they were merely acting. Of course, this engagement was not something everyone looked favorably upon. Beneath the seemingly harmonious atmosphere lay subtle tensions. Chu Yao's mother, Lu Jingwen, donned in luxurious attire with exquisite makeup, exuded elegance with every gesture. However, when she looked at Lin Che, the slight coldness in her gaze was hard to conceal. The matriarch of the Chu family, Qin Ryu, sat at the head seat, her expression benevolent, yet her smile remained superficial. Even so, for the sake of a smooth engagement banquet, they accompanied Lin Che and Chu Yao in completing their act. After all, the stability of the Chu family relied on this engagement. The future development of the Chu family also depended on this alliance. This seemingly ordinary marriage held deeper significance. Lu Jingwen hailed from the Lu family. Qin Ruyue from the Qin family, and Chu Yao's fiancé came from the Lin family. If Lin Che and Chu Yao ultimately, what it would signify the Chu family's 3 generations forming alliances with 3 other families in Xinhai City. Thereafter, the Chu family's influence in Xinhai City would expand, yet again seemingly trending towards encompassing all power within the city. In this way, the Chu family would be truly prepared, ready to advance or retreat. Once the Wheel of Fate and the Vessel of Origins were released on a large scale, the Chu family could formally launch an assault on the ranks of China's top aristocratic families. As the banquet concluded and the noise faded, the entire city seemed to fall into a slumber. Returning to the Lin family, Lin Che feigned drunkenness and went straight to his room to rest. Lying on his bed, he carefully listened to the sounds around him. Once he confirmed that the Lin family members were asleep, Lin Che immediately got up, dressed himself neatly, and stealthily left the Lin family. In the deep of night, the streets were quiet and chilly with moonlight casting mottled shadows. Lin Che moved through the darkness towards the Xinhai Hotel. Earlier at the banquet, Chi Hao's seemingly casual, yet cryptic remarks made Lin Che momentarily believe that his assistance to Yi Feng against Lu Kuan had been exposed. Fortunately, it was thanks to Huang Jinbeo's ability to overhear thoughts that he learned of Chi Hao's true scheme. In reality, he intended to eliminate Zheng Jingren and frame Lin Che for it. This way, with Zheng Jingren dead and Lin Che branded a wanted criminal, Chi Hao would naturally become the best candidate for the son-in-law of the Chu family. A good plan, but unfortunately his seemingly flawless scheme had already been fully comprehended by Lin Che. At that moment, Lin Che suppressed his anger and chose not to act out, planning instead to surprise Chi Hao in return. Treat others afoot, and they will return a mile. If Lin Che did nothing, Chi Hao would undoubtedly push him into an irretrievable abyss. Since that was the case, he certainly did not mind setting a trap for Chi Hao while taking Zheng Jingren along for the ride. Before returning from the hotel, Huang Jinbao had already been released by him and was currently monitoring Chi Hao's movements. Dong Yao as the first target made a move. Oh well. Upon reaching the vicinity of the hotel, Lin Che immediately inquired Huang Jinbao via thought. In the initial stage of telepathic communication, one must be within 5 meters of the target for it to take effect. After entering the second stage, Lin Che and Huang Jinbao could communicate from 100 meters apart. Dong Guai, the first target has not acted yet. He plans to make his move around 2 m. Oh well. Huang Jinbao immediately responded. Dong Guai received, you continue monitoring. I will go check on what the second target is doing. Oh well. Lin Che spoke earnestly. Dong Yao received. Oh well. Huang Jinbao fell silent once again. As a mutated squirrel, Huang Jinbao could not comprehend Lin Che's notion of ritualistic significance. However, as a pet, it had no choice but to comply with Lin Che's requests. As for why Huang Jinbao was designated as 01 while Lin Che was 07, it was simply because 007 sounded cooler. Lin Che quietly arrived outside Zheng Jingren's suite, faintly hearing a woman's voice from within the room. Zheng Xiao, I can't take it anymore. Please spare me. Haha, just hang in there a little longer. He'll be done soon. Although the soundproofing of the hotel room was excellent, Lin Che's keen hearing could not be easily hindered. As a latest-stage Transcendence Realm martial artist, he could discern any movement around him, especially since the two did not make a conscious effort to lower their voices. This kind of person thinks they can replace me and get engaged to Chu Yao, truly unaware of their own mortality. Lin Che couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Moments later, Huang Jinbao sent another message. Dong Guai, the first target has begun to act. Please prepare. Oh well. Dong Guai received. Oh well. After responding, Lin Che immediately slipped around the corner of the corridor, waiting for Chi Hao to appear. Time quietly passed in the silence, and within the room the activity between Zheng Jingren and the woman reached its conclusion. Finally, footsteps approached, steady and slow. Lin Che's heart tightened. He knew Chi Hao was coming. Dressed in black night gear with a black mask covering his face, only his cold eyes were visible. Chi Hao approached Zheng Jingren's room like a ghost, using his metal manipulation ability to unlock the door from the inside. Who? Zheng Jingren, still somewhat alert, immediately began to get dressed upon hearing the door open. The woman beside him quickly shrank back into the blanket upon seeing this. Zheng Xiao, we meet again. Chi Hao maintained his lazy demeanor. Chi Hao, what are you playing at? Why aren't you sleeping at this hour? What do you want in my room? Zheng Jingren relaxed his guard slightly upon seeing Chi Hao, his expression turning displeased. Chi Hao sat down beside the sofa unhurried. I want to ask Zheng Xiao for a favor. A favor? What kind of favor? Can't you just wait until tomorrow to talk about it? Zheng Jingren walked to the counter, picked up a bottle of water, casually opened it, and took a sip. No way, tomorrow will be too late. It has to be today. Chi Hao's tone was flat, but carried a hint of chill. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jingren frowned, but ultimately restrained himself. Fine, you say it, and if I can help, I will help. This matter can only be helped by Zheng Xiao. Chi Hao nodded, revealing a malicious smile. I want to borrow Zheng Xiao's life for a bit. Do you think I'm crazy, Chi Hao? Don't think that because you're at a higher level than me you'll be afraid of you. Zheng Jingren's expression was fierce, yet timid. Don't forget the Zheng family and the Qi family are both among the 4 great families in the capital. No one is weaker than the other. No, I'm definitely not crazy. I know the 4 great families in the capital are evenly matched, but so what? Chi Hao slowly rose, walking towards Zheng Jingren. The Zheng family is the Zheng family, and you are you. If your death in Xinhai is discovered, your elder brother might even thank me. Zheng Jingren staggered backward, the woman on the bed also displaying a look of terror. What do you want? I don't recall offending you. Me? Chi Hao paused, a slight smile playing on his lips. Of course I'm here for the Chu family. Did you come to Xinhai for any other reason? You must be insane. Why would you kill me for the Chu family? Zheng Jingren hurriedly picked up the long knife that he had carelessly thrown beside the bed, unsheathing it, and pointing the blade at Chi Hao. Although we are rivals, I still haven't managed to win over Chu Yao. And even if you kill me, the Chu family would never choose you as their son-in-law. Chi Hao shrugged. It seems Zheng Xiao is still not smart enough. Think about it, if you die, Lin Che becomes the murderer. Would the Chu family have any better choice than me? You are so insidious. At this moment, Zheng Jingren finally confirmed that Chi Hao truly intended to kill him. Ha ha ha. What kind of insidiousness is this? The scheming and deceit within your family hasn't Zheng Xiao experienced enough? Chi Hao narrowed his eyes. If you want to blame someone, blame your own greed. You could have been a good for nothing in the capital, but chose to come to Xinhai to compete with me for opportunities. Who can you blame for your death? Ridiculous. When did Chu Pharmaceutical become your opportunity? Did the Chu family agree to that? With a knife in hand, Zheng Jingren felt a surge of confidence. Chi Hao shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. All right, I've said all that needs to be said. You can die with clarity and not be a fool. As he spoke, Chi Hao casually waved his hand, sending several flying knives from his sleeve towards Zheng Jingren. Seeing this, Zheng Jingren quickly swung his knife to block. Clang, clang. After a series of metallic collisions, Zheng Jingren barely managed to deflect the wave of flying knives. Huff huff. A sound akin to a wind instrument being pulled came from the side. Zheng Jingren turned to look, and the woman who had been entangled with him on the bed was now pierced through the throat by a flying knife, clearly unable to survive. Blood trickled from the corner of the woman's mouth, her eyes filled with pleading as she looked at Zheng Jingren. However, Zheng Jingren, now fighting for his own survival, had no way to save her. Taking advantage of Zheng Jingren's distraction, Chi Hao let out a cold laugh and shot out several more flying knives. Clang, clang, uff, uff. Despite his efforts to hold on, Zheng Jingren was still hit by 2 knives. Chi Hao, may you die a horrible death. Zheng Jingren roared as he lunged at Chi Hao, swinging his knife down fiercely, but Chi Hao easily dodged. Whoosh, whoosh, uff. One flying knife embedded itself in Zheng Jingren's forehead, his eyes wide open, filled with unwillingness as his body slowly fell. Chi Hao revealed a satisfied smile. Just as he was about to step forward to stage the scene, the door was opened again. Lin Che, having learned of Zheng Jingren's death, immediately shrank Huang Jinbeo's form and entered the room to open the door for him. Chi Hao, your time of death has come. Lin Che charged into the room. He too wore black clothing that concealed his face, revealing only his eyes. Upon seeing this, Chi Hao paused slightly, then smiled again. Hee Lin Xiao, it seems we truly are like-minded. I don't know what you're talking about. You killed Zheng Xiao, and today you must pay for it with your life. Lin Che exclaimed, directly attacking Chi Hao with several knives. In an instant, several energy blades shot out from the tip of Lin Che's knife, slashing towards Chi Hao. Chi Hao, who had previously been smiling, immediately turned serious upon seeing this scene. You are actually a congenital master. No, you are not a congenital master. How can such martial arts exist in the world? Chi Hao shouted as he dodged, unable to suppress his voice. The two began to engage fiercely in the room. Both of them wanted to kill each other while avoiding drawing attention from others in the hotel. Thus they had to strike fiercely while also minimizing noise, testing their combat skills. Lin Che and Chi Hao were evenly matched. Lin Che could unleash countless energy blades, while Chi Hao could control flying knives for repeated use. His metal manipulation was also a strong ability, making it difficult for Chi Hao to find an opponent of equal strength. However, with Huang Jinbeo's assistance, Lin Che could discern Chi Hao's thoughts, allowing him to anticipate his attacks. After a moment of entanglement, Lin Che gradually gained the upper hand, forcing Chi Hao to retreat. In a life-and-death struggle, even if Chi Hao was at a disadvantage, he would not allow Lin Che to slaughter him. He could only defend and evade while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Under Lin Che's fierce assault, Chi Hao found it difficult to withstand, deliberately exposing a flaw. Lin Che's heart stirred, immediately realizing it was a trap set by Chi Hao. However, he didn't mind, intending to take the bait and eliminate Chi Hao at once. Lin Che rushed towards Chi Hao at great speed, swinging his long knife down fiercely. Seeing this, a glimmer of pride flashed in Chi Hao's eyes. On the surface, he appeared worn out from defense, but secretly, he manipulated the flying knives behind Lin Che, aiming for a sneak attack from behind. Unfortunately, Lin Che was already prepared. Just as the flying knives shot from behind, Lin Che forcefully twisted his body, dodging to the side. The sound of the flying knife embedding in flesh echoed, but the knife did not strike Lin Che. Instead, it buried itself in Chi Hao's own chest. How could you know? Chi Hao touched the wound in disbelief. You should remain a fool. Lin Che had no intentions of explaining further. Bang! Lin Che threw a punch to force, striking Chi Hao squarely in the chest. Chi Hao's heart meridian shattered, instantly collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness. How is this possible? He didn't finish his sentence before he breathed his last. The killer must always be killed. Since you wanted to scheme against me, you cannot blame me for eliminating future troubles. After saying this, Lin Che swiftly cleaned up the scene, erasing all traces of himself. Then he quietly left the hotel, disappearing into the vast night. Both Zheng Jingren and the woman on the bed died from the flying knives, and since Chi Hao didn't have time to stage the scene, he would inevitably be implicated as the murderer. Moreover, with Chi Hao killed by a punch, Lin Che was not concerned about being traced back to him. To outsiders, he still appeared to be at the late stage of the Chi opening realm. How could he possibly possess master-level skills? Early the next morning, Lin Che was once again summoned for questioning by the security officers, including the death of Lu Kuan, the assassination incident 2 days prior, and now the deaths of Zheng Jingren and Chi Hao. Lin Che had dealt with the security bureau 3 times in a short period. Even without any evidence pointing to Lin Che, several officers couldn't help but harbor suspicions. Zhao Yi, a captain at the Shanghai Security Bureau, had solved countless cases since taking office. 3 months ago, he encountered the first setback of his career. The deceased Lu Kuan died from a single punch that shattered his heart meridian. With 7 witnesses present, one claimed the killer identified himself as a student. The other 6 insisted the murderer was a master. A student and a master, no matter how Zhao Yi thought about it, that identity couldn't hold. Thus the case fell into a stalemate. Over a month had passed since then, and with the previous case unsolved, a second serious incident occurred at the same crime scene. 9 people died on the spot. Or perhaps it should be said 11, but the identities of 2 were deliberately concealed. Those 2 were the parents of one of the murderers. Among the 2 murderers, one was clearly the culprit from the previous case. At the scene, a corpse of a 4th-level mutated tiger was found. Its entire fur had been shaved off by energy blades, but it did not die from them. It was killed by a long knife to its neck. The murderer was suspected to be a master martial artist capable of unleashing energy blades, yet deliberately chose to use a long knife to sever the neck of the mutated tiger instead of directly killing it with energy blades. Such behavior was very strange and difficult to understand. Of course, if he knew of a certain martial art that allowed a martial artist at the Chi opening realm to use energy blades, his understanding would become much clearer. Moreover, the assassin captured the day before yesterday kept insisting that he was not sent by Zheng Xiao, which should ordinarily be considered as self-incrimination. Unfortunately, a young master like Zheng Jingren from the capital is inherently difficult to convict. Just as Zhao Yi brought him to the Public Security Bureau, he faced pressure from above without even asking many questions. The assassin still insisted he was not assigned by Zheng Jingren, and Zhao Yi had no substantial evidence in hand, so he had to release Zheng Jingren once again. As a result, just a day later, this young master from the capital, Zheng Xiao, was found dead in the hotel. The case once again involved Lin Che, and considering previous cases, this young master from the Lin family was already linked to 3 of the 4 incidents. Moreover, Lin Che should have been the primary suspect in Zheng Jingren's death. However, since Zheng Jingren died at the hands of Chi Hao, which was easily confirmed on site, this directly cleared Lin Che of suspicion. Furthermore, the cause of Chi Hao's death was consistent with the cause of death in the first case involving Lu Kuan. Overall, among the 4 cases, Lu Kuan's case, Lu Kun's case, Lin Che's case, and Chi Hao's case, 3 are related to a mysterious figure, and 3 are related to Lin Che. Even without any direct evidence pointing to Lin Che, Zhao Yi had reason to suspect that Lin Che might be connected to the mysterious figure. Until the case is resolved, Mr. Lin cannot leave Shanghai City, and I ask for your cooperation. Zhao Yi's expression was solemn. Upon hearing this, Lin Che put on a gloomy face, but I happen to need to leave the city soon. Oh, can you make an exception? To my knowledge, Mr. Lin is still a student and should not be leaving the city. Zhao Yi frowned. A few days ago, I applied for a martial artist certificate with the principal, intending to go out for some training. Lin Che operated his wristband to pull up his personal information for Zhao Yi to see. Captain Zhao, you should understand that a martial artist cannot achieve greatness without practical combat experience. As an ordinary martial artist with only crade talent, I must strive for improvement. After much hesitation, Zhao Yi nodded. If Mr. Lin insists on leaving Shanghai City, you must wear a locator at all times so that the Public Security Bureau can find you whenever necessary. No problem, I will comply. Lin Che nodded earnestly. At this point, refusing the Public Security Bureau's monitoring request would be tantamount to admitting he had something to hide, which Lin Che would not do. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Lin. I will deliver the locator this afternoon. With that, Zhao Yi stood up to take his leave. News of an heir candidate from the Zheng family and another from the Qi family dying spread rapidly. A great uproar erupted across Huaxia, and Xinhai was particularly fraught with undercurrents as a storm was brewing. With Zheng Jingren's death at the hands of Qi Hao, the fact was already established, and the Zheng family certainly had reason to demand an explanation from the Qi family. Although the Qi family did not know who killed Qi Hao, they seized the opportunity to retaliate against the Zheng family, claiming that Qi Hao must have been killed by someone from the Zheng family. Now that both families had lost a young master, they each owed nothing to the other, and the matter could ostensibly come to a close. In reality, the Qi family hoped that the true culprit would never be uncovered, so that they could gloss over the incident without needing to give the Zheng family any explanations. If the investigation were to reveal that Qi Hao was not killed by someone from the Zheng family, the matter of Qi Hao killing Zheng Jingren would likely not end well. Thus, the Qi family insisted that Qi Hao must have been killed by someone from the Zheng family, whether or not that was the case. And since the Zheng family did not commit the act, how could they possibly accept the blame? Now that things had reached this point, it was the Zheng family that was more eager to uncover the true murderer of Qi Hao, so they could use this as leverage against the Qi family. Fortunately, Lin Che's martial arts skills were rather unique, and the Public Security Bureau would not be able to find any results for the time being, unless someone with insider knowledge such as Lin Zixuan reported him. At the time, Lin Che had displayed his fist technique in front of the Lin family to intimidate Lin Wanting. If Lin Zixuan could gather enough information to connect the various cases, he might deduce that Lin Che was the murderer. However, Lin Zixuan, being the type of person who always schemes the surface, would likely find it difficult to notice the connections between the various cases. As for other members of the Lin family and those in the school who were aware of the situation, perhaps only Xiao Changtian could see through the truth. Currently, Xiao Changtian had already placed his bets on Lin Che and naturally would not easily abandon him. What cultivation method could enable someone to reach the martial saint realm without attracting attention? In the afternoon, Zhao Yi arrived at the Lin family with the locator. If the locator is separated from your body, the Public Security Bureau will immediately receive an alert, so Mr. Lin needs to keep it on him at all times. Zhao Yi fitted the locator onto Lin Che's right wrist and reminded him. The locator resembled a wristband, but was solely for contacting the Public Security Bureau and had no other functions. At this moment, Lin Che wore a holographic wristband on his left hand and the locator on his right, which looked This thing is waterproof, right? After all, I need to wear it when I shower. Lin Che couldn't help but complain. Yes, Mr. Lin, rest assured the locator is waterproof, electric-proof, and pressure-resistant, able to withstand temperatures of several hundred degrees. As long as you do not deliberately damage it, it will generally not be destroyed. In other words, if the locator is damaged, it can only be due to deliberate destruction. Lin Che nodded. Sounds even more high-tech than the holographic wristband. The development directions are different. The holographic wristband is civilian technology, and the locator wristband is solely for positioning. Confirming that the locator was operating normally, Zhao Yi stood up to take his leave. I won't disturb you further. I wish Mr. Lin a smooth journey. Okay, thank you. Captain Zhao, take care. Lin Che stood up and watched Zhao Yi leave. As he saw the person exit the door, Lin Che looked down at the locator on his wrist. From today onward, his movements would be constantly monitored. It would likely be inconvenient to serve the people. From today onward, his movements would be constantly monitored. It would likely be inconvenient to serve the people. Once in the wilderness, he wouldn't have to be as cautious as he was in the city. In the evening at the dining table, Lin Hai noticed the locator on Lin Che's wrist and looked rather displeased. The Public Security Bureau is truly outrageous, monitoring members of the Lin family without any evidence. Do they really think our family is easy to bully? Indeed, while I personally don't mind the fact that the Public Security Bureau dares to do this, clearly shows they don't take the Lin family seriously. Lin Che nodded earnestly, not only refraining from calming Lin Hai down, but actually fanning the flames. Dad, please calm down. The Public Security Bureau is merely following procedures. After all, Zheng Jingren and Qi Hao just caused a scene at my brother's engagement banquet in the afternoon, and then someone was dead by nightfall. Lin Zixuan insinuated in this matter, brother indeed has significant suspicion. Of course, I'm not doubting, brother, just stating the facts. What suspicion? Nonsense suspicion. Lin Hai's anger grew even more. Lin Che has just reached the Qi realm, while Qi Hao is at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. How could Lin Che possibly kill Qi Hao? Moreover, it was Zheng Jingren who caused the scene at the engagement banquet. If our family were to kill someone, it should be the Zheng family, not Qi Hao. That's a valid point. Lin Che couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Little Che, do you really have to go to the wilderness? Mom is still very worried about you, but it's too dangerous out there. You've only been home for a few months, and now you're heading out for wilderness training. Mom didn't even have the chance to properly... By the way, Suddenly Su Qianqian's face brightened. In a few days it will be your 18th birthday. How about I throw you a birthday party? Lin Che immediately refused. No need, I don't like doing those meaningless things. Throughout my life, I have never celebrated my birthday. Even though I know which day I was born, I don't feel there's anything worth celebrating on that day. If it weren't for Lin Yuan coincidentally saving him, that day would have become a day of mourning for him, so it's better not to celebrate that birthday. How can this be? Su Qianqian shook her head repeatedly. It's one thing that you were away from home before with no one to celebrate your birthday. But now that you've returned to the Lin family as the young master of the Lin family, your 18th birthday is such an important day, we must celebrate it no matter what. It would be best to invite the Chu family as well. At the engagement banquet before, the two families didn't get a chance to talk properly. This is a good opportunity to meet again. Hearing Su Qianqian's words, Lin Che could already foresee that the birthday banquet would likely turn into a social dinner. He would have to face a crowd of strangers again, and the mere thought of it gave him a headache. He would rather spend that time practicing his blade techniques. No need. I don't want a birthday celebration. Even if you arrange a banquet, I want it to end. Lin Che remained steadfast. Lin Zishuan seized the opportunity to interject. Brother, you've been home this long. You should get used to being the young master of the Lin family. Besides, Mom means well. How can you let her down? Before Lin Zishuan could finish, Lin Che slowly turned his head to look at him, his gaze turning cold. What business is it of yours? I just thought. Lin Zexuan's words were cut off again by Lin Che. I don't care what you think. I think what I want. I don't want to celebrate my birthday. Can you mind your own business? Interrupted repeatedly, Lin Zishuan finally gave up and chose to retreat to advance. Sorry, brother, I shouldn't have meddled. Don't be angry. Lin Che frowned again. Angry? Why would I waste my time being angry with you? Xiao Che, don't say that. Zishuan meant no harm. Su Qianqian now spoke up for Lin Zishuan. Lin Che spread his hands. I didn't say he meant any harm, did I? Then do you still refuse to forgive Mom? It was my carelessness back then that caused you to be lost. Mom feels so guilty. Su Qianqian's expression was sorrowful. Mom just wants to hold a birthday banquet for you to make it up to you. Can't you give me a chance? Yes, Xiao Che, we want to make it up to you too. Lin Wanning chimed in, then looked at Lin Euro. Seeing this, Lin Euro nodded along. That's right, just agree with us. After the martial arts instruction and the school competition, the two sisters had come to know Lin Che anew, and the three of them were no longer as antagonistic towards each other as before. However, Lin Che's heart was not easily won. Even if he acknowledged the Lin sisters as his eldest and second eldest sisters, it did not mean he would heed their advice. I want to attend the birthday banquet. If you really want to compensate me, just give me money instead. Lin Che extended his hands towards Lin Wanting and Lin Euro respectively. The sisters looked slightly embarrassed, but Su Qianqian smiled and gently pushed Lin Che's hands back. You child, if you want money, I can give it to you. But I must also hold this birthday banquet. Lin Che turned to Su Qianqian. How much? 5 million. Is that enough? Su Qianqian pulled out a bank card and placed it on the table. Last time you said you were going to train in the wild. Mom prepared this card for you, waiting to give it to you before you set out. When you're away, don't be sparing with money. ITLL save you some hardship. As she spoke, Su Qianqian slid the card over to Lin Che. He reached for it, but she didn't let go. He immediately understood. Deal. But I don't want too many people at this banquet. With this 5 million, if he later acquired another pet, he could directly arrange for the Wheel of Fate. Although the Wheel of Fate was priced at 10 million, his fiancée was the eldest daughter of the Chu family. It was only reasonable for him to continue enjoying the half-price discount, wasn't it? As for whether or not to hold a birthday banquet, it didn't matter at all. Any extra second of hesitation would be an insult to the 5 million. Su Qianqian slowly withdrew her hand, her smile growing more triumphant. No problem. Mom will only invite close family and friends. I won't let any troublesome people bother you. 3 days passed in a flash, and Lin Che's very first birthday banquet arrived as scheduled. Su Qianqian kept her promise and did not invite too many guests. Relatives and friends from the Lin family presented their gifts to Lin Che one by one. When it was Lin Zexuan's turn, this scheming brother began another round of performance. Brother, these are all the gifts that our sisters and parents have given me over the past 17 years. He carried a box, placed it before Lin Che, opened it, and displayed the contents one by one. This is the telescope that eldest sister gave me when I was 7. This is the spaceship model that second sister gave me when I was 8. This is the watch that father gave me when I was 16. And this is the set of real estate that Mom gave me last year. As Lin Zishuan spoke, a look of reluctance appeared on. Although I treasure these gifts very much, they were originally meant for you. Today I'm giving them all to you. Oh, Zishuan, you don't have to do this. Since these are gifts for you, they rightfully belong to you. Su Qianqian immediately stepped in to stop him. Mom will make up for the gifts your brother missed personally. You can't just give him yours. Gifts don't really matter, it's the sentiment that counts. Since you care so much about them, how could I take away what you... Lin Che glanced at Lin Zishuan and continued. How about this? A set of real estate is worth millions. Could you just give me the cash equivalent? The room fell silent for a moment. Lin Zixuan spoke again, but, I don't have that much money. Maybe brother should just take the gifts. Forget it. They're useless to me. Lin Che shook his head, and ultimately did not accept the gifts from Lin Zixuan's hands. Lin Che would not fall for such a trap, being given worthless trinkets and a property that had already been mortgaged just to disgust him. If not for the translation from Huang Jin, Bao he might have thought his scheming brother was really going all out this time. Brother, do you still refuse to forgive me? I know you feel it's unfair thinking I stole your life. But back then I had no control over these things either. Lin Zixuan had already mortgaged the property under Lin Che's name, and tampered with the mortgage date. If Lin Che accepted the deed, he would have a way to shift the blame onto him. Then when someone came to repossess the house, Lin Che's expression would surely be priceless. But now Lin Che refused to take it, meaning all the effort he had put into arranging this would be for nothing. Are you really giving this to me? Lin Che feigned a test. Of course I'm sincere. Brother, please take it. Lin Zixuan insisted. In that case, how about we go transfer the ownership right now? Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Hearing this, Lin Zixuan faltered. Transfer? Now? Yes, I've never received such a valuable gift before. I want to make it official immediately. You wouldn't be reluctant, would you, little brother? Lin Che said with a straight face. But brother, aren't you in the middle of your birthday banquet? The transfer process is very troublesome and the guests are all waiting here. Lin Zixuan quickly made excuses to back out. The house had already been mortgaged, there was no way to transfer the ownership. He would be exposed on the spot. It's fine. Entertaining the guests doesn't require the two of us. We'll go quickly and come back quickly. Lin Che refused to let it go. Lin Hai finally couldn't help but speak up. Nonsense. The banquet has already started. When is there not time to handle the transfer? Oh, it seems little brother is reluctant. Then I won't take it. Lin Che backed off again. Just as Lin Zixuan was wondering what to say next, the awkward silence was broken once more. I heard that young Master Lin is hosting a birthday banquet today. Zheng has come uninvited. I hope I am not intruding, and I ask for the understanding of President Lin and Madam Lin. Everyone looked up to see a young man bearing a slight resemblance to Zheng Jingren walking slowly into the hall. Zheng Jingyin, the elder brother of Zheng Jingren, had been specially dispatched by the Zheng family to Xinhai to urge the Public Security Bureau to swiftly resolve the case of Qi Hao. The matter was somewhat convoluted. Qi Hao had killed Zheng Jingren, yet the Zheng family insisted on assisting the Qi family in identifying Qi Hao's murderer. The underlying reason, however, was straightforward. Zheng Jingren had indeed been slain by Qi Hao, but Qi Hao himself had not been killed by any member of the Zheng family. Thus, the Qi family owed the Zheng family an explanation. Yet the Qi family adamantly claimed that Qi Hao's death could not be divorced from the Zheng family's involvement, seeking to sweep the matter under the rug. Naturally, the Zheng family refused to accept such evasion. Consequently, though the Qi family showed no desire to uncover the truth behind Qi Hao's death, the Zheng family pursued it with unusual intensity, prompting Zheng Jingyin's dispatch to Xinhai to oversee the Public Security Bureau's investigation into the true mastermind. A guest is always welcome. Please, young Master Zheng, take a seat, Lin Hai said, then turned toward the entrance attendant. Set another table. No need, Zheng Jingyin hastily waved his hand in refusal. There's no need for ceremony, Director Lin. Today I've come both to congratulate young Master Lin on his 18th birthday, and to ask him something privately. Hearing this, Lin Che rose. May I ask what matter young Master Zheng wishes to discuss? My question is rather delicate. Might I request young Master Lin step aside with me for a moment? Zheng Jingyin glanced meaningfully around the room. Of course, Lin Che replied with a nod, gesturing for Zheng Jingyin to lead the way. He was genuinely curious. What hidden agenda lay behind Zheng Jingyin's theatrical discretion? As the two departed the banquet hall, Lin family relatives and friends whispered among themselves. I heard Zheng Jingren was slain by Qi Hao. Evidence is conclusive. What could young Master Zheng possibly want with Lin Che? Could he still be scheming to seize the Chu family's marriage contract? Not impossible. Among aristocratic clans, kinship pales beside profit. If the Zheng family intervenes forcefully, matters may grow complicated. Zheng Jingren's cause of death is crystal clear. The Zheng family holds no leverage there. But the Qi family, if they persist in claiming Lin Che orchestrated Qi Hao's death solely to wrest control of the Chu marriage, it would truly become perilous. HSS, you're right. Let's hope the Qi family refrains from such a move. Chu Yao, seated at a nearby table, furrowed her brow upon overhearing the murmurs, lost deep in thought. Zheng Jingyin and Lin Che stepped out of the banquet hall and settled into a secluded corner facing each other. Young Master Lin, did you kill Qi Hao? Zheng Jingyin cut straight to the heart of the matter. Young Master Zheng jests, Lin Che replied with a wry smile. Had I possessed the ability to slay Qi Hao, no one would have dared disrupt my engagement banquet. The disruptor Lin Che alluded to was none other than Zheng Jingren himself. His implication was unmistakable. If he truly wielded such power, he would have targeted Zheng Jingren, not Qi Hao. After all, at the engagement banquet, Zheng Jingren's conduct had been far more egregious than Qi Hao's. Moreover, Qi Hao's murder of Zheng Jingren had in effect avenged Lin Che, making it even less plausible that he would eliminate Qi Hao himself. I never claimed Qi Hao fell by your own hand. Perhaps you hired an assassin. Zheng Jingyin probed further. Young Master Zheng may be unaware of my prior standing within the Lin family. Lin Che shook his head with a bitter smile. How much would one pay an assassin to eliminate 2 scions of Beijing's elite families? I cannot say, but whatever the sum, it lies far beyond my means. Oh, so young Master Lin is short on funds. Zheng Jingyin's interest suddenly sharpened. Oh, I won't conceal it from you, young Master Zheng. I was estranged from the Lin family since childhood, only recently returning, and am scarcely welcomed at home. Lin Che feigned despondency. To date, I've received less than 10 million yuan from the Lin family, all obtained through barter, not generosity. Cultivating martial prowess consumes staggering resources. What could 10 million possibly accomplish? He shook his head again. Convinced by Lin Che's earnest tone, Zheng Jingyin harbored no suspicion. In that case, I have a humble request. Would young Master Lin consider granting it? By all means, so long as it falls within my capacity, I shall not decline. Lin Che was adept at adapting his demeanor, speaking plainly to the sincere, cynically to the cynical, and evasively to the insincere. Only you, young Master Lin, can fulfill this task. Zheng Jingyin paused, then continued. I hold Miss Chu in the highest esteem. Should you consent to dissolve your engagement with her, I will offer 100 million yuan. Are you insulting me, young Master Zheng? Lin Che instantly bristled. Though this fury was purely performative, intended for Zheng Jingyin's benefit, inwardly, he felt little anger, only quiet amusement at the Zheng heir's naivety. Setting aside the immense intrinsic value of Chu Pharmaceutical Group, even a single vial of the Wheel of Fate serum commanded 10 million yuan, rendering 100 million utterly insignificant. Though Lin Che had yet to contemplate how far his relationship with Chu Yao might progress, he understood full well that the title of Chu family son-in-law held incalculable worth, far exceeding mere currency. Should wealth be his sole pursuit, he need only devote himself wholeheartedly to Chu Yao. Winning her would grant him dominion over Chu Pharmaceutical Group itself, an asset valued in the tens of billions. Yet he refrained, not out of disinterest, but because years of solitary existence had left him ill-equipped to embrace intimacy. And in his view, women inevitably impeded the speed of his blade. If young Master Lin finds my offer unsatisfactory, we may certainly negotiate further. Zheng Jingyin paid no heed to Lin Che's reaction, speaking with unshaken confidence. You feel insulted only because my valuation misjudges your worth. I believe everything possesses a price. Name yours, and I shall strive to meet it. Indeed, heirs of great clans were never simple men. While the Zheng family sent Zheng Jingyin to Xinhai to supervise the investigation, he sat here instead, negotiating a transaction with Lin Che. Moreover, his demand that Lin Che sever his engagement with Chu Yao implied with astonishing presumption that such dissolution would automatically make Chu Yao his. Very well. Since young Master Zheng asks sincerely, I shall answer in kind. To persuade me to voluntarily break the engagement with Chu Yao, you must offer at least 10 billion yuan. Lin Che, fully aware this was mere posturing, named an absurd figure without hesitation. Zheng Jingyin narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you mocking me, young Master Lin? Lin Che spread his hands wide. You began the jest, young Master Zheng. Excellent. Let us see how long your defiance endures. Zheng Jingyin strode away, sleeves flaring. Beyond Lin Che's perception, his expression shifted into disdain laced faintly with the satisfaction of a scheme already unfolding. Huang Jinbao, he intends to send the recording to Chu Yao. Lin Che, This second son of the Zheng family bears far more resemblance to Qi Hao than to his own kin. Both favor underhanded stratagems. Huang Jinbao, won't you stop him? Lin Che, why should I? Huang Jinbao, humans are truly complex. Shortly thereafter, Chu Yao received an anonymous message. Before her identity had been publicly disclosed, her personal information remained difficult to trace. Yet once her status as the Chu family's daughter became known, obtaining her contact details posed no challenge for those with intent. Alas, Chu Yao made no habit of scrutinizing unsolicited messages, so Zheng Jingyin's ploy remained for now ineffective. Lin Che returned to his seat. Chu Yao leaned in, whispering, what did he want? Guess, Lin Che replied faintly. Fine. If you won't tell me, I don't wish to hear it. Chu Yao's expression darkened. Truly unwilling. Lin Che pretended obtuseness. Chu Yao seized the soft flesh at his waist, pinching sharply. Will you speak? Or not? All right, I'll tell you. Just let go. Lin Che capitulated instantly. She released him with a frosty snort. Speak, now. Sigh. Lin Che deliberately displayed a conflicted expression. He wants to give me 100 million to have me call off the engagement with you. Do you underestimate me? Of course I would never agree. Lin Che feigned pride. I told him that if he wants me to take the initiative to cancel the engagement, he needs to give me at least 1 billion. Oh really? So in your eyes I'm only worth 1 billion. Chu Yao stretched out her mischievous little hand again. What do you mean by that? Is 1 billion too little? Lin Che grasped Chu Yao's delicate hand and continued, moreover if I want 1 trillion, he must be able to afford it. Is he really going to give you 1 billion? Chu Yao widened her eyes looking curious. Hey, you are quite confident. Lin Che curled his lips. 1 billion, do you think it's 1 million? Even if the Zheng family can afford it, would he be willing to give it? What do you mean? Am I not worth 1 billion? Chu Yao changed to an indignant expression. No, the young lady of the Chu family is certainly valuable. Don't say just 1 billion, even 1 trillion or more is just a matter of time. Lin Che began to change the subject, avoiding her gaze. You know I'm not talking about worth. Chu Yao suddenly felt a bit wronged. She stared at Lin Che with her watery eyes, seemingly hoping to receive an answer from him. Lin Che was used to teasing Chu Yao every day and usually didn't speak much truth. Suddenly faced with her pressing questions, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Alright, no more jokes. You are a living person, how can you be measured by money? Am I that kind of person? Not wanting to answer directly, Lin Che chose to counter her. You? How do I know what kind of person you are? Chu Yao suddenly realized that Lin Che seemed to hide many secrets. After months of getting along, she found him increasingly incomprehensible. Since you don't know, I'll tell you personally, please listen carefully. Lin Che said solemnly. I am the messenger of justice, the embodiment of peace, punishing evil, and upholding goodness, a brave and fearless dark knight. I'm Batman. Lin Che raised his head high. Then the soft flesh around his waist suffered another blow. Ouch, that hurts, please spare me heroin. Lin Che chose to follow his heart again. Friends and family around them couldn't help but smile at the playful couple. These two children have such good chemistry, yet they do seem well matched. I hope they can always be this loving in the future. That sounds a bit ominous. Nonsense, I sincerely wish them well. Is that so? But I always feel something's off. Some sincerely wish them well, some feigned agreement, while others burned with jealousy, lurking in the shadows. Lin Zixuan felt that all of this should have been his. If Lin Che had not been found, if Chu Yao had not sullied herself, if he were not an adopted son. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Lin Che had ultimately returned to the Lin family, becoming the true young master of the Lin family, and had even established an engagement with Chu Yao. Lin Zixuan was unwilling. He wanted to reclaim everything, preferably to have Lin Che die. Perhaps there would soon be an opportunity. Since Lin Che wanted to go out for training, let him stay out there forever. After the banquet, Chu Yao exited the Guanlan Hall and bumped into Zheng Jingyin. I wonder if Miss Chu has time to spare for a moment of conversation. Zheng Jingyin used the same tactic again, wanting to further sow discord between them. Sorry, I'm busy. Besides, I'm afraid my fiancé might misunderstand. Chu Yao stopped in her tracks, looking directly at Zheng Jingyin with a cold expression. Hearing this, Zheng Jingyin was taken aback. He clearly didn't expect Chu Yao to respond this way. Miss Chu is quite straightforward. Then I won't beat around the bush. Did Miss Chu not receive any messages earlier? Zheng Jingyin raised his wrist, gesturing to Chu Yao. Chu Yao remained indifferent. Sorry, I never read those unfamiliar messages. I have a recording here. I wonder if Miss Chu is interested in listening. Not interested. If young Master Zheng has no other matters, please step aside. I need to go home. Chu Yao stated firmly. You? Very well. I hope you won't regret. Zheng Jingyin turned to leave. This time he was genuinely angered by Chu Yao and was not just putting on a show. Originally, his plan to sow discord between Lin Che and Chu Yao had been somewhat successful with Lin Che, but it completely failed with Chu Yao. This woman was like a solid block of ice, impossible to approach from the inside. After much thought, Zheng Jingyin decided to put some effort into Lin Che. Although it seemed that Chu Yao was deeply in love with Lin Che now, if Lin Che were to do something inappropriate such as getting involved with another woman, it was uncertain whether Chu Yao could maintain her resolve. Exiting the hotel, the driver welcomed Chu Yao as she got into the black Maybach. Miss, are we heading back now? The driver asked as he took the driver's seat. Chu Yao glanced at the hotel entrance, seeing no sign of Lin Che, and reluctantly nodded. Yes, let's go back. Understood. The driver responded and started the vehicle, slowly driving away. Sitting in the back seat, Chu Yao, feeling bored, finally couldn't resist her curiosity. She raised her arm, activated the bracelet, and opened the anonymous message. Moments later, the recording of Lin Che's conversation with Zheng Jingyin entered Chu Yao's ears. Hearing Lin Che ask Zheng Jingyin for 100 million, Chu Yao couldn't help but smile. I'll let you off this time. But if you dare to quote a price again, I definitely won't pay you any more attention. Chu Yao murmured to herself. That night, Zheng Jingyin sent a call request to Lin Che, which was casually hung up by Lin Che. Then Zheng Jingyin sent a message. Young Master Lin, we can talk again. At Tianqing Bar, I'll treat you. I hope you will honor me with your presence. Lin Che initially wanted to ignore it, but Zheng Jingyin sent another call request. At this rate, if Lin Che didn't respond, Zheng Jingyin probably wouldn't give up. Lin Che chuckled and pressed the answer button. Young Master Zheng, I've already stated my price. If you can't provide 100 million, there's no need for us to continue this conversation. Why must young Master Lin be so dismissive? Whether this matter succeeds or not, we need to meet and talk about it first. In the holographic screen, Zheng Jinjian's expression returned to calm, completely different from when he had left in a huff. Alright, since young Master Zheng is so hospitable, I'll drop by. But I would appreciate it if young Master Zheng could wait for me a moment. Saying this, Lin Che hung up the communication, a sarcastic smile appearing on his lips. Since you want to play, let's play. Lin Che had never ventured into places like bars before simply because he used to be too poor. Nowadays, he already possessed several million huaxia coins, but his first time entering a bar was not for drinking. In the noisy environment, men and women twisted their bodies wildly. Lin Che pushed through the crowd, heading straight for the private room mentioned by Zheng Jingyin. Upon entering, the first person he saw was not Zheng Jingyin, but a row of heavily made-up hostesses. Young Master Lin, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. Zheng Jingyin stood up from the sofa and waved to Lin Che. Lin Che nodded in response and walked over. If there's something to discuss, young Master Zheng could have said it directly during the communication. There's no need for a face-to-face meeting. Young Master Lin, you're mistaken. If we don't talk face-to-face, how can I show my sincerity? Come have a seat. Zheng Jingyin gestured for Lin Che to take a seat and pointed to the row of hostesses standing in front of him. Pick any of them, I'll cover all the expenses today. No need. I'm not fond of this sort of arrangement. Lin Che already knew Zheng Jingyin's intent and had no intention of falling into his trap. The man hoped to provoke some indiscretion between Lin Che and one of the hostesses, then used the evidence against Chu Yao. In Zheng Jingyin's estimation, both Lin Che and Chu Yao were barely 17 or 18, emotionally inexperienced and easily swayed. A single misstep by Lin Che would inevitably sow discord between them. What he failed to realize was that Lin Che had seen through his scheme from the outset and was merely waiting to witness how far the performance would go. Oh, understood. Young Master Lin prefers innocence over maturity. Zheng Jingyin tossed a thick wad of cash to the head waiter and waved dismissively, go. Bring in a fresh batch of pure, unspoiled girls. Lin Che stared blankly, silently wondering, is that really what I implied? A group of hostesses reluctantly withdrew, leaving only Zheng Jingyin and Lin Che alone in the private room. Whatever Zheng Jingyin planned, Lin Che, having come this far, intended to see the charade through to its end. Young Master Zheng, let's speak plainly. Since you've gone to such lengths to invite me here, surely you have something substantial to say. Huh? Why the rush, young Master Lin? Let's enjoy ourselves first. Serious talk can wait. As he spoke, Zheng Jingyin poured a glass of wine and extended it toward Lin Che. Lin Che accepted it casually, then placed it back on the table without hesitation. I'm not one for idle amusement, and with unfinished business weighing on my mind, even leisure feels hollow. Zheng Jingyin narrowed his eyes, then swiftly masked his irritation with another smile. Very well, I'll speak plainly with young Master Lin. I've already consulted my family today. Should young Master Lin agree to dissolve the engagement with Miss Chu, the Zheng family will offer 10 billion yuan. Of course, these words were pure fabrication, designed solely to stall Lin Che. 10 billion. I set my price at 100 billion. With only 10 billion on the table, is there truly any point continuing this discussion? Lin Che knew Zheng Jingyin was lying, but Zheng Jingyin had no idea Lin Che was lying just as skillfully. Each sought to outmaneuver the other, trading veiled insincerities, each hoping to ensnare the other in deceit. At that moment, the head waiter entered the private room, ushering in a new group of hostesses whose attire exuded youthful purity. How do you find this batch, young Master Lin? Any who catch your eye? Zheng Jingyin seized the opportunity to shift focus. Lin Che had paid no attention, preparing yet another polite refusal. But as his gaze swept across the group, he recognized one face among them. Her, he declared, pointing casually. A surge of triumph flashed across Zheng Jingyin's face, his grin nearly impossible to suppress, as he hastily added, shall I summon 2 more? No need. If young Master Zheng prefers, feel free to invite more, but I require only her. Lin Che instantly grasped Zheng Jingyin's calculation, yet remained utterly unperturbed. Very well. You, and you stay. The rest may withdraw. Zheng Jingyin once again flung a stack of cash toward the head waiter, signaling dismissal. Young Master Lin is truly devoted, selecting but a single hostess. As he spoke, Zheng Jingyin raised his glass in salute. To young Master Lin. His logic, that devotion manifested in selecting only one hostess, left Lin Che utterly baffled. He could only sigh inwardly. The art of language was indeed profound and unfathomable. Young Master Zheng, this wine contains no additives, I trust. Lin Che lifted his glass, a faint, knowing smile playing upon his lips. Zheng Jingyin's pulse quickened, then he swiftly masked his alarm. Where does such suspicion come from, young Master Lin? You watch me open the bottle yourself. Oh, Does a freshly opened bottle guarantee purity? Lin Che arched a brow. Silence settled, awkward heavy charged. After a long pause, Lin Che chuckled softly. Ha, merely jesting. Surely young Master Zheng would never resort to such base tactics. With that, he drained his glass in one smooth motion and offered a nod of acknowledgement. When it came to cunning and manipulation, Zheng Jingyin paled beside Qi Hao. Qi Hao had aimed straight for a double victory, killing Zheng Jingren while framing Lin Che, achieving two objectives in one stroke. Zheng Jingyin, by contrast, still lingered in the crude realm of drugging drinks, a tactic too primitive to merit serious consideration. Though the wine itself was freshly uncorked, the glass might well have been compromised. With Huang Jin Bao at his side, Lin Che held every secret of Zheng Jingyin in his palm. His willingness to drink stemmed from one certainty: he had already swapped their glasses. Ha! Young Master Lin truly knows how to tease. For a moment, I almost believed you suspected me. Seeing Lin Che drink, Zheng Jingyin's confidence surged. His laughter now warmer, more genuine. I did suspect you, Lin Che replied, his smile deepening. Yet seeing you sip first dispelled all doubt. Aha! Ha! Well reasoned. Another toast to young Master Lin. The hostesses had already refilled their glasses as Zheng Jingyin raised his once more. After several rounds, Zheng Jingyin's vision blurred, alarm surging within him. But the drug had already taken hold. Our realization came too late. Lin Che retrieved a thick wad of cash from Zheng Jingyin's briefcase at his feet and tossed it to the four remaining hostesses. Attend young Master Zheng diligently. Ensure his complete satisfaction. Yes, young Master Lin, they chorused in unison. Pocketing the money, they immediately surrounded Zheng Jingyin, teasing, coaxing, igniting his dazed senses. Bewildered and vulnerable, he quickly lost all control. Next, Lin Che drew another wad of cash from his pocket and handed it to the girl beside him. Miss Song, you're short on funds. I won't take it. Song Xia recoiled, refusing the money outright. What? Did you come to this bar to earn money, or merely to sample life? Lin Che had been genuinely surprised to spot Song Xia among the hostesses. Students of martial arts class 1 would never imagine their class's most revered, pure white lily harbored such a hidden facet. I won't accept your money. Will you promise to keep this secret? Song Xia hadn't anticipated encountering a classmate on her very first night. I'm saving for the wheel of fate. My family struggles to fund my education. There's no surplus for medicinal. Then why refuse my money? Lin Che raised an eyebrow. I'll accompany you freely. Just swear to keep. Song Xia's half-truths were masterfully deceptive, plausible enough to fool most listeners. Yet Lin Che possessed an advantage no lie could circumvent unless someone could falsify. Even their own inner voice. Deception was futile before him. Huang Jin Bao had revealed the truth: her family had collapsed financially, forcing her into this line of work. Yet she clung fiercely to appearances, fabricating stories about reagents to preserve her image. Even as a hostess, she refused to abandon her carefully curated persona, the fragile, untarnished white lily. Had another classmate stumbled upon her, say her devoted admirer Zhao Chong, he might well have impulsively begun fundraising on the spot. Take the money. It's not even mine. Lin Che spread his hands lightly. Then will you keep my secret? I beg you. Song Xia adopted a pitiful expression. Fire cannot be concealed by paper. If certain things must remain unknown, they should never have been done at all. With that, Lin Che turned and recorded a video of Zheng Jingyin, snapped several incriminating photographs, and rose to leave. Song Xia instantly lunged forward, gripping his arm. Please, Lin Tongxue, I'm desperate. Promise you won't tell anyone. Lin Che gently disengaged her grasp and spoke calmly. I have no interest in your affairs. I've said all I intend to say. Your path lies in your own hands. A staunch egoist, Lin Che never acted without tangible benefit. As he pushed open the door and stepped out, Song Xia clenched her teeth, then snatched the cash he'd left behind and slipped it into her delicate handbag. She hurried after him, leaving behind only 4 women and 1 dazed, incapacitated man. Zheng Jingyin, it seemed, would indeed remember this night for years to come. Lin, wait for me. Song Xia sprinted a few steps to catch up with Lin Che, who was slowly walking towards the... Lin Che frowned. Since I've taken the money, I should accompany you tonight. Song Xia once again linked her arm with Lin Che's. Lin Che stared at Song Xia for a few seconds. Although you are quite beautiful, please don't think too highly of yourself. Saying this, Lin Che pushed Song Xia away again. If there's nothing else, just go home. It's best not to come to places like this again, at least not as a companion for drinks. After all, they were classmates, so Lin Che didn't mind showing a bit of meager kindness. Unexpectedly, Song Xia not only did not appreciate it, but began to despise Lin Che in her heart. Song Xia thought indeed all men are like this, dragging good girls down and advising prostitutes to reform. I'm not a prostitute. Lin Che. Of course, although Song Xia was complaining in her heart, she still pretended to look aggrieved on the surface. Do you dislike me? Today is my first day at work, and I haven't been touched by anyone. I'd rather give my first time to someone I like than to a stranger. Song Xia pouted shyly. I must say Song Xia's appearance is appealing and her gentle demeanor is even more endearing than Chu Yao. Unfortunately, Lin Che had no interest in a little white flower. Song, your acting skills are impressive, but unfortunately you've chosen the wrong person. Lin Che's smile was playful. If it were any other classmates here, they might not be able to resist feeling pity and trying to pull you back, but I'm different from ahem. Lin Che cleared his throat and continued, as a unique man in this world, I am destined to be the man you can never have. Song Xia's forehead was covered in black lines, and with an awkward yet polite smile, she said, Hee Lin, you really know how to joke. At this point, Song Xia knew she had no chance with Lin Che. Thus she could no longer maintain the facade, and had to change her strategy in that case. Can you give me a ride home? No, take a taxi. Lin Che turned and walked away, leaving behind a self-satisfied silhouette. Song Xia stood in place, stamped her foot, and ultimately did not follow. For Lin Che at this moment, Song Xia was undoubtedly easy to handle, as she had already made the first move. Although her words had a degree of performance, if Lin Che was willing, turning a charade into reality was just a matter of thought. Unfortunately, Lin Che was determined to be a cold, unique man. How could he be easily entangled by a woman? Moreover, if even Chu Yao couldn't change Lin Che's mind, naturally Song Xia couldn't either. One was the future heir to a trillion-dollar conglomerate, while the other was a scheming little white flower burdened with debt. With such two people together, is there even a choice to be made? Song Xia thought only children make choices, adults want it all. Lin Che replied, what do you, a squirrel, know about humans? Song Xia, just say, do you want it all or not? Lin Che, in principle, I don't want any of it. Song Xia, unfortunately, you have no principles. Lin Che, are you feeling itchy? Song Xia, sigh. Humans always refuse to face their true feelings. Lin Che. The next morning, a piece of gossip news topped the headlines in Huaxia. It overshadowed the surrounding reports of the death cases of Zheng Jingren and Qi Hao. Breaking. Zheng family's second young master actually did this in a bar private room. Shocking. Third brother just passed away, and second brother is partying in a nightclub. Is it related to the warrior's physique that wealthy heirs can enjoy 4 women at once? When Zheng Jingyin saw this information, a phone call request popped up just in time. Seeing the name on the caller ID, Zheng Jingyin could only press the answer button with a gloomy face. A stern middle-aged face appeared in the holographic image. Zheng Jinjian's father, the current head of the Zheng family in the capital. Fool. I asked you to investigate Qi Hao's cause of death. What have you been doing? That Zheng Jingyin wanted to argue, but was immediately interrupted by Zheng. No matter what your reasons are now. Immediately. Come back to me right now. Zheng Jinjian's face turned bitter. Returning like this meant he would inevitably face punishment. Then what about Qi Hao's cause of death? He'll arrange for someone else to handle it. You don't need to worry about it. Zheng Yi's tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. After hanging up the call, Zheng Jingyin gritted his teeth. Lin Che, very good. Just you wait. I will deal with you sooner or later. Zheng Jingyin left in a huff, while Lin Che enjoyed a few more quiet days. Aside from occasionally quipping when Lin Zishuan stirred trouble, the Lin family had become harmonious. This peaceful life made Lin Che feel somewhat dull. Sometimes Lin Che wondered if the Lin family didn't have Lin Zishuan, how boring would his life be. On the eve of the spring festival, Lin Che went to the suburban cemetery to pay respects to Lin Yuan. Old man, I will be leaving Xinhai City the day after tomorrow, and I'm not sure when I will return. If you lack anything down there, you can send me a dream, and I will burn it for you when I return. Sigh. You say you also have bad luck. How could you die just like that? If you could live a few more years, I could take you to live a good life. Lin Che was currently living in a big villa, being driven around in luxury cars, and the money he had was endless. Unfortunately, you can no longer see it. Lin Che suddenly raised his head, avoiding the tears that were about to fall, and laughed loudly, as if to cover his embarrassment. Huh. By the way, I have to tell you, the 2 prettiest girls in my class are both interested in your grandson. How about it? Did I not embarrass you? Finally, the tears overflowed from his eyes, and Lin Che hurriedly wiped them away, then tried to make excuses for himself. The wind is too strong, a sand got in my eyes. It's not because of you. Alright, I won't say any more. I'll come back to see you after I return. After Lin Che left, 2 old men slowly approached and stood before Lin Yuan's tombstone. This brat still has some conscience. Sir, should we tell the young master the truth? No need, he has his own path to walk. Sigh. The young master is quite distressed. If he can't endure this little setback, how can he achieve anything big in the future? Yes, you are right, sir. Few old things still the same as back, then only good at flattering. It's an honor for me to— If Lin Che were present, he would be very surprised, for he recognized these 2 old men. One was the tailor Ma he had just dealt with, and the other was his grandfather Lin Yuan, who had been dead for 3 years. The sudden appearance of a space-time rift not far from Xinhai City is reminiscent of the ancient times just after the establishment of the Xia dynasty, where mythological creatures abound, making it very dangerous. Lin Yuan looked at Ma Jintao. Are you sure you want to go with me? Since the sir has decided to go, how can I not accompany? It's a pity. I was thinking of making a few more suits for the young master, but I will have to wait until after we come out to do. A grandmaster has to be a tailor. Sometimes I really can't understand you. Lin Yuan shook his head. Aren't you also playing the role of a beggar for over a decade? Even the young master who resides with you daily couldn't see through you. I'm still far from you. Ma Jintao praised, making Lin Yuan even prouder. In the deep of night, the lights were bright. Under Su Qianqian's strong invitation, Lin Che could only spend New Year's Eve with the Lin family in the villa's living room. Lin Euro, searching for conversation, asked, "By the way, why haven't I seen the mutated squirrel you've raised these?" Lin, wanting timely, interjected, "Well, let's put it this way, although I am quite lazy, I still need to eat, because not eating will lead to death." Without waiting for others to respond, Lin Che continued, "There's no need to persuade me. The ticket has been booked, and I will set off the day after tomorrow." Su Qianqian showed a worried expression, asking, "So soon?" Lin Che nodded, and as the clock struck midnight, he amended, "From now on it should be considered tomorrow." Lin Zishuan eagerly spoke first. "Mom and Dad, Happy New Year. Big sister, second sister, Happy New Year. Brother, Happy New Year." Lin Hai nodded, saying, "Here, everyone gets one. There's enough for everyone." Su Qianqian took out 4 red envelopes and handed them to the Lin sisters, as well as to Lin Che and Lin Zishuan. "Thank you, Mom and Dad." The Lin sisters and Lin Zishuan replied in unison. In this scene, Lin Che felt somewhat out of place. He simply couldn't bring himself to call them Mom and Dad. Seeing this, Lin Zishuan immediately urged, "Brother, hurry up and thank Mom and Dad." As a qualified younger brother, Lin Zishuan would never miss any opportunity to target Lin Che. After all, he was quite professional at it. Lin Che raised an eyebrow, asking, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" "Oh, no need, no need. We're family. Why be so polite?" Su Qianqian said as she tried to stuff the red envelope into Lin Chi's hand. "You shouldn't refuse either. Since you're going out to train, you'll certainly need money. Inside is a bank card with a total of 1,800,000 as your red envelope money for the past 18 years. Lin Che initially wanted to refuse, but the words got stuck in his throat. He silently cursed himself for thinking they would use money to test him. Was Lin Che really that kind of person? How could I accept this? In the end, Lin Che chose to follow his heart and accepted the red envelope. What's wrong with that? You are Mom and Dad's son. It is only right for them to give you red envelope money. Su Qianqian patted Lin Chi's hand, a trace of worry creeping into her brow. "Sigh. You've just been brought back for a few months, and now you're leaving home again. Oh, it's really hard for your mom to let go." At this point, Su Qianqian changed her tone. "Mom knows she can't persuade you, but even if you must go, can you tell me where you are going? Knowing where you are will put my mind at ease. There are many places I need to go. The first stop is Huitong. Don't worry, I will definitely come back. Otherwise, the Public Security Bureau might issue a wanted notice for me." Lin Che raised his right arm, indicating everyone to look at the locator on his arm. Lin Fa and Lin Mu shook their heads helplessly, while Lin Zexuan's eyes flashed with an inexplicable expression. Huang Jinbao said, "Lin Zishuan wants to hire an assassin to keep you out there." Lin Che replied, "That was to be expected." Huang Jinbao asked, "Why don't you just kill him directly?" Lin Che replied, "Why would I directly conquer the Blue Star?" Huang Jinbao retorted, "Do you have that capability?" Lin Che laughed, "Do I have that time?" Huang Jinbao said, "I don't understand." Lin Che replied, "Isn't killing him going to require effort for the aftermath? Is it worth spending energy on a clown like him?" Huang Jinbao sighed, "Humans are really troublesome." After a moment of silence, Lin Hai spoke up. "Actually, going out to train doesn't necessarily mean you have to go alone. Your eldest sister will help me manage the company, your second sister and Zishuan will attend the training camp, but I can hire some bodyguards to accompany you." Lin Hai paused for a moment before continuing, "This way, if anything unexpected happens, I won't have to explain it to the Chu family." Lin Che couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't expected that Lin Hai, being in his 40s, would still be a bit proud. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Hai felt, "Oh, it's nothing. There's no need to hire bodyguards, or should I convert it into cash instead?" Lin Che revealed a bright smile. Don't even think about it. You must have at least 7 to 8 million on you. What do you need so much money for?" Lin Hai immediately refused. Who would dislike having more money? Lin Che shrugged. Hearing this, Lin Hai shook his head, saying, "Wealth is indeed important, but one's own skills are even more important." "That's right, which is why I want to go out and train." Lin Che nodded earnestly. "You? Sigh. Do as you wish. Since you don't want to hire bodyguards, then don't. Just pay attention to your safety when you are out there. I'm tired. I'll go rest first." As he spoke, Lin Hai slowly stood up. Unintentionally, a bank card slipped from his hand and landed on the table. Seeing this, Lin Zexuan's expression instantly turned very ugly, but he quickly concealed it. "Dad, Actually, everyone present knew that this bank card was intentionally dropped by Lin Hai to give to Lin Che. But Lin Zishuan pretended not to know, deliberately causing trouble to ruin Lin Chi's good fortune. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Hai turned to look at the bank card, showing a helpless expression. He thought to himself, Sichuan, this child really lacks awareness, but why must he make me say it out loud? Doesn't he care about his own pride? Cough, cough, cough. That was money I planned to use to hire bodyguards for your brother. Since he doesn't want to hire bodyguards, he can handle this money himself. At that moment, Lin Zexuan's chest ignited with a fierce blaze, continuously scorching his rationality. He had to clench his fists tightly to barely suppress his anger. Lin Zexuan couldn't understand why Lin Che, after returning to this family, continued to go against his family at every turn and had yet to call them mom and dad even once. Why was he favored so much? Just because Lin Che was the biological son of the Lin family. Just because Lin Zexuan was only an adopted son. If they couldn't treat him equally, then why adopt him? Since they had adopted him, why bring Lin Che back? He had gone to great lengths to please the Lin family, pretending to be a good boy in front of everyone, and what had he gained in the end? Lin Che didn't even need to say anything. The Lin family would consider everything for him. Even when Lin Che rejected them repeatedly, they showed no anger and continued to please him. Lin Zexuan felt unwilling. He wanted Lin Che to die. These thoughts kept swirling in his mind, more intense than ever at this moment. Not hiring bodyguards was simply too good. Listening to Huang Jinbao's constant murmurs, Lin Che almost burst out laughing again. Lin Zexuan was hellbent on seeing Lin Che perish out there, but little did he know just how capable Lin Che truly was. If Lin Che were treated as a target for the assassins, those killers Lin Zexuan hired would probably return empty-handed. Moreover, even if Lin Zexuan was serious about this assassination, he certainly wouldn't be able to hire a master to take action. After all, getting a master to personally kill someone for money would require at least tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Not to mention that Lin Zexuan might not even have that much money. Even if he had managed to save up over 100 million over the years, he probably wouldn't be willing to part with it all at once. Below the level of a master with Huang Jinbao and the insightful, I paired with the three styles of Xing Tian, Lin Che believed he was invincible. It wasn't that Lin Che was arrogant. Huang Jinbao could use his heart voice to predict the enemy's moves, and the insightful, I could detect the opponent's abilities and realms combined with unreasonable martial techniques. How could he lose? Seeing that Lin Hai had reached the stairs, Lin Che intentionally asked, "How much money is in there?" 5 million. If used to hire bodyguards, it would be enough to protect you with 10 transformation realm martial artists for 3 months. Lin Hai still wanted to try to persuade Lin Che. That was the price before. Now transformation realm martial artists prefer to go out and hunt for crystal cores. Lin Che shrugged. Even so, being a bodyguard is easier than hunting for crystal cores. If 3 months isn't possible, 1 month will do. If 10 aren't enough, 5 will be sufficient. No need, I can protect myself. Lin Che immediately put away the bank card, ending the topic. He had charged the Lin family sisters 2 million for teaching them martial arts, and another 1 million for guiding them in their abilities. Not long ago, Su Qianqian had given him 5 million to persuade him to agree to hold a birthday party. Today he received another 180,000 as New Year's money, plus the 5 million Lin Hai was willing to spend on bodyguards for him. By now, Lin Che already possessed nearly 15 million huaxia coins. Next time he wanted to purchase the Wheel of Fate, he wouldn't need to specifically ask Chu Yao for a discount. Lin Che was in a cheerful mood, while Lin Zexuan was less pleased. Although there was no evidence, Lin Zexuan always felt that Lin Che's casual inquiry about the bank card's balance was just to show off in front of him. Moreover, it was clear that Lin Che had succeeded. Although Lin Zexuan also had over 10 million in savings, all that money was painstakingly accumulated by him, with none of the individual amounts reaching 5 million. However, Lin Che had received 2 large sums of 5 million in just a few days. This was the difference between an adopted son and a biological son, right? At that moment, Lin Zexuan truly felt the disparity between familial affection. Even though he was burning with jealousy, he still had to suppress his envy, managing his expression to avoid revealing any abnormality. Watching Lin Zexuan struggle to endure, Lin Che also found it difficult to suppress the slight lift of his lips. January 30th, 2207, the second day of the Lunar New Year, was an inauspicious day for travel. Lin Che registered his weapon and boarded the high-speed train. The journey from Xinhai to Xiangzhou took just over 3 hours, but getting from Xiangzhou to Huitong would not be so convenient. Certain major traffic routes had martial artists stationed there long-term, regularly clearing the surrounding mutated creatures. Given the current number of martial artists, managing to protect core cities and major traffic routes was already an exhausting effort. As for other peripheral towns, they were not adequately covered. This was still in Huaxia. In other countries, traveling might require solely relying on oneself, as there would be virtually no public transportation facilities. "Your friend looks very young, venturing out so early." A young man sitting next to Lin Che suddenly struck up me. Lin Che pointed to himself. "Yeah, you look under 18, the young man nodded. "Hee, I just appear young, in reality, am already 59. Lin Che spoke casually. The young man's face was filled with disbelief. "How is that possible? Could you?" Seeing Lin Che's extraordinary demeanor, the young man seemed to think of a possibility, and his expression immediately turned much more respectful. I apologize for my rudeness. Please forgive me, senior. It is said that martial artists who reach the extraordinary realm can rejuvenate their bodies. If a 15-year-old looked like he was 18, he must be an extraordinary martial artist. When outside, one's identity is self-given. If Lin Che told people he was a master, it would probably be hard to convince them. A master under 18 sounds like a fantastical tale. However, Lin Che, who appeared very young claiming to be an extraordinary martial artist, was a different situation. Before the day of revelation, the highest martial arts realm was the innate master. At that time, to achieve the master level 1 would typically be at least 40 or 50 years old. Each was an old predecessor. But once one breaks through to the extraordinary realm, old predecessors can transform into youthful individuals, making age determination by appearance quite inaccurate. The lifespan of martial arts masters is around 150 years, while the extraordinary is currently unknown. However, judging by the phenomenon of rejuvenation, extraordinary martial artists can at least live for 300 to 500 years. This leads to the situation where once a family has an extraordinary martial artist in charge, barring any accidents, they can thrive for at least 300 to 500 years. Similarly, divine beings and martial saints have even greater potential. Over time, power and wealth will inevitably shift increasingly toward these families. For ordinary people, this is the worst of times, as humanity's living space is being squeezed by mutated creatures. Yet for some geniuses, as the channels for upward mobility haven't been completely blocked, it might be the best of times. There's no offense taken, the ignorant are not punished. Lin Che shook his head, focusing his gaze on the young man. Mid-stage transformation realm martial artist abilities: resilient physique, iron body, low threat level. The iron body, as the name suggests, is a type of physical enhancement ability that focuses on making one's body tougher. This person initially awakened a resilient physique and then underwent a second awakening for the iron body. The combination made him seem quite tough. The key point is that he was able to obtain the potion during the first batch of Will of Fate sales. Does this person have connections with the military? Lin Che pretended to be profound. What does the young man plan to do in Xiangzhou? In response to the senior, I am Song Yu, the regional manager of Chu Pharmaceuticals, currently responsible for developing the Xiangzhou market. Being called a young man by someone who looked even younger than himself, Song Yu was still a bit unaccustomed. Oh, Chu Pharmaceuticals. Lin Che raised an eyebrow, understanding in his heart. Young man, you have a bright future ahead. Work hard, and perhaps one day there will be another Song family in Xinhai City. I appreciate your kind words, but may I ask your esteemed surname, senior? Song Yu became even more Li Feiyu. No need to call me senior. Lin Che replied earnestly. All right, Senior Li, Song Yu responded without feeling anything amiss. I wonder what Senior Li is doing in Xiangzhou. Is there anything this junior can assist with? I must say, Song Yu truly lived up to his reputation as a market runner, adept at seizing opportunities. If he knew Lin Che's true identity, he might be even more eager. As it happened, after arriving in Xiangzhou, Lin Che might indeed need Song Yu's assistance, such as leveraging Chu Pharmaceuticals to arrange transportation for him to Huitong. Otherwise, it would be a bit troublesome if he had to figure it out on his own. My plan to visit Huitong this time. Lin Che didn't specify what help he needed from Song Yu. A smart person would come up with ideas on their own. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Song Yu knew an opportunity had arisen. Oh, what a coincidence. Our Chu Pharmaceuticals just happens to be heading to Huitong to develop business. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to travel with Senior Li. In truth, such words were purely to extend a ladder to Lin Che. This regional manager hadn't even reached Xiangzhou yet. How could he coincidentally be developing the Huitong market? Lin Che waved his hand. No rush, we can discuss it when we arrive. Just as Song Yu was about to say something more, a train announcement suddenly sounded. We are approaching a section of the route prone to beast tides. Please, passengers, be vigilant. In case of a beast tide, all passengers should take personal protective measures. Why was it really that thrilling? Lin Che thought to himself. No wonder ordinary people and martial artists at the body refinement realm cannot leave the city with warnings like this about beast tides. How could ordinary people withstand it? Moreover, they needed to take personal precautions. What could ordinary people use for protection? Their lives. It seemed that this so-called beast tide-prone section must be near some mountains. Lin Che couldn't help but look out the window, and indeed a range of mountains unfolded before his eyes. The terrain was steep and shrouded in mist. If not for the beast tide, speaking of the scenery, this mountain forest would rival a fairyland. Bang! 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 Suddenly a loud crashing sound came from the front. Warning: encountering a beast tide ahead, all passengers should take personal protective measures. It really is coming just like that. Song Yu's expression appeared somewhat stiff. Lin Che waved his hand. No worries, if any accidents occur, you can just follow me. I can't guarantee to eradicate the beast tide, but I can ensure your safety. With his persona already established, he certainly couldn't show fear at this moment. As long as he didn't encounter a level 5 mutated creature, Lin Che felt confident. Bang! Suddenly, a mutated beast crashed into the window, followed by a series of continuous impacts. Bang! 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 It's fortunate that these trains had been modified after the day of revelation, otherwise, even if the train body didn't deform, the windows would have surely shattered. The train came to a slow stop as the announcement echoed once more. The section ahead is blocked by a beast tide. The train will temporarily halt until the road management department clears the path, and we can depart again. Outside the carriage, the sounds of the beast tide crashing against the train, accompanied by the broadcast, created a somewhat tense atmosphere inside. After a moment, the announcement sounded again. The personnel from the road management department are busy and are now calling for volunteers among the passengers to disembark and help clear the beast tide. Those willing can gather near carriage number 8. The crystal cores obtained during the clearing process will belong to the individual, and additionally, there will be exclusive discounts for passengers on this train. Anyone who rides this train from now on will enjoy a 50% discount. Lin Che couldn't help but chuckle softly. The idea that the crystal cores earned from clearing the beast tide belonged to the individual was only natural, wasn't it? As for the 50% discount on train rides, it was akin to getting a 5 yuan coupon when buying a Ferrari. It did others risk their lives just for half the fare. However, despite his complaints, Lin Che quickly stood up, took his backpack and weapon from the luggage rack, and walked towards carriage number 8. He saw countless crystal cores beckoning to him, and the prospect of reaching the innate realm felt tantalizingly close. Are you going to help clear the beast tide, Senior? Song Yu quickly followed suit. Lin Che nodded. That's right. You don't need to go out. Just stay here and wait. I'd rather not be distracted looking after you. Originally eager to join, Song Yu immediately revealed an awkward smile. Ahem. Senior, as you say, I will follow your arrangement completely. Lin Che nodded again, and quickly headed towards carriage number 8. As the door opened, a strong metallic scent filled everyone's nostrils. Outside, a dense mass of beasts immediately charged towards the carriage. Several martial artists at the front quickly cleared a path and rushed out through the door. Lin Che stepped out of the train wielding a long blade as he plunged into the beast tide. As he swung the blade, a cold light flashed, and each slash sent blood spraying. Lin Che moved gracefully, weaving through the beasts effortlessly. Wherever he passed, the beasts fell one after another. His sword techniques were fierce and precise, each strike hitting the vital points of the mutated beasts, quickly clearing a substantial area. As more martial artists joined the fight, various flames and wind blades intertwined, and the mutated beasts fell like wild grass blown away by the wind. Normally, there are two situations with a beast tide. One is a meaningless flight, and the other is a deliberate attack. The beast tide attacking the train clearly belonged to the latter. While clearing the beast tide, Lin Che did not forget to use his spiritual sense to probe certain intelligent mutated beasts, trying to locate their commander. Soon he pieced together the image of a beast king from scattered fragments of information. In the eyes of these mutated beasts, the beast king's form loomed like a mountain, exuding a terrifying aura, or a horrifying presence. It was hiding in a nearby thicket, commanding the swarm of mutated beasts. However, the information pieced together seemed somewhat contradictory. If it loomed like a mountain, how could it hide in the thicket? Lin Che didn't dwell on it and headed directly towards the direction of the Beast King. Many mutated beasts seemed to have sensed Lin Che's intentions and began to converge madly upon him, trying to block his path. Lin Che swung his long blade in a relentless onslaught, slashing down every beast that lunged at him. However, there were simply too many beasts, and his pace slowed significantly. At this moment, some people noticed the unusual situation around Lin Che and began to move closer to him. Brother, hang on. I'm coming to help you, a burly man shouted loudly. He suddenly exerted force with his feet, causing the ground to tremble slightly, and a wall of earth rose behind Lin Che. Thanks, brother, but you should watch out for yourself. Lin Che responded casually. With everyone's support, Lin Che soon carved a bloody path and finally saw the so-called Beast King. It was a little white tiger that looked like it had just turned a month old, yet its eyes revealed endless hatred. Level 4 mutated tiger ability, Intimidation. High threat level, possesses strong malice. The ability of intimidation should be the most common innate talent among mutated tigers. It seemed that those mutated beasts felt that this little white tiger seemed towering because of the influence of its intimidating ability. Clearly, compared to their vision, these mutated beasts trusted their instincts more. I didn't expect the intimidation ability to have such an effect, but even at just level 4, it can command a beast tide. This creature must possess high intelligence. Upon thinking of this, a thought arose in Lin Che's mind. Golden treasure, it must not be as smart as me. Lin Che, if it ate some golden pine nuts, it might become smarter. Golden treasure, but it seems it doesn't like you very much. Lin Che, that's because it doesn't know me yet. Golden treasure, if it got to know you it would definitely hate you even more. Lin Che, shut up. Golden treasure, feed me peanuts, feed me peanuts. Oh woo. The tiger's roar was somewhat juvenile, but its intention was very clear. It wanted to kill Lin Che. Lin Che would not let it have its way. He immediately sheathed his blade and rushed forward, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the little white tiger that had just turned a month old. The outcome was of course obvious. Despite its head covered in bumps, the little white tiger ultimately succumbed to Lin Che's overwhelming presence. When Lin Che emerged from the forest holding the little white tiger, the beast tied quickly retreated. Everyone quickly cleaned up the battlefield, collecting their spoils. Lin Che's haul was modest, only about 40 crystal cores, most of which were level 1. However, level 1 crystal cores were already worth 10,000 huaxia coins, so 40 of them amounted to over 400,000. Adding a few level 2 crystal cores, the total value exceeded 500,000. Nowadays, martial artists can make money easily in the wild. Unfortunately, he was too focused on finding the Beast King, and the number of mutated beasts he killed was still a bit low, preventing him from breaking through to the innate realm. Just as Lin Che was about to return to the carriage, the burly man who had helped him raise the earthen wall approached. Brother, you're amazing. One person took down dozens of mutated beasts. With such skills and efficiency, it's clear that you must have been through many battles. Ha ha ha, you flatter me, brother. I didn't get a chance to thank you for your earlier help, so here's a level 2 crystal core as a token of my gratitude. Lin Che casually took a level 2 crystal core from his pocket, pretending to offer it to the burly man. What are you talking about? When we're out here we should help each other. There's no need for thanks. The burly man waved his hand to decline and continued. My name is Qin Chuan. What do you go by, brother? Li Fei Yuo, just call me brotherly. Lin Che replied casually. Ha ha ha, good. Since we've already introduced ourselves, there's no need for the so-called gratitude. From now on, we're all brothers. Qin Chuan patted Lin Che on the shoulder very straightforwardly. All right then, I won't stand on ceremony with you, brother Qin. Lin Che pocketed the crystal core, and the two followed the crowd towards the train door. Sir, mutated beasts cannot be brought into the carriage. The train attendant immediately reached out to stop Lin Che as he was carrying the little white tiger onto the train. Upon hearing this, Lin Che felt a bit embarrassed. He had actually forgotten about this rule. It's just a cub, it should— I'm sorry, sir, but that's the rule. Even a cub cannot be an exception, the attendant said, expressing his inability to help. Lin Che frowned slightly. How about this? I can pay an additional fee and sign a liability waiver. If any problems arise, I will take full responsibility. This little white tiger had just turned a month old and was already a level 4 mutated creature. If it were to grow up, it would at least be level 5 or even level 6. The money Lin Che had on hand was already enough to buy another wheel of fate. Moreover, with golden pine nuts, he could enable the little white tiger to develop its spiritual sense. With these two factors combined, the little white tiger would surely become a great asset in the future. At this moment, how could Lin Che be willing to give up such an opportunity? I'm sorry, sir, but this is not an issue of fees or liability. The regulations clearly state that I do not have the authority to make exceptions. The attendant expressed his helplessness once more. As the situation reached a stalemate, the train conductor approached. Is there anything else? Why aren't the doors closed yet? The attendant briefly explained the situation to the conductor, who glanced at the small white tiger in Lin Che's hands. Sir, in principle, mutated beasts are absolutely not allowed on the train. However, considering your previous courageous performance as the train conductor, I can make an exception this once. However, once you bring this mutated beast on board, please ensure that you keep it under control and do not let it disturb other passengers. Otherwise— Before the conductor could finish, Lin Che immediately made a promise. Don't worry, I won't let it cause any trouble. The conductor nodded. All right, everyone, please board quickly and do not linger at the door. We will depart shortly. Lin Che returned to his seat, placing his backpack and weapon back on the luggage rack as the announcement echoed once more. Thank you to all the warriors for your brave battle. The beast tide has been successfully repelled. Please return to your seats as the train will soon resume its journey. Song Yu glanced at the small white tiger in Lin Che's arms, unable to resist, asking, Senior Li, what are you doing with a mutated beast? This beast is fated to be with me. I plan to take it back to guard my home. Lin Che changed his tone, once again resembling a distinguished senior. Oh whoa. Cough cough cough, this little guy is quite fierce. Song Yu reached out, attempting to pet the small white tiger's head, but was deterred by its fierce little fangs. Lin Che casually gave the small white tiger a light tap on the head. Be quiet. Woo woo woo. The small white tiger showed a look of grievance. The vehicle slowly started gradually picking up speed. By the time they arrived in Xiangzhou, it was just past noon. Upon exiting the station, Song Yu invited Lin Che to have lunch together. Lin Che initially pretended to decline, but then readily accepted. He still planned to hitch a ride to Huaitong, so he couldn't leave directly. Soon the two arrived at a nearby specialty Hunan restaurant and chose a private room. After placing their orders, Song Yu went out to greet two colleagues. Taking advantage of the free time, Lin Che pulled out a golden treasure from his pocket and casually tossed a pack of pistachios to it. Then he rummaged through his backpack to find the carefully preserved golden pine nuts and placed them in front of the small white tiger, ordering it to eat them immediately. How unfair to the tiger. I am a carnivorous animal. How can I eat pine nuts? Woo woo woo. The small white tiger tearily ate the pine nuts, constantly complaining in its heart. After it had eaten 49 pine nuts, a strange voice suddenly echoed in its mind. Little one, do you have any objections? You've gained a great benefit, you know. The small white tiger looked around, finally locking its gaze on the palm-sized mutated squirrel on the table. Oh woo. Essentially, it was asking the golden treasure, are you talking to me? No need to speak. Oh, I can immediately know what you're thinking. How about a new supernatural ability bestowed by the master? Don't you want to thank the master quickly? The golden treasure played the role of a qualified senior at this moment, answering the junior's questions. The small white tiger's eyes widened. I awakened a new supernatural ability. I can hear your thoughts. Isn't that obvious enough? Quickly call me senior, and let me hear it. The golden treasure put on a proud posture. Now it was also standing tall. In the past, when faced with a creature like a tiger, it would only run away. Son, senior, this is amazing. The small white tiger seemed somewhat excited. With your lack of experience, following the master will surely bring you benefits. The golden treasure, while teaching the junior, also did not forget to flatter Lin Che. Ahem. Lin Che felt a bit embarrassed. He was used to boasting about himself, but suddenly being praised so much by a squirrel felt somewhat uncomfortable. Since you have awakened your telepathic ability, you must obediently do as I say. With your whole body covered in spots, how about I call you? Lin Che paused slightly. Let's call you by Xiaobai. What? You don't like it? I don't care if you like it or not. Today I will teach you the first rule. My rules are the rules. Whatever I say goes, and my commands must be obeyed unconditionally. Do you understand? If you understand, give me a round of applause. The golden treasure immediately set an example, raising its paws to start clapping. Bai Xiaobai struggled to sit up, raising its paws trying to clap, but found it very difficult. Forget it, you can't clap, so let it be. Lin Che cast aside his awkwardness and continued in his mind, if you follow me, I guarantee you'll eat meat every day. I already eat meat every day, Bai Xiaobai weakly replied. In any case, as my lackey, I will definitely not treat you poorly. Do you understand? Lin Che casually asked. Bai Xiaobai's eyes brightened, responding seriously, I understand. Very good, very spirited. Lin Che gave a high acknowledgement. At this moment, Song Yu pushed the door open and entered, followed by two others. Senior Li, these are my two colleagues from the Chu Pharmaceutical Xianzhou branch who will accompany me to Huaitong later, so I brought them to meet you. As he spoke, Song Yu raised his hand and patted the sturdy young man beside him. His name is Song Qian, my cousin. He then turned to the other young man with a stern face. This is Zhang Yang, also from Xinhai. Next, I will introduce Lin Che to both of you. This is Senior Li Feiyu. Senior Li. The two exclaimed, and Lin Che nodded him. Please take a seat. The few of them took their seats in turn and began to chat with each other. Soon the waiter started bringing out the dishes. Senior Li, I have to drive later, so I won't drink. Today let's toast with tea instead. Song Qian raised his glass to indicate. There are many roads, but safety is the first rule, so it should be this way. Lin Che picked up his cup and took a sip, nodding to Song Qian. As the wine flowed and the conversation warmed up, the topics became hard to contain. I wonder what important matters Senior Li has when going to Huaitong. Zhang Yang asked a somewhat audacious question. Compared to Song Qian's unconditional trust in Song Yu, Zhang Yang clearly harbored doubts about Lin Che's identity. However, Lin Che did not care about Zhang Yang's thoughts, responding calmly. Have you heard of Changyang Mountain? Changyang Mountain in Huaitong. What is Senior Li going there for? Is there something special about that mountain? Zhang Yang, seeing that Lin Che did not mind, continued to ask three more questions. Lin Che raised an eyebrow and glanced at Zhang Yang. According to legend, the Heavenly Emperor severed the head of Xing Tian and buried it in Changyang Mountain. I plan to open the mountain and retrieve the head. Hiss. Song Yu and Song Qian gasped in shock. Zhang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Senior Li has already reached the God communication realm? It is said that warriors in the God communication realm possess the ability to move mountains and drain rivers. Lin Che's candid statement about retrieving the head led the three to mistakenly believe that he had already attained the God communication realm. While the three were in disbelief, they saw Lin Che shake his head. Not yet God communication, but I have my own way to open the mountain. In fact, Lin Che was also unsure about whether he could open the mountain or how to do so. Initially, Xing Tian only mentioned that his axe was sufficient, as surely he wouldn't leave Lin Che to find the axe himself after reaching the location. In any case, it was better to find a specific position first before discussing anything else. Huff. Upon hearing Lin Che admit that he had not yet reached the God communication realm, the three secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, this further solidified Song Yu's previous guess. The young man, who appeared to be under 18, was clearly a transcendent martial artist of 59 years. Senior Li, what do you want with Xing Tian's head? Zhang Yang couldn't help but ask further. Lin Che narrowed his eyes. Young man, don't be too curious. Zhang Yang suddenly realized that he might have asked too many questions. He quickly stood up and apologized to Lin Che, saying, Senior, please forgive me, it was unintentional. Do you know that someone like you who lacks restraint is already on the path to self-destruction? Lin Che feigned a serious demeanor. Zhang Yang became even more respectful, saying, it was my mistake to speak out of turn. I hope Senior will bear with me. I'm not one to hold grudges, but if you continue to be reckless you might encounter someone ill-tempered, and you could end up. Although Lin Che's seniority was a facade, his words were entirely sincere. You are right, Senior. I will be more careful in the future. Zhang Yang nodded repeatedly and slowly sat down. All right, today I will teach you a lesson. As he spoke, Lin Che looked around, his gaze fixed on a wine-pouring vessel on the nearby shelf. He suddenly swung a punch, then opened his palm, slowly retracting his hand, as if casually waving his sleeve. Bang! The wine-pouring vessel shattered, and Zhang Yang's heart raced. Beside them, Song Yu and Song Qian were equally astonished. The qi leaving Lin Che's body and the masterful technique combined with Lin Che's youthful appearance undoubtedly marked him as an extraordinary being. Lin Che observed the expressions of the three and confirmed through the telepathic connection from the golden treasure that they were completely convinced. In the future, when encountering someone you cannot see through, even if you have doubts, do not act rashly. Lin Che changed to a serious tone, otherwise if you are not careful you could lose your life, and that would be utterly worthless. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I will remember it. Zhang Yang stood again and bowed to Lin Che. Enough standing. Sit down and eat. Lin Che's expression relaxed, reverting to a calm demeanor. Time waits for no one. After we eat, we need to head to the meeting, so I will trouble the three of you on the road. Senior, there is no need for courtesy. It is our honor to travel with you. Song Yu quickly responded. Yes, it's no trouble. Song Qian echoed. The high walls of Xiangzhou City were not much different from those of Xinhai City, and the city defense forces were equally dedicated. The four of them verified their identities in turn, and Lin Che drew special attention again. You just came from Xinhai City. The city defense officer scrutinized Lin Che. Yes, Lin Che nodded. You wealthy young masters, at such a young age, instead of staying in the city you insist on running around. As he spoke, the city defense officer shook his head and waved them through. The vehicle smoothly exited the city while the other three in the car occasionally glanced at Lin Che, hesitating to speak. Lin Che knew the three would inevitably feel puzzled after hearing what the city defense officer said. So he took the initiative to explain, my identity is not something I can use casually, otherwise it might cause unnecessary trouble. Hence I forged an identity. Oh, so that's how it is. Zhang Yang nodded. Senior, you are using a white dragonfish suit. Lin Che raised an eyebrow slightly. That's not a very auspicious statement. The distance from Xiangzhou to the meeting was over 400 kilometers, and due to poor road conditions, it would take about 5 hours to drive. Halfway through, the four suddenly noticed several vehicles approaching rapidly from behind. Strange, it's rare to see vehicles out today. Oh, what's going on? Song Qian couldn't help but murmur. They must be coming for us. Lin Che's lips curled into a mocking smile. Your words have come true. Lin Che looked at Zhang Yang. Since it's a white dragonfish suit, encountering a few oblivious fools is to be expected. Song Ye's face showed suspicion. Senior, are you saying these people have ulterior motives? Strictly speaking, they should be coming for me. Lin Che shook his head. Stop the car, while handle this. How dare they target a senior? They truly don't know the meaning of danger. Zhang Yang suddenly realized he wasn't that foolish, at least not compared to the people behind them. Just a bunch of ignorant fools. Lin Che's role-playing became increasingly adept, fully embodying the demeanor of a senior expert. He speculated that this group was likely orchestrated by Lin Zixuan. Only his tea disciple would be so impatient. He had only just left Xiangzhou, and already he couldn't help but send someone to act. Song Qian pulled over and Lin Che casually said, you all stay in the car and don't move. I'll be back soon. Why don't we help Senior deal with them together? Zhang Yang was eager to try. Lin Che chuckled softly. They're just a bunch of lowly creatures. There's no need to mobilize everyone. As he spoke, Lin Che opened the door and got out, retrieving a long knife from the trunk, and walked towards the approaching vehicles. The vehicles in the back saw Lin Che getting out and gradually slowed down. However, one of them suddenly accelerated, charging towards Lin Che. Naive. Lin Che snorted coldly, swinging the long knife to execute 1,000 blades breaking the sky move. Swish, swish, swish. Clang, clang. Bang, bang. The speeding vehicle had its front tires blown out in succession, the front unstable, and it immediately flipped over. Boom. Crash. Amidst the piercing sound of metal scraping, the overturned SUV finally came to a stop not far from Lin Che. The people inside suffered severe injuries, bleeding from their heads, and hurriedly crawled out. Lin Che did not give them a chance to argue and unleashed several energy blades, sending them to their demise. The remaining vehicles witnessing this scene immediately attempted to turn around and escape. Seeing this, Lin Che employed the same trick, swiftly swinging his long knife to destroy the tires of the vehicles. Since you've come, why rush to leave? Lin Che leaped several times, positioning himself in front of the already wrecked SUVs. My brother truly has a grand plan, inviting more than a dozen Transcendence Realm martial artists. Let me guess, how much did you all receive? Lin Che paused slightly. Could it be just 500,000 for each of you? Your lives are worth too little. Faced with Lin Che, who could effortlessly wield energy blades, the dozen Transcendence Realm assassins could only barely defend themselves, afraid to show any signs of relaxation. Yet Lin Che's energy blades were relentless, appearing as if they were continuously being released. One of the assassins shouted loudly, "We cannot just keep defending, or otherwise we will undoubtedly die. Brothers, let's go all out and fight him. All together. Kill." Hearing this, several assassins immediately charged at Lin Che, while the first speaker quietly retreated to the side. Seeing this, Lin Che used 1,000 blades, breaking the sky again, instantly dropping half of them. No one can play tricks in front of me, Li Feiyu. As he spoke, Lin Che rushed towards the remaining assassins, heading straight for that sixth man. Clang clang. The sixth man, realizing he could not escape, could only turn to fight back. However, after a few exchanges, he was killed on the spot by Lin Che. The remaining assassins, witnessing this, completely lost the will to resist and scattered in different directions. Foolish. Lin Che's lips curled in disdain. These fools left their backs exposed to the enemy, and how could they possibly survive? Adhering to the principle of eradicating evil, he swung his long knife again. Swish swish. Uff, uff. 4 SUVs totaling 18 assassins perished without a single survivor. Killing such evildoers should count as serving the people right. Lin Che silently praised himself. At this moment, he was mere moments away from reaching the Master Realm. With a few slaps, he sent the wrecked vehicles flying to the roadside and casually searched through several corpses. Unfortunately, he found nothing of value. A dozen alloy long knives might fetch a few thousand huaxia coins. However, he needed to maintain the demeanor of a master, so it was naturally impossible for him to pick up scraps in front of Song Yu and the others. Thus, he reluctantly gave up on the few thousand huaxia coins, piled the dozen corpses and several vehicles together, ignited the gas tank, and turned to leave. Boom. Regardless of the fierce flames behind him and the continuous sound of explosions, Lin Che remained calm and proceeded steadily ahead. Real men never look back at explosions. Lin Che silently reminded himself. He still needed to maintain the image of a superior, and showing off should become standard practice. Let's be honest, showing off in front of others is quite satisfying. The terrified expression of the assassin before his death, along with the worshipful gazes from Song Yu and the others, made Lin Che feel a bit elated. Senior, who are they? Is it not pure suicide to chase after someone in the Transcendent Realm when you are only in the Transcendence Realm? Although Zhang Yang had just been reprimanded by Lin Che, he couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity in this situation. My youthful appearance always leads people to underestimate me. Oh, I'm already used to it. Lin Che didn't bother to explain, and casually found an excuse to brush it off. That's true, when I first saw you I thought you were a student. Song Yu chimed in. Lin Che twitched his lips, wanting to say, bingo, congratulations, you guessed it right. Surprised. Unexpected. However, he still needed to continue pretending to be Senior Lin, and certainly couldn't reveal his identity. Alright, let's get on the road. We need to get to the meeting before dark. Driving at night is too bumpy. Yes, Senior, please take your seat. We are setting off now. Song Qian suddenly slammed on the gas, and the vehicle sped away. Before the evening glow faded, Lin Che and his group arrived outside the city of Huaidong. Beneath the tall walls, the city defense troops signaled for the 4 to get out and verify their identities. Chu Pharmaceutical. Oh, my manager Song, are you here to survey the market? The officer of the Huaidong city defense perked up upon seeing Song Yes' identity information. In big cities like Xiangzhou, they immediately signed contracts with Chu Pharmaceutical and would soon receive their first batch of Fate Wheels. However, in small towns like Huaidong, they only knew about it through online information. So far, they had never seen the kind of potion that could awaken a second ability. They were curious about what it looked like. Thus, upon seeing the regional manager of Chu Pharmaceutical arrive, the previously stern expression of this officer immediately turned somewhat obsequious. There was no helping it, who wouldn't want to make progress. Having a clever talent is very hard to break through to the master level. It can be said to be 1 in 10,000. Most of the city defense troops are either D-level or clever Transcendence Realm martial artists. These martial artists, stuck in the Transcendence Realm for a long time, all hope to rely on the 2 potions from Chu Pharmaceutical to strive for the Master Realm. Although Chu Pharmaceutical promised that all production would be prioritized for the military, the sheer number of soldiers was overwhelming. Those who were earlier had already received the potions, while those who were later might have to wait until a year later. Not to mention, if they received the potions earlier and happened to break through, their identity and status would be incomparable to before. What if they didn't get the potions in time and encountered a wave of beasts, instead sacrificing their lives? Wasn't that a loss? Ordinary soldiers may not be so eager since the potions supplied to the army also come at a cost. The army provides some raw materials to chew pharmaceutical, and if soldiers contribute 5 million huaxia coins, they can obtain a fate will only if both conditions are met. For martial artists, 5 million may not seem exorbitant, but not all soldiers can afford it. However, for an officer, 5 million huaxia coins is just within his means. Of course, Chu Pharmaceutical has already started purchasing crystal cores, so soldiers can obtain crystal cores by killing mutated beasts and sell them for quick cash. Ultimately, all soldiers should be able to awaken their second ability. It's just a matter of time. Yes, we need to tally the demand for the first batch of potions for the Huaidong City defense, so the company can allocate according to need. Song Yu replied calmly. With a positive response, the officer was even more delighted. Oh dear, look, this little matter still requires Manager Song to personally run a trip. In fact, such a demand tally could simply be notified by the superiors in Xiangzhou, and we could compile it ourselves and report it up. There's no helping it, it's part of the job, and I must do it personally. Song Yu said solemnly. In fact, without Lin Che, it was likely they would have done as the officer suggested. He could meet with the leaders in Xiangzhou and directly have the Xiangzhou headquarters issue a notice. He could request that all local officers tally their needs and summarize them, saving him from making a special trip. Manager Song is indeed dedicated. Alright, look at me chatting here, let's go, we can talk more in the city. The officer, having benefited from Song Ye's reputation, didn't even bother to check Lin Che's identity information closely, otherwise he might have complained a few more times. The next morning, Song Yu took Zhang Yang to visit the commander of the Huaidong City defense. Meanwhile, Song Qian was responsible for driving Lin Che out of the city to check on Changyang Mountain. This was certainly not Song Qian's main duty, but he was more than willing to assist. The entire journey was just over 10 kilometers, and the two quickly arrived at the foot of a rolling mountain. Lin Che intended to enter the mountain by himself and signaled for Song Qian to wait in place. Bai Xiaobai, who had been lounging nearby for a while, suddenly became excited upon learning that Lin Che was going into the mountain and hurriedly followed him out of the car. Lin Che leaped through the forest with Bai Xiaobai closely following. It was hard to imagine that a young tiger barely a month old could match Lin Che's speed. However, upon reflection, as a level 4 mutated tiger, it was only normal for it to exhibit such performance. The pair, one person and one tiger, raced to the location of Changyang Mountain marked on the map. Unfortunately, this was not the Changyang Mountain Lin Che was looking for. Although the times have changed and various vegetation has withered and flourished, the overall topography of the mountain wouldn't differ much. The Changyang Mountain Lin Che saw in his dreams was isolated and perilous, a stark contrast to the peak before him. Helplessly, Lin Che could only turn back. However, on the way back, he was not as anxious as when he came. He hunted alongside Bai Xiaobai while slowly making his way out of the mountain. The terrain in the mountains was complex with lush trees and foliage. If mutated beasts didn't come close, it would be hard for Lin Che to notice them. But Bai Xiaobai was different. As the cub of the king of the jungle, it was born with hunting talent. Especially amidst the mountains, all kinds of beasts were within its dietary range. At the 7 o'clock direction, 500 meters away, there's a mutated wild rabbit. Bai Xiaobai silently reported the coordinates of the prey in its mind. Okay, let's surround it from the left and right. Lin Che signaled Bai Xiaobai to go left while he moved to the right. Then one person and one tiger surrounded the target. As they approached the prey, Bai Xiaobai suddenly activated its intimidation ability. Oh whoa! After a childish roar, the mutated wild rabbit, which was about the same size as Bai Xiaobai, stood frozen in place. Just as Lin Che was ready to harvest the prey, a loud roar came from not far away. Roar! Lin Che turned to look, his pupils narrowing sharply. Level 5 mutated tiger ability, wind element control, threat level extremely high. There is strong malicious intent. How is this possible? Lin Che found it hard to comprehend how such a high-level mutated beast could appear. In his view, such forests close to the towns should have the city defense troops cleaning them regularly. There shouldn't be any powerful mutated beings. In fact, he was somewhat presumptuous. Xinhai City had a transcendent and several masters stationed there. Naturally, any high-level mutated beings nearby would be dealt with promptly. However, in towns like Huaidong, the city defense troops were limited in number. It would be commendable if they could withstand a beast wave, let alone have the capacity to regularly clean the surrounding forests. If someone discovered a high-level mutated being nearby, it was most likely reported to the Xiangzhou military headquarters, waiting for the masters stationed in Xiangzhou to come and deal with it. The lively mutated tiger before him clearly had not yet faced the justice it deserved. Lin Che, a latest-stage practitioner of the transformation realm, was confident that he could contend with a master at the early stage of the innate realm using the Ganqi Pokyongju. However, facing a level 5 mutated tiger, he felt utterly powerless. He even doubted whether he could even break the skin of this mutated tiger, let alone think about killing it. Furthermore, this was a level 5 mutated tiger with wind elemental control abilities likely capable of long-range attacks. The territorial awareness of mutated tigers is very strong. This mutated tiger must have come here to drive away intruders after hearing Bai Xiaobai's roar. Run! Lin Che commanded Bai Xiaobai without hesitation. Immediately the man and the tiger began to dash down the mountain. Roar! The level 5 mutated tiger quickly kept pace with them. Lin Che felt that this mutated tiger was moving at an unreasonable speed, possibly due to its wind elemental powers. Even at near full strength, the distance between them was closing rapidly, and they were about to reach a dangerous proximity. The mutated tiger suddenly leaped, closing the gap between it and Lin Che and Bai Xiaobai, then opened its massive jaws to emit a furious roar. Roar! This roar was different from the previous one. Accompanying the roar, several blades of wind flew out from the tiger's mouth. Is this cheating? I usually only cheat others, but today I never expected to be bullied by a mutated tiger. Facing this situation, Lin Che could only momentarily stop, turn around, and swing his long knife to deflect the wind blades. Fortunately, although the mutated tiger possessed wind abilities, it could only use them as a supplementary means. Its primary reliance was clearly still on its sharp claws and massive teeth. After blocking the wind blades, several chi blades struck the mutated tiger. As Lin Che had predicted, the chi blades from the transformation realm were utterly incapable of harming the level 5 mutated tiger. After enduring several chi blades, the mutated tiger lunged at Lin Che once more. Whoa! Bai Xiaobai expressed strong dissatisfaction, wanting to use its intimidation ability to disrupt the mutated tiger. However, the intimidation ability of a level 4 white tiger clearly posed little threat to a level 5 mutated tiger. After hesitating for a moment, the mutated tiger raised its claws and fiercely struck down towards Lin Che. It's time to show my true skills. Lin Che actually retracted his long knife and met the tiger's paw with a direct punch. Of course, Lin Che did not aim for the sharp claws, but targeted the tiger's paw instead. Using a long knife against a level 5 mutated creature might not penetrate its defenses. However, a punch imbued with fist energy could inflict internal damage on the tiger's paw. Bang! Lin Che's fist collided with the mutated tiger's paw. Bang! Lin Che was struck away by the mutated tiger, crashing into a tree trunk. Uffed! Lin Che spat out a mouthful of blood. Roar! The mutated tiger let out a growl, seemingly puzzled. What is happening? How can such a weak bipedal beast injure my paw? Is there any reason for this? Evidently, Lin Che had underestimated the ferocity of the level 5 mutated tiger, while the mutated tiger underestimated Lin Che's cunning. After a brief standoff, Lin Che turned and fled again. The situation is too dire, the wind is fierce. Bai Xiaobai, seeing this, hurriedly followed Lin Che's pace. The level 5 mutated tiger pretended to be unwilling to back down, roaring a few times before turning to head deeper into the mountain. However, its steps were noticeably uncoordinated, as it seemed hesitant to put weight on one of its front paws. So painful, so painful, so painful. The level 5 mutated creature had already developed a certain level of intelligence and would not engage in futile struggles. Since the opponent was capable of injuring it, it indicated that the opponent had the potential to threaten its life. It had come here not to fight, but to assert its territorial claim. Since the opponent voluntarily retreated from its territory, it was not a petty tiger and decided to let it go this time. Lin Che and Bai Xiaobai ran wildly until they exited the forest and returned to the foot of the mountain. That was too dangerous. Fortunately, I outsmarted it and took a hit, preventing it from pursuing us. Otherwise, we would have been done for today. Even though fleeing was quite chaotic, Lin Che did not forget to save face in front of his two pets. Master is wise, unparalleled in skills, and invincible. Golden Treasure is very perceptive. This is so embarrassing. Bai Xiaobai could not agree at all. What? Are you questioning your elder? Golden Treasure was quite dissatisfied. And no. Bai Xiaobai weakly replied. Then why don't you agree with me? Quickly learn from me. Golden Treasure insisted. Master is wise, unparalleled in skills, and invincible. Bai Xiaobai said, Master is wise, unparalleled in skills, invincible. Golden Treasure remarked, you can't be serious, can you? Can your inner voice fool anyone? What does it mean? Bai Xiaobai buried its head between its paws. Master is wise, unparalleled in skills, and invincible. Golden Treasure said, yes, that's right, this child can be taught. Cough cough, you truly are a good elder. Despite Lin Che's thick skin, he felt a bit embarrassed after Golden Treasure's antics. No matter what, today's grudge will be repaid someday. Once I break through to the Master Realm, I will return to this place and slay it. Good. The Master is mighty. Golden Treasure quickly echoed. Bai Xiaobai hesitated for a moment. The Master is mighty. After Lin Che finished his vow, he felt satisfied and quickly returned to the vehicle. Let's go, this is not where I need to be. Lin Che casually closed the car door. All right, elder. Song Qian did not ask further and immediately started the vehicle. Around noon, Song Yu discussed cooperation matters with the commander of the City Defense Army and declined the invitation to a banquet returning to the hotel. According to protocol, Song Yu should not have refused the banquet offered by local officials. After all, in business, personal relationships matter. However, he could not bring Lin Che along to attend someone else's banquet, as that would overshadow the host. So he could only settle for the next best thing and decline the other party. This Changyang Mountain is not the Changyang Mountain I am looking for. This afternoon I plan to return to Xiangzhou and take the high-speed train to Chang'an. Coincidentally, Elder is returning to Xiangzhou, and we are also heading back, so we can travel together. Song Yu quickly responded. Are we going back? Zhang Yang was puzzled. The business team had just arrived in Huidong, and the client's needs had not even been fully assessed yet, and now they were leaving. Of course, I have already added Commander Wang as a contact, and he will naturally send me the compiled data later. Song Yu had a nonchalant demeanor. Staying here is a waste of time. It's better to return with the Elder. Oh, right, we should return. Coincidentally, we are going to be on the same road as the Elder now. Zhang Yang finally understood Song Yu's intent. In reality, such polite formalities did not hold much weight. Xiangzhou and Huitong were quite far apart, with many towns and cities in between to visit. Song Yu had to conduct business in Huidong, but before the business was solidified, he was already planning to rush back to Xiangzhou. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was doing this for Lin Che's convenience, with business being a secondary concern. Oh, Manager Song, aren't you going to check out other cities? Lin Che casually asked. No need. I've found that my efficiency is much lower when I come here than when I let the Xiangzhou military department compile the data directly. Song Yu had already made plans. For the subsequent matters, I can just negotiate directly with the Xiangzhou military department. In that case, I will trouble the three of you again. Thus, Lin Che successfully hitched a ride once more. As they left the city, the commander of the City Defense Army personally saw them off, genuinely giving face to Chu's pharmaceutical. Lin Che sensed that it might not be long before the new Hai Chu family would undoubtedly become the fifth largest family in Huaxia. When the four returned to Xiangzhou, the atmosphere of the City Defense Army was noticeably more serious. Did you see 4 off-road vehicles on your way after leaving the city yesterday? 4 soldiers interrogated the 4 individuals. No, we didn't. The 4 responded with the standard answer. Did you encounter any unusual situations on the way? The soldier asked again. No. The 4 shook their heads in unison. What happened? Song Yu pretended to inquire in a low voice. Since Manager Song didn't see anything, there's no need to ask further. We are just following standard procedures. This soldier had some principles and did not disclose any extra information. Upon entering Xiangzhou City, the 4 inquired slightly and learned the details. It turned out that among those who chased Lin Che yesterday, the leader was actually the brother-in-law of the commander of the Xiangzhou City Defense Force. That guy, relying on his colonel brother-in-law, was notorious for his misdeeds and was a bully in Xiangzhou City. For unknown reasons, he brought a dozen henchmen out of the city yesterday, and it cost him his life. In that sense, Lin Che could be considered a service to the people of Xiangzhou. Indeed, T-brother was not capable of great things. Finding such low-quality assassins was truly laughable. Song Yu and the others took Lin Che to the Xiangzhou train station and accompanied him to help by Xiaobai with the luggage check-in. Huang Jinbao didn't need to be so troublesome. He could shrink to the size of an ant and go wherever he wanted. For this, Bai Xiaobai was ridiculed by Huang Jinbao, which greatly affected his young heart. I don't know when you will return, but please come to Xiangzhou as a guest next time you have the chance. Oh, we will definitely treat you. Song Yu had been respectful to Lin Che over the past 2 days with no inappropriate behavior. Perhaps you will return to Xinhai after a while. We will surely meet again. You are right, senior. Where in life do we not meet again? Fate will bring us together once more. Zhang Yang quickly chimed in. Lin Che shook his head. This isn't an ancient era. We can add each other as contacts and stay in touch anytime. Cough, cough. Yes, let's add each other as friends. Zhang Yang quickly operated his wristband to add Lin Che. Song Yu and Song Qian followed suit, each adding Lin Che as a friend. Attention passengers, ticket checks for train G858 from Xiangzhou to Chang'an have begun. Please take your luggage to ticket gate number 3 to board the train. Hearing the announcement, Lin Che bid farewell to Song Yu and the others and walked toward the ticket gate. Although it was called ticket checking, it was completely replaced by facial recognition, essentially allowing entry by scanning one's face. Song Yu and the others watched Lin Che disappear into the crowd, feeling a sense of emotion. The senior even took the initiative to add us as contacts, showing no airs of a master. Zhang Yang looked at the new friend in his contact list, unable to suppress a smile. Hearing this, Song Yu shot Zhang Yang a glance. If it weren't for the senior being so approachable, I would have dealt with you back then. No, brother, Song, saying it like that is pointless. Back then I was just misinformed. The senior certainly wouldn't hold that against me. Zhang Yang appeared slightly awkward as he forced a smile. Song Yu shook his head. Be careful in the future. Remember, trouble comes from the mouth. Yes, brother, Song is right. Zhang Yang chimed in repeatedly. The distance from Xiangzhou to Chang'an is about 1,000 kilometers, and the high-speed train takes nearly 4 hours. They passed through several areas prone to beast tides, but no further accidents occurred. When they arrived in Chang'an, it was already late at night. Lin Che retrieved by Xiao Bai and found a nearby hotel to stay, preparing to hire a team of warriors to accompany him to Shinong Town the next day. It wasn't that he was afraid of encountering any dangers, it was simply because he was used to being picked up and dropped off by others. There were still nearly 200 kilometers from Chang'an to Shinong Town, and Lin Che naturally didn't want to walk. The next morning as the sun rose, the Chang'an Martial Artists Association's service hall was already bustling with people. "Hello, I need to hire a team of warriors to take me to Shinong Town." After waiting in line for half a day, Lin Che finally spoke with the staff. "Okay, sir, what level of warrior team are you looking to hire?" The staff displayed a professional smile. For Lin Che, those below the master level were merely decorations, and he couldn't afford those above the master level. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to the level of the warrior team. "It doesn't matter, as long as they can pick me up and drop me off, that's fine." "Okay, sir, please wait a moment while I check for you." Pickup and drop-off means only vehicle requirements. There are no restrictions on warrior levels. Of course, the members of the warrior team must at least be Kaipening Realm warriors, with the most common being Transformation Realm warriors. The warrior teams range from level to S-level, a total of 5 levels. When a team is formed, the Martial Artists Association will evaluate the martial arts realms of all members to assign a team level. If a member later breaks through their realm, or if the team receives high ratings over long-term tasks, the team level will be upgraded accordingly. A team composed entirely of Kaipening Realm warriors will inevitably be rated as D-level. A team consisting of both Kaipening Realm warriors and Transformation Realm warriors will likely be rated as C-level. If the entire team is composed of Transformation Realm warriors, it will usually be designated as a B-level team. If there is a master among the team members, even if the team has just been formed, it will still be rated as a level. As for warriors above the Extraordinary Realm, they typically do not appear in warrior teams. After all, extraordinary warriors are a scarce resource and are not that available. Unless a warrior team was formed earlier and later someone breaks through to become extraordinary. Such a team would certainly be the highest level team. "Hello, sir, we recommend 2 teams for you. One is a D-level team consisting of 7 Kaipening Realm warriors equipped with 2 off-road vehicles." As the staff spoke, they swiped the holographic screen. "The other team is a C-level team consisting of 3 Transformation Realm warriors and 3 Kaipening Realm warriors also equipped with 2 off-road vehicles. If you have no requirements regarding the warriors' realms, both teams can meet your conditions perfectly." Lin Che remained non-committal. "What are the charges?" The D-level team charges 5,000 to 1,000 Huaxia coins per day, while the C-level team charges 1,000 to 5,000 Huaxia coins per day, with a specific price depending on the difficulty of the task. The staff patiently explained and did not interfere with Lin Che's choice. Then let's go with the D-level team." Lin Che nodded. Having millions of Huaxia coins, he still chose the cheapest service. It was about saving where he could and spending where it was necessary. Whether it was a D-level team or a C-level team, Lin Che didn't care at all about their combat capability. Therefore, there was no need to spend several times the price to hire a C-level team. "All right, please wait a moment." The staff nodded and sent a call request to the D-level team. "Hi, my dear Nana, you finally contacted me." On the holographic screen, a slick young man appeared. The staff's expression darkened. "If you continue to speak like that, I will recommend this task to someone else." The young man quickly put away his playful grin. No, I was wrong. Please tell me, what difficult task made you think of me?" "It is an escort mission." The staff glanced at Lin Che. "Mr. Lin, you can speak with him yourself." "All right." Lin Che nodded and continued. "I need someone to take me to Shinong Town. I'd like to know how your team charges." "Shinong Town? What would you go to that remote place for?" the young man casually asked. "What I specifically do is none of your concern. Just tell me your team's price." Lin Che was not in the mood to fabricate reasons. Let me think." The young man pondered for a moment. "Our team of 7 charges 7,000 a day. Isn't that a great deal?" Lin Che directly shook his head. "I'll offer 5,000 a day for just 2 people. Having someone drive me is enough. In fact, having more people wouldn't be of much help." "Bro, you can't calculate it that way. We're a martial squad, a whole unit. How can you just hire 2 people?" The young man frowned slightly. 50,000 a day for 2 people and 1 vehicle. If it works, deal's done. If not, I'll find another squad." Lin Che gave the young man no time for further deliberation. 50,000 was the lower limit of the commission, not Lin Che's limit. If he hadn't thought it too wasteful to hire just 1 person for that price, he would have taken only a single man. The young man shook his head helplessly. "Fine, when do we set off?" "Now." Lin Che's lips curled. Sunja was the captain of a Drank martial squad. At 27, due to his rank talent, he was still only a martial artist at the Meridian Opening Realm. His squad members were all rank talents as well. The 7 of them who had no hope of advancing to the transcendent realm gathered together to form this drank martial squad. They named their squad the Slime 7 Freaks. The name sounded weak, and indeed it was. Because of their low cultivation levels and lack of powerful techniques, they usually couldn't take on high difficulty. Of course, even if they were offered such missions with their meridian opening cultivation, they likely couldn't complete them. In fact, it wasn't just high difficulty missions. Even for simple tasks, employers were reluctant to hire them. After all, if a meridian opening martial artist could barely protect themselves in the wild, how could they be relied upon to protect others? Once out in the wild, life and death were uncertain. Who would dare gamble with their own life? Today, Sunja, who had been on a long self-imposed break, finally received a mission notice. But this employer was rather peculiar. He would rather spend 50,000 to hire 2 meridian opening martial artists than 70,000 to hire 7. Perhaps in this employer's eyes, 2 cannon fodders versus 7 made no difference to the battle's outcome. Sunja knew his place well. A cannon fodder was a cannon fodder, nothing shameful about it. After Chu's Pharmaceuticals started purchasing crystals across Huaxia, martial artists gained another source of income. Anyone with transcendent realm cultivation would think of hunting mutants in the wild, collecting crystals for rewards. Unfortunately, Sunja was only at the meridian opening realm. A wild hunting wasn't for him. For 50,000 Huaxia dollars, Sunja reluctantly abandoned the principle of the 7 acting together. He called a brother, drove Lin Che out of Chang'an City. Of course, he didn't intend to keep the commission for the 2 of them alone. After the mission was complete, he planned to take 10,000 each for himself and the brother on duty and split the remaining 30,000 among the other 5. As the big brother, he had to be loyal. Mr. Lin, what level is this pet of yours? Sunja, sitting in the passenger seat, turned to look at Bai Xiaobai, who was lying beside Lin Che. Level 4. Lin Che replied casually. Hiss. Sunja drew in a sharp breath. The younger brother driving couldn't help but tremble. Their Slime 7 Freaks might be able to handle a level 3 mutant together, but if they encountered a level 4 mutant in the wild, it would likely mean total annihilation. Therefore, they never went hunting in the wild. After all, they were just trying to make a living. There was no need to deliver themselves to the mutants. No wonder Mr. Lin only hired 2 of us. With this mutant beast by your side, even 10 meridian opening martial artists wouldn't stand a chance. In Sunja's view, Lin Che's reliance was probably this mutant beast. After all, during the mission briefing, he clearly saw that Lin Che was also a meridian opening martial artist. Hey, it's not much use yet, lacks experience. Lin Che casually stroked Bai Xiaobai's fur. Bai Xiaobai expressed dissatisfaction. Shut up. Lin Che shot at a glance. Bai Xiaobai immediately quieted down, but couldn't help complaining inwardly. I'm very strong, okay? And don't treat me like a cat. Mr. Lin is too modest. A level 4 mutant beast can surpass some transcendent realm martial artists. Sunja's face was full of envy. The some transcendent realm martial artists he referred to were naturally those lacking combat experience. Those who had endured fierce battles or survived beast tides and crawled out alive could certainly handle a level 4 mutant beast alone. Like Lin Che, even without the Ganshi Poju art, he could still deal with a level 4 mutant beast. Being able to handle transcendent realm martial artists might not be enough. We've been targeted by a grandmaster. Lin Che frowned deeply. The things had gone beyond expectations. How is that possible? Sunja couldn't believe it, quickly looking through the rearview mirror at the back of the vehicle. He saw a person clad in a tight combat suit wearing a black helmet with a long blade strapped to their back, riding a motorcycle and approaching at high speed. Indeed, it's beyond expectations. Lin Che muttered to himself. What do we do then? Sunja couldn't help asking. Although he didn't know how Lin Che determined the other was a grandmaster, anyone daring to travel alone in the wild should at least be a transcendent realm. To Sunja, transcendent realm and grandmaster realm made no difference. He couldn't defeat either. Lin Che shook his head. Pull over. We can't escape. Sunja was utterly bewildered. He had only accepted a fee of 50,000 a day, and now he was facing a grandmaster martial artist. But since things had come to this, there was no other choice. He had to follow Lin Che's arrangement. All right, Huzi, pull over. Okay. Huzi immediately complied with Sunja's order, slowly bringing the vehicle to the side. You two stay in the car. They'll go check the situation. Lin Che forced himself to stay calm. Every time he left the city, he was ambushed as if triggered by some switch. Last time, it was a group of transcendent realm cannon fodders, and he took on 18 of them without hesitation. Now facing a martial artist at the early stage of innate realm, he couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. Before encountering such an opponent, Lin Che always thought he could handle it. But after encountering a level 5 mutant tiger the day before yesterday, he suddenly realized he had been too. An innate realm martial artist could handle a level 5 mutant, but he couldn't even break through its defense. The difference was clear. Of course, innate realm martial artists who could handle level 5 mutants were among the stronger ones. So though Lin Che was a bit tense, he wasn't afraid to fight. The protective chi of an innate realm martial artist might not be stronger than the bones and tendons of a level 5 mutant. He had to try to find out. If you've got some nerve, knowing someone's after you instead of running, you dare to come forward. The innate realm assassin, seeing Lin Che get out of the car voluntarily, also did a drift on his motorcycle and came to a stop. As if I could escape, Lin Che complained helplessly. Since you know that, do you have any last words before you? The assassin stopped 10 meters away from Lin Che, appearing quite cautious. I want to know, what price did the other party offer to hire you? Despite facing danger, Lin Che's curiosity remained. Hey, you're amusing. Facing doom, and you still care about such trivialities. The assassin paused briefly before continuing. 100 million. He said that money was originally meant for you, but since you refused to take it, he asked me to collect it on your behalf. Oh, so it's him. Lin Che realized. Any last words? The assassin pressed again like a cat playing with a mouse, showing no urgency. One more question. Lin Che nodded. If a grandmaster loses his life for 100 million, is it worth it? The assassin immediately grasped Lin Che's implication and was filled with rage. Arrogant. Since you have no last words, then die. Whether it's me being reckless or you foolishly giving your life, we shall see the truth in action. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of energy blades were unleashed from Lin Che's blade, directly sealing the assassin's movements. Fortunately, as a congenital master, he could instantly erect a protective chi shield. Puff 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 puff. The energy blade struck the shield, as if falling into the sea, causing no ripples. However, Lin Che's move stirred a storm within the assassin's heart. You are actually at the master level. No, how can you unleash energy blades with only the cultivation of a transcended being? The assassin suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! This is indeed a tremendous opportunity. Kid, as long as you hand over this martial technique, I can spare your life. Do you think I would believe you? Lin Che scoffed coldly. Young man, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The assassin drew his long knife, clashing against Lin Che's energy blades, charging forward fiercely. Clang! The two blades met and Lin Che's arm went numb. With your current cultivation, you are probably no match for me. It would be better to honestly hand over the martial technique to avoid suffering. As the assassin continued to attack, he threatened Lin Che. According to his original plan, he should have gone all out to kill Lin Che. But after witnessing Lin Che's martial technique, he changed his mind. A technique capable of drawing out the true chi of a transcended being is worth far more than $1 billion. He wanted to leave a live witness. He needed to pry the martial technique from Lin Che's lips. Clang clanged. The two clashed repeatedly, and Lin Che's long knife gradually wavered. Ha ha, kid, stop struggling. It's useless. The assassin, seeing Lin Che's arm tremble, felt even more triumphant. Is that so? I don't believe it. A cunning glint appeared in Lin Che's eyes. The assassin sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. Roar. With a tiger's roar, the assassin was momentarily stunned. In that fleeting moment, Lin Che swung his knife and severed the assassin's head. No matter how powerful a master is, without a head they will still die. At the same time, Lin Che's body shook and his realm suddenly ascended. The bottleneck that had confined him for months was finally shattered by a surge of vigorous vitality. From this moment, Lin Che officially stepped into the early stage of congenital mastery, becoming a martial arts master. An 18-year-old martial arts master, a rare occurrence in China, without a doubt. Amidst the excitement, Lin Che couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. In truth, being able to kill the assassin was purely a stroke of luck. Had the assassin been a bit more cautious, relying on his congenital cultivation to fight Lin Che from a distance, he would have inevitably worn Lin Che down in no time. But after seeing Lin Che's martial technique, he became greedy, wanting to capture Lin Che alive. Abandoning the advantage of his congenital realm to engage with a transcended being, in the end, he underestimated his opponent. Truly, if one does not court death, one will not die. Oh, it seems fate has dictated this. Lin Che turned to Bai Xiaobai. You've done a great service this time. What reward do you want? The Wheel of Fate. The Wheel of Fate. The Wheel of Fate. A few days ago, after Bai Xiaobai heard Huang Jinbao describe the Wheel of Fate, he had been incessantly longing for it. No problem. Once we finish this task and return, I will definitely buy you a Wheel of Fate. Lin Che pretended to be generous. In truth, even if Bai Xiaobai didn't mention it, Lin Che would prepare a set of potions for him. After all, he was his pet. If he didn't pamper him, who would? Moreover, with the mental connection, Bai Xiaobai having an additional ability would equate to Lin Che having one more ability himself. Oh, why not? Lin Che initially intended to incinerate the assassin's corpse, but after a moment's thought he began to search the assassin's body. After all, as a congenital warrior, one could never tell what valuable items he might possess. As a result, Lin Che rummaged for a long time, and only found a black pearl the size of a ping-pong ball, along with a few bank cards that could only be used by the owner. Lin Che shook his head, silently storing the pearl, then incinerated both the corpse and the motorcycle on the spot. As for the long knife used by the assassin, Lin Che did not waste it this time. He casually picked it up and gave it to Sun Ce. Those who see it share in the spoils, but if you accept the items you must keep it a secret. Lin Che's tone was, rest assured us Slime's 7 monsters value our credibility above all, and we will never disclose customer privacy. Sun Ce nodded repeatedly, making a solemn guarantee. Lin Che nodded slightly, fair enough. Let's go and continue on our journey. Alright, Tiger Drive. Sun Ce hurriedly urged his underling. Based on the information revealed by the assassin, Lin Che was now certain that the mastermind behind this assassination was none other than Zheng Jingyin, who had been repeatedly rejected by him. Previously, Lin Zishuan knew his travel route, so it was understandable for someone to hunt him down. But how did Zheng Jingyin, who had already been recalled by the Zheng family, learn of Lin Che's whereabouts? Thinking of this, Lin Che couldn't help but glance at the locator on his right wrist. It seems there are bad people within the organization. Eliminating all impossibilities, the remaining option, no matter how incredible it may seem, is the real answer. Someone in the security bureau sold his location. Or to put it another way, someone obtained his real-time location information from the security bureau. Could it be you, Captain Zhao? Lin Che thought of a certain stern-looking security officer captain. The vehicle gradually came to a stop and Lin Che shook off the chaotic thoughts in his mind as he got out of the car. Lin Che looked up. The verdant pine branches still bore traces of unmelting snow. The blue and white contrasted beautifully, creating a picturesque scene that was refreshing to behold. Unfortunately, this mountain was still not the Chongyang mountain he was looking for. Since we're here, we might as well go in. Lin Che stepped into the mountain with Bai Xiaobai closely following behind. Seeing this, Sun Ce and Sun Hu hurriedly got out of the car to follow. The reason Lin Che wanted to enter the mountain was primarily to experience how much stronger he had become compared to before at the master level. The snow in the mountain had not yet melted, and with each step they took it crunched underfoot. The reason Lin Che wanted to enter the mountain was primarily to experience how much stronger he had become compared to before at the master level. The snow in the mountain had "He'll do it, I guarantee, he'll complete the task." Huang Jinbao immediately volunteered. Or perhaps I should do it, I'm almost invisible in the snow. Climb up a tree to scout the view will be better. Huang Jinbao continued to showcase his advantages. Bai Xiaobai, I can do it too. Huang Jinbao, you dare to defy your elder. Bai Xiaobai, you both go together and see who finds the prey first. As the master of the slaves, Lin Che revealed the true face of a capitalist. A golden light shot out from Lin Che's pocket, instantly darting up a nearby tree. Bai Xiaobai was equally unwilling to be outdone, leaping several times to quickly vanish into the forest. Sun Ce couldn't help but speak up, Mr. Lin, will it be alright if it just runs around in the jungle? What could possibly happen to it? Lin Che shook his head and continued on his way. As the king of the jungle, if Bai Xiaobai couldn't handle such a situation, what difference would there be between it and trash? It's worth noting that when Lin Che first encountered Bai Xiaobai, that fellow was summoning a beast tide. At 8 o'clock, 700 meters away, I have spotted a mutated red fox. Huang Jinbao quickly reported the reconnaissance results. There was no way around it. The red fox stood out starkly against the white environment, making it hard not to notice. Upon hearing this, Lin Che immediately charged toward the direction of the red fox. When he saw the target, Lin Che couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. A level 3 mutated red fox with the ability of mental interference, posing a low threat. So it's mental interference. This ability reminded Lin Che of a deceased friend. Unfortunately, this red fox is merely a level 3 mutated creature and has yet to grow. At this moment, encountering Lin Che means its life is about to come to an end. Even with the powerful ability of mental interference, it probably cannot change its fate. The red fox suddenly realized this and looked up at Lin Che. Their eyes met and Lin Che immediately swung his knife. Logically speaking, the chi blade unleashed by a master should leave no chance for a level 3 red fox. However, the actual situation exceeded expectations. The chi blade skimmed past the red fox, piercing through a large tree behind it. The red fox took off running, and Lin Che certainly couldn't let it have its way. As a master-level warrior, pursuing a level 3 mutated creature is naturally easy. With a few quick movements, Lin Che appeared in front of the red fox. But when Lin Che swung his knife again, he found that the red fox had already appeared 100 meters to his left. Alright, you have successfully provoked my anger. Lin Che had just advanced to the innate realm, and his energy was at its peak. Little did he expect that a dignified master would be toyed with by a level 3 mutated red fox. Even back in the transformational realm, he had never encountered such a troublesome level 3 mutated creature. It can't be that after elevating his realm, his combat ability has declined. A chase unfolded in the forest, which fled ahead, while he pursued from behind, unable to escape. Ultimately, the level 3 mutated creature's physical stamina was limited, and after more than 10 minutes, the mutated red fox finally exhausted itself, its speed plummeting. This creature used its mental interference ability repeatedly to make Lin Che miss. A mere level 3 mutated creature turned out to be more troublesome than a level 4 mutated one. If it weren't for already having by Xiaobai, Lin Che would have liked to keep this mutated red fox as a pet. Now that he had no golden pine nuts left, attracting a pet would require significant effort to tame it. As a member of the laid-back clan, he had no energy to tame a fox. Just as he hesitated whether to kill it directly and extract its crystal core, Sun Jia and Sun, who chased after him from behind. Mr. Lin, can you sell me this mutated red fox? Sun Jia naturally noticed the extraordinary nature of this fox. Being able to toy with a master for more than 10 minutes clearly signified it was no ordinary mutated creature. You want it? Lin Che raised an eyebrow. What price are you willing to offer? For him, whether to kill this red fox was an open question. A level 3 crystal core is worth 2,000,000. If the red fox can be sold for a higher price, it doesn't necessarily have to die. Sun Jia hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "I'll have my brothers pool together 5,000 for you. How does that sound?" The Slime 7 are all Chi Aperture Realm warriors, and they usually don't receive any decent tasks. If I can tame this level 3 mutated red fox, it would essentially add a life-saving charm to our team. If they successfully completed 50 tasks, even if no one in their small team could break through to the transformational realm, they could still promote to a level team based on accumulated task points. At that time, their task limit would be raised, allowing them to earn money faster. Lin Che nodded. You have good insight, but this fox is very cunning. Are you sure you can tame it? I will definitely find a way to tame it. After all, this might be my only chance to turn my life around. Sun Jia's eyes seemed to ignite with a flame named ambition. Deal. Lin Che's lips curled slightly. Discover the prey, come quickly. Bai Xiaobai ran back to Lin Che, turned around, and immediately ran off in the opposite direction. Thus Lin Che held the red fox in one hand and gripped his long knife in the other, chasing after Bai Xiaobai. After continuously slaying 5 mutated beasts, Lin Che gradually adapted to his realm. After that, he didn't linger any longer and led Sun Jia and Sun Hu down the mountain. When going up, there were 3 people and 1 tiger. Now going down, it had turned into 3 people, 1 tiger, and 1 mutated red fox. Initially, this fox attempted to resist after regaining some strength, but was met with a series of blows from Lin Che, ultimately becoming obedient. Next, there is one last place. I hope this trip is not in vain. Lin Che glanced back at the forest behind, then turned to get in the vehicle. Sun Jia retrieved a metal beast cage from the trunk, allowing Lin Che to place the mutated fox inside. Afterward, he immediately contacted the other members of the team and pooled 5,000 for Lin Che. When Lin Che received the transfer, he returned 3,000 to Sun Jia. What does this mean, Mr. Lin? Sun Jia was quite puzzled. If I killed this fox and extracted its crystal core, it would only be worth 2,000. Lin Che shook his head. As for the extra 3,000, I want to consider it my gesture of friendship to you. Sun Jia was unexpectedly moved, opening his mouth several times, ultimately only saying, Thank you, Mr. Lin.
想象一个能让生活更轻松的世界，我们将科技与人情味融合在一起。
Unable to improve his cultivation, unable to earn money, and exhausting all efforts merely to make ends meet. This was still for Chi Aperture Realm warriors. As for ordinary people and Body Refinement Realm warriors, it was likely even harder. The reason Lin Che accepted 2,000 and returned 3,000 was simply to prevent Sun Jia from feeling like he was receiving charity from him. Even in the face of hardship, one must retain a sense of dignity. Becoming a master, it seems that Lin Che gained not only a higher martial realm, but also an elevated state of mind. At this moment, the mutated red fox was much quieter than before, perhaps out of fear from being handled by Lin Che, or due to Bai Xiaobai's influence. Little fox, this time they saved your life, so you must remember to be grateful. Otherwise, next time you may not have so. Lin Che spoke earnestly, regardless of whether the mutated red fox could understand. I wonder where Mr. Lin plans to go next. Sun Jia casually asked. Next stop Cheongpul Mountain in Longnan, let's go. Alright, who's he drive? The vehicle slowly accelerated, heading west. Cheongpul Mountain, over 700 meters high, surrounded by water on 3 sides, with one side adjacent to the mountain. Legend has it that Fuxi, one of the 3 sovereigns, was born there. In later generations, a temple was built in the mountain to worship Fuxi Xinnong and Xianyuan together. If Xing Tian's head truly lies within this mountain, would Lin Che face suspicion of disrespecting the 3 sovereigns by digging for it? You can stay in the car, I will go check it out myself. This time Lin Che did not intend to let the 2 Chi Aperture Realm warriors accompany him to recklessly wander in the mountains. After all, since the previous 2 locations have been ruled out, this Cheongpul Mountain has a high probability of being the Changyang Mountain he is looking for. If something like Xing Tian possessing him occurs after entering the mountain, he would have no way to explain. Since Mr. Lin has already hired us, regardless of the dangers in the mountain, we should advance and retreat together with you. Sun Jia's attitude at this moment was different from before. Initially, when they were being pursued by the master, Lin Che told them to stay in the car, and they complied. Clearly, they were not willing to risk their lives for Lin Che over just 5000. Now, having received Lin Che's favor, seeing him intend to take risks alone, Sun just surprisingly found some courage. However, he ultimately did not understand Lin Che's concerns, and this good intention would ultimately be in vain. No need, if you follow me, I might have to worry about protecting you. Lin Che shook his head. Although the words were harsh, the actual situation was indeed as such. Thus Sun Je could only agree. All right, we will wait here for you, Mr. Lin. Lin Che nodded, said nothing more, and left the car with by Xiao Bai. It is said that on Qiuqi Mountain there exists a type of stone known as Qiuqi stone. This stone has a delicate texture and a lustrous appearance, producing a melodious sound when struck, resembling jade, but not quite jade, and is often made into decorative items. Lin Che pondered, if the mountain were truly split open, would the Qiuqi stones inside be worth selling? Lost in thought, Lin Che found himself at the San Huang Temple. Regardless of whether Lin Che intended to mine the mountain, he felt it necessary to pay his respects at the San Huang Temple. After all, the three sovereigns are the ancestors of Huaxiao and deserve reverence. Upon entering the main hall, Lin Che suddenly realized that he had no incense or candles for worship. Looking up at the dusty statues of the three sovereigns, he shook his head and sighed. After the day of revelation, humanity had enough to worry about, and this San Huang Temple appeared to have been unattended for many years. I won't leave empty-handed. Although I lack offerings for the three emperors, I can at least help clean their statues. As he spoke, Lin Che found cleaning tools and began to tidy up the three statues. The images of Fuxi and Shinnong were soon cleaned, but when he approached the statue of Xuanyuan, a sudden explosion echoed in his mind. Xianyuan, I will never share the heavens with you. The figure of Xing Tian, with eyes growing from his chest and biting his teeth, glared angrily at the emperor, Xianyuan, seated on the throne. Xing Tian, I admire your bravery. Now that the position of the Celestial Emperor is secured, if you submit, I can grant you a divine position. Xianyuan remained calm. The situation is such, why must you mislead yourself? However, Xing Tian was completely ungrateful. Nonsense. A minister should not serve two masters. Am I, Xing Tian, the kind to sell out my lord for glory? Moreover, you acted treacherously by beheading me, and this hatred cannot be resolved. Your words are misguided. Now that Shinnong has led his people to submit to the Xiong clan, if you refuse to be loyal to me, would that not be tantamount to betraying Shinnong? I cannot argue with you nor debate right and wrong. Take this axe. Without hesitation, Xing Tian swung his giant axe, unleashing a wave of axe light. The heavens and earth trembled, the scene shattered, and the imagery gradually faded. When Lin Che came to his senses, he found himself in the mountains and forests with the San Huang Temple nowhere in sight. What is going on? Lin Che asked, puzzled. Huang Jinbao replied. In a flash of brilliance, we ended up here. Bai Xiaobai added. Yes, I didn't even see what happened. Lin Che placed his hand on his forehead. It can't be that unlucky, can it? Based on the descriptions of his two pets, Lin Che deduced with resignation that he had evidently encountered a time-space rift. Was Xing Tian's axe that powerful? Did it send me through time? Given the circumstances, Lin Che could only take it one step at a time, first figuring out what period this time-space rift had transported him to. Thus, with his two pets, he began to descend the mountain. At the same time, or rather at the moment Lin Che disappeared from the San Huang Temple, a large-scale beast tide erupted on Qiuqi Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Sun Je and Sun, who noticed the abnormal agitation of the mutated red fox, but they had no way to communicate with it. In a moment of desperation, the red fox began to exert mental interference on the two. The two inexplicably felt anxious and were eager to leave the area. Bro, why do I feel particularly uncomfortable being here? Sun, who expressed his feelings. You felt it too? It seems Mr. Lin must be planning something big. Sun just suddenly awakened. Quick, let's move the car further away. At that moment, he finally understood that the red fox was clearly warning them. All right. Sun, who was always obedient, of course, limited to following Sunja's words. The vehicle slowly moved away, and only after driving 3 kilometers did the two begin to calm down. When they looked back at Qiuqi Mountain, they couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. A massive wave of mutated beasts surged forth from the forest. Qiuqi Mountain is not near any major cities, and is not a necessary thoroughfare, so no one comes to regularly clean up the mutated creatures. Thus this beast tide was indeed terrifying. Among them, countless level 4 mutated beings could be seen, and even quite a few level 5 mutants were present. Fortunately, the two were alerted by the red fox, otherwise they would have certainly lost their lives today. At the Xinhai City Public Security Bureau, Zhao Yi suddenly received an alert that Lin Che's locator had gone offline. He quickly checked Lin Che's last known location and immediately contacted the Longnan Public Security Bureau. After communication, the Longnan Bureau swiftly dispatched drones to investigate Qiuqi Mountain. When the footage captured by the drone was transmitted back to the Longnan Public Security Bureau, the entire bureau was instantly thrown into chaos. What? A time-space rift has appeared on Xiuqi Mountain. Zhao Yi stood up abruptly from his chair upon receiving the Longnan Bureau's response. Lin Che, you really know how to get me into trouble. Soon both the Lin family and the Chu family received the news. While some rejoiced, others were sorrowful. The only one from the Lin family who was happy was of course Lin Zishuan. However, he pretended to be deeply saddened while comforting Su Qianshan. Mom, you shouldn't worry too much, brother will be fine. Woo. My poor son, I told you not to go out yet, you insist. Su Qianshan was genuinely crying. Woo. What will I do if you get hurt? Stop crying, the situation is not yet determined, what are you crying for? Lin Hai said somewhat irritably. Mom, don't panic. Who knows, we might receive news about Xiao Che soon. Lin Wanting spoke up to comfort her. Yes, Mom, actually Xiao Che is quite capable. He has the ability to protect himself and won't easily get into trouble. You shouldn't worry too much. Lin Yuro echoed. Upon hearing this, Lin Zishuan couldn't help but mock everyone. Brother is still too impulsive. When the whole family advised him not to go out, he insisted on going out. Before Lin Zishuan could finish, he was interrupted by Lin Hai. What good will it do to say this now? Everyone be quiet. I need to contact a friend in Longnan to see if anyone can help. Everyone fell silent, and Su Qianshan gradually quieted down. Lin Zishuan sneered inwardly. Humph, the assassin couldn't kill you. Consider yourself fortunate. This time you've fallen into a time-space rift. Let's see if you have such good luck again. At the Chu family's villa, Chu Yao was in a heated argument with Lu Jingwen. I am engaged to Lin Che, and now that he is in trouble, I must go find him. Chu Yao's attitude was, are you out of your mind? Lu Jingwen exclaimed. Lin Che has only a clever talent. How could he possibly be worthy of you? Mentioning Lin Che, Lu Jingwen displayed a look of disdain. If he doesn't return, we can just cancel the engagement. Why would you go looking for him? This was a marriage arranged by grandfather, and I am already engaged to him. Now that he is in trouble, how can I just sit back and do nothing? Chu Yao argued passionately. Lu Jingwen stared at Chu Yao puzzled. I remember you weren't this way before. Daughter, are you really starting to like that? In the past, to break off the engagement, this girl even asked her to help think of a way. Now time has passed, and looking back, it seems she was the one being overly concerned. I didn't. I just feel that I can't let outsiders think that our Chu family is heartless. Chu Yao's face turned red as she hurriedly denied it. You little brat, do you think I would believe what you just said? Lu Jingwen, hailing from the Lu family, exuded a rebellious spirit and did not resemble a proper young lady. Though mother and daughter stood together, their faces bore some resemblance. Their overall demeanors were worlds apart. Under the influence of such a mother, it was hard to imagine how Chu Yao developed her cold demeanor. Oh, Mom, just let me go. Otherwise, I might never find peace in my heart over this matter. Chu Yao began to change her strategy. Nonsense, what do you have to worry about? He is going to Longnan, not for you. Lu Jingwen dismissed her. Chu Yao thought quickly. He is going to Longnan for me. He said his talent is too low and that he needs to seek breakthroughs outside. Only then can he be worthy of me. With her words, it actually made some sense. So he went to Longnan to train for me, and now something has happened. How can I just ignore it? Is there really such a— Lu Jingwen looked puzzled. Have you two been dating already? Mom, what are you talking about? Chu Yao found herself unable to explain further and had to give up on the argument. In any case, I must go to Longnan to find him. Lu Jingwen shook her head again. Even if I agree, your dad might not, and your grandmother definitely won't. If your dad doesn't help you with the travel procedures, you won't even be able to leave Xinhai City, let alone go to Longnan. Just then Chu Jingxuan hurried back. The principal of Xinhai Academy is preparing to personally lead a team to Longnan to rescue Lin Che. While speaking, Chu Jingxuan glanced at Chu Yao. If you want to go, you can accompany Master Xiao. How could that be possible? Lu Jingwen found it hard to believe. There's nothing impossible to Lin Che. Being a student of the academy and the last comprehensive competition winner should be the responsibility of Master Xiao as the principal. Chu Jingxuan felt it was only natural, unaware that Master Xiao was going to Longnan mainly because of the technique Lin Che mentioned. If he could acquire the technique capable of reaching the martial saint realm, Master Xiao would never easily give up on Lin Che, even if there was just a 1% chance. The path to becoming a martial saint would always encounter some obstacles and might require some sacrifices. If I can get the eternal battle soul technique, even if it means that a congenital martial artist become Lin Chi's disciple, I would gladly accept. I want to go, I will go with the principal. Chu Yao's attitude was resolute. Seeing this, Chu Jingxuan shook his head. Alas, daughters can't be kept at home. Chu, what are you thinking? How can you let your daughter take such risks? Lu Jingwen showed her displeasure. Don't worry, with Master Xiao around, Yao will be fine. Chu Jingxuan comforted gently. That's still not okay. Oh, I don't agree. Lu Jingwen persisted. Our daughter has never left Xinhai City. I can't be at ease letting her go so far. I also feel for our daughter, but she has to grow up as she will face more difficulties in the future, and we can't always shield her from the storm. Chu Jingquan's tone became increasingly serious. This matter is settled. This afternoon, I will take Yao Yao to meet Master Xiao. Fine. Chu, just wait. If I can't convince you, I will go talk to Mom. Lu Jingwen turned and walked towards the door. It won't matter who you talk to, Mom won't stop Yao Yao, Chu Jingquan said firmly. Watching Lu Jingwen's figure fade away, he turned to Chu Yao and said, pack your things, we're leaving soon. Isn't it supposed to be in the afternoon? Chu Yao looked puzzled. If your grandmother is persuaded by her, you might not be able to go. Chu Jingquan smiled wryly, his eyes flashing with complexity. Off. Chu Yao was confused. Oh, okay, I will go right now. Without thinking too much, Chu Yao hurried upstairs to pack her belongings. Meanwhile, Lin Che, who was caught in the time rift, walked for dozens of kilometers and finally encountered a village. Seeing Lin Che approaching from afar, someone immediately ran into the village. Before Lin Che could say anything, a group of people surrounded him with pitchforks and hunting bows, each displaying a wary expression. Bai Xiaobai, seeing this, bared its fangs and let out a low growl. Oh whoa! Although it looked fierce, its size and growl did not evoke any fear. Soon an elder stepped out of the crowd and closely examined Lin Che. What is going on here, everyone? Lin Che looked around and found no martial artist threatening him, which the elder, hearing Lin Che's accent, clearly realized he was not a local and thus asked, outsider, what brings you to our village? I got lost and wanted to ask where the Wushu tribe is located. Lin Che was also uncertain about the era he was currently in, but seeing the villagers dressed in animal skins and hemp clothes, it was likely still during the period of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Even earlier, before the Fushi clan, there might not have been any hemp clothes, just animal skins and grass garments. After the Xia dynasty weaving technology became more mature, the hemp clothes on these villagers evidently did not fit the Xia dynasty characteristics. The Wushu tribe appeared after the death of Xingtian. If the villagers knew of the Wushu tribe, it would indicate the time was after the 3 sovereigns and during the 5 emperors period. If the villagers did not know of the Wushu tribe, it would be harder to judge. After all, they were just a group of villagers. It was not surprising they didn't know about other tribes. Wushu tribe. The elder examined Lin Che again, his expression skeptical. It is said that the Wushu tribe was exiled beyond Yumen Pass, heading west, a journey of over 3,000 miles, quite far. Thank you, old Suryu, I won't disturb you any longer. Lin Che clasped his hands and prepared to take his leave. On the mountain there is a stone gate with a diameter of 20 miles. This stone gate is also called Yumen, a natural barrier that has existed since ancient times. Longnan is over 1,200 kilometers away from Yumen Pass. The elder said the Wushu tribe was outside Yumen Pass, 3,000 miles from here, which does correspond to the position. Since the elder knew of the Wushu tribe, Lin Che could confirm that he was currently at a time point after the 3. He had come here because of Xingtian, and the way to leave might still depend on Xingtian. Moreover, he had come for the technique and was originally supposed to seek Xingtian. You are a guest from afar, and the day is getting late. Why not stay in the village for a drink and rest for the night, then leave tomorrow? The elder gestured for the villagers to lower their weapons. Lin Che raised an eyebrow, thinking this old man is quite interesting. Huang Jinbao said, he is simply inviting you as a guest and has no ill intentions. I didn't say he had any bad intentions, just that this old man doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Huang Jinbao replied, but he looks just like an ordinary person. You don't understand, never mind, I have nothing more to say to you. Since the elder has invited me, I naturally cannot. Lin Che cupped his hands towards the elder. Then the elder led Lin Che into the village with a group of villagers slowly following behind. Upon entering the village, children and women gathered around. His clothes are so strange, I've never seen anything like it before. Yeah, I wonder what it's made of. He looks delicate, even whiter than the women in our village. What do you fancy him? Impossible. I still prefer strong men like Dainu. They give me a sense of security. Even if you fancied him, it wouldn't matter. This kind of outsider surely won't stay in our village. That's hard to say. If a girl tries to entice him, he might not want to leave. The girl is still young. How would she know how to entice someone? As the discussions continued, Lin Che arrived at the elder's home. I am Fu Yu. May I ask for your esteemed name? Lin Che casually made up a name, meaning to float through life. The old man said, I am called Sang Shan, the chief of this place. Please have a seat, guest. Sang Shan gestured for Lin Che to sit down, then glanced at Bai Xiaobai at Lin Che's feet, and couldn't help but compliment. This beast is quite extraordinary. It will surely grow to become the king of fierce beasts. Lin Che thought to himself, isn't that obvious? Which tiger isn't a king of fierce beasts? Chief, you flatter me. I still don't know which tribe our village belongs to. Lin Che continued to inquire. Do you know of the Yoshun clan? Our village's ancestors once served under them, and we were at the height of our power back then. Sang Shan said with some pride. Later, after the Yellow Emperor, Xianyuan, won the battle, most of the people moved away. Those who remained have multiplied over the decades, and thus this village came to be. So you are descendants of the Yellow Emperor's followers. My apologies for my earlier rudeness. Lin Che cupped his hands toward the elder again. Oh, that was decades ago. Let's not dwell on it. Sang Shan waved his hand. Speaking of which, the headless tribe you seek was driven beyond the human pass by the Yellow Emperor. Why would you look for the descendants of those sinners? I want to learn their art of surviving decapitation. Lin Che said, looking slightly embarrassed. Sang Shan's expression suddenly turned peculiar, as if he was struggling to suppress a laugh. What's wrong? Lin Che asked, confused. Did I say something amiss? Ahem. Well, the headless tribe can survive without a head, but it's not due to some cultivation art. It's because of their innate bloodline. Sang Shan shook his head. So your journey will surely be in vain. You'd be better off turning back early. Is that so? Lin Che feigned a look of skepticism. In truth, he had never expected that cultivating this soul-slaying immortal art would allow him to survive decapitation. He had said that merely as a pretext to deceive Sang Shan. Otherwise, he couldn't very well tell Sang Shan that he intended to find Xing Tian, take his axe, split Mount Changyang, and help Xing Tian retrieve his head. After all, Sang Shan considered himself a descendant of the Yellow Emperor's followers. Being so blunt would be akin to a direct provocation, utterly discourteous. Indeed, though I have no talent for cultivation, I have a keen interest in such strange tales. Sang Shan spoke with conviction. I have paid special attention to the headless tribe. I can confirm that their peculiarities stem solely from their bloodline. I see. Lin Che nodded. No matter. I am traveling to broaden my horizons. Even if I can't learn the art of surviving decapitation, I can at least see those who live without a head. Heh, you are quite open-minded, young man. Since that's the case, I won't press further. Sang Shan glanced at the sky. It's about time. Please wait here, guest. They'll have some food prepared. Actually, there's no need to trouble yourself. I've brought my own provisions. Lin Che had some dried rations in his pack. One must always be prepared when traveling. It's no trouble. Even if you don't eat, we have to. Just wait a moment. The elder said as he walked toward the door. Lin Che stood to see him off, feeling an increasing sense of unease. But neither Huang Jin Bao nor Bai Xiao Bai had detected any strange thoughts from the elder which left Lin Che even more bewildered. Before long, Sang Shan returned. Huh, what a coincidence. Today the village hunted a wild boar. We can roast it and share it together. Come with me, guest. Then I thanked the chieftain. Lin Che rose and followed Sang Shan toward an open area in front of the village. Unable to make sense of it all, he decided to stop overthinking and simply take things as they came. He would find the answer eventually. The village had just over 100 residents, most of whom were related by blood or marriage. The spoils of the hunt were always shared equally among them. Today, with a guest present, they held a bonfire feast. Sang Shan brought out 2 jars of aged fermented rice wine and invited Lin Che to drink with him. The villagers chatted and laughed, and when the mood struck, they sang and danced carefree and joyful. The fermented rice wine was passable, but the wild boar was rather tough and had a gamey taste. However, Lin Che was not a picky eater. As long as the food wasn't inedible, he wouldn't disrespect his host. Lin Che also took out food from his pack to share with the others. There were vacuum-packed compressed biscuits, a few cans of beef, and several packs of spicy strips. The villagers enjoyed these treats, immensely showering them with praise. Outsider, where do you come from? A crisp voice sounded beside Lin Che. Lin Che turned his head and saw a delicate face. Her eyes were like autumn waters, her cheeks like peach blossoms, and her aura was exquisitely pure. How could such a beautiful woman exist here, so out of place among these villagers? Child, don't be impertinent. Sang Shan scolded her lightly, then said to Lin Che, this is my granddaughter. She has a naughty nature. Please forgive her, guest. That's fine. Lin Che began to fabricate a story again. I come from the coast of the Eastern Sea, about 3,700 li from here. The girl's face showed surprise. You're lying. If you traveled over 3,000 li, how come you don't have any dust on you? How did you get here? Hey child, don't be rude. Sang Shan scolded her again. From his behavior, it was clear that the old chieftain doted on his granddaughter. But it's true, the girl retorted, unconvinced. When I come from Mount Chi, just a few hundred li, am always covered in dust. Look at him. Does he look like someone who's traveled over 3,000 li? Seeing this, Lin Che shook his head with a smile. You have a point. But the reason I can travel thousands of li without a speck of dust is that I am a martial artist. As a grandmaster, he could circulate his chi while moving, allowing him to remain untouched even by falling rain. A martial artist? Like those military generals? The girl asked curiously. Oh, you've seen military generals? Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Of course. Ahem. The girl was cut off by Sang Shan before she could finish. Of course she hasn't seen any generals. In this mountain village, we rarely see outsiders for years on end. Lin Che nodded. That makes sense. Huang Jin Bao, he's lying. The girl's identity cannot be revealed. Lin Che, hell, I know. Huang Jin Bao, then why don't you expose him? Lin Che, why would I expose him? Huang Jinbao, he's lying. Lin Che, have I suffered any loss? Huang Jinbao, humans are so complicated. Bai Xiaobai, humans are so complicated. The bonfire feast ended and Lin Che followed Sang Shan back home. My humble home is simple. I hope you can bear with it for the night. Sang Shan led Lin Che into a side room. You're too kind, chieftain. If not for your hospitality, I would have been sleeping in the woods tonight. Lin Che had a simple tent in his pack, so he wouldn't have been completely exposed, but he would still have had to sleep in the wild. As long as you don't mind. I won't disturb your rest any longer. Sang Shan nodded to Lin Che and left the room. Lin Che looked around. It was indeed simple. The room contained only a single earthen bed, not even a chair. He supposed he had grown accustomed to living in a villa these past few days. In reality, the rented room he had before wasn't much better than this. Lin Che shook his head, casting aside those thoughts. He was only staying for one night anyway. He would leave tomorrow. In the dead of night, the door suddenly creaked open. Lin Che was instantly alert. He snapped his eyes open, rose, and seized the intruder. Upon looking closely, he saw a delicate face filled with terror. What are you doing in my room in the middle of the night? Lin Che slowly released his grip, his brow furrowed. Cough. Why are you so fierce? The girl rubbed her neck, quite displeased. Lin Che's expression remained stern. Do you realize how dangerous that was? If I hadn't controlled my strength, you could be dead. I didn't know you were that strong. I thought you were lying, the girl pouted. Lin Che shook his head helplessly. All right, tell me. What exactly do you want? I find you handsome, and I want you to be my husband. Are you willing? The girl's words were shockingly direct. Lin Che was dumbfounded. Wait. Are all the people here this straightforward? What is there to it? The girl replied with an air of nonchalance. My aunt said that in the past, if a woman liked a man, she would simply knock him out and take him home without needing to ask anything. Lin Che's lips twitched, and after a long sigh he said, Sigh. You are still young and do not understand these things. If you truly like someone in the future, you should ask your parents first. Upon hearing this, the girl suddenly looked aggrieved. My father and mother don't have time to pay attention to me, otherwise I wouldn't have sneaked out to my grandfather's place. Lin Che slapped his forehead. Well, you're just a rebellious girl. What is a rebellious girl? The girl asked, blinking her big, innocent eyes. Just like you thinking that your parents don't understand you and acting willfully by leaving home. Lin Che shrugged. But my father and mother really do not have time to take care of me, sigh. The girl fell into a state of melancholy. Huang Jinbao said her father and mother are busy managing the tribe. Bai Xiaobai added, she is often very lonely and does not have many friends around her. She genuinely wants you to be her husband so you can be with her all the time, Huang Jinbao continued. Bai Xiaobai said, she thinks you are handsome and interesting to talk to. Stop right there, I don't want to know what she is thinking. I can't stay here, and besides, she still looks like a minor. Lin Che interjected. In this era, she is already considered an adult. Huang Jinbao retorted. Lin Che asked, how do you know? Huang Jinbao replied, that's simply how she thinks. Forget it, we are leaving tomorrow. Lin Che insisted. Huang Jinbao said, you hesitated. Lin Che replied, I did not. You did. Bai Xiaobai chimed in. Lin Che shouted, everyone shut up. We didn't even open our mouths. Lin Che collected his thoughts, looked at the girl, and said softly, all right, you should go back now. I will be leaving tomorrow and cannot be your husband. The girl looked slightly disappointed and asked, will you come back in the future? Lin Che shook his head, saying, I probably won't come back, I'll head straight home after finishing my business. The girl's mood sank even lower, and after a pause she seemed to think of something. Then, if I go to the EC to play in the future, can I come find you? Lin Che wanted to refuse again, but when he saw the hope in the girl's eyes, he couldn't bear to do so. If you go to the East Sea, I will host you. Hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up. Where is your home in the East Sea? Lin Che replied earnestly, a place called Xian Hai. On the shores of the East Sea, Xian Hai, I've memorized it. I will definitely come find you in the future. The girl said, contentedly preparing to leave, but suddenly took a couple of steps forward and tried to kiss Lin Che, only to be casually blocked by him. Whoa. The girl was unable to advance as Lin Che covered her face with his hand. After a while, she finally gave up struggling, took a few steps back, and stuck out her tongue. Really? My aunt was completely wrong, it makes me so mad. After saying that, she stamped her foot and turned to leave. Lin Che shook his head helplessly. Children will always be children. They will probably forget in a couple of days. The next morning, Lin Che prepared to leave the village. The patriarch Sang Shan personally saw Lin Che to the village entrance, where they bid farewell under an old locust tree. Fuyo, a crisp voice called out. Lin Che initially didn't react, but then realized that his name was. He hurriedly turned around and saw the girl rushing towards him. You're leaving, and you didn't even say goodbye. The girl seemed a bit shy in front of Sang Shan, not as eager as she had been the previous night. Didn't I mention it yesterday? So I didn't think to say it again to avoid disturbing anyone's dreams. Lin Che casually brushed her off. The girl pouted, took a jade token from her waist, and handed it to Lin Che. This jade token is for you. Whenever you see it, you can remember me. Was this taught to you by your aunt? Lin Che suppressed a laugh. Oh, don't mind it. The girl blushed as she stuffed the jade token into Lin Che's hand. You must carry it with you and don't lose it, otherwise I will be angry. Lin Che glanced at the jade token in his hand, noticing several characters in seal script that he couldn't decipher. When receiving someone else's gift, one should return the favor, but Lin Che found himself empty-handed. After a moment of thought, Lin Che dug out a black pearl from his backpack. This pearl was obtained after searching the body of a master-level assassin he had previously killed. It should be quite valuable. This pearl is for you, consider it a return gift. Sang Shan noticed the pearl in Lin Che's hand, and his pupils constricted, but he quickly composed himself and said nothing. The girl happily accepted it, cherishing it in her hands. Thank you. Don't mention it. After all, I also received your jade token. Lin Che looked at her with a hint of affection, as if she were a neighbor's little sister. All right, farewell. May we meet again by chance. Lin Che cupped his hands to the grandfather and granddaughter, then turned to leave. Just after taking a dozen steps, the girl's voice came from behind again. Fuyo, I will definitely come find you. Lin Che did not look back, but raised the jade token and waved his hand. He knew that the girl was destined never to see him again, as he did not belong to this time and space. Crossing mountains and valleys heading west. After exiting the human pass, human presence became even scarcer. Lin Che did not know the exact location of the Wushu tribe, so whenever he encountered someone he would inquire. Sometimes the conversations were difficult to understand, and he had to rely on Huang Jinbao for translation. After walking and asking, he had traveled over 500 miles. Altogether, it took him 7 days to reach his destination. Even though Lin Che's top speed now reached 100 meters per second, he could only sustain that speed for a few minutes and could not use it for long-distance travel. However, Lin Che had already achieved master-level cultivation and had remarkable endurance. If it were the version of himself in the transformation realm, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand such a long journey. In total, he felt that he had not traveled this much in his entire life as he had in these 7 days. The peaks soared into the clouds, and the cliffs were steep and treacherous. Before him stood 2 headless statues at the valley's entrance. As Lin Che approached the valley, several burly men immediately surrounded him, a scene that felt eerily familiar. However, their clothing was entirely made of animal hides, and their physiques were even more robust. Lin Che observed closely and saw that the burly men were all innate martial artists. Indeed, tribes are not all the same. If innate martial artists are guarding the entrance, what level of power do the leaders need? Everyone, I am Fuyo, coming from the East Sea, with urgent matters to see Xing Tian. Could you allow me through? You want to see our ancestor? The leader responded. Xing Tian is already dead. Lin Che was greatly astonished. Nonsense, our ancestor is merely sleeping. How could he possibly be dead? The man's face showed anger. The others also glared at Lin Che with hostility, their weapons edging close. Seeing this, Lin Che quickly waved his hands. No, I only used the term ancestor because I heard you say it, which led to the misunderstanding. I didn't mean it in that way. You should leave, go back the way you came. The man did not make things difficult for Lin Che, but did not intend to allow him into the valley either. No, I really have very important matters. I already said the ancestor is sleeping. How could you see him? Lin Che insisted. If you just let me in to see Xing Tian himself, whether or not I can meet him will be clear. Ridiculous, who do you think you are? Upon hearing this, Lin Che felt slightly helpless. He was here to help Xing Tian, which strictly speaking also counts as helping the Wushu tribe. However, he couldn't say that outright. Leaving aside whether others would believe him, if the Wushu tribe had any spies, he might end up paying with his life here. Lin Che could not simply barge in. After all, the guards were already innate martial artists, and he had no idea what experts might be inside. Entering recklessly would surely lead to trouble. After pondering for a moment, Lin Che quietly released the golden treasure, letting it scout the situation in the valley first. A flash of golden light zipped across the ground, drawing all the guards' attention to Lin Che, who remained unnoticed. Quickly retreat. The guard captain shouted again as he saw Lin Che unwilling to leave. Sigh. Lin Che sighed and pretended to back away. Just a few hundred meters away, a sudden tremor erupted from the valley as a large number of soldiers surged forth. Lin Che's eyelids twitched. He wondered what exactly the golden treasure had done to provoke such commotion. Slow down, esteemed guest. Upon hearing the shout, Lin Che focused and saw a woman resembling an iron tower striding toward him. She stood among a group of burly men looking perfectly at home. At this moment, the golden treasure had returned to its normal form, perched on her enormous shoulder. The sizable squirrel contrasted with the woman's stature, creating a surprisingly harmonious sight. She stepped forward and cupped her fists in respect, saying to Lin Che, "Our clan is filled with rough men, and we have neglected our esteemed guest. I hope you can forgive us." No harm done. After all, it's their duty. As Lin Che responded, he communicated with the golden treasure in his heart. What happened? Why did you cause such a ruckus? The golden treasure instantly shrank in size and hopped back onto Lin Che. After entering, I followed the main path and found the ancestral hall. Xing Tian was indeed in a deep slumber, wielding a massive axe, standing immobile in the center of the hall. Just as I was about to return to inform you, I accidentally got discovered by this person. She can actually communicate with me, which is why I brought her along. Really? She can also communicate mentally? Lin Che asked, feeling puzzled. The golden treasure replied, it seems so. She can indeed converse with me. I am the priest of the headless clan Song La, and I understand some beast language, which is why I can communicate with it, Song La explained proactively. Esteemed guest, this squirrel possesses high intelligence, almost akin to a human. We owe much to it this time, otherwise our headless clan would have missed out on you. Lin Che focused on Song La, suddenly startled. Mid-stage divine sense realm, martial artist ability, natural affinity, extremely high threat level. Good heavens, a divine sense realm expert. Lin Che thought to himself that he was indeed gaining knowledge today. So it's the esteemed priest, my apologies. After calming his emotions, Lin Che shifted the conversation, saying, since the esteemed priest is aware of my purpose, may I enter the valley? Of course, please come in. Song La stepped aside, inviting Lin Che into the valley. The group slowly walked into the valley, and the view gradually opened up. On both sides of the valley were various rugged buildings, mostly constructed from huge rocks, with the entrances adorned with patterns depicting hunting battles and other scenes. The roofs were built with thick logs and covered with stones of various shapes, unrefined, yet possessing a unique charm. As they ventured deeper, Lin Che finally encountered a headless person who could still move normally. Early stage divine sense realm, martial artist ability, immortal soul, extremely high threat level. Indeed, being headless yet immortal was a unique talent, and more crucially, this headless individual was also a divine sense realm martial artist. No wonder it was said that the time-space rift was extraordinarily dangerous. In just a short span, Lin Che had already encountered 2 divine sense realm martial artists. How could it not be perilous? In front of ordinary people, a master was undoubtedly powerful. However, against divine sense realm martial artists, a master would likely be no more than an ant. For Lin Che at this moment, the headless clan was overwhelmingly strong, making him feel exceedingly insecure. Fortunately, he was here to help Xing Tian retrieve his head, and would not be at odds with the headless clan. Kid, what are you staring at? The headless divine sense realm martial artist glared at Lin Che. At that moment, if Lin Che had a moment of impulsiveness and retorted with something like, what of it, he could only wonder what would happen next. Perhaps there might simply be no next time. A sense of reverence toward the strong surged from Lin Che's heart. In other words, Lin Che felt thoroughly intimidated. Your senior's demeanor is truly admirable. Ha ha ha. Although you don't look particularly manly, your words are quite pleasant to hear. The headless man praised. Heaven help Lin Che, even on Blue Star, was considered remarkably impressive. Compared to the men in the village at the foot of Changyang Mountain, Lin Che was just a bit fairer, but he certainly did not lack masculine vigor. However, when compared to this group of the headless clan, it was clear that not only were they more robust than him, but even the priest Song La beside him appeared more awe-inspiring. Following Song La all the way to the ancestral hall of the headless clan, within just a few hundred meters, Lin Che encountered dozens of transcendent beings and over 10 divine sense realm experts. This was merely the tip of the iceberg for the headless clan, yet it was already enough to overturn the entire Blue Star. Esteemed guest, please come in. Song La opened the door with ease, welcoming Lin Che inside. After you. Lin Che similarly gestured to Song La. As the golden treasure had said, inside the ancestral hall, only Xing Tian's headless body stood holding an axe. The ancestor has been in slumber for decades. I wonder how esteemed guest plans to communicate with the ancestor. Song La looked at Xing Tian, his eyes filled with reverence. No, can we please not use the term ancestor? It sounds very inauspicious. Lin Che felt quite uncomfortable. After all, which good person refers to a living being as an ancestor? Then how should I refer to the ancestor? Song La appeared somewhat awkward. All right, whatever works. Lin Che shook his head, realizing he could not change this, and had to accept it. Xing Tian asked me to help him retrieve his head, saying that his giant axe can cleave mountains. Does your clan have any martial saints who can take the axe and accompany me to open the mountains? In fact, a divine sense realm expert would be able to accomplish mountain cleaving, but for the sake of safety, finding a martial saint to assist would perhaps make it smoother. However, while Lin Che was still contemplating an easy task, Song La doused him with a bucket of cold water. Sorry, esteemed guest, but the headless clan cannot enter the Jade Gate Pass, otherwise we would incur the wrath of the Heavenly Emperor. Wrath of the Heavenly Emperor? Can't we even pass through? Lin Che was utterly shocked. Indeed, ever since our ancestors slayed the Heavenly Emperor, the headless clan has been exiled here, not allowed to return to the Central Plains. Song La spoke calmly. Once our clan members step over the Jade Gate Pass, the heavenly soldiers will arrive in an instant. Upon hearing this, Lin Che felt a wave of bitterness. It was all due to Xing Tian's troubles. Upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. If the headless clan could manage it themselves, why would Xing Tian need him? Glancing up at the giant axe in Xing Tian's hand, Lin Che still felt uncertain. With his initial stage master realm, could he even use this giant axe to cleave mountains? Just as the thought arose, the giant axe in Xing Tian's hand began to shrink rapidly, transforming into a beautifully crafted axe about a foot long, instantly flying before Lin Che, hovering in midair. Wow, a premium item. Lin Che couldn't help but reach out to grasp the axe handle. A sensation of seamless coordination flooded his mind. In that moment, he felt no longer like an innate martial artist, but rather a martial saint. It seemed that as long as he wished, he could cleave the heavens apart. Song La beside him also wore an incredulous expression, taking quite a while to regain his senses. If you can bring back the ancestor's head, you will become the most honored guest of the headless clan. It was well known that the headless Xing Tian was formidable, but with a head, he was not mindless. The headless clan also needed a leader with a brain. There's no time to waste, I'll set off immediately. Lin Che was also excited about what surprises the soul-cleaving immortal art would bring him. As the two had just exited the ancestral hall, they encountered a squad of soldiers heated. The leader glanced at Lin Che, then turned to Song La. Priest, how can you bring an outsider into the ancestral hall, disturbing the ancestors' peaceful slumber? Commander Luo Jue, I hope you do not stir up trouble. Everything I do is according to the instructions of my ancestors, and you have no right to interfere. Clearly Song La does not hold this Commander Luo Jue in high regard, and from her words it can be inferred that this person might be deliberately provoking trouble. Upon hearing this, Luo Jue stretched out a pinky finger, digging at his ear with a look of disdain. Instructions from the ancestors. The ancestors have been sleeping. How can they instruct you? Did they send you a dream? Indeed, the ancestors did send me a dream. Song La declared earnestly. Just 7 days ago, the ancestors told me to properly host their guests. Song La raised her hand to gesture. This is the esteemed guest of our ancestors. Luo Jue frowned. Since you claim the ancestors sent you a dream, did you ask them why they refused to awaken? Song La displayed impatience. I have already told you what I can. As for other matters, it is inconvenient for you to know, so please leave immediately. What? Is there an issue with me inspecting the ancestral shrine? Luo Jue paused briefly, then continued. Or are you hiding something disrespectful to the ancestors within the shrine? Presumptuous. You truly dare to say anything. It seems someone has given you courage. Song La narrowed her eyes slightly. Seeing the two quarrel endlessly, Lin Che could no longer hold his tongue. How about I leave first and you can argue slowly? Humph. Who do you think you are to speak to me? Luo Jue sneered disdainfully. Lin Che frowned. He had come to assist Xing Tian, but was continuously subjected to the harassment of the Xing Tian clan members, which was utterly baffling. If it weren't for the immortal soul unyielding art, he would have seriously considered throwing in the towel. Initial stage of the Divine Connection Realm warrior ability, indomitable soul, extremely high threat level, exhibiting slight malice. The person before him was at the initial stage of the Divine Connection Realm, while Song La was at the mid-stage. Under normal circumstances, this guy should not be a match for Song La. Given this, Lin Che had no intention of holding back. If you're sick, go get treated. Don't bite everyone you see. You're seeking death. Luo Jue suddenly unleashed his Divine Connection Realm pressure, bearing down on Lin Che. In a rush, Song La didn't even have time to act to protect Lin Che. One must understand that the Divine Connection Realm possesses the ability to move mountains and break rivers. A master warrior is nothing before a Divine Connection warrior. If Luo Jue truly acted, Lin Che might perish on the spot. Swish! At the critical moment, the axe at Lin Che's waist broke free from its restraints and positioned itself before him. The surrounding pressure instantly dissipated into nothing. At the same time, Luo Jue staggered back 3 steps, spitting blood. How is this possible? This is the ancestral divine axe. Luo Jue raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face filled with disbelief. Song La, are you crazy? How could you allow an outsider to steal the ancestral divine weapon? Whether she is crazy or not is hard to say, but you are truly a bit foolish. Lin Che couldn't help but shake his head. The Xing Tian divine axe, is it something anyone can casually steal? Luo Jue paused slightly, opened his mouth several times, but didn't know how to refute. Mr. Floating Cloud is a distinguished guest of the ancestors. He is currently tasked with an important matter for the ancestors, so please step aside quickly and do not delay the ancestors' important affairs. Both Song La and Luo Jue mentioned the ancestors in each of their sentences, making Lin Che feel as though they were referring to a dead person, which was somewhat awkward. Luo Jue's expression changed several times, ultimately changing his attitude and bowing to Lin Che with cupped fists. I apologize for disturbing the esteemed guest. I hope you can forgive me. Since you are aware of the situation, please remember to keep it confidential. Lin Che's eyes were inscrutable, then he shifted the topic. Can we move aside now? With the divine axe to protect me, Lin Che's courage surged, daring to speak loudly, even before a divine connection realm warrior. Luo Zhui frowned, took a step back, and signaled his subordinates to disperse, clearing a path for Lin Che. The esteemed guest may pass. Lin Che did not respond, and walked directly toward the valley exit. Meanwhile, Song La and Luo Zhui, both divine connection realm warriors, followed closely behind Lin Che, always staying a step behind. In that moment, Lin Che truly felt like a martial saint. His strength and aura resembled that of one. It's no wonder Yi Feng liked to show off. This feeling was simply too exhilarating. Upon exiting the valley, Lin Che suddenly stopped. He discovered another blind spot. Even though this time and space lacked vehicles, there should be mounts, right? Why should he travel on foot? Was it for physical training? Lin Che suddenly turned around, almost colliding with Song La's well-defined chest. Esteemed guest, is there anything else that needs arranging? Song La revealed a look of confusion. Kafum priest, does our headless tribe have any impressive mounts I could borrow? Traveling on foot takes too much time. Lin Che averted his gaze, looking elsewhere to discreetly mask his awkward expression. Mounts. Our tribe has cattle and horses. I don't know which type the esteemed guest requires. Of course I want the one that runs fast, but I also want the one with great endurance. Lin Che suddenly reconsidered. No, I want the one with good endurance. Alright, I will have someone bring a cow for the esteemed guest right away. As she spoke, Song La immediately arranged for a guard to take care of it. Before long, a guard appeared leading a yak. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. How far can this guy run in a day? The guard respectfully replied, this cow can travel 800 miles by day and 500 miles by night. Its endurance far exceeds that of horses, making it the best choice for long journeys. I have read little. Don't lie to me, this speed is comparable to that of a horse, right? Lin Che complained while surveying the yak before him. Level 3 Hunter Wind, yak ability, speed enhancement, no threat. This fellow turned out to be a named mutant. Impressive. Rest assured, esteemed guest, there are absolutely no falsehoods. The guard said solemnly. Although the guard did not understand what having read little meant, he knew he hadn't lied. Alright, I'll take it. Lin Che took the reins and mounted the cow. Then he cupped his hands toward Song La, saying, Priest, we shall meet again. Song La also hurriedly cupped her hands in response. I wish the esteemed guest a smooth journey and a safe return. Lin Che had never ridden a horse before, let alone a cow. The ability to control the mount primarily stemmed from the master-level warrior's understanding of balance. Initially, he had little control, swaying left and right. After running for several dozen miles, Lin Che finally adapted. At that point, Xiao Bai could no longer keep up. One could only say expertise lies in specialization. Even though the tiger-like mutant was powerful in explosive strength, its endurance was far inferior. To ensure the speed of travel without affecting the mount's performance, Lin Che packed Xiao Bai in the backpack behind him, leaving only its head exposed. In response, Xiao Bai felt aggrieved, but was powerless to change the situation. It took 7 days to come, but with the Hunter Wind yak for the return journey, it only took 3 days. Upon reaching the foot of Changyang Mountain, Lin Che faced another dilemma. The entire mountain stood about 700 or 800 meters high, stretching for several kilometers. Where should he start? With no clue, Lin Che decided to secure his mount first. After all, he would need to ride it back. If the noise from splitting the mountain was too loud and scared the yak away, he would have to train again. Once prepared, Lin Che drew the axe from his waist and attempted to communicate. As a mature axe, you should learn to cleave mountains on your own. Come forth and reveal your power quickly. Obviously, the axe was unwilling to communicate with him. Finally, Lin Che ultimately made up his mind to take a swing at the middle of the mountain first, regardless of success or failure. Watch me sever the heavens. The axe light swung from Lin Che's hand, rapidly enlarging until it was hundreds of meters tall, splitting the entire mountain in two. Boom. Where the axe light passed, the earth trembled, and after a few breaths, it gradually returned to stillness. Though this was an effect Lin Che himself had created, he too was deeply astonished. He gazed at the Grand Canyon before him, then at the small axe in his hand, roaring inwardly. This thing is utterly unreasonable. The mountain had been split, but whether it was split correctly remained to be confirmed. Lin Che composed himself, stepped forward, and with a few leaps entered the canyon. Ah woo woo woo. A howl echoed from the canyon, resembling a child's cry. Ah woo. Xiao Bai in the backpack immediately responded. Lin Che fixed his gaze and saw a colossal beast slowly rising. The beast's head was enormous, occupying nearly a third of its body size. Its 2 rows of teeth were jagged, and from its massive, ferocious mouth drool continuously dripped. Its limbs were short and stout, with eyes growing beneath its ribs, pupils like twin crimson moons. Its claws were like scythes, gleaming with a chilling coldness, the tips deeply embedded in the soil. Paoxio ability devour, threat level extremely high, intense malice detected. This creature stood several meters tall like a small mountain, looking as if it could swallow a Lin Che in one bite. Isn't this a total disaster? Lin Che had never imagined that within this great pit lay an even greater pit, an abyssal chasm. He had thought that helping Xingtian find his head would mean the hardest part was splitting the mountain. Unexpectedly, splitting the mountain went surprisingly smoothly, but inside the mountain, he had unearthed an ancient ferocious beast. Who could he complain to about that? This thing was far more formidable than any level 5 mutated tiger. At the very least, it was a level 9 creature, right? Having just left the novice village and encountering a world boss, was there even any point in playing? While Lin Che was stunned, Pao Xiao had already moved its steps, slowly approaching him. Running was out of the question, he couldn't escape anyway. His only hope was that Xingtian's divine axe would be powerful enough. Otherwise, before long, Lin Che would likely become part of Pao Xiao. Lin Che took off his backpack, set it aside, and stared intently at Pao Xiao. As the beast drew closer, Lin Che felt as if the entire ground was trembling. Awu! Pao Xiao opened its gaping maw and let out another earth-shattering roar. Then its body suddenly leaped, pressing down towards Lin Che like a small mountain. I've split a mountain hundreds of meters high, or would I fear a mound of flesh like you? Facing the massive mouth and fangs, Lin Che chose to swing the giant axe. Clang! The axe light struck Pa Xiao's maw squarely, but it emitted the sound of metal clashing. This creature's teeth were harder than Changyang Mountain. Yet even if its teeth were hard, it still felt pain when attacked, and its roar ceased as it closed its mouth. Boom! Lin Che was sent flying several meters, his chi and blood churning. It was only thanks to the divine axe blocking in front, deflecting most of the force. Otherwise, even this single collision would have been enough to send Lin Che to his grave. Barely steadying himself, Lin Che looked at Pao Xiao again. Since the mouth isn't a weak point, perhaps I should try the belly. At that moment, Pao Xiao shook its head and lunged at Lin Che once more. The same massive mouth and fangs, the same stench. But this time Lin Che executed a legendary finishing move, the slide tackle. Pao Xiao slowly lowered its head, watching helplessly as Lin Che slid beneath it. Simultaneously, the sharp axe in Lin Che's hand sliced across Pa Xiao's belly, drawing a line of blood. Awu! Suddenly blood gushed from the wound on Pa Xiao's belly, exposing its internal organs. From the shriveled state of the organs, it was clear this Pao Xiao had not fed for a long time. Awu! Pao Xiao let out a despairing cry, its massive body crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. As blood rapidly drained away, its strength continually waned. Eat you! Eat you! Eat you! The thoughts kept coming like Pa Xiao's dying obsession. Lin Che hesitated for a moment, then slowly stepped forward. Bang! Pao Xiao suddenly swung its tail, sending Lin Che flying. Lin Che had no time to react at all. It was solely the divine axe's automatic block that saved his life again. Lin Che spat blood, severely injured. Pao Xiao struggled to rise, slowly approaching Lin Che. Eat you! Eat you! Eat you! Lin Che heard Pa Xiao's relentless thoughts, filled with endless hatred. You're in this state, and still want to eat your grandpa. You're dreaming. Fear gripped Lin Che's heart, but his words showed no weakness. Take my move. 1,000 blades pierced the sky. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of axe lights sealed Pa Xiao's surroundings. Clang, clang. Splat, splat. Though most attacks failed, a few axe lights struck the belly wound, piercing straight into its abdomen. Awu! Thud! Pao Xiao finally couldn't hold on and collapsed again. Lin Che did not rashly approach this time, fearing a repeat of the same mistake. After a long while, only when he was certain he could no longer hear Pa Xiao's thoughts, did Lin Che dare to approach and inspect. Running into me today is your destined calamity. Lin Che raised the divine axe high, striking at Pa Xiao's head. Clang! The axe struck the head squarely, producing the sound of metal clashing. The recoil, nearly causing Lin Che to lose his grip. At that moment, Pao Xiao suddenly opened its eyes and again opened its massive maw towards Lin Che. Not again. This time Lin Che had nowhere to dodge or evade and was swallowed whole by Pao Xiao. This really is the end. Lin Che felt certain he would die this time, every hair on his body standing on end, his thoughts freezing for a moment. However, not long after, Lin Che crawled out from Pa Xiao's stomach. He had no injuries, just a body covered in blood and filth, stinking horribly. Lin Che's earlier slide tackle combined with the subsequent 1,000 blades pierced the sky had already shredded Pa Xiao's internal organs, destroying its entire digestive system. Fortunately, Pao Xiao hadn't chewed before swallowing Lin Che, otherwise he wouldn't be so intact now. Look at you without a stomach or intestines, what's the point of eating? Can't you just die properly? Pao Xiao was truly unfortunate. All its abilities lay in devouring, yet Lin Che had ruined its digestive system, rendering its innate talent useless. It was a doomed situation. Awu! Pao Xiao expressed extreme unwillingness. How could an ancient ferocious beast die at the hands of an ant? Alright, I know you're formidable. Anyway, no one will know you were killed by me. No shame in it. Lin Che swung the divine axe again, and a beam of axe light passed through the wound on Paoxio's belly, striking straight at its heart. Bang! Awu! Paoxio's heart shattered, and it let out another mournful cry before falling completely silent. It won't open its eyes again, will it? Lin Che stepped forward 2 paces, coming. Then he stepped back 2 paces, and backing off. Coming again, and backing off again. If you're not planning to get up and bite me again, I'm going to get serious now. Just then Lin Che felt a significant surge in his own chi and blood, equivalent to having slain over 1,000 level 1 mutants. Though influenced by the divine axe and unable to make an accurate judgment, Lin Che estimated that he was not far from the mid-stage of Xiantian. Confirming Paoxio's death, Lin Che stepped forward and pried open its skull with the divine axe. But inside Paoxio's skull was no crystal core. Instead, there was a black pearl. Lin Che suddenly realized that the black pearl he had taken from the assassin was a similar substance to a crystal core. However, the one in his hand was larger and more lustrous than the assassin's. It seemed that assassin had also entered a temporal rift. Stowing his spoils, Lin Che walked towards a stone coffin not far away. To be precise, it was a small stone coffin, 1 meter long, half a meter wide, enough to hold a head. Lin Che reached out and touched the coffin, trying to push it, but it didn't budge. As expected, if he could easily move it, it would have been shattered when he split the mountain earlier. So Lin Che tried to pry the stone coffin open with the divine axe. The axe blade had just been inserted into the coffin's crevice, and before he could apply force, a golden-armored giant shimmering with golden light suddenly appeared beside him. This giant was even taller than the headless tribe, standing about 3 meters tall. "Bold thief, how dare you steal Xingtian's head?" The low-level mountain god possesses the ability to move mountains and is considered a high threat with intense malice. Mountain god. Lin Che was taken aback. He almost forgot that within this space-time rift there also existed the Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Court. Since there are headless but immortal beings and ancient fierce beasts like the Roal, having a mountain god appear seems rather ordinary. Yet this mountain god, instead of dealing with the man-eating beasts, meddles in his affairs, which feels somewhat unprofessional. What do you call this? Invincible under heaven enemies appearing from above the path of heroes is always fraught with thorns. He thought that wielding the divine axe of Xingtian would allow him to act with impunity, yet he unexpectedly encountered an ancient fierce beast. Just after using a trick to kill the Roal, without catching his breath, a mountain god suddenly popped up. It should be noted that the special skill of a sliding shovel can only deal with beasts of low intelligence. It would have no effect on the mountain god. Are the living conditions in this space-time rift that harsh? How interesting, you didn't care when the Roal nearly ate me, but now that it's dead you show up. What? Do I look easier to bully than the Roal? He had just slain an ancient fierce beast, his vitality surging significantly, making him feel a bit lightheaded, and he spoke rather rudely. The Roal is a sacred beast under my command as the mountain god. By killing the Roal you have committed sacrilege. The mountain god exuded righteousness, but his gaze was sharp. Lin Che did not believe a single word from this mountain god. Hell, let's not even discuss whether the Roal can be regarded as a sacred beast under your command. What strength do you possess? Can you surpass the Roal? Although Lin Che did not know what realm a low-level mountain god should belong to, he was aware of the ability to move mountains. Warriors of the strength system can move mountains when they reach the divine realm, and the maximum for strength-type warriors is also the divine realm. In other words, Lin Che believed that the ability to move mountains does not exceed the divine realm. Previously, the divine axe could repel Luo Jue of the divine realm, so it should naturally be able to handle the mountain god of the divine realm. Moreover, the low-level prefix indicates that this mountain god does not seem particularly strong. Arrogant, a mere ant dares to provoke the majesty of the divine. You seek death. The mountain god suddenly struck, slapping towards Lin Che. Bang! The divine axe once again blocked a blow for Lin Che, proving to be the MVP. Lin Che was sent flying several meters, spitting blood. At this moment, Lin Che wished he could just lie down. The power of the mountain god's palm was on par with the prior tail swipe of the Roal. Clearly, the mountain god and the divine realm were not on the same level. He misjudged the strength of the mountain god, was careless, did not dodge, and ultimately was taught a lesson by the mountain god. Seeing the mountain god charging again, Lin Che hurriedly waved his hand. Wait. What do you have to say? The mountain god halted, his gaze fixed on Lin Che. To be fair, the ancients indeed valued propriety. If you asked him to wait, he would wait. Since that's the case, could he reason with him? Lin Che's mind raced, searching for a way to save himself. If I'm not mistaken, the Roal shouldn't be under your jurisdiction, right? Lin Che tentatively asked. I am the god of this mountain, and all matters within the mountain are governed by me. The mountain god's expression was proud. So the Roal is not a sacred beast, you are just trying to fool me. With 2 heart sound listeners present, Lin Che immediately exposed the mountain god's deceptive words. Disrespecting the divine must be punished. The mountain god advanced again. Wait a moment. Lin Che waved his hand anxiously. The mountain god frowned, but ultimately stopped. My patience is limited. What final words do you have? Speak quickly. Here's the thing, as the mountain god, you don't care when the royal eats people, but when I help someone pick up a package, you just have to intervene. What exactly are you after? Lin Che could not think of a way to break the deadlock, and could only try to talk to the mountain god. What package? The mountain god seemed slightly puzzled. That's not important, or just tell me why you don't care about the royal, but feel compelled to meddle with me. I am the mountain god of Chanyang Mountain, personally appointed by the heavenly emperor, responsible for guarding Chanyang Mountain and supervising the head of Xingtian. You wanted to steal the head, so I naturally had to intervene. The mountain god avoided the issue of the royal eating people clearly, because Lin Che had already exposed the lie to his face, and he could no longer continue to cover it up. So the royal indeed does not belong to your jurisdiction. Lin Che raised an eyebrow, still pursuing the issue of the royal. So what? The mountain god simply admitted. Since you are responsible for guarding the head of Xingtian, if I do not disturb it, can we just let this matter drop? Through the heart sounds from two pets, Lin Che had grasped the mountain god's thoughts. The mountain god was indeed a real mountain god, and his duty was to guard the head of Xingtian. However, with a fierce beast appearing in the mountains, he could not match it, and could only avoid the confrontation. He dispersed the beasts in the mountains, thinking that the hungry royal would leave. Unbeknownst to him, the royal was very fond of the stones of Chanyang Mountain, and was determined to occupy this peak. In fact, when Lin Che split open Chanyang Mountain, the mountain god had already sensed it. Because he feared the royal, when the royal wanted to eat Lin Che, he did not step in to stop it. Only when Lin Che intended to pry open the stone coffin did he have to show himself. As the mountain god allowing the peak he was supposed to guard to be occupied by the royal was already a dereliction of duty. Therefore, when Lin Che questioned him about the royal, his first thought was to eliminate him. In his view, Lin Che's ability to kill the royal was entirely reliant on the divine axe in his hand, and it was mostly a stroke of luck. If he could kill Lin Che, not only could he cover up the truth, but he could also acquire the divine axe for free. Afterwards, he could cleverly report back, and he might even earn some credit. Oh, why not take advantage of it? Even if you did not steal the head of Xingtian, you still disturbed the mountain's formation and must be punished. The mountain god had already made up his mind to eliminate Lin Che, so he could not let him go easily, merely changing the excuse. So you are determined to kill me to silence me. Lin Che again exposed the mountain god's thoughts. Absurd, you are the one seeking death, how can you blame me? The mountain god's lips curled with a hint of disdain. I am merely fulfilling my duty. You speak contradictory words. Just now you said the heavenly emperor commanded you to guard the head of Xingtian. Why do you care whether I have disturbed the environment? Lin Che, though seemingly fierce, still insisted on arguing. If disturbing the terrain is a capital offense, then shouldn't those who quarry the mountains and extract stones all be sentenced to death? At this point, both of them already knew the truth. The mountain god was merely looking for an excuse to kill Lin Che, while Lin Che was just trying to delay time with random arguments. What are you expecting? Do you think someone will come to save you? Since he had already been exposed, the mountain god simply laid his cards on the table. As a divine being, if I want to kill you, why bother reasoning with you? Impudent. A deep voice suddenly emanated from the stone coffin. As a mountain god failing to protect the beings of this realm, instead allowing fierce beasts to wreak havoc and desiring to indiscriminately kill the innocent, you must be punished. Upon hearing this, both Lin Che and the mountain god showed expressions of astonishment. Bang! The stone coffin exploded, and a head suddenly flew out. How? How is this possible? The mountain god looked terrified. The divine axe in Lin Che's hand suddenly went out of control, breaking free and transforming into a giant axe hovering beside the head. Go back and tell Xianyuan that I Xingtian have returned. As he spoke, the giant axe suddenly came down, cleaving the mountain god in half, just like Chanyang Mountain was split in two. Afterward, Lin Che saw the mountain god's corpse transform into a golden beam of light shooting towards the sky. Goodness, it really ascended. This place is not suitable for lingering. We must leave quickly. After saying this, the head of Xingtian slowly closed its eyes and suddenly fell. The giant axe transformed back into a delicate small axe, flying under the head, steadily supporting it and bringing it before Lin Che. It turned out that Xingtian's true spirit had been following Lin Che, relying on the divine axe. It only revealed itself when Lin Che was on the verge of being silenced, launching an attack on the mountain god. Glancing at the head being dragged by the divine axe, Lin Che hurriedly took out a bag from his backpack, packed Xingtian's head inside, and stuffed it back into the backpack. As he returned the divine axe to his waist, he noticed that his realm had reverted to the early stage of foundation establishment. Although he was not far from the mid-stage of foundation establishment, the sudden loss of that feeling of power coursing through his body still left him feeling somewhat desolate. Lin Che's killing ability primarily relied on absorbing blood essence through slaying prey to enhance his strength. Ordinary first-level mutated creatures counted as 1 point of blood essence, while stronger first-level mutated creatures could be counted as 2 points. Second-level mutated creatures ranged from 2 to 4 points, third-level mutated creatures from 4 to 8 points, and so on. Earlier, Lin Che had killed a roe owl, which was equivalent to slaughtering thousands of first-level mutated creatures. By this logic, the roe owl should have exceeded the category of a 9th-level mutated creature. Perhaps due to its extreme hunger, the battle prowess displayed by the roe owl was not particularly exaggerated. Otherwise, even with the Xingtian divine axe, Lin Che might not have been able to kill it. During the Transcendence Realm, Lin Che only needed to kill hundreds of first-level mutated creatures to advance 1 minor realm. Now that he had reached the Foundation Establishment stage, he needed to slay thousands of first-level mutated creatures to advance 1 minor realm. According to his current progress, he estimated that he still needed to kill 300 to 400 first-level mutated creatures, or 40 to 50 4th-level mutated creatures, to promote to the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment. The road ahead was long and fraught with obstacles. Lin Che collected his thoughts, shouldered his backpack, and sprinted towards the canyon exit. Inside the backpack, Bai Xiaobai stretched out a paw to poke at Xingtian's head, unable to suppress a feeling of emotion. One day I too shall become a powerful existence, capable of effortlessly slaying deities. Golden Treasure remarked, "Are you still dreaming in broad daylight? Go back to sleep." Bai Xiaobai retorted, "You lack experience, I won't blame you." Golden Treasure exclaimed, "How dare you disrespect your elder?" Bai Xiaobai replied, "I am 4th level. You are only 3rd level, so I should be the elder." Golden Treasure retorted, "Just because your son is stronger than you, does that mean you can reverse the cosmic order?" Bai Xiaobai replied, "I feel like you are taking advantage of me." Lin Che mounted the hunting wind yak, traveling day and night. In less than 3 days, he returned to the Wushou clan. He was genuinely afraid. What if celestial soldiers came to seek him out for punishment? What could he use to resist? He was no monkey, his head was not that hard. Fortunately, he arrived safely without incident. However, it was his mount that was exhausted. It was pitiful that as a hunting wind yak known for its endurance, it almost collapsed on the way. Lin Che dismounted and directly approached the guard, only to find that the guard had changed. Fuyo requests to see Priest Kangla, please relay the message. The guard scoffed him, "Kangla is no longer a priest, please leave." Hearing this, Lin Che frowned and changed his approach. Fuyo requests to see Commander Luozhu, please relay the message quickly. The guard leader squinted slightly, "You wish to see Commander Luozhu." Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that both of these fellows had encountered trouble? Originally, Lin Che had thought that if Kangla were in trouble, Luozhu should seize the opportunity. Although he had some minor conflicts with Luozhu, it did not affect his ability to use the tiger skin as a banner. However, the reaction of the guard leader in front of him made Lin Che faintly sense that the situation was not as it seemed. "Since you are here to find Commander Luozhu, then please come in." The guard leader put on a smile, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Golden Treasure warned, "He wants to trick you and then call for someone to take care of you." Bai Xiaobai asked, "Should we kill him?" Golden Treasure replied, "You have such great skill, show me how you would do it." Bai Xiaobai said, "I can't do it, but Master can." Lin Che asked, "Am I really that powerful?" Golden Treasure declared, "Master's divine skills are unmatched, invincible." Bai Xiaobai echoed, "Master's divine skills are unmatched, invincible." Although the two pets were enthusiastic, Lin Che would not take the initiative to act. Since this guard was playing a part with him, he did not mind going along with the act. "Thank you." Lin Che immediately cupped his hands in gratitude and followed the guard leader into the valley. Now that he had the divine axe by his side and had already slain ancient fierce beasts, how could he be frightened by such a scene? Although he might not be able to handle the mountain god, without Xingtian's help, dealing with a few guards at the Master Realm would still be quite effortless. Moreover, as long as he returned the head to Xingtian, his task would be complete. When Xingtian awoke, he would naturally protect him. Who in the entire Wushou clan would dare to challenge him? "This way, please." As they reached a fork in the road, the guard leader led Lin Che in the wrong direction. "I remember Commander Luozhu doesn't live this way." Lin Che stopped in his tracks. In truth, he did not know where Luozhu lived, but the place he wanted to go was the Ancestral Hall, so it was impossible for him to follow the guard in another direction. Commander Luozhu just changed residences. As he spoke, the guard leader gestured to 4 of his subordinates. The 4 slowly moved, surrounding Lin Che. "I thought the Wushou clan was filled with brutes, but I didn't expect you to be so cunning." Lin Che's lips curled slightly. "Capture him." At the guard leader's command, several people simultaneously attacked Lin Che. One guard wielding a long knife was the first to slash at Lin Che, the blade aimed directly at his neck. Another guard attacked from the side, his spear striking like a venomous snake aimed at Lin Che's waist. Lin Che slightly tilted his body to evade the spear tip, seizing the spear shaft and pushing it forward to block the incoming long knife. At that moment, another knife came from behind, and by Xiaobai, let out a fierce roar. A whoa! The attacker hesitated slightly, and Lin Che executed a dragon tail strike, making contact with the assailant's wrist with his toes. Before Lin Che could make his next move, another spear swept in. With no choice, Lin Che had to release his grip on the long spear and charge forward, switching positions with the opponent. One guard seized the opportunity while Lin Che was dodging and thrust his knife again. This time Lin Che did not evade but charged towards the blade, instantly sidestepping the edge and grabbing the opponent's arm, pulling hard while raising his leg for a kick. Bang! The guard was kicked far away, crashing heavily to the ground, but quickly got up and re-entered the fight. It was complicated to describe, but everything occurred in the blink of an eye. The guard's attacks became increasingly fierce and coordinated, and Lin Che began to feel overwhelmed. As a fellow at the Foundation establishment stage, holding on by himself to this extent was already beyond what the guards had anticipated. However, ultimately 2 fists could not match 10 hands, and he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Just as he hesitated whether to use the Xingtian Divine Axe, a sudden commotion arose not far away. Lin Che was startled, but noticed that several guards were even more flustered than he was. "Who dares to fight here?" A commanding voice rang out. The guards immediately stepped back, and the guard leader quickly bowed. "Great Elder, this person wishes to see Commander Luozhu. I suspect he is connected to the theft of the ancestral divine weapon." "Preposterous. This matter is not yet settled. How can you speak so carelessly?" A silver-haired, robust man approached the crowd. Though silver-haired, he was indeed a strong man. Latest-stage martial saint ability, indestructible soul, threat level extremely high. What a guy! A latest-stage martial saint has appeared. Although Lin Che felt a sense of being a martial saint when wielding the Xingtian Divine Axe, he was well aware that it was merely an illusion. The previous encounter with the Ro Owl and the Mountain God had already taught him a lesson. He would not make the same mistake again. At this moment, the Great Elder turned to Lin Che and slowly spoke. "You wish to see Luozhu?" "Actually, I want to see Kangla. They wouldn't let me in, so I said I wanted to see Luozhu." Lin Che replied calmly. "So are you truly connected to the matter of the stolen Divine Axe?" The Great Elder's tone turned cold, seemingly ready to take action at any moment. Putting together the voices of the crowd, Lin Che couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and disbelief. It turned out that after Lin Che's departure, Song La had instructed Luozhu to keep the secret and conceal the fact that Lin Che had taken the Divine Axe. Thus Luozhu arranged for strict control measures prohibiting others from entering the Ancestral Hall. For the past few days, everything had been calm, and there had been no unexpected incidents. It wasn't until the 4th day that the Grand Elder, out of a sudden whim, went to the Ancestral Hall to pay his respects. Naturally, a group of guards could not stop the Grand Elder, and thus the matter was revealed. Song La and Luozhu, however, kept their mouths shut, and some who had seen Lin Che were also silenced by the two. As a result, Song La lost his status as a priest, and Luozhu became a prisoner. The guards who were trying to set up Lin Che were arranged by the vice commander. This vice commander had always been at odds with Luozhu and saw this opportunity to rise to power. He wanted to replace Luozhu, so he naturally could not allow Luozhu to have a chance to turn the tables. Therefore, anyone related to Luozhu was targeted. Originally, Lin Che didn't mention Luozhu, but bringing up Luozhu was akin to throwing himself onto the muzzle of a gun. He never expected that within a few days the Headless Clan would engage in a power struggle. Grand Elder, there's no need to be anxious. Why not have someone bring Song La and Luozhu together to the Ancestral Hall for a confrontation? Now that Lin Che had figured out the reasons behind it, he had no more misgivings. Regardless of how these people fought among themselves, once Xingtian awakened, everything would be resolved. Alright, the Grand Elder casually agreed, then turned to the head of the guards. "You go and bring Luozhu and Song La to the Ancestral Hall." Although the Grand Elder appeared to be a rough character, he was ultimately quite steady, otherwise he wouldn't have become the Grand Elder. The head of the guards left, casting a reluctant glance at Lin Che. Lin Che showed a hint of mockery as he watched the other party leave. "Please." The Grand Elder gestured for Lin Che to head towards the Ancestral Hall. Lin Che nodded, saying, "Grand Elder, please." The two arrived at the Ancestral Hall, exchanging silent glances. At this moment, Lin Che could directly take out Xingtian's head. However, to be cautious, he decided to wait until Song La and Luozhu arrived before taking action. Although the Grand Elder seemed to act fairly, the two pets did not perceive any malicious intent from him. Yet it was hard to guarantee that once Lin Che took out Xingtian's head, there wouldn't be any unexpected developments. When outside, one must remain vigilant. If Xingtian's head didn't fit, he might not be able to save his own head. Finally, the Grand Elder couldn't help but speak first. "Where do the guests come from?" "I am Lin Che, arriving from the EC," Lin Che said with a slight bow. "I wonder what connections you have with our Headless Clan." The Grand Elder's expression remained unchanged. "To be precise, I have no connection with the Headless Clan, but I have an inexplicable bond with the great god Xingtian." Lin Che spoke vaguely without revealing too much. The Grand Elder furrowed his brows. Our ancestor did not submit to the Heavenly Emperor and was never granted a divine position. A slip of the tongue. Even if Xing Tian did not receive the Heavenly Emperor's decree in my view, he is still the greatest warrior of all time. Although there were many characters and legends who stood against the Heavenly Emperor, when it came to personally sending the Heavenly Emperor to reincarnation, Xing Tian was undoubtedly the first. As they spoke, Luo Jue and Song La were brought and followed closely by several warriors of the Divine Sense realm. Song La appeared somewhat fatigued while Luo Jue was covered in wounds, evidently having suffered severe torture. Seeing this, Lin Che's eyes narrowed slightly. "Dear guest, has the matter been resolved?" Song La hurriedly asked Lin Che. At the same time, Luo Jue looked at Lin Che, his face full of hope. "Rest assured, everything went smoothly. However, you both seem to be in quite a predicament." Lin Che scanned the people around him and slowly said, "Even if I were to encounter an ancient ferocious beast facing the mountain god, I wouldn't suffer wounds as severe as those inflicted by Commander Luo Jue. It seems the Headless Clan is even more dangerous than Chongyang Mountain." Upon hearing Lin Che mention Chongyang Mountain, the members of the Headless Clan responded in unison. "Did you go to the resting place of our ancestors? Hey, I wonder if this esteemed guest has seen the head of our ancestor. What a boast. If you truly encountered an ancient ferocious beast, how could you have survived? Could it be that you have brought back the head of our ancestor? Would the mountain god let you go?" A chaotic chorus of questions came and Lin Che didn't know which one to answer. He simply decided to forego any explanations and directly took off his backpack, pulling out a bag. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Che's movements. When Lin Che opened the bag and took out Xing Tian's head, the warriors of the Divine Sense realm seemed to turn to stone. After a long moment, everyone knelt down. "Ancestor above our clan can finally see the light of day again. We will never forget the great kindness of our esteemed guest. The ancestor has slept for so long, and it is finally time for awakening." Amidst the voices of gratitude, there were also a few unusual sentiments, but Lin Che did not pay them any mind. He held the head high and slowly placed it on Xing Tian's neck. Then he stepped back a few paces, waiting for Xing Tian to awaken. 3 seconds passed, and Xing Tian did not move at all. 10 seconds passed, and Xing Tian still stood silently. Until a minute passed, people began to murmur, and some even revealed murderous intentions. "What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to fool us with a fake head? How could our ancestor be so desecrated?" As the situation was about to spiral out of control, Lin Che slapped his forehead and drew out the exquisite small axe from his waist, placing it into Xing Tian's hand with great reluctance. The divine axe made contact with Xing Tian's palm and immediately restored its original state. At that moment, Xing Tian suddenly opened his eyes. Oomph! A powerful pressure enveloped the entire hall. "Ancestor, the ancestor has awakened. The ancestor has truly awakened. Ancestor!" Bang! Xing Tian slammed the axe handle into the ground, and the hall fell silent instantly. Then he surveyed the crowd and spoke slowly. "You need not say more. Prepare your troops immediately. In 3 days we will march on Human Pass." "Understood." The members of the Headless Clan responded in unison, and the atmosphere in the hall immediately turned oppressive. There were no unnecessary communications, and no one voiced any opinions. With just a few words from Xing Tian, the members of the Headless Clan obeyed without question. "For now you may step back. I have matters to discuss with the guest." "Yes." The crowd hurriedly retreated, leaving only Lin Che and Xing Tian standing opposite each other. Unknown realm warrior ability, Undying Soul, threat level extremely high. Lin Che had a face full of questions. Could it be that the Eye of Insight had malfunctioned? How could it not see through Xing Tian's realm? Golden treasure, is it possible that it is not that it cannot see through, but rather that this realm has never appeared before, so it can only be classified as an unknown realm? Lin Che, do you think I don't know? Currently the highest martial realm is only the martial sage realm. How could Xing Tian possibly only be a martial sage? Golden treasure, the master is wise. Bai Xiaobai, I second that. You seem quite confused. Xing Tian slowly began to speak. Ahem. I'm just curious about what realm you are in, senior. Lin Che directly asked. Realm. Xing Tian pondered for a moment. I can now break through the void with a wave of my hand. Oh, let us call it the void-breaking realm. Void-breaking realm. Is there a realm above that called the ascending realm? Ascending? Ha ha. Xing Tian laughed heartily and then shook his head. If I were to ascend, what would become of the Xinyuan clan? Lin Che thought to himself that made sense. Even the Heavenly Emperor had been slain. How could ascending lead to anything good? Senior, I went through great dangers to help you retrieve your head. Ew, just look. You sly one, do you think I would go back on my word? Come closer. Xing Tian beckoned Lin Che over, and Lin Che stepped forward as instructed. Today I shall impart to you the Undying Soul technique. I hope you will practice diligently and not tarnish the reputation of this technique. In the midst of a great upheaval in the world, one could only wonder how far one could go. In his hazy state, Lin Che heard Xingtian murmuring to himself, as if his voice came from an extremely distant place. The scene before him shifted, revealing a small boat in an expansive ocean. As the water rippled, the small boat drew closer, and Lin Che caught sight of the beautiful face aboard. Suddenly the wind and clouds changed dramatically, and a colossal wave surged from the sea. The small boat was instantly engulfed by the wave, and the girl was swept into the water along with it. Lin Che jolted awake, shouting, "Girl!" The young woman on the boat was unmistakably the one from the village at the foot of Changyang Mountain, who wanted Lin Che to be her husband. A strange pain twisted in Lin Che's heart, leaving him bewildered. Why was he feeling this way over something that was destined to happen? Lin Che covered his chest with his hand, emotions unsettled. Why did he feel a heart-wrenching pain at the sight of the girl being swallowed by the sea? It felt as though he had committed an irreparable mistake and did not know how to make amends. Lin Che looked around, realizing he had returned to Blue Star. The moon shone brightly against a sparse, starry sky, and the night did not hinder visibility much. The entire Chiochi Mountain split in two, revealing a time-space rift that flickered at the valley's center. The temple originally dedicated to the three sovereigns now lay in ruins at the valley's bottom. At that moment, Lin Che felt a strong urge to rush into the time-space rift again. However, after a struggle within his heart, he ultimately held back. Not to mention that the scenes in the dream were established facts. Even if he entered the time-space rift again, he could not change what had already occurred. Moreover, with his current level of cultivation, what could he possibly achieve by going in? It would merely be a futile effort. Lin Che. A voice called from behind, and Lin Che slowly turned around to see Chu Yao rushing towards him. In a moment of daze, she threw herself into his arms. "I thought I would never see you again." Chu Yao's arms tightly wrapped around Lin Che's waist, as if afraid that if she let go he would vanish. Lin Che regained his senses, slowly raising his arm. After a moment, he finally placed it gently on Chu Yao's back. "It's all right, I'm fine, see." Lin Che replied softly. Seeing Chu Yao suddenly made his heart stir. He had never thought that there would be a girl who would risk everything and travel thousands of miles to find him. If you don't come out soon, Chu Yao might just break into the time-space rift with her cultivation in the Tongxiao realm. Xiao Changtian walked over slowly, accompanied by an officer and several soldiers. "I didn't." Chu Yao quickly denied it. She hurriedly released Lin Che, taking 2 steps back, her face flushed as she tried to cover her embarrassment. "I was just joking. Oh, I wouldn't really do that. Who knows what dangers lie within the time-space rift? I'm not foolish." "Huh. Youth is truly wonderful." Xiao Changtian shook his head. Then he turned to Lin Che and asked, "So how are you? Not injured, right?" "No, thank you for your concern, Principal." Lin Che nodded. At that moment, Chu Yao noticed the little white creature at Lin Che's feet. "So cute. Is this your new pet?" "Oh, whoa." Little White protested, claiming he wasn't cute at all. "Shut up." Lin Che kicked Little White, saying, "This guy is quite mischievous." "Hey, why did you kick it?" Chu Yao squatted down, taking out a tissue from her backpack to wipe Little White's paw prints off. Little White declared, "I've decided this woman will be my new master." Lin Che chuckled, and Golden Treasure also laughed. Xiao Changtian examined Little White, nodding slightly. A tiger mutant will at least reach level 4 upon maturity, which is quite a good catch. "I encountered a beast tied on the way and happened to pick it up," Lin Che casually replied. He did not mention that this little white tiger, only a month old, had already attained level 4 mutation. "Let me introduce you. This is Colonel Li Zhaoheng from the Longnan military region." Xiao Changtian gestured. The Longnan military is preparing to organize a master team to explore this time-space rift. "Do you have any information to share with the military?" Li Zhaoheng took 2 steps forward, shaking hands with Lin Che, appearing quite eager. "If Lin Che has any intelligence regarding this time-space rift, please do share." Lin Che himself was not particularly enthusiastic, but seeing the colonel lowering his stance like this, he felt he could not just dismiss him. This time-space rift leads to the era of ancient mythology, probably after the 3 sovereigns during the period of the 5 emperors. I'm not quite sure which of the 5 emperors, though. At this point, Lin Che changed his tone. "Currently, it's best not to enter hastily for exploration, because just before I came out, Xingtian was leading the headless tribe towards the central plains." Upon hearing this, everyone was slightly taken aback. Chu Yao couldn't help but ask, "Isn't Xingtian from the era of the Flame Emperor and the Yellow Emperor? Shouldn't he be considered from the 3 sovereigns period?" Cough, cough, cough. "Originally, the headless tribe was exiled beyond the Human Pass, but after I entered, I heard that Xingtian has found his head back." Lin Che's smile became increasingly forced, feeling a bit guilty. Currently, the Huaxia ethnic group considers themselves descendants of Yin and Huang. To Xingtian, he is subordinate to the Flame Emperor, while to the Yellow Emperor, he is undoubtedly a rebel. Helping Xingtian find his head and attacking the central plains certainly doesn't sound like a good deed. Therefore, this matter was instigated by someone named Fuyo and had nothing to do with Lin Che. After a brief moment of silence, Li Zhaoheng was the first to break the silence. It's fine. The explorers who go and don't necessarily have to get involved in the war between the two sides. They can just conduct preliminary investigations, and there shouldn't be any problems. Lin Che thought to himself, you may want to get involved, but you need to be able to get in first. The warriors of the Headless Tribe are at least at the realm of masters, and there are many extraordinary and divine warriors within the tribe. Xingtian himself can break through the void with a wave of his hand, and his strength is even above that of a martial saint. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. An ancient deity, terrifying indeed. Lin Che shrugged. Thus I still hold my original view. Unless necessary, it's best to wait longer before going in. Alright, I will relay this situation to the higher-ups, and we will discuss the specific exploration date later. Li Xiaoheng's expression was serious. We must also thank Lin Che for providing this information, otherwise if the explorers enter rashly, they may suffer severe losses. You're welcome, but it's all for the people. Lin Che appeared somewhat disinterested. Ha ha ha. Well said, it's... Li Xiaoheng laughed heartily. Lin Che, your awareness is quite high. Do you plan to enlist in the military? And before Lin Che could answer, Xiao Changtian interjected. It's too early to discuss this now. I won't let him go until he graduates. Ha ha ha. That's true, let's not talk about that for now. Let's head back to the camp first. Li Xiaoheng gestured to the group. Then they all walked towards the canyon exit. In the dead of night, Lin Che fell into a deep sleep and once again saw that ocean. The waves had calmed and the boat had broken into pieces. A ghostly light rose from the water and the girl's body began to emerge along with it. The source of the ghostly light was a black pearl. As the ghostly light enveloped the girl's body, her form began to change quietly. First her size gradually shrank, then her hands transformed into wings, colorful feathers sprouted, her feet became claws, and she ultimately became a bird. She suddenly opened her eyes wide and uttered a plaintive sound. Jingwei, Jingwei. In his dreams, Lin Che felt a twinge of regret and a hint of pity, yet he could only watch helplessly as the scenes rapidly changed. As the sun and moon alternated and the seasons cycled, Jingwei tirelessly traveled back and forth between the East Sea and the Western Mountains, tossing stones and plants into the ocean. It seemed she would never know fatigue and endless endeavor. I will find a way to help you recover, Lin Che murmured. As if she had heard his voice, Jingwei suddenly turned around, and her hollow eyes sparkled with life. She strained to flap her wings, flying straight towards Lin Che. As a chilling sensation seeped into his forehead, Lin Che awoke from his dream. He rubbed the corner of his eye, feeling a slight discomfort, and his gaze turned resolute. I will find a way to help you recover, Lin Che repeated once more. The next morning at 9 o'clock, after freshening up, Lin Che activated his holographic wristband and scrolled through his communication records. Chu Yao 99, Sun Jia 33, Su Qianqian 19, and the Lin family sisters Fong Haochen, Song Yu, and others had all contacted him multiple times over the past few days. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Sun Jia had actually sent him 33 communication requests, which surprised him somewhat. Could something have happened? After hesitating for a moment, Lin Che prioritized sending a message to Sun Jia. Mr. Lin, you are out. Sun Jia's face appeared in the holographic projection. Yes, I'm out. I noticed you sent a lot of messages. Is there something going on? Lin Che got straight to the point. No, I just didn't see Mr. Lin when I left, so I felt a bit uneasy and wanted to check in with you. Sun Jia spoke earnestly without any intention of flattery. Indeed, righteousness often comes from the loyal. Sun Jia made Lin Che feel a sense of humanity. Yes, everything is going smoothly, no need to worry. Lin Che paused for a moment. How is that little fox trained? Ha, the little fox is very perceptive, but no longer needs to be kept in a cage. I must thank Mr. Lin. The two chatted casually like old friends, and after hanging up with Sun Jia, Lin Che contacted others. Su Qianqian, Fong Haochen, Song Yu, Zhang Yang, and finally Zhao Yi. He still belonged to the Public Security Bureau's monitoring personnel, and as a law-abiding citizen, Lin Che naturally needed to explain the situation to Zhao Yi. When Lin Che finished replying to his messages and stepped out of the tent, Chu Yao was also walking towards him. Good morning. Lin Che stretched lazily. It's still early. If you don't get up, I might start to suspect you got into trouble again. Chu Yao shot Lin Che a glare. You can't blame me, I'm just too tired. Lin Che shrugged his shoulders. Seemingly feeling that Lin Che must have been busy these days, a hint of concern flickered in Chu Yao's eyes. Don't do such dangerous things in the future, at least don't risk it alone. In this era, who can remain un— Lin Che's gaze was deep, as if he was looking through time, seeing a certain figure. I would love to lie at home every day and not go out, but some matters will always force you to move forward. A bitter smile appeared on Lin Che's lips. He needed to grow up quickly to reach a point where he could counteract the forces of heaven and earth, to be able to reverse yin and yang. Chu Yao was slightly taken aback. You seem to have changed. Lin Che was astonished, really. Perhaps I've just grown up. After all, I am now an adult. What have you been through these days that has changed you so much? Chu Yao couldn't help but feel curious. Lin Che raised an eyebrow, adopting a serious expression. Woman, don't try to understand me, or you might fall in love with me. Chu Yao's face flushed red as she punched Lin Che in the chest. It's still you not serious for more than 3 seconds. Lin Che clutched his chest, taking 2 steps back with a sorrowful expression. Attacking me without warning, what a vicious woman. So it's a sneak attack, huh? How cruel. Chu Yao immediately lunged forward, pinching the soft flesh at Lin Che's waist. Ah, it hurts, please spare me heroin. Bai Xiaobai asked, what are they doing? Huang Jinbao replied, it's a matter of humans, you wouldn't understand. I don't understand, do you? Huang Jinbao said, actually I don't understand either. Lin Che and Chu Yao followed Xiao Changtian back to Xinhai without making a special trip to Huizhou. As a result, the 5th-level mutated tiger in Chuangying Mountain escaped disaster once again. In Xinhai City, the Qin Family Martial Arts Hall's Tindity special training was coming to an end. The head of the martial arts hall, Qin Baohua, who is also Qin Ming's grandfather, planned to give these students a good experience by personally demonstrating the lightning 5 whips. He was dressed in a traditional Chinese martial arts outfit. Although he was over 60, his posture was agile and his spirit was vigorous. Qin Baohua was quite famous in the martial arts community of Xinhai, respected for both his martial skills and moral conduct. The lightning 5 whips was a secret skill passed down for many years in the Qin Family Martial Arts Hall. It emphasized striking like lightning, launching a rapid series of attacks on the opponent, not giving them a moment to breathe. Once unleashed, its power was astonishing. Upon hearing that the hall master would personally demonstrate the lightning 5 whips, the students gathered around it. Qin Baohua slowly walked to the center of the training ground, standing silently, with his feet shoulder-width apart, hands naturally hanging down, and slightly closing his eyes to adjust his breath. In an instant, the training ground fell silent, everyone holding their breath. Suddenly, Qin Baohua opened his eyes fiercely, a gleam of light flashing in his pupils, and he sprang into action. With a left kick aimed at the emptiness ahead, followed by a right whip kick, like a shooting star, creating a whistling sound. At the same time, his figure transformed, and his palm seemed to turn into a shadow. The movements flowed seamlessly, dazzling the onlookers. Electricity crackled from his palm like a dragon or like a thunder whip. Bang, 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 bang. Qin Baohua finished a set of lightning 5 whips with a shout, slowly retracting his energy. Good. In an instant, applause erupted. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Someone took the lead and the other students began to cheer. Qin Baohua pressed his hands down, signaling for everyone to be quiet. In the past, each family cherished their own secrets and many unique skills were lost. Now, with the changing times and mutated beings running rampant, the Qin family has decided to abandon sectarianism and accept disciples widely. From now on, anyone who joins the Qin Family Martial Arts Hall can learn our unique skill, the Lightning 5 Whip. Furthermore, all students who participated in the Tindity special training can enjoy a further discount of 98, only needing a $0 to become an entry disciple of the Qin Family Martial Arts Hall. This is a rare opportunity. Students who are interested must not miss it. Just as Qin Baohua was vigorously promoting, the door of the martial arts hall was suddenly pushed open violently. Bang! Everyone turned to look, seeing a young man in training attire accompanied by 7 or 8 men in black coming in with an imposing aura. The young man's face was stern and his expression revealed a hint of arrogance. Hearing that the Qin family's unique skill, the Lightning 5 Whips, is exquisite, Zhou Xinxing from the Zhou family in the capital have come today to seek guidance. Wow! Instantly, the students in the martial arts hall erupted in discussion. Zhou Xinxing, the first person of the new generation in the Zhou family from the capital, known as the Star of Tomorrow. He promoted to the innate master realm at just 22 years old and is bound to become a martial saint. Why did he come to Xinhai? Could it be that he specifically came to seek martial arts guidance from the hall master? Are you silly? Who would run such a long way just to seek martial arts guidance? Is there no strong martial arts hall in the capital? Then what do you think he is here for? It must be for the Chu family. After the Zheng and Qi families returned empty-handed, the Zhou family came too. That's right, the Chu family currently controls the Wheel of Destiny and the Boat of Origin. These prominent families from the capital will surely want to share. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Qin Baohua couldn't help but frown. Young man, do not think that having some cultivation means you can flaunt yourself everywhere. You should know that beyond the mountains there are higher mountains, and beyond people there are greater people. Hearing this, Zhou Xinxing's lips curled into a slight smile. Thank you for the advice, senior. I will take it to heart. However, Zhou Xinxing narrowed his eyes slightly. The main reason I came to visit this time was to witness the Qin family's ultimate skills. The senior wouldn't deny me this opportunity, would you? Upon hearing this, Qin Baohua nodded. The young man knows how to be polite. Let us get straight to the point. Please proceed. With Qin Baohua's gesture, the crowd parted, giving Zhou Xinxing a path. Please guide me, senior. Zhou Xinxing clasped his fists and bowed slightly. You may go first. Qin Baohua placed one hand behind his back and gestured for him to start. Bang! Puff! Zhou Xinxing suddenly threw a punch, sending Qin Baoguo flying several meters, crashing to the ground, spitting blood. Hiss! The crowd collectively gasped. The demeanor of a martial saint is indeed terrifying. Is this scripted? He knocked the head of the Qin family away with a single punch despite being on the same level as a master. Moreover, Zhou Xinxing should be in the early stages of master, while the head of the Qin family is a seasoned master, now likely in the late stages. No wonder he is the top of the new generation, not losing to seasoned masters. One mistake, and he has lost all face. How can he establish himself in the Xian high martial arts community now? Qin Baoguo glared at Zhou Xinxing. Young man lacking martial ethics, while I was still being courteous, how could you attack directly? Senior, forgive me. I have always detested others showing off in front of me, for there is no one who can be more formidable than I. Zhou Xinxing revealed his trademark smile again, though his words carried no politeness. Qin Baoguo struggled to get up. Lacking in common sense, how can you achieve greatness in the future? Take care of yourself. Let's do this. Let's consider the previous exchange null and have a rematch, shall we? Zhou Xinxing smiled with increasing arrogance. That is only right. As he spoke, Qin Baoguo sat cross-legged. Allow me a moment to adjust my breathing, and then we shall continue. After a brief moment, as the crowd buzzed, Qin Baoguo finished his adjustment and slowly stood up. At this moment, Qin Baoguo's expression was serious. Having witnessed Zhou Xinxing's strength, he would certainly not underestimate him again. I was careless before and did not dodge. This time you will witness the power of the lightning 5 whips. Words are pointless. Please, senior, guide me. Zhou Xinxing sneered again, then spread his feet and assumed the starting position of Wing Chun. Qin Baoguo's pupils narrowed. So it's Wing Chun. After saying that, he moved his feet and directly unleashed the lightning 5 whips. He raised his right hand sharply, and a phantom of a lightning whip quickly condensed in his hand. Whap! With a whip strike, the whip shadow moved like lightning, as if to tear through the air. Seeing this, Zhou Xinxing activated his protective chi to withstand the whip. Sizzle! Like cold water hitting hot oil, the whip shadow created ripples beside Zhou Xinxing. This whip serves as repayment for the punch you landed on me, senior. Zhou Xinxing's gaze sharpened. After this, I will not hold back. After the first whip, Qin Baoguo immediately swung his hand again, delivering another whip. This whip was faster and stronger. Zhou Xinxing sank his shoulders and dropped his elbows, using his forearm to block, while swiftly closing the distance with his agility. The lightning 5 whips from Qin Baoguo came in relentless succession, with the third and fourth whips following in quick order. Zhou Xinxing powered through with his waist and suddenly charged forward, delivering a punch. Bang! This time Qin Baoguo was not careless. He firmly received Zhou Xinxing's punch. Afterward, he felt a powerful force rushing toward him like a small mountain pressing down. Boom! Qin Baoguo stepped back a few paces, stomping the ground to stabilize his stance. Zhou Xinxing seized the opportunity and gathered all his strength into his arms, delivering another punch. Bang! Another loud sound. Huh! Qin Baoguo shouted loudly, leveraging the ground to take the hit. Zhou Xinxing slowly withdrew his fist and delivered an even stronger punch. Although the two had not created distance, it did not affect his combat style. In the midst of the entanglement, Zhou Xinxing's fists danced like butterflies through flowers, continuously targeting vital areas such as Qin Baoguo's face and chest. Qin Baoguo's lightning 5 whips were interrupted, forcing him to continuously change his position to fend off the attacks. The two exchanged blows, their fists intertwining, leaving the surrounding students and black-clad figures in awe. The head of the martial hall is amazing. Zhou Xiao is formidable. No wonder the head of the Qin family is so skilled. His lightning 5 whips are truly extraordinary. When it comes to fist techniques, Wing Chun is the best. Both sides were unwilling to concede, and it seemed a fight could erupt. At that moment, Qin Baoguo swung a whip, and Zhou Xinxing once again defended with his protective true chi. Seizing the moment when Qin Baoguo's old strength had been exhausted and new strength had yet to arise, Zhou Xinxing threw a punch, landing squarely on Qin Baoguo's chest. Bang!